This on air. The powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one.
Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Karts Championship.
Gilbert defends the outside, Bishop around the outside.
Oh
That
my
is
goodness me! Wow, we're here again, finally. It's the BIKC National Finals. Over 5,000 entries this time. Hasn't time flown so quick? It feels like yesterday that we were standing here, and it's still just as cold, and it's a year later.
It's not as cold this year, I feel. which means I'm really excited for this.
It's a bit warmer today, Lex.
No, I still feel pretty cold. Today is Cadets and Juniors. This is going to be some fun, I tell you. They're all literally behind the camera right now, getting briefed by James Hislop. And again, racing at one of the toughest tracks in the country.
It's going to be phenomenal, Lex. We've got over 1,000 metres here in Warrington to cover. It's one of the largest tracks in the country indoor. And we've got two categories running today. We've got the juniors this morning, the cadets this morning, and then the juniors this afternoon. It's going to be phenomenal racing. It really is.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I also think, obviously this time last year, we had just gone electric in Warrington. So we've seen lap times in a year really go down. So it's going to be even quicker this year than it was last year. So I think there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, there's a lot of embedding going on, hasn't there, over the year? So I think it's going to be even better. Loads coming up over the weekend. We're going to give away loads of karting thanks to TeamSport as well. We'll tell you more how you can do that a little bit later on. But right now, let's refresh our minds about what a lap around Warrington looks like with one of our commentators, Tom Gibson.
My name's Tom. I've got a beautiful Biz Eco Vault GT to play with. I'm going to take you for a lap of TeamSport Warrington. Through this first one, you want to stay nice and wide on the way out here. Bring the car over to the right-hand side. Use that red line as your turning point. Stay tight to the apex, middle of the track on the way out of here before you turn into turn 3. Nice and tight to the barrier. Get all the way on the way out through here. Through the S's under our trademark Dunlop bridges. Stick towards the curbs. Use these as your markers. We go under the BIKC start line into second Dunlop as we now stick over to the left-hand side before we turn into this tight right-hander. Stay towards the right-hand side of the track as this left-hander is going to come at you very quickly as you go through the left, through the right, staying towards the middle of the circuit. Now to the outside. Here's the new part you're going to have to get used to as you come up the ramp. Right-hander. As the cart crests the top, you're turning in to this double right. It's looks like two corners, but treat it as one. Thread the cart through the barriers here, up the middle, and then these two come at you very quickly. It's very easy to get caught out, but nice and tight as you go through those will sort you out. Here's one of the times that places most people can make a lot of time on this ramp. As you just bottom out about here, that's the point you brake and turn in. Nice and wide as you come through. Again, two left-handers here, you're going to treat them as one corner. You're going to go nice and wide as you go out, and look what awaits you. A nice fast flowing section as you come down the ramp. Almost straight line this, just getting to your left-hand side. Stay over to your right as you now come through a corner that's been likened to Eau Rouge. It's just flat if you get the cart in the right line. Just thread the needle That's a bit of a slow lap. Let's try and hook a quick one. As we now go into turn number 1, use the power of the kart to get you through the corner, brake in towards turn number 2. Nice and tight on the way out. Turn 3 is where I'm going to start using the boost. Get the kart in a straight line, hit that power as you now thread the kart through the S's, one of the longest flat out sections on the circuit. Stay left as you come through Dunlop 2, then throw the kart into the right hander, back end stepped out as you now go into the left. Again, try and thread the kart through here, a little bit of a lift just to get that rotation, and now flat out as you come through the left hander as you're on the ramp. As the kart crests, turn in, treat this as one corner. Stay up towards the middle of the corner as you come up the ramp. Right handers, see how quick they come at you. Very easy to lose a load of time. Remember, as the kart bottoms out, turn into the right hander. Use all the road on the left hand side. Treat this as one corner as you gain speed coming through the fastest section on the circuit. This is absolutely amazing. Turn at the 6, throw the kart in, use all the curb on your right hand side, and that completes a lap here at TeamSport Warrington. This thing is absolutely electric. If you haven't got booked on, you need to get yourself down here and try these. And remember, turn 3 is where you go boost, boost, boost under the Dunlop bridges. Get yourself down here and try this circuit out.
And that's what a lap around Warrington looks like. Pretty big track.
It is indeed, mate. 1,000 metres of tarmac, high grip, epic corners, some real skill and strategy to navigate this circuit and get some good lap times.
Yeah, that's true. Little new addition to this final is the Joker lap. You want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's not in the cadets, it's for the other categories. Once in every race, in the grand final, a karter and a racer goes into the pit. Essentially, it's a bit like a pit stop.
Essentially, yeah.
So it just adds a bit of a strategic sort of dimension to the final. You may not know when others have pitted. You may not know if they've pitted, but you know you could potentially be in second, and you know you have to pit. It could add to it. So all the sort of racers know how that's going to work, but that's only in the grand final, but not in the cadets.
Just spices things up a bit, doesn't it?
It's also, we're seeing grid starts as well. So that's going to be, F1 style, lights out sort of thing.
And you're going to go all Martin Brundle on people, like straight up into the faces while they're like, you know what I mean? The last thing they need to see is your face before they do a national final.
Do you know, I actually think as well, I actually think the grid starts will be a much better starting kind of element than the rolling start. So yeah, great to see that this year. And we'll see kind of who can pull through the pack. Yeah. Get to the front.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about it's been electric for over a year now at Warrington. That being said, the karts, they're pretty rapid. So let's have a little look. Take a look at the karts, see what they're all about.
Hi, my name's Adam. I'm TeamSport's technical manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric car range of Biz karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. Got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. We're going to be riding in speed 3 for the juniors today. For the seniors tomorrow, we're going to be up to speed 4. Junior karts are going to be running at speed 4. It really makes it sort of tunable to your audience. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. The future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
They are some amazing pieces of machinery, these things, and we're about to see them go around this track with the cadets and the juniors. Things are going to be pretty back-to-back, so lots of action on the way. Go and get yourself something to eat. Should be having. You're having breakfast now? Would you have breakfast now?
Well, I think breakfast might be a good shout, Lex. But I mean, look, the briefing is still ongoing. It's quite a decent briefing, this, if I'm honest. So
yeah, they're right behind us right now. James Hislop, clerk of the course, is going through everything with everybody. We'll try and get a chat with him at some point as well.
Hopefully, if they listen, Lex, we'll have some nice clean racing today. Yeah. But we'll see when we've got reds and yellows.
Absolutely. On commentary this year is Russ Mabley, Tom Gibson and Jen Tomkins. And I have missed them, to be honest with you, so I think it's about time we hand over. Let's get some racing done.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, once again, BIKC 2024. My name is Russ Mabley, and I am joined, as ever, by Tom Gibson, and this year, following promotion, it has to be said, she's no longer on the sidelines, but she's part of the main team. We have the one, the only Jen Tomkins, who joins the main commentary team, is what I would say. A very, very warm welcome to absolutely everybody. We are here to talk you through the whole BIKC events that are coming up. And I just want to start. You can just see the driver's briefing going on. That is James Hislop, okay, who is the clerk of the course. We kind of are calling him Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop at the moment because his hair is getting a little bit out of hand, if I'll be honest. But he loves it, and here we are, and he is literally going through the whole rules and regulations for all the drivers. And yeah, there you go. So that's a very, very intense driver's briefing that is going on there, because we have got one of the most exciting national finals we've ever done, Tom, is what I would say.
Yeah, there's so much new this year, and there's been quite a lot of questions in the lead up to finals to try and make sure everyone knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Obviously, we've got standing start to move away from rolling start, so just clarifying exactly how that's going to work. And then the Joker lap, which we're going to see later on in the main event for the juniors today, and then tomorrow in all of the categories. It has a chance to throw up some interesting strategy calls, and we were discussing this earlier, that it could quite literally make or break someone's race if it goes well.
I think so. The main thing for me, just talking about the whole competition, is every year we talk about how much the BIKC is growing from year on year, but it's nothing. How many drivers have we had at racing this year in BIKC? Let me tell you, over 5,000 drivers have entered. So it's just an incredible competition, and we work through this all the way through the summer. And this is the absolute climax to the whole competition. We've got 2 days of the most dramatic racing, because the thing about BIKC, the thing about the racing, is it just always delivers. We always see the most stunning overtakes. We always see drama. To be blunt, we always see accidents. Maybe not accidents, but crashes and bangs and knocks. There's so much luck involved in the whole BIKC National Final. You've got to play your cards right, you've got to get your strategy right, but things have got to work for you as well on the day, because all the drivers taking part here, they are all superstars at their home track. They would go in their home track and they would pretty much win or in podium position most of the time, but then they're all in the same ilk. They all come to the national final, and not everybody can win. Only one person can win, only one person comes second, only one person can come third, and there's going to be a lot of drivers out there that are going to leave today and think, oh, what could have been? If only I went for that gap. If only I defended here or did that. And there'll be a few drivers that think, yeah, absolutely nailed that, absolutely nailed it. So, Jen, what are you looking forward to with the whole national finals coming up over the next 2 days?
I'm mainly looking forward to seeing some obviously good racing out there as well, out there in general. Seeing how the grid starts play out and see how the Joker laps play out as well. Obviously, there's a lot of new faces in cadets, especially. Obviously, as like a lot of the drivers have aged up into juniors now. And it'll be really interesting to see who can come through to the podium this time. Obviously, we've got, I think, 5 or 6 drivers that have done national finals before for the cadets. But obviously, there's a lot of inexperience coming up there as well. And overall, the track is quite technical too. There's 3 different surface types out there. So you got tarmac, you got polished concrete, and wood as well. So see who can master the track the best.
That's a really good point. The Warrington track, we can't take it for granted, don't we? But it is absolutely extraordinary. And the reason why we always come to Warrington, it is just the finest piece of indoor karting that exists in the UK. It has to be said. It's got a bit of everything. And one thing that I need to mention, because it's really, really important, okay, is that we have, as ever, the live stream going on. So basically, you can message us and it will pop up immediately on our screens, and we will definitely read. Well, it's not a given that we'll read it out, because there has been lots of comments in the past that we can't read out. Okay. However, okay, there is a very good chance that what you put in the live stream, we will relate to absolutely everybody. So don't be afraid to put anything in that live stream, and we will. And there's a lot of activity. We're still in the driver's briefing at the moment. Already there is a lot of chat. We've got Madness Karting saying leads all the way. We've got Paul Doodle. How do peeps? Hello, Paul. How are we doing? We've got Randy Camel. That's a great name already. You know, it's early on a Saturday morning, but Randy Camel is in there. Good luck, Freya. Okay, very good. We've got John Whiteford. Good luck from the Cambuslang crew. We know John. Hello, John, up there in Cambuslang. We've got Carbros. Good luck, Ed. Let's have a look a bit further down. Carbros say, can you say good luck, Ed? Oh, just did. No, I didn't read before you even got to that comment. I already read it out. That's the kind of service that you get. Here we go. We've got Sam Slater, Motorsport, morning commentary team. We can't mention Sam Slater, actually, for the rest of the cast, because we got accused of favouritism last year. All we were doing was commentating. That's all we were doing.
He's only won 3 championships.
We don't have any say on anything that happens. But there we go.
I'm pretty sure the middleweight was the most intense final we saw last year.
It was, and that's where we saw one of the biggest accidents. So we've seen Sam Slater involved, going past the pit lane. And it all went wrong. But
yeah, one of his teammates sending it down the inside, from what I seem to remember. Yeah. But it got quite heated during the middleweights, and I think it ended up that Sam won his 3rd title by 3/10 in the end of it. We see the drivers' briefing disbanding. Nice podium opportunity there, photo opportunity there for our Discover Your Drive girls as well. Program that's been running within TeamSport for the last sort of 12 months, aiming to bring more young girls into motorsport. And we've got, I believe it's 5 drivers here today that have been effectively the product of that program today.
Yeah.
We'll see 4 of them in cadets and 1 of them in the juniors. It's a really good little program we ran with F1 Academy.
Yeah, but get this, Tom, right? Last year, okay, how many girls raced in the regionals? I'll answer that question for you.
Go on, how many do we have?
4. Do you know how many raced this year?
Go on.
40. Oh, was it 42? 42.
So a 10-fold increase in participation.
Absolutely. And also, of the drivers racing, of the girls racing here today, they're in with a shout. They are at the kind of speed that there is a good chance that I'm going to make a prediction. One of them's going to get on the podium.
Yeah, there are some very quick ones out there. One that was that popped up in my research was Freya Lally, one of the DYD girls. She went into Club 100 and finished 4th on debut at Rowra. And quite apt, since Club 100 this year is the prize sponsor for all of the categories, not just the adult ones. So this year, every one of our champions will get the opportunity to race with Club 100. And a fantastic little prize, fantastic little series. Jen, what do they get for taking home the championship this year?
Yeah, so there's 2 classes they can go into at the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championship. So you've got super lightweight and lightweight. This year they've now got a Northern Division too. So the Southern Division runs 8 rounds, Northern Division runs 5 rounds. So obviously you get to choose which one you get to do, obviously which class you get to go into as well.
Yeah, so good opportunity to race all over the country at some of the best circuits around. The Club 100s, Juniors and Cadets are actually at Butmore Park this weekend for the last round of their championship. And a few of the drivers that we have here today, even though they're not present at Butmore, thanks to the beauty of drop scores, still have the opportunity to seal the titles in those categories. So we wish the guys down at Butmore good luck, and hopefully the BIKC drivers that are here end up having a good day here, but also take home the Club 100 championships by the end of it as well.
Indeed. More stuff going on the live stream. So we've got Kylie Dixon says, Jake, come on, Jake Anders. There's a shout out. Now, I hope that's exactly what you said, because there's so much going on in the live stream that literally that comment went in and straight off a screen. So I hope I got that shout out exactly right. If I didn't, it's a sign of things to come. I'll be absolutely honest.
For anyone listening, don't worry. I have Russ's mute button very, very close at hand. So if anything does get interesting,
we're going to see how fast Tom's reflexes are as we get on through this weekend on that mute button. Right, okay, so what have we got? We've got Airline says, say good luck to Anders. A lot of love for Anders.
Yeah, hometown driver. It's his second time here in the finals.
Julie Wall, go Team Trafford. So yeah, great. We got Owen Seeley, so he's racing on winning Cadets and Juniors. Okay.
Not sure. Owen Seeley being, I believe, a lightweight or a middleweight from Warrington.
Yep, not sure quite how that works. We got Sol says, go on Calum. We've got Justin Cheesley Racing, go on all Bristol drivers. We've got Race Pace, the karts are on speed 4. It's not actually, the karts are on speed 3.
Yeah, the cadet karts are on 4.
Oh,
I think you'll find, Russ.
Okay, but juniors are on speed.
Yeah, juniors adults running speed 3 this year. To be fair, I think it should pose a similar sort of challenge towards the drivers. We were doing a little bit of testing, as we always do. And the lap record around Warrington at the moment currently sits at a 51.1, and that ironically was set on speed 3. So
wow,
that quicker by about 4 or 5 tenths than anything we saw at the finals last year. Obviously, there is a bit of track evolution. The karts are slightly different compared to what they had last year, because we've had a year of playing with them to get them tuned up and ready for Warrington. So it should be quite interesting to see how they go.
Rebecca Edwards says, Callum Eve, the juniors. Good luck, lad. Like that. That sounds a bit northern, that, doesn't it? So, yeah, very good. We've got Tony Brown says, go Sophie Curry. Go on, Sophie. Yes. Ronald says, good luck to Rudy Cruz. Let's go. We've got K Karting. Guys, I reckon I can win this year. Yes, a lot of punchy comments, even from the drivers at this very, very early stage.
Yeah, this is a championship. It's always really cliche. As me and you were chatting, Jen, at one point. You always say that, like, that you look at an entry list, you're like, oh, there's quite a few names on there that could probably win the title. But genuinely, as we were sitting through and starting sifting through what the drivers have done, you start building a list of about 10 to 15 names in just about every category that you're thinking, yeah, they've got a shot at this.
Yeah, it's all down to experience, really. It's obviously a lot of pressure and things like that when you're out there racing. So it's who can deal with the mental pain, the physical pain at the track, and also with the pressure as well. We sort of need to see drivers sort of being able to deal with the pressure while they're out there.
Yes, and this today as well isn't a particularly short day for some of these drivers. We're hopefully going to be getting on circuit very shortly, but we anticipate the finals today will kick off at somewhere around about 4:30, near getting towards 5 o'clock sort of time, which over the course of the day, to try and keep your head in the game for that amount of time, that must be a challenge.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, I think it's worth mentioning maybe the wild cards that have come through from the regionals. Obviously, regionals is hosted over 3 weekends during October. We obviously see lots of great racing going on, and race directors at the end of the event nominate drivers who they should see getting potentially wildcarded through to nationals. There's a discussion at the end, and we see sort of the drivers come through. So in cadets this year, we're seeing George from Dunstable getting wildcarded in cadets, Mia from Crawley, and Ben Hunt from Bristol. So those are 3 cadet drivers this year. And then in juniors, we're seeing Charlie from Harlow, Ollie from Crawley, Jaden from Birmingham, Charlie from Bristol, and Sol from Mitcham as well. So those are our wildcard drivers for today.
Fantastic. More love going on the live stream. Lee Wilson says, let's go, Lucas Fragile. We've got Jack Harrison, right? Jack Harrison has said that Jack Harrison is the best driver in the UK. Funny that.
I think they may be a little bit biased in the same way I might be a little bit biased saying Warrington is the best circuit in the country, this being my home track.
Indeed. We've got Ricky saying how long till on track. We're not far away.
Yeah, just see a final briefing going on with the track team and Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Indeed, Hislop.
Oh, Hislop. Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop. With the entire track team there, mainly based of Warrington drivers for the Marshals this year.
Now, I want to point out, right, Tom, right, that we actually had an easy gig here.
We've got it very easy.
And what I mean is, right, because literally they said there's no point us commentating on practice quali.
Yeah, we actually made our jobs harder this weekend by saying, no, we want to show qualifying.
Absolutely, because the main thing is for me is that if somebody asks me, right, which is the most important part of BIKC, well, everybody go, well, of course, you know, it's the final. It's not. It isn't. It's the practice quali. The way that the format works is you end up doing really well in the practice quali. It means that you will have significantly better grid positions in the heats, score more points, and have a much, much better chance of making it through to the final. And the other thing is we've got the technology. We've got Joel, our tech boffin, and his amazing team behind me. He's got a camera at the moment. Is that a decimator you've got there? He's got
you're marvelling at all the names of the audio
all
world,
the names.
how cool the kit sounds.
Honestly, it's like they've got like boxes around here with like things like decimator written on it and cross converter. And all it is really is a box by the apps. But anyway, right, we've got this, I digress a bit, but we have got the power. You let us know on the live stream who you want to look at, and we need a cart number, I think, is what we need. And then we can, as if by magic, Tom, we can get that driver and we can follow that driver around the track in the practice quali. So keep your eyes on the track, everybody, on live stream, because if you have a particular favourite, and obviously there's a lot of favourites going on out there, then we can get them on the main screen. So, but yeah, we're just, obviously, there's a lot of chat that goes on with BIKC, so we're just getting the chat out of the way at the present moment in time. There's Kevin there. I don't know if that is Kevin.
No, that's Aiden.
Aiden,
one of our
he's obviously
managers.
changed his name to Kevin because he's got Kevin.
He's masquerading as Kevin this time around.
Masquerading as Kev. He's Kev from now on, for the absolute.
He's masquerading as Kevin. We had Harvey, the grid marshal last year, was masquerading as Kevin. The title of honorary Kevin seems to be passed around the team over the course of the year. It seems like Aiden's going to be wearing that title this year.
Indeed. So we'll put them into groups, and obviously just to remind everybody, we have the cadets and the juniors racing today, and the whole event will get run side by side. So we will run a practice for the cadets, and then next one out will be the juniors, next one out will be cadets, and then juniors, and this will go on all the way through the practice quali, going into the heats, going into the semi-finals, and obviously going through to the grand final. We'll have 2 grand finals back to back, followed by 2 presentations where we will be crowning 2 BIKC champions today.
Marshall's heading out, so we shouldn't be too far off. Off getting some drivers to carts. So you can see the cadets are already sat ready and raring to go. And just to confirm, we've got 30 cadets here today, and we'll be splitting them over 3 separate grids. The drivers will all practice, qualify, and do their heats in the same grids. Then we start putting all the results together for the semi-finals and the finals.
And then, Tom, we haven't even talked about the Joker lap. I know they mentioned it earlier on, obviously, with Lex and Will, but we won't be doing it for cadets, but for juniors, there will be a Joker lap. Now, what that means, so everybody's clear, is they will have an opportunity while they're in their grand final, but only in their grand final, that they can come into the pit lane and do a drive-through and stop in the pit lane and then get released back onto the track. Now, what this does is like a strategical move. It's like an undercut in Formula One, is the way I see it. If you're stuck behind the leader, you can go, I know what I'll do. I'll do the undercut. I'll go into the pit lane. I'll get that out of the way. I'll have some nice clear space on track, foot to the floor, pedal to the metal, get those lap times in, and then when the leader goes in and does their Joker lap, there's a good chance, will come out behind. So it is literally like, or I see it, it's very similar to what could be the undercut in Formula One. Now, that's just me, my brain just just on overdrive. Jen, would you, as our expert, would you agree with that?
Yeah, honestly, I think the main thing that drivers need to look out for is the pace on the in-lap and out-lap. Obviously, if you make a mistake on the in-lap, it's going to cost you in the pit lane overall. Same on the out-lap as well. Obviously, drivers releasing from the pit lane, there is a white line on exit. You cannot cross that white line at all, not wheels, not anything. All the kart has to be on the inside, and they have to give way position to the driver on track. So obviously, you kind of want to prioritize if you do come into the pit lane, or someone comes in behind you, you want to put in the fastest laps of your life to gain enough tenths to overcut them on that exit.
Yeah, but it just, for me, it just really spices it up. So we're going to be looking, and it's also, has to be said, the way they rejoin onto the track, it's going to be tight. It's going to be exciting because they'll be released out the pit lane and they will literally enter the track just in a super fast swerve onto the, right down to the fastest point of the track. And here we go, we've got a, dare I say it, we've got a kart on track, yes! Okay, this is the first practice qualification coming up for the cadets. And here we go, they're going very slowly at the moment because they are on yellow speed. So that is speed 1.
Yeah, so released under yellows, the guys will go through, do a lights test. So if you see yellows and reds very early on, don't worry about that. It doesn't necessarily mean that someone's had some issues early on. We test the knowledge of all the lights in the same way that we do on our standard sessions, even though these drivers are of a high caliber and have already beaten around about 1,000 drivers just to earn a slot on this grid. We still make sure that they're happy with the lights and the flags, which every now and again, you like to see people trying to gain an advantage where possible. You can already see drivers trying to make gaps where they can, as the karts come off the pit limiter and released under green flag conditions.
15 minutes, Tom.
Yeah, 15 minutes of qualifying here at BIKC. And as ever, the timing line here is just under the footbridge as always. As you see, the lights test is being conducted now. So drivers come to a stop. And as soon as the clerk of the course is happy, everyone's responding correctly to the lights. Lights will change. We go yellow first to get the move in to make sure everything's all good. And then for the first qualifying session, the lights will go green and we'll start to see some representative laps.
So very early days here, obviously, because I haven't really just got going, but I see this very much as the time where I used to think about the practice, like you ease yourself in, just kind of get used to everything. It's like, but no, that's the wrong strategy, Tom. The way I see it these days is you've literally got, it's all about tyre temperature. You've got to get racing really hard, really, really quickly, and build enough tyre temperature because the lap times will come down as the session goes on, and we really should be seeing the absolute fastest lap times coming at the end of the qualifying session. And then the karts will also go back into the pit lane. They will have 15 minutes at least, probably 20 minutes to cool all the way back down again. For Group 2 go back out and have to go through the whole same process. So all drivers here, let's see exactly who we've got. We've got Eastern Bisco, Clenty was the first driver out of the pit lane. Okay, we've got George Glossop out there. We've got Ronnie Deacon out there. We've got Alex out there. We've got Lucas Fragile out there. We've got Megan Gascoigne. So lots of drivers there that are just finding their way around the track at the moment. But for me, it is very much that these early stages of the qualifying are as important as the bit at the end where you've got to get your laps in.
Yeah, you're going to see over the first couple of laps, the lap times will start to flow in relatively quickly, and you'll just see the pace start to go up and up and up and up over the course of 15 minutes. 2 of them already gone, so 13 minutes remaining for the drivers as they pop up on the screen. Harvey Ball, first driver to put, I'd say, a semi-representative lap in. Still got a few seconds to find over the outright pace. Harvey Ball actually broke the cadet lap record here back in October. It had stood since the BIKC finals last year at a 1:04, but he managed to bang in a 1:0.385 in one of the Race Academy events today, beating out all the Warrington regulars. Harvey Ball, a driver who we have seen in the finals before from Farnborough, the 11-year-old. Finished 12th here last year, as he improves his time. Again, stays on the top of the timing sheets as drivers now will start to try and throw a representative time in. Currently, we are focused on the 47 of Megan Gascoigne, as she's going through the top end of the circuit. Nice easy way of talking about the Warrington track. Down the first ramp, this hairpin can really catch a few people out. It's deceptively tight on the way in, and the fact that you brake in as you bottom out, I know I sometimes struggle with that, Jen. I don't know how you found it around here, but you also find the bumps on that section can also unsettle the kart quite a lot.
Yeah, I think so. You need to definitely brake on that section as you're coming down the ramp. It's just choosing the right time to do it. If you do it at the wrong time, then it's just wall pretty much. So obviously we're following Megan now. She is a Discover Your Drive driver. She qualified from Eastleigh this year, but she is originally from Bristol. So I've seen this driver quite a lot. She was actually in my Discover Your Drive cohort.
Oh, okay, so he's one of your drivers then.
Yeah, so I helped run it with James, who's in race control today. So this is one of the cohorts that we ran for Discover Your Drive. Really, really good driver. She's a Club 100 regular as well for the cadets, so got a lot of experience racing. So let's hopefully see her put some good laps in.
And we're watching Kart 47 because it's been requested. So if anybody out there wants to see a particular driver, or we could just watch Megan for the whole 15 minutes, then let us know, and we will, by the power, by Joel's magic powers, we will make sure that that driver ends up on the screen for you.
I can see Lucas Fragile being mentioned.
Very quiet on there at the moment about let's show a driver.
Lucas Fragile.
Perhaps they don't want to watch them.
He's just gone faster
Perhaps
again,
they're fed up with watching them, and they're quite looking forward to watching other drivers out there. Maybe.
Yeah, so Lucas Fragile in the 59 has just gone fast
48,
as a ball.
Harvey Ball, 48. They're working on it. We had a request for driver number 48, Harvey Ball. So look at this. How long will it take them? It's early in the morning, isn't it?
They're just searching around the circuit to see if they can find them. All the camera ops are sat on comms in the same way that we are.
Because Harvey Ball has just gone fast. It's on a 103.262. So there he is, and tucked up behind another driver there. So look, now he's playing strategic. He's backed off. Okay, he's not interested in maybe going for the tyre temperature. He's literally, the strategy there is to back off and have nice track in front, clean track, clear track, and then really put your foot down. So he's probably, I would say, going for a fastest lap every other lap because he's naturally getting brought up to other drivers. So therefore, he's then having a lap off and then having a lap back on again. So he's balancing that strategy with the fact that other drivers out there will be pushing out every single lap. So I would say it's all there about will the tyre temperature strategy be better than the slingshot go every other lap strategy. See, already, like we're only 6 minutes into the first qualifying, there's a little bit of, because there's a lot of strategy that goes on, there's no doubt about that. The key to winning, you've got to be shrewd on this kind of stuff. And there's already strategy going on from the Harvey Ball team. So, anybody else? We've got kart, Lee Wilson says kart 59. Can we go to kart 59, please? That's Lucas Fragile, who's currently running in second. Your wish is our command. There he is, 59, end of the straight. He's got a nice clear track in front of him.
He's going to be coming through to try and pump a lap in here. So through the last hairpin, he's currently sat around about 2/10 off Harvey Ball in first place. Over the line, let's see if this is an improvement for Lucas. It's an improvement on time, but not in position. A 63.400. Quite satisfying seeing that time
That's great. Now can we go
exact down
46? Kart 46, Ronnie has been requested, in fact, by a number of people, actually, in fact. There's a lot of fans out there of driving kart 46, which is Ronnie Deacon. So we're going to pick up Ronnie on track.
Yeah, Ronnie Deacon just set his personal best of the session, a 63.776. Kart 46, he is in. Ronnie, let's have a look through the notes and see where he is from. He's qualifying through from Brighton, the 11-year-old. It's first time here at the BIKC National Finals as he heads under the footbridge and through the fastest part of the circuit. Corner in my track guide I liken to Eau Rouge because it's a corner that you can take flat, but however, if you're an inch or so offline, it could end particularly badly. Looks like a relatively clean line for the 46 of Deacon as he comes through the third hairpin, gets the kart set up, keeps the foot planted firmly on the power as he comes through under the Dunlop bridges over the line. Let's see if he improves this time. Again, he moves up to 3rd place, so a couple of tenths found to put him on a 1 minute 3.484. And
can I just say,
time so far.
Drift Stallion has said kart 8, please. We're not going to bother with that. We're not going to. Like, kart 8 is going to be sat in the pit lane, probably with no driver in it, if I'll be absolutely honest. So we're not really going to go for kart 8, if I'll be honest. It'd take the sting out of it, is what I would say.
Yeah, I think we watched a kart in a pit lane. It wouldn't go down too well. However, I can see requests for kart 60, which is Mia Gualteri.
Let's go, Mia.
From Crawley. She's done a
Kart
bit of Daniel
60.
Ricciardo series as well, this driver. She's currently sat in P8, a 1 minute 4.867. Mia, I believe, was doing quite a bit of testing yesterday, and she was putting in quite a few good overtakes on another Discover Your Drive instructor, Chrissy, who came up from Crawley. She was quite impressed when she was throwing moves down the inside, going up the up ramp, which isn't a particularly easy place to sit. You can just see her behind the 47 of Megan Gascoigne, so potentially 2 drivers working together. Every now and again you can see if 2 drivers are nose to tail, you can sometimes even try and pull each other along, and the fact they're sat both together on relatively similar times in 7th and 8th, that probably works the same for those. So 64.604 last time over the line for Mia. She's not quite improved this time, as they now go through the top section. You see it taking a little bit of a wider line compared to 47, as Ted Hayward in the 49 has just dropped Mia down into 9th place. Even though there's only 10 drivers on track, even and 1,000 metres of circuit to play with, you can still find traffic can potentially be an issue on this circuit. But Mia through the top section of the track, trying to get on terms with the pace being set by Harvey Ball, going even quicker still on his last lap, a 1 minute 3.019.
We're going to go kart 58, George Glossop, because it's been requested, and has to be said, Tom and Jen, 5 minutes to go in the first quali. Time goes fast, doesn't it? It really does. We are starting now to be looking at these lap times with, let's see what it's going to end up. At the moment, it's Harvey Ball who's got the fastest time on a 1:03.019. We've got Lucas Fragile in second at the moment, 1:03.276. And I'd say that is actually that's actually a decent gap, I would say, around for this stage to have over 0.2 of a second. Can't believe we only talk about 0.2 of a second, but we do. Those are the kind of margins that we have in BIKC. That 0.2 of a second at the moment looks relatively comfortable. We've got Eastern Bisco Fienti in third with a 1:03.334. Ronnie Deacon in fourth, 1:03.428. George Glossop that we are focusing on now on a 1:03.893. So a bit of a gap there between fourth and fifth. That is a 0.4 second gap. So that would really mean that the kind of the seeds in this group, I would say, Harvey, Lucas, Easton and Ronnie, just a little bit quicker than the other drivers. But it will start to come down. We've got Alex has just gone fifth. So Alex has just closed that 0.4 second gap to go into fifth. So Alex for 1:03.785, pushing George Glossop down into sixth place. So we're looking at now. Got Mia in seventh, we've got Megan in eighth, we've got Ted Hayward in ninth, and Fabian's at the back, but still on a very respectable 1:05.054. So 3.5 minutes to go. Let's see if anybody out there can do anything to bring that gap down. The Harvey Ball leads the way.
Yeah, 3 minutes is the crunch time now, really, of qualifying. We start to get towards the faster laps as we get through the session. And the 58 of George Glossop. He did get beaten by Alex there on a 1:03.785. Let's see if he can pump in a good lap time this time around. Seems to have had a relatively tidy lap, using all the circuit on the way out of the first hairpin into the second one. And again, just feeding the kart through the third hairpin, gets back on, I would say the loud pedal, but being back in electric now, it's a little bit different. Over the line, let's see if the 58 can improve. And it's not an improvement in time there, 1:04.035. Very consistent, lapping within a couple of tenths over the course of this lap.
Let's have a look at the leader, I think. Let's have a look at kart 48, because Harvey's been at the top of the leaderboard all the way through with a very interesting strategy of really going for that clear track, going for it, backing off, going for it again. So kart 48, there they are. Quick look behind. Look at that, let him go.
Again,
all about the clear track.
Just getting into clear air. Doesn't want to start racing just yet.
totally doesn't want to start racing one little bit. Whether the kart is in front and holding him up or behind, bothering him, it's just no, don't want to know. This is practice qualifying, and at the moment you have to say that strategy is working, although Lucas Fragli has brought that down now to 103.086, so there is now less than a tenth of a second between the top two drivers, and this is crucial. This is crucial for the grids in the heats and the scoring, how able you are to score points to get through to the semi-finals, which will lead to grid positions in semi-finals, which will lead to grid positions in grand finals. So this is a super important time of the event. And there is your current fastest driver in Kart 48, Harvey Ball, 103.019.
Yeah, interestingly, Harvey was actually at the regional with the driver in 5th place, and 5th place driver was the one that won the regional at Bristol this year. So obviously seeing Harvey's been here putting a lot of practice in. Obviously has a lap record as well, or temporary have a lap record, so he's definitely a fast driver out there.
Yeah, as he goes through now into the top section of the circuit, the outright lap time's not probably where we initially expect them to be. However, very, very closely matched at the moment. 8/10 separates the top 6 drivers, 2 seconds covers the whole field. And considering we've got some drivers here who have been around this circuit quite a lot, and in the next couple of sessions we're going to see some very experienced cadet drivers, and some drivers who are on their first time in the BIKC National Finals. This could potentially be the biggest series they have ever competed in, and doing very, very well just to even make it here. 30 drivers we have on the grid in cadets, and that's been whittled down from just over 1,000 drivers who entered. Remember, 5,000 drivers total enter BIKC this year. As we get towards the crux of the qualifying session with just a few seconds left for drivers to
last
put
chance,
in
I think. This is
their
the
times.
last lap.
So Harvey Ball still holding the top position over Lucas Fragli. Eastern Biscoe Cliente on a 1 minute 3.334. Leads Ronnie Deakin. There's your front 2 rows of the grid. Remember, standing starts as well, so they will be standing as the lights change there to yellows. That looks like it's the end of the session there. So pole position for the first heat. Checker flags out, and Harvey Ball on pole from Lucas Fragli. That's your front row for heat number 1 later on.
That's fantastic stuff, and it has to be said, that's the kind of what we expect from BIKC practice quali. Sometimes we do see drivers go out there and just dice it out.
Yeah, we'll see it later. Yeah, we'll see it later. We'll see it tomorrow. Drivers racing in qualifying, but you can already see these young drivers, and when these start racing later, it's really easy to forget that these are the youngest drivers we're going to see over the course of the competition. Driving already quite smartly, making sure they've got some space and they're just focused on their lap, nothing else, not being suckered in to a race and potentially ruining their chances later on.
It has to be said for me, it's a big shout out to all the chief instructors out there. Whenever I see like the drivers, they're driving so maturely, and it's brilliant, and it's, you know, it's obviously it's led by the parents, I get that, but as well as that, in every track, every team sport track around the country, there is a chief instructor, and they run the whole cadet program, the cadet academy that we have. There's a nice shot of Cecil there. He's the GM of the TeamSport Warrington track. He's just stood in the corner. He's just stood out there going,
stood in the corner,
no,
watching on, making sure everything goes well.
What's happening at my track? But it's a great shout out to all the chief instructors in TeamSport tracks all the way up and down the country, that we get to the BIKC finals and we see such from such young drivers, such incredibly mature driving.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of pride from the chief instructors as well for their drivers. Obviously, a lot of time is spent with them. We run, like, obviously, when they, however many times they come down to track and visit us, there are a lot of drivers obviously prepare for BIKC. So I'm sure Harvey has been down to Farnborough like 500 times this year, getting ready for this competition. Same with other drivers as well. So it's just really nice to see when our drivers make the nationals, and then we can sort of promote them and be proud for them. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's the fun part of how competitive some of the circuits get. When you look at the end of it, it's quite regularly. We've got the live stream on in bars around the team sport tracks, drivers all gathering together to watch, see how how their friends are getting on, and chief instructors do get quite protective when they see their drivers up towards the top.
Yeah, back in 2021, we watched it in the bar, me and a bunch of the drivers from Cardiff back when I was single site there. We watched it all, watching Luke Evans race back in the year, he came 3rd place. So yeah, it was great to still have an experience together with the members.
Yeah,
Can I just have a shout out to Wife out there who just said, my 2 favourite commentators.
Now, which
well,
one's
now
the, which
it's going
one's
to have
the
to be three.
word?
It's going to have to be three favourite commentators because now we've got Jen on the scene.
I'm new.
But thank you very much. Wife out. That, yeah.
Yeah, we've now got, as you can see, the juniors and slightly in the different specification of Biz EcoVolt's karts. As they get through their lights test, the karts will be released. We'll get an idea of how quick these guys can go. We expect outright times here to be probably a low 52, high 51, I'd probably guess. But some very, very experienced drivers over the course of the finals here. And you can see one of the drivers that's already been shouted at a lot is Kart 15, Jake Anders. He's had a lot of support so far. You see Matthew So, the Trafford driver, is sat alongside him. This again, we were talking about them racing during qualifying. This looks like the rolling starts we had at the start of last year.
I just said they were just going on the old rolling start line. I thought, yeah, hang on a minute, is it 2023 again? You can see these, that there's a lot of hand signals, communication going on between the drivers. They all want to get on with it, but it is a level of respect. I like to think that they're all talking to each other. They all know what they want to get out of their own personal qualifying session. But at the moment, you can see none of the strategy that was going on with the cadets. Nobody out there is really going for any space or any kind of quiet track. They just want to get on with it.
Surprising, to be honest. Obviously, if I was Jake, he's a current lap record holder with a 51.1. I would want to drop to the back and not give anyone any tips. That was what I would do.
Yeah, so during qualifying, as much as you feel out the kart, you feel out the circuit, you're also sort of starting to feel out your competition as well. So you can start trying to find, maybe go and find a quick driver and see if you can sit behind them, see what they're doing. Gives you an idea of how close you may be to them during the course of the day. Maybe give you a hint of what your day might look like later on when you get towards the heats and the finals, Jen.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, can we go Kart 20, please? Lots of shout-outs for Kart 20, so we're going to get Kart 20 in.
So 20, Ben Longman, who is, let's see if I can find him on my list. I believe this is his first time here at the finals. Yes, the 15-year-old from Eastleigh. It's his first time here at BIKC National Finals, and this does look like we are racing here and not qualifying. So expect these times to come through very fast, very quickly. Still 15 minutes for them to have a play as we get 20 of Ben Longman up on our screens. And slap bang in the middle of the pack here. So we see the times all start filing through. Matthew So, 52.2 so far is the fastest. See if anyone has anything to match him. Jake Anders goes second. Ben Hamilton goes third. Brother of Rory Hamilton, a driver who both the Hamilton lads are very experienced in this sort of competition. We've seen them both before. Ben finished here sixth last year. But we're currently looking at debutant Ben Longman in Kart 20. He's going through the top section of this track. You can see the high wheel position. I likened it last year. I called it the full Chris Ball last year, but he nicked it from John O'Lacey. Insists that it is quicker, and I've tried it in these karts with the steering. With the rectangular steering wheel, it makes a lot of sense, actually. It makes it a little bit easy for you to turn. You see it's a driving style that's been adopted quite regularly, both here, both at home and away. So the 20 of Ben Longman, see what he can do over the line.
Here we go, Jake Anders
goes fastest into the 51s. The 20 of Longman is P13 at the moment. He's on a 52.6. You already see how close this junior pack is going to be. There are 14 karts in 7/10 of a second. And the fact that they're all nose to tail at the moment, I'm not that surprised.
Okay, I'm going to have a shout. Here we go, Kart 36, Megan Rowledge. I actually watched Megan win the regional final in Sheffield only a few weeks ago, and she was absolutely outstanding. And she is mixing it up here because this is very, very early days. And I would even go far to say the lap times have really only just started going in. They've only done probably 2 competitive lap times. The tyres are still getting up to optimum temperature. It's very, very early days. But she's mixing it. She is there in 8th place at the moment in this early stage, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this goes. And Jake Anders has just put in a 51.587, and now we really are starting to see the quick laps go in with just under 11 minutes. There's loads of time left in this qualifying session, and the names are just flying in underneath as everybody is getting their laps in when the tyres are coming more and more up to temperature. So we've got Hector in second, we've got Ty third, Edgar in fourth, Matthew So in fifth, Oscar is in sixth. Megan Round, as I said, she's just put in a lap time. As I said, she had dropped down to about 10th or 11th. That lap time puts her 7th. She is getting quicker and quicker. Benjamin Hamilton, who was 2nd, only a lap ago, is now 8th. But let's see as he crosses the line where he will end up, because he will surely jump up as his tyres come more up to speed.
Yeah, you can see these karts are now starting to get up to pace now. The lap time's already tumbled and way inside the 51s. Got the top 10 already within the 51 bracket. Ben Hamilton, the next driver to try and jump in. We've got quite a lot of support coming through for 31 of Oscar. He's on a 51.780. Currently P6. Oscar's the Bristol driver. It's his first time here at the national finals. He's up on the top level of the circuit right now as they go through the top end of the track. Let's see what can be done. We found the number 31 kart of David there, going through the chicane. See if Oscar can improve on his lap time, the 51.780. We already see some overtaking up towards the front of the field. This driver's already racing very, very hard in qualifying at times. But you just see some of them now starting to play the tactics, starting to drop out of the packs, and starting to try and find themselves some clear air. Still Jake Anders, though, fastest on a 5.87. And an improvement there into 14th for Jaden Steetham on.
And he's going a bit slower. That last lap time of Jake's was not quite as quick. It was close, but just under half a 10th away from his fastest, which is a bit strange because usually it goes quicker and quicker and quicker. Let's see who we can go to. I'm literally picking somebody at random. Lucy Berners says kart 11, please. Can we go to kart 11?
Yeah, Jaden Steetham that we were just talking about there, he's improved on his last lap to a 52.695. As Anders improves the overall pace to go to a 51.352. Said this last year that qualifying is going to be important. We said it this year as well. Some of the drivers trying to make inroads very, very quickly. Over the start-finish line, Stephen doesn't quite improve there in the 11th. Actually gets bested by Ross McLean, who moves up into 14th place.
Jake Anders has gone quicker now, 51.3. He doesn't actually need to, because his old lap time was more than good enough to still hold him in that number 1 position. But Jake Anders, this is a statement drive in quali. This is, I'm just going quicker and quicker. And they're at the moment, the rest of the pack look like they are just a little step behind by about 3/10. So if you go from second down, it is as tight as you can get, really. 51.6 in second position for Edgar, and 52 dead in 10th. So 4/10 for the second separates 8 drivers from second down. But at the moment, Jake Anders in a league of his own.
Yeah, new member into the 51 code, David Sniesko in P9, kart 30, 51.922. The top 9 drivers inside 51 seconds. 39 is being requested, and they're the next driver to try and get into the 51s. He's just on the outside, is Ben Hamilton, a 52.032.
Yeah, let's go 39. Will Roberts says 39, 39, 39.
Yeah, it's a driver we've seen before. It's his second time here at the national finals. Finished 6th out last time out. He's going into the top section of the track right now. Ben's done quite a bit of racing outside of TeamSport as well. To be racing with our partners, Club 100. He's in the super lightweight junior category. He currently sits P3 in the standings with 1 round left to play. Obviously, he's not attending that one as he's here playing in the BIKC. We wish good luck to everyone down at Butmore this weekend. And we'll see our defending junior champion, Bobby McGurr, is leading those standings at the moment. We'll see if on drop scores he can seal the title. But a few drivers who've done quite a lot of different racing this year, Jen.
Yeah, so we see, obviously, Bobby McGurr is currently leading championship, we just said. We've also got Benji, who is the 2022 Super Cadet champion as well. So he's won a Club 100 championship overall. And then the sort of main drivers that I've got on this list is Frederick Navarro. He has competed in championships like BRKC, which is one of the British competitions. You got the Danish Rental Karting Championship and the Polish Indoor Karting Championship as well. So he's got a European experience outside of the sort of UK stuff.
Very well-raced driver there, and we'll see him later on in the second group as Russ is starting to shout for different drivers over my ear. I believe I heard Hector Sadlowski is next.
Lots
in 22. Driver up in 4th place, another driver who we've seen before. He was 12th last time out. It's his second appearance at the BIKC finals, just 14 years old he is. Interesting fact about the juniors, no driver other than those who are 14 who've ever won the championship.
So if you're 14,
if you're 14, you stand a good chance of winning the BIKC juniors.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Wifeout said, I said that before I heard Jen. See, I don't know what that means now. Does it mean that she doesn't like you, Jen?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I made an impression, yeah. This is my first year doing it, commentating full. So, yeah, I'm in impression yet, so I wouldn't blame you if you just said 2 for now. Obviously, looking at the drivers that we have.
No, we have got. Sorry, that's a great overtake. That's a great. That's a great overtake.
That was very good.
Too bad we're not racing yet.
Yeah, we're not even going for it.
Yeah, it was Ty and Hector going together there. Drivers very, very close together in terms of times, 4th and 5th on the road. But I think Ty may be trying to improve his position as he's on circuit, as well as in the leaderboard by clearing the 22 of Hector Savlovsky there.
Logan McAllister Racing. Yes, 39, please. We need to get him up to P1. Can't help you with that, if I'm honest. He's going to have to sort it out all over himself. Can we go 39? I think we've been 39 before, but let's go 39 again just for a minute or so. Quested, I'm sure we will pick it up very soon, but still Jake Anderson. That lap time, it's like we've just hit a bit of optimum pace. Because I was talking about that 0.3, 0.4 kind of gap between first and second, but that has come down. So it's like Jake Anders found his pace very, very quickly. Maybe he got those tyres up to optimum temperature quicker than the other drivers, and the other drivers have now reached that critical tyre temperature, and they're suddenly able to put in laps that are similar, because now the gap has come down to less than 1/10 of a second with 3.5 minutes left to go of this quali.
Yeah, 36 and Megan Rowledge were watching. She's improved their time into a 51.875. Another driver in the 51 club as Ben Hamilton now moves into the 51s as well. A 51.934. So Jack Harris and Ben Longman now the next people knocking at the door of that magical 51 second time. But it is starting to get closer up again. We said Jake managed to pull a bit of a gap, about 3/10, but everyone else seems to be starting to get back into the groove of things. As Oscar's now within 1/10 of him. Edgar Azevedo in 3rd, about 2.5 tenths off. Hector Sadlovsky's 4th, he's about 3/10 off. Taiju Sherlock, who we've been watching in the 1. Rudy Cruz is P6 on a 51.748. He's about 4/10 off. Matthew So is just a few hundredths off him as well in 7th. Yeah, this is how close these guys are in qualifying. I can't wait to get racing.
Kind of said a wife out. It says, Jen is great. Don't be causing trouble now, you. But all I'm saying, you haven't specified how great.
Don't be causing trouble.
Is she as great as me and Tom? But she's very loose with her descriptions, Jen. We probably need a little bit more clarity there, wife out. But anyway, back to the racing. Jake Anders still out there with that lap time that is standing since 1842, it seems like. That 51.352. which he set when he was about 8 years old, still is up there. And we got Oscar there on the 51.445 and 51.603 from Edgar in 3rd place. Hector Sladowicz is, let's get it right. Sladowski is in 4th place on the 51.664. We got Ty in 5th, and we got Rudy Cruz on the 51.748. So at the moment, we have got the top 10 are all in the 51s. And look at that, Ben Hamilton, surprising that actually, because he's in 10th, but he was running in the top 3 very, very early on. It's all about how these drivers are playing their cards. It's all about how they're easing themselves in. But as I said earlier on, the quali is so important. You've got to get those stunning lap times in. Jake Anders is going to find himself right smack bang at the front of his heats for each of his heats. And that is going to be so much easier to score the big points. So yeah, these are now absolutely crucial stages. We talked about Megan Rowledge. She's currently running in 9th. She's in the mix. She's probably about 4. Needs another 3 or 4 attempts to find in the next minute or so to really get onto the real top line pace.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard itself, it is still very, very close. Bit of support coming through there for 35, I saw at the bottom there. So Rudy Cruz currently sat in P6. We'll see if the cameras can go and pick up driver 35. I think he's just about be on the top section of the circuit, is my guess.
Roblox go-karting. I said these karts are extremely bouncy. That's the ground effect.
Yeah, the circuit itself here, this place has been open since, what, the early 80s?
No, it's the regulations got changed a few years ago, Tom. And
so we've got all the karts have ground effects. They
all bounce a bit.
They're just porpoising as the 35 of Rudy Cruz goes up. You can just see the karts up there. That next corner at the top of the ramp comes you exceptionally quickly, so you'll be very careful to get the kart turned in. Through the hairpin, Rudy goes. He's on a 51.748 and running out of time to try and improve it here. Going under the bridge. The checkers are going to be coming out any second now. Session finishes and we wait to see the drivers come over the line, see if anyone can improve their times. As we watch Rudy Cruz coming through the last couple of corners, he comes towards the checker flag. Is this going to be an improvement? Over the line, let's see if that's Matthew So, I think, going over the line. Can he improve? Over the line goes Rudy Cruz. He holds P6. That was a 52.4, so probably not the best lap from Rudy there, but overall 51.748. That's a good showing there from Rudy.
I'd say we stayed on that kart forever. I got distracted by Wipeout, if I'm honest.
It's not hard to distract you at this point. I'm surprised it's taken this little time to distract you.
Indeed.
But that's the end of qualifying 1 for the juniors. So Jake Anders on pole with a 51.352. Lap record holder on P1. Not really that much of a surprise, is it?
Not really. But it's still a stunning lap time.
That's a very good lap time so far.
Even though it's the same driver really at the front for the majority of that, you've got to have a lot of respect for that lap time because it was pretty stunning, it has to be said.
We move back to the cadets. So for anyone who is unsure, we've got 2 grids of juniors, 3 grids of cadets. We split the cadets in 3, so we run 10 karts at a time, mainly for parity reasons, to make sure the karts are as close as they can be. And we have the pick of the fleet over the course of the day. The juniors will run in 2 grids of 16 to make 32 drivers total. As the drivers now file out onto the circuit for the second qualifying session. Very quick turnarounds here. Loving this so far.
See, with the bouncing, all the karts were literally smooth. And then we got so many people come to us and say, look, well, in Formula One, all the cars do is bounce. Can you make them bounce in Warrington? And we went, all right, no problem. So we got Adam from the tech team, and he had to scratch his head. How do we do this? But we've worked it out, kind of thing. So literally, this is as close an experience to Formula One as you could possibly get. Over to you, Jen.
I wouldn't describe it like that personally. I would say the track hurts if you drive it for a long period of time. Obviously, now we're moving back into cadets now. We have a total of 24 drivers which are new to the competition, internationals this year, out of 30, which is insane. So it's great to see some inexperienced drivers. Obviously, in this group now, we have everyone's favourite Rory Hamilton, who's finished 3rd 3 times in a row. So let's hope that he makes it either to first or second this time.
Yeah,
How
3
soon?
appearances, 3 times he's finished 3rd.
How soon before one of us says through goes Hamilton?
I think it was Heat 1 last year. First time he made an overtake. You were watching him. As soon as he made an overtake, we got him straight away.
We're going to get it in literally every time, even when he's like passing the pace. Well, we're not running a pace car. What am I saying?
As soon as he goes through a corner, it's
through
goes Hamilton.
Through goes Hamilton.
Oh, you've already started. You've started already.
Everyone's going to get sick of this line.
How we always get allowed to come back and do this? I never know.
But it's got me thinking, like last year, do you remember the whole, do you remember I wanted a catchphrase when we were doing the rolling starts?
Oh.
Well, now we've got standing starts. We need our own catchphrase.
I can't
if
see a way
anybody's out
that
there
this
wants
ends well.
to suggest anything, we ended up with, what did we end up with years ago? I dread to, but anyway, we're up for that. So if anybody's got a nice catchphrase, by the great Crofty, has to be said, lights out and away we go.
Might just have to steal that one this time around.
Well, no, we've got to have our own, can't we? We've got to have our own with it. So
it's when he gets halfway through the heats and we get the full Murray Walker. It's the full Murray Walker of go, go, go as soon as the lights go green.
I've got one to set off. I'm going to say it on the first one. Okay, I'm not going to even tell anybody what it is. Okay,
I'm mildly scared.
I've got an idea for one potentially. So when we're running,
I might have to mute his mic as we get.
No, you won't. No, this is good. This is good.
Pop it straight away. Right, thinking about racing, we have karts on track, and we have requests to go and have a look at Max Banachowski in kart 54. It's currently running in second place, 1 minute 3.575. Now, a good commentator would have noted down the pole time from the previous session, so we know exactly how close these are to everyone else. But I'm currently looking to my right, and all three of us didn't have that idea.
I'm looking at Jen. That was your job,
I'm looking
Jen,
at Tom.
You see, we're all just pointing fingers at each other. It's like that Spider-Man meme at the moment.
Should have written this one down, surely.
It's like the Spider-Man meme at the moment. We're all just pointing at each other. It's like,
Joel
you should
doesn't
have
know
done
what
that.
we're talking about.
But no,
it's just not. Yeah, it's Joel's fault.
Under the
As ever.
top bridges, Max goes. Can he improve on his position? So Max goes up into third. Pole position currently being held by Leander Hewitt. Now, I know that time is quicker than what we saw earlier, because that is the first time we have seen a 1 minute 2. Now, the last name Hewitt might be familiar to anyone who watched BIKC last year. Leander is the younger brother of cadet champion Akhil Vyas, who went on from BIKC. I believe he raced in Daniel Ricciardo's series last year and won their cadet championship. So moving away from BIKC, tried to compete in juniors, finished 5th in the regionals last year. Let's see if a BIKC title runs in the blood of that family and Leander can take the title. But looking at the 54 of Max as he comes through the top section of the circuit, already very close at the moment with these cadets. So fastest time of 1 minute 2.955. And then looking down, is about 1.1 separating Leander and Ben Hunt in the 52 on a 1 minute 4.127.
Chris Love says catchphrase, speed unleashed. That's good. That sounds like
Speed unleashed.
Sounds like a Clarkson, kind of like a thing Clarkson would say. You know what I mean? It's like I might do that. That's good. Oh no, yeah, I'd forgotten all about it. It's all come back. I couldn't even remember what it was. Cat grease. That's where we ended up with.
Cat grease, yeah, I remember that. That's 2 years in a row.
I've literally wiped that out from my memory, kind of thing. It's like, but no, there's lots of people out there that have been equally as traumatized by that day as myself because they know it. And yeah, go gadget cat grease.
That was the day we proved that anyone on the internet can make you say anything.
Absolutely. And that still remains till today, just a little hint. I'll say anything.
Hence why I've got the mute button very, very close just in case I need it. So, thinking back to some racing, Leander Hewitt still on pole position. Max Banachowski's moved up into second place on a 1 minute 3.034. I seem to think that's probably just as quick, if not quicker. Rory Hamilton has moved up into third position. Again, Rory, just like his brother's done a lot with Club 100.
Can we see 47 Leander, even though she's at the front? I just thought, Wife Out has actually said, go Leander. So, Wife Out, I love the banter. So, let's put your driver on the screen there. And she is the one that is driving around at 102.955.
So Leander Hewitt going through the top section of the track. One of the quicker cadets we see over Warrington is a Warrington local, funnily enough for us. And the 47 is firing through the top end of the circuit. Coming down the ramp under the bridge. Let's see if they're able to improve their time when they get through. The last lap was a 1 minute 3.101, fairly consistent, but didn't manage to improve on the last lap. Let's see if Leander has it in the tank to go a little bit quicker over the line this time. Through the second hairpin, you see the brand new BIKC, the TeamSport Karting visor strips as well. They actually look pretty cool. I'm quite jealous of them. I believe they're on sale. They're on sale at site. So if anyone sees one, is down near Warrington, come down, get your own, and you can stick it on your helmets now. And it does go quicker this time. A 62.843, immediately beaten by the 54 of Max there in a 1 minute 2.797. So the times the cadets, the second grid, getting a lot quicker now. As looking through the chat there, we get shouts for kart 60. Sophie Curry, another one of the young girls in this championship. Again, a driver we've seen before. Sadly, didn't make the main event last time out. But the driver from Cambuslang has one of the biggest commutes down here compared to everyone else. But we're looking for kart 60 in the full Lewis Hamilton gear with the Dayglow yellow gloves as well, hoping that she can channel the speed of the 7-time world champion.
And Leander, he is now down in second place with Max on a great 102.797. That is easily the fastest cadet lap time we have seen today. Rory Hamilton is just easing himself in, I think. 103.1, one of the stars, I think, of last year's BIKC. So a lot of experience here. You can just tell. And here we go. Leander's got it back. 102.721. Back into top of the timesheets. Max second, Oliver third, Rory in fourth, Jake Matthews in fifth, Ethan Hall in sixth, Ryan Hamlet in seventh, Edward Sibry eighth, Ben Hunt running in ninth, and Sophie Curry, who we are looking at now, are currently running in 10th place at the moment. With 8 minutes left, we are just over halfway left in the second qualifying session of the cadets.
Yeah, so thanks to our fantastic CLOs, we do have a really good team here at Warrington. Emily's confirmed for us that it was Harvey Ball who got the fastest time in the previous session, a 1 minute 3.019. So currently the top 3 in this session are already quicker than what the other group have already managed. At the moment, that doesn't really pay any dividends. It's just when we get towards these semi-finals and we try to split points that we'll start looking at positions. If we can't split on positions...
We got racing again here.
Yeah,
so
they're starting to race against. It's the 48 of Jake Matthews going up against Sophie Curry. Let's see if Jake is going to try and complete this lap. He gets right onto the rear bumper of Sophie Curry. Just a small look over the shoulder. Sophie knows that they're there. Over the line they go, and I don't think either of them improved there.
No,
Sophie managed
for me,
to go.
they're just slowing each other down, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Yes, the 48 last time over the line was a 103.493. Their fastest, a 103.193. It's about 2 or 3 tenths that have been lost there.
Look at this RB Karting already saying it's Max versus Hamilton.
It is Max versus Hamilton. Hopefully this one ends a little bit cleaner than we saw the other Max versus Hamilton we saw a few years ago. Then,
Sophie Purvis says, yeah, you go with my name. But does she have your driving ability, Sophie Purvis? That is the question. Right.
Do the commentators know what TeamSport's first electric track was? I think I do.
Yeah, I know.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was it Tower Bridge?
It was, and we had to because it was right in the middle of... Oh, I could go on for an hour on this, if I'll be honest, but it was Tower Bridge.
Just opened a can of worms.
I know, it was Tower Bridge. It was a wonderful circuit. It was right in the middle of London, and we had to, with all the being in London, go electric, and we had the early spec of electric karts. I'm not going to talk any more about it because it's really boring and there's racing going on. And Leander Hewitt is still at the top of the timesheets with a 102.721.
Yeah, very quick time compared to what we saw earlier on. They've already found about 3 tenths over the course of the first group, as we're still watching the 60 of Sophie Curry at the moment.
Can we go 32? We got some questions for 32.
32? 52 more like it.
50, it must be 52. It's definitely 32 on the thing, but we haven't got 32.
Maybe a little bit behind, as 32 is one of the junior karts. The adult karts go up to 44. The juniors start at 45 and work up.
Perhaps there's something like the other side of the planet, and like they're watching this, and it's like 20 minutes behind, or something like that.
Well, in that case, we'll watch 52 instead. So Ben Hunt's currently in P9, 1 minute
for Australian viewers.
So Ben, I believe, is a driver that we have seen before. Yes, finished 7th last year. It's his 3rd attempt at the BIKC National Finals. 2022 was the first time he came here. He was 4th on debut, 7th last year, hoping he will get his first podium this time out. But from P9 on the grid in the first heat, you've got to think if he doesn't quite find a lap time in the next little bit, that he could have a very tough day on his hands fighting through from 9th place on the grid. Even though this is quite a wide open circuit, it's still a relatively easy one in indoor terms to overtake on, Jen.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I think it's definitely interesting to see how a lot of these cadets are adapting to the electric karts, because a lot of our sites are still petrol. So obviously they've got different karts they're driving through the regionals. As we had a couple, I think, who were petrol. I know the Bristol regional was petrol.
Yeah, Bristol petrol, and that's Ben's home track. So he's used to running around in petrol karts, having to adapt to having a motor under his right foot instead of having a Honda GX engine.
Definitely fun to drive though, the electric
karts.
Oh,
look at this, PogChamp. You are testing me. Since Tower Bridge is closed, do they know the longest serving electric track still in operation?
I think should we save that one for when we have the inevitable long pause and see if we can try and figure that out together?
We'll find something else really boring to talk about at that point. Farnborough is in my head for that. I think it was Farnborough was our second. I do have a kind of encyclopedic history.
That's relatively close.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's.
Hull's a relatively new one. Hull opened
2 years. Okay. Yeah, indeed, petrol for a long time, and quite a new track, Hull. That's for fact, in the whole grand scale of things. Although the tracks are coming thick and fast at the moment, we have got High Wycombe that opened.
Yeah, racing in a shopping centre.
Indeed,
for the
fantastic.
first time.
And
I'd love to speak to Adam and
Yeah.
see what it was like to drive a car to a shopping centre.
And Louise doesn't want me to mention any more, kind of thing.
You're
But
not
I think
allowed to
I
talk
could
about
break,
any more.
I could break that curse, though. I don't
How scared of Louise are you?
Exactly. You know
That's
what I mean?
the question.
So I'm going to go
while-
for it anyway. I'm just going to read them out, kind of thing.
And meanwhile, while Russ is trying to lose his job, we have Leander Hewitt, fastest of all. He's gone even quicker on a 1 minute 6.834. That mute button already coming in handy as Russ tries to give away some secrets.
Am I allowed to mention it? But Bournemouth.
That
Can
one's
I
been
mention
announced
that?
already.
I was to say the track map for Bournemouth's just come out. It looks like it could be good fun.
That's as far as I'm going. I won't go. At least
That's as far
Louise
as
is probably
you'll dare-
watching
you
it,
dare
going,
to go.
right, hang a minute, let's just type an email. Dear Dom,
Dear Russ, shut up.
I'm listening to the live stream. Recommend formal action. So I'll shut up, but we do have Bournemouth, which is opening. Where are we?
Couple
Round
of months
about, yeah,
now, I think.
15th, 17th of December, around about that time. So it's going to be absolutely amazing.
So still, lap time's coming thick and fast as Leander Hewitt. I nearly called him Eskild there. He's going that fast. Leander Hewitt, fastest of all, is going even faster still. Just opened that gap to 1.6 tenths over Max in P2 in the 54, 1 minute 2.743. Oliver is currently P3 in 46. He's on a 1 minute 2.894. 3 drivers under the 1 minute 3 bracket at the moment. And Rory Hamilton in 4th is very close to beating the time that Harvey Ball set earlier on.
Can I say, I'm sorry, I know we're not focusing on the racing, but Semi's asked, right, when are Victoria getting newer karts? They're 9 years old. Yeah, I'll tell you what, yeah, when are they getting new karts? 10 days' time.
Ooh. That might have to be a trip to Victoria after this.
Is that a fact?
It is fact.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Is it a fact that you're allowed to know?
I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but they are getting new karts, and it is in about 10 days' time. So, yeah, there's loads of new kit. And the great thing is, right, that's the day to book off. Because trying to get new karts in and out of the dungeon that is
can't be the
Victoria,
easiest thing to do.
It's not a nice day, if I'll be honest.
I can't imagine how horrible the electric carts are to carry over barriers.
Absolutely. And up the
Yeah.
lift. You only get one in the lift.
Yeah. So the 47 of Leander Hewitt, as we go into the last minute of Cadet Group 2 qualifying, has managed to find Ryan Hamlet on circuit. We'll see if Ryan lets Leander through and potentially tries to follow on behind. The 46 behind of Oliver is trailing in the wheel tracks of Leander Hewitt. That could be partly why their lap time is coming down as well. They're down to 1 minute 2.894 as Max has decreased that gap. He's within a tenth now of Leander Hewitt. Those 3 drivers separated by just 3 tenths. The whole field at the moment separated by 1.2 tenths. 1.2 seconds, sorry. That's between Leander Hewitt and Sophie Curry in kart 60. Down in P10. Now, these drivers probably going to be coming through to complete their last laps in qualifying. So if they've got anything now, they're going to have to try and use it as the checker flag is only a few seconds away. Over the line goes the 46. He doesn't improve. But it looks like Leander Hewitt, unless someone has anything left as they're coming through the last couple of parts of the circuit to try and best the time that Leander Hewitt set, I don't think anyone has an answer for it just yet.
Nick Simska says, if we don't see Ross next year, we know why. Who's Ross?
I don't know who Ross is.
Is he in the tech team somewhere? Or don't know. Any Ross around here? Or no? Anyway, back of the racing.
So checkers are out. Leander Hewitt.
Well done, Leander Hewitt, because I just want to say he literally, he was at the top. He got knocked down, found the lap times, got back up there, and even though very, very slender gap between Leander and Max, doesn't matter. That is the fastest lap time that we have seen from the cadets, and massive respect there to Leander. Superb job.
Gonna write that lap time down for you guys now.
Thanks, Jen. At least one of us is organised.
Thanks.
So over the line to complete the qualifying session.
She's transformed the team, really, hasn't she?
So Max went quicker on his last lap. Wasn't enough to take pole position away. So your front row is Leander from Max, from Oliver from Hamilton. So Max and Hamilton are going to start on opposite sides. Are going to start nose to tail, actually. Standing start. They'll be right behind each other. So the odd numbers will be on the closest side
Tom,
to the corner.
Who will be ahead at the apex? That's the question.
I think they may end up giving you the opportunity to give you the through goes Hamilton line now. Rory's starting from 4th place. But Rory, a very accomplished driver himself in Club 100, and a few other drivers as well have had some very, very good times so far. And you see the juniors for the second time are now sat in the pit lane and ready to go. As we get the list of drivers come up on the screen, we get to see the second half of the juniors start to leave the pit lane. So another 16 drivers that we have the opportunity to see how quick they can go. And you already see a little bit of tyre warming going as the karts are released on the pit limiter, just to make sure that we can get the cadets clear as quickly as we can. You see the bright, quite distinctive drivers here. So you got bright red, bright orange litter in the field here as well. Some of these guys you definitely aren't going to miss out on circuit.
Paul Doodle, dear Russ, see attach your P45. I'll just go now, actually.
Haven't even got to the racing yet.
Just save the admin.
Save the admin. Me and Jen will just take over. Me and Jen will just take over from here, and Russ can go and deal with whatever problems he's just caused himself in an office somewhere.
If anyone's got any job offers out there, okay, I'm all ears.
Oh no! You'll still find a way of getting yourself in trouble regardless. It's when someone said behave, and it's like you are just here to cause trouble. It's the whole reason you're here is to cause trouble, and both me and Jen are your carers.
Pretty much.
That's why the mute button's in reach of both of us.
Yeah, what you can't see in the commentary box is the big red button that just is the rust protection button.
It's
if he
weird
goes to say
my
something,
mute
but
button,
just hit it like a panic
my
button.
mute button's like 10 times the size of yours, kind of thing. It's like we need to make it easier to hit.
It's literally just in reach, so one of us can just hit it like a panic button. And it just makes Russ be quiet before he says something that either gets one or all of us fired. As the karts are now released, they've completed their lights test. And 15 minutes now to see the starting order for the second group of the cadets. And again, the front three here are already racing. So that is the 16 that's at the front. That's Tassos with Callum Eve behind him in 27. A driver who we've seen quite a few times is Callum, the brother of Kieran Eve, who again is another quick driver in the world of BIKC. Just behind him is number 3, that's Sol Hilda. One of the wildcards this time around. A driver from Mitcham. He's had Mitcham bit of a trek up here just outside London. So again, some quite well-travelled drivers in the sense. And also we have in the 17 as an overtake there.
Oh, look at that! That's a great overtake.
Just chucks it down the inside.
It's such a shame we're not racing.
In the 16 has lost 2 positions
impatient
already.
Driver.
Very impatient driver. I think Callum wants to get a lap time in. He wants to do it immediately.
This is definitely an interesting looking group as well. We've got Jules Larkin, who I think was second at the regional in Bristol. We've got Aris, who's the only DYD driver that's a junior. We've got Ollie Piers, Callum Eve, Joe Jennings, Frederick Navarro, and Bobby McGurr.
Yeah,
it's a very interesting
champion on the
heat.
grid, and Bobby McGurr in 38.
Yep, it looks tight. There's names in there that are, there's a few BIKC legends in there, has to be said. So this is going to be really interesting. So I'm just going to talk about mindset there. Just in that move, like that, just there's no messing about there. It's like there's a gap, I'm taking it. Like that's, for me, that's the kind of mindset you need in this level. There's no quarters given. Ruthless racing is what usually wins the day, is what I would say. I mean, very early days, about 51.918 from Frederick Navarro.
Yeah, first one straight into the 51s. We took a few laps in the first qualifying session to get down into that sort of pace. And the fact that Navarro's gone in there straight away on a 51.9, just a couple of thousandths quicker than Jules Larkin in the 6. As over the line goes Bobby McGurr. He goes straight up to pole now on a 51.898. Expect over the next few minutes for these lap times just to start tumbling.
RB Karting want Kart 3. We have Kart 3 gentlemen behind me in the tech.
Driver from Mitcham, the 14-year-old. It's his first time here, BIKC finals, as the camera crews go looking for him. As you already see, drivers now are starting to play the tactics to get into a little bit of clear air, start to try to make sure that they are keeping it nice and clear, and make sure they're not going to get impeded, but also not going to get suckered into a race here. As Sol Hilda in the 3s, tucked up under Callum Eve. It's one of the drivers that benefited from that absolutely brilliant move down at the bottom section of the circuit, or Dunlop 2, as we call it, quite imaginatively, because it's the corner straight after the second Dunlop bridge.
So watching Sol Hilda at the moment, who is running in 5th place, Kart 3 on a 52.2. Look, Bobby McGurr now against some serious lap times, 51.519. after only running for about less than that, 3.5 minutes. That is, at this stage of the quali, that, Jen, is an absolutely stunning lap time.
Oh, definitely. It's about 2/10 off what Anders got last session. I think we're going to see the top 4 trading positions this whole time. They're definitely experienced drivers out there.
Russ shouts over our shoulder. I think we're going to go and have a look at Kart 7 this time.
Maybe,
I don't know what gives you that idea.
I don't know why I don't use my own mute button.
Year.
I just use my own mute button.
See, we know where it is. It's just you don't know how to reach it.
I try and stay away from it, really, but
just in case you say something really intelligent and interesting.
It's not going to happen.
Intelligent and interesting from us.
Why? It's not going to happen.
One thing we haven't mentioned yet is we've got the gem pad again.
Oh, yes, we can do analysation later.
Yeah, so on the grid starts, we're going to get a lot of clips on the grid starts, I think.
The gem pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll be busy when we get into the standing starts later on.
Yeah.
Because they can quite literally make or break a race for you. It's an old saying in the world of motorsport, you can't win the race at turn 1, you can most definitely lose it. And even though the heats are very short races, only 8 minutes, at this sort of pace, it's only going to be 8, possibly 9 laps to try and move forward. And if you're in a position, let's say, 14, 15 at the moment on a grid like this, or even where the 7 is at the moment, who is in 7th place, Jack Hackworth, who's just moved up at 52.392. You're going to have to try and make those moves very quickly. If you make a move once per lap, or if you have maybe 1 or 2 good overtaking opportunities per lap, if you're 7th or 8th, you pretty much have to pick off a kart every single lap if you want to try and get towards the front.
Indeed.
Oh, pretty much.
We're on 14 Joe Jennings, just on a shout out. So that's where we're going to look for and focus on. And Bobby McGurr with a 51.460, I was going to say, which is stunning.
Yeah, so the one thing about this format that definitely helps out drivers is, especially, I would more put it towards the ones with 2 groups. Obviously, 3 groups for cadets is going to be a little bit more difficult, but with the 2 groups, even if you qualify like 6th or 7th in the heats and you get there in the semi-finals, if you can climb the order just by 3 positions and match lap time with the other drivers, you can actually pull yourself up way further up the order in the grand final.
Yeah, it's all about trying to play the numbers game and being quite strategic. Sometimes you'll find that it, especially when you get towards the end of a race where you're tucked up behind another driver, you start to sort of try and find out where you can make a move relatively quickly, but it is all about scoring points. And what you don't want to do is get tucked up behind driver for 5 minutes and try and adopt the move or be moved strategy and pick up a penalty that's going to ruin the rest of your day.
Indeed, at the moment, only 3 drivers in the 51s in this group too, which I think is noteworthy, with Bobby McGurr with a big gap to second. Now, we did mention the gem pad. We didn't really say what it is. The gem pad, we have got the ability that we can look at controversial moves, I would say, or anything on anybody, even if you request it on the live stream, we can find it. Joel can find it. We can put it onto the gem pad. We can put it onto the screen, and Jen will analyse what's gone on and come to draw our own conclusions, just as a commentary team. Nothing to do with the actual. We can't allocate penalties or anything like that, obviously, because we've got nothing to do with it. We just sit here and talk for 2 days, and it's brilliant. Yeah. But yes, that's what the gem pad does, so we can have our own little analysis, and we can show you it as well, so you can actually draw your own conclusions on what is happening on track as well. Okay, so the excitement
we've got a few requests coming through here, so we'll go in the order I can see them in there. So Kart 9 comes up first, which is Alex Scott. Alex Scott in P12 is currently 52.400. We saw that exact time earlier on as well. So Alex, I believe this is their first time in the national finals. It is the 16-year-old from Leeds. Not too far a track. I'd probably say Leeds is probably the closest circuit to Warrington in terms of difficulty to drive, because it's a very physical circuit. It's all tarmac. It's got a fantastic chicane. It's a very quick left, right, absolutely flat. The only thing is it drops about 5 feet in the middle of it, which is, it feels like you're going through a proper roller coaster at Leeds.
I'd agree with that.
I love it.
I'd also add Docklands. The 3 tracks that stand out being very similar are Warrington, Leeds and Docklands. Funnily enough, all tarmac. Well, yeah, Trafford's tarmac, but it's a different tarmac.
It's a different type of tarmac.
Yeah,
it's very smooth, very serene, very polished.
Beautiful.
Whereas those 3 tracks, both here, Leeds and Docklands, They're very, I would tend to use the term old school.
Yeah, definitely.
I believe they were all acquisitions as well. So all tarmac surfaces, all very physical, all very fast. Now we're going to see how being the lead driver helps.
However great a lap time, 54.51.434 is, very similar to the previous quali, where we had that lap time go in that was stunning, but didn't go faster. And now we've got the other drivers getting closer to that. So I think it might be all about warming the tyres, have the speed at which you warm the tyres up. You get to that peak grip.
Yeah, you can find in these things, even though these tyres are very, very hard and very, very hard, you do find that you can overheat the tyres on these sort of things. So especially where you've got very fast flowing corners, which is pretty much what this circuit is.
Totally.
You can see the front tyres at the end of the session will still look like an F1 Hypersoft at the end of it. Looking through, I saw a request for kart 6 before. It was just after the one we looked at previously. It's Jules Larkin, another driver that we're seeing for the first time. So we'll look for the Farnborough driver in kart 6. He's just coming through Mech Bay Corner. He's going up onto the top section of the circuit. And Jules Larkin, a driver who's done a little bit of testing around here, another member of the 51 club on his last lap through. A 51.913 for the Farnborough driver. 10 laps completed, half a second off the pole position time.
We're going to go kart 9 because we've had a lovely request for it that I've just lost because the live stream is jumping around all over the place, but we are going to go kart 9, please, to pick up. And that is Alex Scott, who's currently running on a 52.159 in 8th place. And we've just broken the 5-minute barrier left in this qualification.
Bobby's gone quicker, 51.412 on that time by, looks like Frederick Navarro in the 51.555. It's very close in this one still.
Did you say 51.1?
Still not faster than the original qualifying group, though.
51.555, 51.412. Wow.
That might have been eliminated for track limits.
Getting a little bit excited there. I remember back in the day, before we had the steel barriers, you could actually enforce track limits on this circuit. You'll notice there's a red painted section on the exit of turn 1, and running a wheel on that was deemed as track limits. It was an old thing before this became TeamSport. If you ran on the red, it probably meant your rear wheels were probably going to touch the barrier. So that was called as track limits back in the day. Partly why the curbs are there as well, to make it feel a bit more like a motorsporty circuit, but they actually served its purpose back in the day.
Yeah, I definitely love indoor karting more than outdoor for that reason. I think track limits is something that every driver can find very annoying when you lose out to the advantage.
Track limits in indoor karting, I love it. It doesn't exist. We've got a shout out, and we're going to follow the driver because it's their first year in karting. Here we go. So Gina Coleman. So I can't even see today for some reason. Could you show kart 43, please? First year in karting,
So
and they're
Josh
racing
Robinson.
in the BIKC national final in their first year of racing. Of
That's
course,
impressive.
it's massive.
So juniors is always probably the closest fought competition. There's normally the most entries. I know at least in Warrington we had about 55 just here enter. I know some tracks were pushing towards 85, 90 in some cases.
Wow.
But to think that these drivers, let's say conservative estimates, about 1,200, maybe 1,300 juniors total. We've whittled them down over the past couple of months down to 32, and that is what we've got racing here today. And to be classified in the top 32 drivers of anything is impressive, but the fact that to be doing that on your first ever season in karting is quite an impressive feat in itself.
Yeah, from the trend of qualifying, from what I've seen across all the sites, is junior and middleweight are the most popular categories in BIKC.
Yeah, so juniors, you find the drivers that are maybe getting it, or maybe got into it, or have moved up from cadet. Middleweights tomorrow, you probably see, I think I call it your career karters, the ones who are in it for a long time, have got a lot of experience. Lightweights later on, you'll probably see the juniors that are moving up, as well as some of the more experienced guys who get a really interesting mix. And heavyweights, again, you've got some maybe older members of the parish that are still racing and competitive. but also those that are out there because they enjoy the sport and they just love it.
Yeah, it's a lot more competitive this year in heavyweight as well with the weight category shift. Obviously, only dropped by about 5 kilograms, was definitely a lot more competitive this year.
See, Russ has gone quiet now as he's playing director duties. I think
I'm literally...
Joel's gone running off, so he's just shout there calling the shots behind us.
We're on kart 12, but we were... Vic, I noted your kart 17, greatest of all time.
Yeah, Frederick Navarro, driver who finished 8th last year.
Greatest of all time, though. That is all I'm saying. Well, that's a big statement.
Fred Navarro's a driver who had done a lot of racing abroad. So just in my notes, he's been racing the Polish Championship, the Dutch Championship, and then he did the British Rental Kart Championship earlier in the year. So he's done quite a lot of racing already, as well as being P8 in the Club 100 super lightweight junior category. A lot of racing. We're watching Iris Crease, the Discover Your Drive girl from Bristol. One of your drivers, Jen.
Yeah, she's one of my drivers. Iris is a really, really good driver around Bristol. Obviously, she's mainly experienced in the petrol karts as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how she adapts. Obviously, she's been doing some coaching with Chrissy as well, who's one of the Motorsport UK Level 2 coaches that's in TeamSport. So obviously, let's see how she gets on.
Can I just another shout out to Vic? Right, she means business. Right, she makes statements here. I'm just saying, she said, kart 17 will cook you all. That's bold.
Definitely, that's a very, very bold
From the greatest
claims.
of all time to
very
will cook you all.
Should we name that kart a decimator?
It is a decimator. We'll name it after this black box that is holding up the gen pad, which Joel's getting carried away and calling it a decimator, cross converter, connector, destroyer. I think that...
Is that what it actually says?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
It's a cable, quite loud. You know what I mean? It's like, that's Joel, he just gets carried away with things.
You might as well if you can. Got to have a bit of fun. Got to have a bit of fun with life. And here we are, fueled by fun as well as being fueled by Monster as well. But Iris Crease last time over the line, 52.473, wasn't quite an improvement on their time. However, very, very consistent in the number 12, throwing it through the fastest section of the circuit, the left-right chicane. 3 corners from home over the standard start finish line. The checker flag is out as Joe Jennings goes over the line there to see if they've improved. They haven't.
But Tom, Jen, interesting fact, okay? First quali, we had 10 drivers in the 51s. This quali, 4.
Yeah, so maybe potentially this group a little bit. Maybe the first group's a little bit quicker. However, the field spread's still very close, considering
and
the relative...
we thought it'd be the other way around when they went out. We saw so many names there that we recognise, I'll be honest. And the pace in which they went out...
been here before that are in that field. McGurr, Navarro, Eve, Larkin, Peters are all drivers we've seen before. But at the same time, you've got a lot of drivers there that haven't been in the finals before. Zach Hassan, one who's on his first attempt at the BIKC finals. Charlie Devlin, a wild card through from Harlow, the 15-year-old, on his first appearance at the BIKC finals. So it just shows even though these drivers, again, some of the younger ones that we'll see over the course of the weekend, still a lot of experience. I believe it's 6, maybe 7 drivers that were here last year that have made it back, and a few drivers who've come through from cadets and moved up into juniors themselves.
Another thing we haven't talked about, Tom, we haven't talked about the boost button.
Yes, we haven't
talked about the boost button. We always talk about the boost button. Now it's been altered for this race. In fact, it's funny. There's an argument. They're having a little argument yesterday, right? Okay, over how does the boost button, Richie? Right, it comes on. Okay, every 46 seconds is how it comes on. Okay, and then they're arguing over is it 46 seconds or is it 51 seconds? So this is arguments raging.
So having had a chat with...
And then we got the guy we got BizCarter here. So literally the tech dudes from BizCart came and said, well, is it 46 or is it 51? And he just went, well, yeah, it's both because it's a 5-second boost.
Oh, no.
No good? And that literally happened. But the boost button is designed to go off once a lap. So it is strategy. Where do you use it?
Where would you use it, Tom?
So I think I see in my track guide, I would probably use it in the faster flowing sections. Being a driver with considerable success ballast, I find using it out of the corner can help, but also you can find that down the sort of straight and fast flowing section, so maybe out the third hairpin where you can see the cadets filing through now, or coming off the top section, the double left-hander before you go down the ramp can also help you as well. But as we found when we did a commentator versus commentator race, you can use it to overtake as well. No, it didn't end well. I think it was an absolute. I think it started with a dive bomb down into the Dunlop 2 corner where the cadets are now, and ended.
Have they still got that? We should put that on over the course of the weekend.
I don't think they're allowed to.
We had a great time.
Allowed to. It was hilarious.
I hit so hard, my camera fell off. My camera fell off.
This is why you guys aren't
race directing.
You know what they say? Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't teach, talk about it. Hence why we're both talking about it, and you teach it, Jen.
You teach it, yes.
Yeah, I'm one of the race instructors as well at the other tracks, and I'm also doing the level 2 qualification for motorsport, so obviously got a lot of information on karting.
So that means that's why we got Jen on the Gen pad, because she knows what she's doing, basically.
Yeah, raced over a few different countries as well this year.
Yeah, I did the British Mountain Karting Championship,
Wales?
From Wales. I've done the German Indoor Karting Championship, British National Championship, and the Poland Indoor Karting Championship as well. I'm doing France in 2 months as well, so I'm going to France for that.
Yeah, so well-travelled, racking up those air miles over the course of this year, and let's have a look.
I can't say Straw Claude for 2027. Can you say Straw says good luck, Layla? Of course we can. Our absolute pleasure. What else we got going there? Yeah, we've got a lot of shout outs for Layla. Has to be said. Go on Dan Norton, Kart 60. So we start there. Can we have Kart 60, Dan Norton?
Yeah, Dan Norton, driver from Hull, I believe, one of the new drivers into BIKC, the 12-year-old. That's his first time here at the national finals. You see quite a large camera on the top of the helmet there, making sure he gets all the footage possible. And you find that the onboard footage, I don't know if you've ever found this while you've been coaching, it can actually be really helpful as a coaching tip as well. So you can pop a camera on a driver, see where they're accelerating, where they're braking, and potentially even use that as a driver training tool. That's why you see quite a lot of these young drivers carrying the GoPros as well, but also you can use it to start building a bit of a social media following as well.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing I like to do when it comes to coaching with GoPro is obviously verbal coaching with the cadets and the juniors, and then I will get the GoPro footage of their fastest lap and their most consistent sort of lap time that they get and show them where they're faster, because obviously sometimes a driver is going to be faster in certain sections on one lap than they are on another, and what it would look like on a peak delta time, so what their fastest lap could be over both laps.
Yeah, the good part about that we have here as well, we have sector timings as well, and me being a bit of a nerd, I can go into it, you can see where people's optimal laps could have been. So if they do certain laps slightly different, you may have a fastest sector 1 on one lap, fastest sector 2 on the other lap. But delving into the numbers, that's probably why I built this massive pack for all of us at the start of all the BIKCs. Thinking about lap times, looks like a 1 minute 2.819.
Good start
for Anzi Nwosu in the 48, currently leading the way from Francesco De Caro in P2. Josh Milburn, Jesse Reeves, Chase Preston, Dan Norton, your top 6.
Very early days.
Do you want a reminder of what the pole time was for the last cadet qualifying? It was a 1 minute 2.580. So
yeah, that's a blistering lap set by Leander there. It's about 3/10 off at the moment.
But that's
however,
at this stage,
3/10
going
to
very
get that
early
in now. So the cadets seem to be going very early in terms of the times. The juniors take a little bit longer to try and bring the karts into the operating window. Getting very technical here at the moment.
I mean, obviously because the cadets are a little slower. They're about 10 seconds behind the adult karts. That it stresses the tyres less. So it will take a little bit more work, I think, to get the appropriate tyre temperature going on with the cadet karts. All part of what they are. And you can see down there that the middle of the track, these cadets are driving, really not even needing to use the full racing line.
Yeah, you find with how wide, fast and flowing this circuit is, even sometimes the idea of an optimal racing line is you want to find the shortest route through the corner.
Less is more.
Less is sometimes more. So in the sense of trying to find the shortest line through a corner, sometimes, especially with the pace of these karts and how quick they end up going, you don't end up having to use all of the circuit, and using all the road can in places actually be slower over the course of a lap. As up into, it was initially Freya Lally in second place, but Francesco De Caro immediately bests that time to go into the 1 minute 2s themselves. Amansi Nwosu going a little bit quicker now on their previous lap, 1 minute 2:6.21, getting closer to that 1:02.5 that was set by Leander earlier. As we look at Josh Milburn in 4th place, the 57 is coming off the flyover now. As requested through live chat, as Director Mabley is shouting down towards our camera team to make sure that we bring the pictures that the world wants to see.
I can't follow that up.
I've stunned Russ into silence. Yes, my life is complete. I've stunned Russ into silence.
We're going to go to kart 48 because I've just been, as you can see on the live stream, I've just been told it's on the live stream, we've got a Senna tribute helmet for Amansi Nwosu. So can we go kart 48? We've got to see the Senna tribute.
Yeah, there are some
helmet.
beautiful lids out there, and I think I've seen this one already. There it is.
Look at
the
that.
brand new one from Bell, the full Ayrton Senna. It's a new release. It looks absolutely brilliant out there. You've got the gloves as well that matches it, and the white race suit. That's very well turned out driver there. The Martini race suit. It's a proper clashing of racing history there. The Senna gloves, the Senna helmet, the Martini race suit.
If only we had an award for best dressed driver.
That would definitely be a contender for it.
But all I'm saying, right, he's doing like the Senna tribute proud at the moment with a 102.626.
Yeah, pole position at the moment by 3
of the leaderboard. Very Senna-esque. Oh, backing off. Look at this strategy going. Yeah, absolute back out. He was going nowhere there. Back, behind lots and lots of drivers. Get some space. Go for that lap time. Even blipping the throttle there, stamping on the throttle as it goes around that section of the track. There's a lot going on in that little head of the driver of kart 48, Amansi Nwosu. And that is a cracking helmet. I look at the race helmet there. I just think, I want to buy one. I want to buy one.
That does look fantastic. I'm a sucker for a really well-designed helmet.
Yeah,
I do love a really well-designed lid. There's some quite good ones over the course of the...
They'll definitely do some good tribute helmets.
There's some very, very good designed helmets around. I believe there's a Charles Leclerc one out there as well on driver in 59, Francesco De Caro. He's currently all in Ferrari red race suit with a Charles Leclerc tribute helmet as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Currently sat in 2nd place on a 1 minute 2.906. As in 3rd place, Freya Lally on a 1 minute 3.120. Chase Preston, Josh Milburn, Jesse Reeve, Dan Norton, Layla Fitzgerald, Riley Bushby and George Dickinson on the back row of the grid at the moment, 1 minute 4.2.
Gary says kart 46, please. No problem. We're going to leave the wonderful
for
tribute helmet.
Bushby's just moved into P8.
Right behind. Perfect look.
Absolutely
We're even helping out the tech team. You know what I mean, with our choices of drivers to follow.
Yeah, straight over the line. That was a personal best for Riley on the last lap through. A 1 minute 3.513 up on the top section of the circuit, just threading the kart through the barriers, up onto the back wall. As you just see the Charles Leclerc helmet we were talking about earlier on Francesco De Caro, who's following behind. See, most of these drivers now have a decent amount of space as we look back up towards the top of the times. As Amansi Nwosu has moved further away from Francesco De Caro, 1 minute 2.532, which is either extremely close or just a little bit quicker than what Eskil did earlier on. But the 46 of Riley Bushby, as I can hear the director screaming over his shoulder again, to switch over to Freya Lally in the 49. 1 minute 3.120 for Freya.
We've had a lot of shout-outs for Freya, so we're going to definitely pick it's a great little driver, so yeah, absolutely. They're almost justifying. Can we go to kart 48 because of this reason? It's fine, we don't need a reason. It's just, we do put it on, we will do our best to show it.
Well, Freya Lally, one of the Discover Your Drive girls, Manchester Victoria is her qualifying track, again wearing the new TeamSport visor strip. And another product of the Discover Your Drive program. Another driver who's also done a little bit of Club 100. She did a couple of rounds this year. Went to her first round at Rowra in Club 100 in the cadet category, and in what is an extremely tight and very close fought championship. On debut, managed to finish 4th in both races, which in itself, in your first time in a Club 100 event, that is a very impressive feat. And I would probably end up 40th even on a 20-kart grid. But over the line, Freya Lally's going to come. Let's see if she can improve on her 3rd place position at the moment. She's done a 1 minute 3.120 previously. This time was a 1 minute 3.142. So very, very consistent. as I believe we're switching over here. Russ.
Yeah, we're
Where
going to
we going?
chase Preston another shout out, so we're going to go kart 58, few drivers. Brad says go on chase, you've got Pixie M88, go 58.
There we go, 58.
Enough. 58
Chase Preston. So Chase Preston, the Brighton driver, 12 years old, first time in the
Not
national
the Preston
finals.
driver.
Chase Preston from Brighton, not Chase Preston from Preston. It's a little bit, just a little bit
Perhaps
of a difference between Brighton and
perhaps
Preston.
a favourite track's Preston.
I'm not even going there. So at the top section, you just see, I can't tell if that's the kart bouncing or if that's the driver bouncing. They're trying to make the kart go that little bit quicker. It's like, come on, trying to urge the kart to go that little bit quicker and try and extract every single tenth out of it that they can. They're 6.5 tenths off pole position at the moment. Can Chase go any quicker over the line this time? That was a 1 minute 3:428 by the look of it last time over the line, so not quite an improvement there. As improvement goes Francesco Takaru, Wanti Nwosu then improves their time as well to keep that 3.5 tenth gap to the lead driver in second place.
We're going back to
That's now the fastest cadet lap time set today.
We're going back to Layla. I just want to time him. 47.
So 47, Layla Fitzgerald. Let's have a look. Harlow driver, another product of Discover Your Drive. A very well-designed helmet there as well.
I was going to say, I love that helmet, yep.
It's a very well-designed helmet there as well. Looks like, is that the Hamilton star on the side of it? Looks like.
Yeah, it looks like.
It's a very well-designed helmet there at the side, but let's see if that helmet and driver is as fast as they look. Through the top section, Layla currently sat P9, 1 minute 3:4.00. That's not a slow lap time by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact that she's around about 9 tenths off at the moment doesn't really reflect the talent of the driver behind the wheel. Just shows how quick this group is. Over the line she goes.
Look at this. Steve Hawkeye says, shout out to Dan Norton from his fans in Luxembourg watching. It is amazing where people are watching the live stream from.
Yeah,
we get it every year. We can
Norway
tell.
last year.
At the end, we get some stats we can see from all the different countries around the world.
And got some Americans as well.
Yeah, indeed. Spain, it is generally. Well, last year, didn't we? We had people from Australia.
Yeah, I think so.
We did, yeah, because it was. We talked about it for a few minutes. It is amazing where this goes out, but hey, it's fantastic. And we have less than 3 minutes to go, and that 102.495, which has stood pretty much forever in this qualification run, is still standing there. And it's a great lap time, and it is almost 4 tenths of a second, which is a lot in a cadet kart. Cadet kart goes a long way in 4 tenths of a second.
Yeah, 4 tenths in any class is quite a lot.
Yeah.
The fact that this grid is probably the closer of the lot, the whole thing separated by just over a second, as George Dickinson pumps in a 1 minute 3:5.92 in his last lap through. See if there are any other improvements here. DeCaro just goes through in a 1 minute 3.2. Personal best for Chase Preston in the 58 of a 1 minute 3:159 last time over the line, but still nobody has an answer for Amanzi Nwosu's 1 minute 2.495.
We're going to go Josh Milburn. We're going to focus on him. Few requests out there. BIKC Racing, Elv20 says 57, please. There's a few other shout-outs there. Will, that was it. Will says 57 as well. So, yes, your wishes are command. We will focus on 57. There is the kart. 57, Josh Milburn, going about his business on a 103.3 at the present time, which at that moment is good enough for 7th place. And we are right in this now or never for Josh, as it is for the rest of the drivers out there, because we have got 1 minute 20 seconds left, 1 minute 14 seconds left in this drive, in this qualification run, going around the hairpin there. That was very smooth. Just as smooth as you can, isn't it, through there? Absolutely as smooth as you can. If you just get the back of the car to step out a little bit, you just think, oh, really? It's like, is the whole of a lap destroyed because it's a mistake earlier on in the lap?
There's nothing more frustrating that happened on the last couple of corners.
Especially a lap as long as this, because in what, a 15-minute session, you're only going to get 14, 15 good laps. So if you end up making a mistake that close to home, then it can really, really ruin your qualifying session.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And obviously, like we said before, qualifying is the main thing that we're looking at now for how you get through into sort of the higher rankings. So obviously qualifying is what makes the format sort of so competitive.
Yeah, so you sort of look at Amanzi Nwosu and you're thinking they're probably in for a relatively comfortable couple of heats if they can keep it clean. But you look further down and you look at the likes of Dan Norton, Layla Fitzgerald, George Dickinson, and hoping that they can really start moving through the fields and put their relative experience and the stuff they've learnt on circuits into practice to try and move themselves up the order. Josh Milburn, another driver wanting to move up. He's going to come through the last couple of corners as the checker flag comes out on this last qualifying session of the day. And Josh Milburn, let's see if that was an improvement. No, it wasn't. 1 minute 3:8.44 that time over the line. Oh, correction, 1 minute 3:7.26. Still wasn't an improvement, sadly, as the drivers now will come through to receive the checker flag and confirm a pole position with the fastest time of the cadets for Amanzi Nwosu.
Yeah, I think overall that was slower, but the driver Yamanze was quicker, if you know what I mean. It's probably, I'd even describe it as a bit of a strange session from a racing point of view. But
Yeah, so
that's how it is. We do get these anomalies come up, and I think that was one. But
Yeah, so if you
great.
take out Manzi's time in that session, the rest of the grid was separated by, what, 8/10?
Yeah.
Which,
close.
Considering you've got drivers in there like Takaro, who this is his second time at the finals, he was 5th last year, and you've got the likes of George Dickinson, who are potentially, this is the first time they've been out there, the 9-year-old from Dunstable. 8/10 to be separating those drivers. If you're within 8/10 of a driver who's done this before and has experience, as someone who's coming in this for the first time, that's quite an impressive showing first time out.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, there is 24 new cadet drivers who have entered into Nationals this year. Obviously, it doesn't mean they haven't done BIKC before, but Nationals is a whole other level than it is in regional. Obviously, you're racing everyone from every single site, so you've got different backgrounds in karting there.
Indeed, Summer Speed says, I was a ninja at indoor karting back in the mid to late 90s. They were still running Honda GXs too. I can remember one time I got past at Preston.
There's a nice comment there just come in from Gina there. And thanks to shout out for Josh Robinson in Kart 43 in the last session. He's a very proud auntie. Went for a friend's birthday earlier this year, loved it, and started racing.
That's
so as a
unbelievable, isn't it?
result, they're now here racing in the British Indoor Karting Championship finals.
Yeah, if anyone wants to get into karting who's watching the live stream now, we do have a taster session available for cadets and juniors who want to give Race Academy a go. All you do is head down to site, ask them to do a taster session on the Race Academy. It's just £10. If you don't want to do it and don't want to like it, you don't have to come back. And obviously, if you do, you get £10 off your membership, so you keep coming back then.
Yeah, it's a very, very accessible version of motorsport. It's not the easiest way to get in. It's not the cheapest thing to get into. However, that is the end of qualifying. That's come very, very quickly.
Hasn't it?
I think
No yellows.
I think we've earned a break. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass down to the ever enigmatic Lex, who's down trackside.
Very much, Tom. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, we're down here at Warrington. We've decided to do that thing where we go and walk around and try and annoy people and see who's actually here and have a chat with everybody around. Qualifying done pretty quick already. We're moving on to the heat.
Good progress.
Yeah.
Been some good racing so far too.
Do you know what? I think we should as well just mention about this free karting that we're giving away. All right, we'll start it now. So we've got one. We're going to give away. There's 1 of 10 to give away, and basically you've got to answer a question. So the question is, it's really simple. Can you remember what it is?
It's not that simple, Lex. I forgot.
What is our most recent track to open? What's the most recent track to open? That's what it is. Send your answer to win at bikc.co.uk. Do it before 4 o'clock today. Otherwise, you'll still be charged.
Yeah, and a top tip. It was a dream. Top tip. Latest track to open. It was a dream. If you know, you know.
Or
right.
just go on our social feeds and you'll see lots of content from there.
You will indeed.
Wouldn't be long before there was a social drop, would it?
Well, of course. Got to plug our social media channel.
You have you found a fan over here. If you want to go around there with Akhil, he's going to chat to some drivers. See what we've got around here.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks. You?
Yeah, good. How's it been so far for you?
Pretty good. I got P1 in qualifying. That was pretty good to start the day off. Now I've got to keep my eyes forward and keep driving, keep going.
Yeah. And how long have you been karting for, if you don't mind me asking?
I first jumped in a car about 2 years ago, and last year I did BIKC. I came 12th in the Nationals after coming first in my regionals and second at locals. This year I've done locals again and I came second.
Oh, well done.
I did regionals and I came second. And I'm back here at Nationals starting P1.
And who's your favourite Formula One driver?
It's got to be Lando Norris.
Yeah. Why? Is he just cool?
He's really friendly, he's really quick. Yeah.
Hoping to be like Lando Norris one day?
Yep. I'm hoping to get there and to win races.
Keep working hard, I'm sure you will, mate. Good talking to you.
Let's have a little road. Let's go down there, right down to the... So if you're in Warrington right now and you're watching the stream, which would be strange because you're in Warrington and you don't really need to watch it. If you don't want to be on the telly, then don't talk to us. But we're going to try and find... James Hislop.
Got James?
I think he's on his way. Here he is.
Just found him. There he is.
We have found him. James.
Hello.
How's the day going so far?
So far, so good. That we haven't started racing yet, so yeah.
We're getting warmed up, aren't we?
Yeah.
A lot of the cadets and juniors are also getting warmed up. The competition does look like it's going to be quite good, though. Tonight.
It's going to be great. Yeah. We've seen some interesting times on track. I mean, everyone who's got here has got here on merit. So top 3 in their regionals, they're going to perform well here. So yeah, it's a big event.
And what would you say this year's BIKC? It's bigger and better than ever. Over 5,000 drivers. That journey must be unreal to see how the competition is getting better and better each year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the kids that we saw in the regional finals, to see them here on this big stage is phenomenal. And credit to all the drivers and the parents as well for supporting them as well. So yeah, it's fantastic.
Have you made your predictions yet? I know we were talking about it off air yesterday. Have you got the names written in the envelope? Your predictions?
No.
It's going to be that. It's going to be that tight, is it?
Yeah. Cadets notoriously difficult to predict. All of them are such good drivers. Juniors, we've got a bit of history with some of the juniors. We know what they've done previously, but it's how you perform today.
And how important do you think is BIKC to the grassroots of motorsport? It is truly where people start, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the fact that you can rock up at one of our sites, jump in a kart, go through a training program, and race in a national championship, it's that easy. And to see some of these drivers potentially have only stepped in a go-kart maybe 12, 18 months ago, to be here competing for a national championship and then to be given the chance to step up to the next phase in their career.
Juniors
and we just spoke to a lad, Harvey, who's from Farnborough. He's been karting about 2 years, wants to be the next Lando Norris. That's the sort of ambition we want, isn't it?
Absolutely. But I think the most important thing is the kids here enjoy their motor racing and they go on and whatever, I mean, if they go on to drive or whether they're going to run the BIKC in 15 years' time, right?
Take over from you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and me.
Sometime. So that's what we want. Yeah.
Perfect. James, enjoy the rest of the day.
Good luck.
I promise not to call you the Michael. Right, who have we got? Let's have a
Awesome.
look.
Yeah, we are. So brilliant. So look, I've managed to find him. Cy Woolridge is with me live in Warrington. Cy, another year for BIKC. Tell us what you're hoping to see this weekend.
Well, it's very exciting, isn't it? I mean, it's a brilliant event. I've just been chatting to the Motorsport UK team that are here, and I'm sure Akhil's got this somewhere, but this is the biggest single motorsport event in the world. I mean, how cool is that? So 5,300 participants, which is probably 500 more than last year, which is mega. And the work that everybody's put into getting it is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the qualifying so far is it's looking tasty.
It is. It really is phenomenal this year. Simon, question. So, TeamSport and Motorsport UK have really pushed the kind of diversity on girls on track this year. We've had a great project in Discover Your Drive. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about the Discover Your Drive programme?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's I think we've seen over the years that female participation in motorsport is generally pretty low, and we've seen that at TeamSport in terms of our general driver population. So working with Motorsport UK, we've been looking at how do we improve diversity in motorsport, get more female participation, and particularly starting with getting the youngsters involved. The 8 to 12-year-olds. So that's Discover Your Drive has been helping with that. We've been running it with Motorsport UK. It seems to have been a great success so far. I think we've got 5 DYD girls here today. I've just seen that Freya's come 3rd, I think, in qualifying, which is brilliant. And also we've had, I think this year as well, we've had in total double the female participation through regionals onwards that we had last year overall. So I think it's I think we're doing our bit.
It is. It's a really great initiative. The last one, Simon, before we let you go, I know you're a busy man. Pineapple on pizzas, is it a yes or is it a no?
Well, Akhil's asked me this. I mean, it's just a ridiculous question.
Thank you.
And it's clear that pineapple on pizza is bloody awful.
There you have it. Pineapple on pizza is a no for Simon.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much.
See you in a bit. Look, we've got loads of people around here that everybody's like, because we're on screen up there, everyone's like waving behind us, which is hilarious. So we're going to get in the midst of it and see who we can find.
Let's get in the midst.
If you've got anyone here that you want to support, get them in the comments. We'll let us know. We'll try and find them and have a chat with them. Hello, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good.
I noticed someone turned around there as we were walking past.
I am losing comms in my ear, so if anything goes wrong, I apologise. But look at the merch that you can buy. Look at this merch. Tell us about the merch.
So it's all TeamSport branded stuff, all lovely stuff. It's all really warm, great quality. The beanies themselves keep your hats and ears nice and warm in the winter. We've got our BIKC visor stickers. We've got our BIKC programs this year as well. Only £12. All profits go to charity.
Yep, it's a Motorsport UK as well.
It is a Motorsport UK charity. There you go. So, yeah, anyone fancy coming and grab some? Come down to the stall today, tomorrow. Come buy yourself some merch.
Thank you, Charlie. We might.
Hey, Lex, I visited earlier. Got me a hat for when it gets cold later on. I just need a jacket with some sleeves now, and I'll be fully warm. Yeah, that's it.
I want one of these key rings. I might take it, actually. Yeah, I can go with that. Right. Let's have a little.
Let's walk through.
You going to have a game?
A game? No,
On that, no?
I'm rubbish.
I want to see it.
It's not happening.
Right, don't forget, if you're going to enter that competition for the free karting, you need to go to bikc.co.uk/competition terms. Forgot to mention that bit before.
So, we'll have a chat with you, because I know we spoke last year and stuff.
What's that?
You've obviously got two of your boys in the finals again. Excited again? And then from a parent perspective, how hard is it to, like, take them everywhere? You put a lot of effort in as well.
I'm glad you didn't ask a difficult question. I'm glad you didn't ask a difficult question of who's faster, because I'll
That's coming.
We'll see later. No, it's brilliant, because you've got to have a hobby. You've got to do something that you enjoy, and taking them around, watching like a mini Formula One Drive to Survive every single weekend is actually quite entertaining. I think the garage also would like to thank me for my continued custom and bringing the car back. But it's nice, and you see how they evolve. You see new kids, you see them make new friends. They broaden their output of who they see, what they end up doing, and who they interact with. And it's just delightful to see the challenges that come up. So Rory and Benji have been quite good for a while. They're seeing all this competition, and it just shows you always look behind. You never rest on your laurels.
And how do they start karting? Where did that initial love, or even interest come from?
Yeah, so Benji always loved cars, always loved mechanical things. On his birthday, I took him to TeamSport in Crawley, where he beat me in an adult. I was in an adult car. He was a cadet. And then
I'm sure he reminds you of that as well.
Every single time we go on track, and then every time after that, we just sort of built up doing indoor karting. Then we went to Buckmore Park to do a bit of outdoor karting, and then it just sort of grew from there. So we spent quite a lot of time with Club 100 as well. Bit of Janetta scholarship. So he's getting bigger and wants to move into cars, but the pathway is lovely. Indoor karting, outdoor karting, cars, and then who knows?
Who knows indeed. Well, best of luck to them.
We didn't get. So who's faster?
Watch the live times later. But next year they'll both be in the same. For 1 year only, they'll be in the same category. My hunch is Rory, because he's a quarter of the weight. But that's a different question. You can quote me on this later.
Now, what happens if they're both in the final? Who are you supporting? I'm joking. It's both of them. I know.
Depends who's in front.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, it's difficult because they're very competitive.
And they're quite competitive with each other as well.
Oh yes, there's never something that isn't competitive.
But yet supportive. I hope.
Yes, and also what I really like is I see it with the other kids as well. So they'll talk, they'll chair, they'll coach, they'll lift each other up and lift other kids up. When someone says, "How did you get a quicker lap time?" they'll tell them, and the competition benefits everyone. So
Absolutely.
that's kind of nice.
Well, best of luck and enjoy the weekend.
Thanks for your time. Right, let's carry on having a little roam around. I think we're going to pass over to someone soon. Let's try and go in. Let's try and go in here. Check this out, right? You want to see how our live stream's done? Let's go right in here. Look at this. Are you ready? Here they are. Here's the boys. There's everybody. Look at this. Go and say hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
It's the most awkward thing
couldn't
ever.
have been any more awkward, could it?
No.
How's it been, gents?
It's been smooth.
It's really warm in here. Do you need a microphone?
Do you know what's really funny? We can tell how we're professionals. I've got my mic on and he's not. Which is why you can hear me.
I'll just hold it for you.
To answer Russ's question, it's been good fun so far. We've had, 5 qualifying sessions already. He's just dying in the corner. Yeah, we've had some really good qualifying sessions already, so it's been really close, some quick times. Yeah, bodes well for the heat, especially in juniors.
And Tom, I wanted to ask you actually, because you sent me a pack yesterday with lots of stats, lots of research. How much time as commentators do you put into the preparation? Because it is pretty impressive.
We have very different approaches. So Russ likes to go the full James Hunt. He turns up on the day and then asks who's on pole. Whereas I'll sort the regional start going on. You start getting the results, start learning the drivers. The fact that Warrington's my home track as well means that I get a chance to see who comes down, see people testing. You start to figure out who's maybe going to be at the front and who's not, and then try and put it in some form of format that we can all read and at least be able to sound like we know what we're doing.
And we saw at the start in the VT, we had your hot lap from about a year ago.
Yeah.
How have lap times changed in that year? They've obviously got a little bit quicker.
Yes, the track's evolved itself. That day it was, I think that was probably the 4th, maybe 5th lap that had been driven. The karts themselves are also a little bit different. They've had a few tweaks from last year. They got slightly softer tyres, slightly different setup at the rear. So they drive a little bit differently, but we found that lap times are probably in the order about a second to 2 seconds quicker than that point. You see already, compared to the times last year, they're already about what the juniors were doing last year on a higher power setting, whereas now we're on, in theory, a lower power setting, but the cars are just as quick. So it's worked quite well.
Russ, back for another year? Enjoying it, as always?
Love it. One of the best weekends, one of my favourite weekends of the year. What's not to like? You get to talk about great racing, have some fun over 2 days. It's brilliant. And the great thing today is you can see the experienced drivers out there. There's a lot of different approaches, even at this stage in the competition. A lot of drivers just going out there, just racing. You can see the kind of cutthroat racing that's going to come. There's a driver out there that was literally going for a gap, like 4 or 5 corners after they left the pit lane, with full commitment, full sending it. And for me, there's it's the experienced drivers that go that far, because we've just gone past one of the most important elements of the whole competition. The drivers that are on pole that did well in quali will get a great grid positions all the way through the heats.
I was about to say, so there's a few changes this year. We've got grid starts, we've even got the Joker lap, stop. How do you think that will affect things? Does it just make it more exciting?
I think it will, because we all want to see standing starts. That's where the fun is. We did it the rolling starts because we were trying to make it tame in the first lap, and so they're all side by side, they're all running. There's no gap between lights going out and accelerator going down. Nobody's like to get a bad start and cause chaos, but we've just thrown it out the window. We're much more confident that the quality of the driving that we've got out there is what we kind of think, and we shall see if that confidence will come through and we get some really, really good racing.
See, we look forward to the rest of the day's racing. Guys, we'll let you have your coffee and your break. We've just totally interrupted it.
It's all right. Let's look at some of this, because I know some people like this. Look how many cameras there are. Who are you? Where'd you come from?
We are Revolution Audio.
Yeah, and what's your name?
I'm Elias.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Look at all these screens, look, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. They do such a good job. This is Joel. He is in charge of the live stream of everything. How's it been going?
Not too bad. Yeah, 5th year. Doesn't feel like 5 years, but it is our 5th BIKC. Really cool to see how far it's come. Every year we get about 40,000 people tune in on the broadcast, which is massive. If you compare that to other grassroots motorsport of this level, just the engagement that we get on social is massive. And with what Russ and Tom are doing in involving people in the live stream, for better or worse with some of Russ's comments, it just makes for great viewing at home, and it's great to be involved.
You do a great job, man. Look, what do these buttons do? Are these microphones?
Yeah, that's what I can use to turn you on.
Nice. What button? What button do I press to Can we put a screen on? Don't know. Competition. When's the racing on again? I feel like we've been talking and filling time for a long time now, John.
About 5 minutes.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, play something. Play something about Motorsport UK. That'll be a laugh. This is how it's done. Look, I love behind the scenes things. Look at it. It's great. You can tell we're really filling for time right now, can't you? Jen's in the room. We'll chat to Jen if you want. Let's go chat to Jen.
Everyone's heard about the Jen badge. Jen, how's it been this year so far?
Oh, it's been good. No, it's literally just qualifying. It's been good. Like, obviously, I'm with Russ, I'm with Tom, and I'm very happy to be part of the commentary team now. First time commentating ever in my life, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
So obviously your role and stuff, you look after the member events, membership numbers, race academy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We've seen numbers really grow. We had over 5,300 I think participants at the BIKC.
Yeah.
How are you seeing that grow and are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. So I did BIKC 2020 before I was working for TeamSport, and then it's just grown and grown and grown and grown. Back in 2020, you can see the standard was a lot more novice. Now it's a lot more experience. You know, I think everyone's looking at the British title, and you're seeing a lot more new drivers come through. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out this year.
And that's race academy. That's obviously a massive part of what we do to get young people involved in motorsport at the grassroots level.
Yeah, it's going well. So I have four people from Bristol in Cadets and Juniors today. I've got Ted Hayward, I've got Iris, I've got Charlie Roper, and I've got Ben Hunt as well, so 4 drivers. And then obviously I've got overall 20 drivers of the nationals from Cardiff and Bristol, so great to see.
Looking forward to the rest of the day?
Yeah, very much so.
Right, I think we've done enough filling. Yeah, so we'll hand over to the commentary. Let's get the racing back on. That's why everyone's here. So it's Russ, Tom, and Jen.
Okay, here we go. So we now enter the next stage. We're going to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're here to do, really, isn't it? So we are staring at an empty track at the moment, but we will soon start the most intense racing. And as we've just talked about, when we were rudely interrupted in our break, that we've got the whole grid starts. How is this going to go, and how is Joel going to film it is the big question. We were talking a lot about this yesterday. We were going, do we go like head on? But we've got to get the lights in. And that's Joel.
So you can see the man himself, going out, getting in position.
This is the panic.
Ready to receive some carts on the grid himself.
We don't even know what position he's going to go for. He's going to go, okay, he's going to go there. Last year, at one point, he was lying on the track when we were doing stuff, when the carts were there.
Yeah, he was actually hiding at one point.
Perhaps he could lie at the front and point backwards. Yeah, that'd be it.
You've got to do anything for the shot.
Just get him to stand in the middle of the grid just as the lights go out.
No, he still does. He's still not certain. He's looking at that.
On the plus side, he's wearing high vis, so he should be safe.
Yeah, the drivers can at least see him when he's in the middle of the circuit, but yeah, we're going to get ready we're going back to cadets. So 5 grids. So we've got a total of 5 different groups, effectively. So it'll work out that we'll run each of the 5 groups for the first heat, then each of the 5 groups for the second heat. The grids for the heats are just popping up in our race control chat. They're looking after us this time. So to remind you of the results of the first qualifying session, which is the grid that is getting ready now. It's going to be Harvey Ball on pole position, Lucas Fragile alongside him. Easton Bisco Clienti, Ronnie Deacon is row 2. Alex Sachitsky and George Glossop, Megan Gascoigne, Mia Gualteri, Ted Hayward, and Fabian Simansky are your 10 runners and riders. And the drivers are all sat in the pit lane at the moment, currently having their photos taken by the looks of it. See the photographer going down, getting some beautiful memories of these drivers in, for what is many, their first opportunity to race at this sort of level. And shortly, we'll be able to get them out on the grid. You see the pit marshals just double checking the carts, making sure they have the correct amount of juice to be able to get them through this 8-minute heat. Now, 8 minutes, it's not a long time. And this is going to go very, very quickly. The heats are shorter than what we had last year. And 8 minutes, if you're somewhere towards the back end of the grid, it's going to be quite hard to get through, isn't it?
Now, first of all, there's a lot of people asking for interviews. We can't go that far.
Yeah, we can't control the interviews.
We can't control the interviews.
The line of our interaction goes down to qualifying. Yeah. After that, it's all bets off, and we follow what's happening on track.
Yeah, but also it's very Martin Brundle. What I mean by that, they're literally wandering around, and it is who they bump into. So we will try and interview as many people as we go through, but we can't. It's not like pop a cart
if you're here
on the
screen.
If
you're on site and you haven't informed one of the team that you do not wish to be on live stream, you become fair game. So expect someone, if you see them walking around with a camera and a Lex, then Lex will come and put that microphone under your nose and ask you a question about the racing.
Indeed.
So like Lex said, if you don't want to be on the telly, don't approach the cameras. If you're anywhere near, you become fair game.
Indeed, absolutely. Sorry, Jen.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So we have obviously 8-minute heats now, all the way through to when we get ready for semi-finals. So we expect to see, I've got to count them up now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 heats in total. So that's going to be a lot of racing. Obviously, the grid starts now are going to be a very interesting factor, whether people gain positions or not. Who knows? Could drive around the outside, could end up in a barrier. Who knows? We will review everything most likely for the grid starts on the gem pad after all the heats are completed, just to have a little look back and see what's gone on. So, yeah.
Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. It did add a whole extra dimension last year when we. Do you remember that incident we had and you picked out that the driver had taken his hand off the steering wheel? Like we were able to analyze it into that much detail. It was absolutely.
There's
brilliant.
a quote from last year that, so the mechanics in Bristol, Connor and Adam, I love this quote and keep reminding me of it, but apparently I said, we're looking for penalties, not hands, or something like that. So obviously people are throwing their hands in the air, and they've quoted it to me every single day since. So
it's a great quote. And talking of quotes, we're still after I still want the whole, what do we say when the lights go out? It's mine, so it's brilliant. Obviously.
Why do I feel mildly terrified about what might be about to happen?
But if we need a new BIKC catchphrase, don't we?
I've got an idea of one. So when we were in Leicester,
don't say it. Write it
down.
We'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Feed it to Russ, and we'll see if it
There's
gets
a story behind it, mind.
So we'll go through at the end of the heat. Once he's used your catchphrase, then we can have the story. Something to look forward to later on. As you can see, the guys are just doing the final checks. Everyone's getting in position to make sure that we have everyone in the right order. 10 cadets are going to be taking part in this first heat. It'll be 16 for juniors. And then the day just keeps building and building as we get towards the main event later on. Now remember, the time that we're going for here, what we're looking for over the course of the heats and the semi-finals, we are trying to effectively whittle down the grids because, sadly, even though we would love to have everyone compete in the main event, 30 karts on track would get a little bit hectic. So we do need to cut these grids down to, for the cadets, I believe, we're looking for the top 10. And the juniors were looking for 16. So the cadets were going to cut the grid by 2/3. Cadet and juniors were going to cut it in half. Just comes back to something I normally say about BIKC, that even though this is, as Simon said before, the biggest single motorsport event in the world, it is also probably the most brutal motorsport event in the world, because we've got to take what is effectively 1,500 drivers in every category, and we need to get them down to the top 10. And of those top 10, 3 of them will go home really, really happy. Everyone else is going to be annoyed.
Pretty much, yeah. So we're going to see, obviously, 3 drivers from each category will get onto the podium. So imagine that many drivers whittled down from 5,000. It's insane. So.
Yeah, and that's all happened since qualifying ended in August, and we're now the start of November. So the local finals, we took a massive chunk out of them where drivers competed in September. Then October, the regional finals, we cut that down even further to go down to the final 158. As you can see now, the drivers just going out on the grid. Now, you may ask...
We've got lots of chat. Sorry, Tom, there's lots of chat. We've got loads of shout, like KV Racing. Please, can I have a shout out at KV Racing? Of course you can. Come on, Zach Hassan. We have got Dina, who's out there from Egypt, and tune for Zach. We can add Egypt to the list.
Tick that one off the list of countries.
Not just nationally now, internationally,
it is
global.
Internationally. So yeah, there's a lot of, and we've got another few shout outs for how we go racing when the lights go out. So yeah, I've added that. I've got that written down. I'm not going to say what we're going to do. We're just going to do it.
Yeah, there's a couple of good ones in there that may have to get stolen. Yeah. But one thing you may ask, looking at the way the grid's forming up, is why don't we just send all the karts out in the correct order, bang them on the grid, and off we go? That's because we run a kart rotation system. Effectively, this is rental karting. We want to make sure that as we go over the fleet is all set to run together. But to make sure that no one gets an advantage with karts, we rotate the karts through each of the drivers. So I believe it's no driver will drive the same kart twice. I think
Yes,
it's,
so we
I think
aim
it
for
works out that
once,
way.
but twice is a possibility depending on who's driven what in the grand final. Because obviously if you get a lot of drivers who have driven from the top half, and that's the way the rotation works, then they're going to be driving the same kart. So it depends really. Obviously we try and avoid it.
So karts are up on the grid. Russ, for the first time of the weekend, it's over to yourself.
Here we go. So it is going to be on the lights. Here we go. It's a red light. Lights are gone. Let's get it on.
The first start of the BIKC. Oh, all the karts missing there. That looked to me like that could have been a false start potentially. Yep, lights go red. I think there was a setting off there. So first time out.
That
get
didn't
these
work.
standing starts. I'm
going to be back to cat grease in a minute.
Yeah,
the way this is.
It's your catchphrase, Russ. You've cursed all the karts. All the karts thought that catchphrase was useless, and you missed the start of the lights. So, just because of that, all the karts are like, no, this man is going to get it correct this time round. So the karts are going to give you another opportunity. This effectively works out now. The red flags are out. The timer has stopped. The guys are going to get them in the correct order. I'm not entirely sure the procedure, if we go for another standing starter, if with this it will be a single file restart. We consult our race control chat that I'm pretty sure will end up telling us now as the drivers are all waved back round onto the dummy grid. Because the red flag came out.
I'll try another.
Yeah, because
I've got a lot because it's in the live stream. So
hopefully a couple of these good ones are going to end up, are going to help you and make these races a little bit easier.
Yours is coming up. Let's hope yours is better. Paul Boodle, sorry. Yours is coming up.
That's okay. That's
we'll
okay.
do that. We'll do that. Let's see. We'll see if that has better success.
So the lights are yellow to bring them round.
Lights are gone. Let's get it on. That's not
Lights
bad.
are gone. That's not a bad.
That's not bad, is it?
Of everything you could have said,
yeah,
that probably isn't the worst thing I've ever heard you say.
You weren't near the mute button, so I do respect that.
You wait till the heavyweights tomorrow night.
I'm going to be honest. I stepped back to watch the lights for the cameras to try and give him a cue when it's going. I completely forgot that I might have had to mute him. I was sort of relying on your reflexes there, Jen. Thankfully, you weren't required. Thankfully, you weren't required there.
Now you've got a bunch of notes written down
we got
for
Paul Doodle, who's got something tame than what could be said.
Yeah,
that's still good.
I've seen that one. That's probably quite tame.
We can do that one.
I've missed this one.
We can do
this will be a surprise for me.
Right, so we are going back around, and I tell you what is interesting is they have no pace lap. Parade lap. So they've done their practice. They get out and then in a car out straight on the grid, bang.
Yeah. So I think at least the cadets may get away with it. The juniors and the adult karts on cold tyres can be a little bit tetchy every now and again.
Yeah.
As it looks like the guys are getting them back on the grid, so it will be a full standing restart, a full standing start. I think this is probably on the grounds of how the start went there. I don't think this will be something we see over the course for all of the Reds. It'll most likely be the old single-file rolling restart that we saw. But at least this time, we have a vague idea of what we're going to be watching for. As the grid is complete, you can see Grid Master Liam Silkston is moving away. He's out of his usual hole.
Joel making a run for it.
He's making a run for it. He's going to check the grid. As soon as he's happy, he'll give the command, and then we will once again look to the lights, and hopefully Russ will get it right this time.
Maybe.
There's the command. So now we start watching our eyes towards the lights.
It's a red light. There's no lights.
The suspense is killing me.
I know. Somebody's unplugged it.
So this bit's going to feel a little bit like Formula One. We saw the 4 red lights, but it will be the sequence of 5, and then the lights will go green. Here we go.
Right, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. The heat is on.
There we go. That's a better start. The 59 of Harvey Ball immediately gets the jump. Looks like Easton as well has moved up into second place. Oh, contact there from the 49. That's Alec Lechitsky's tried to make a little bit of a bump on the 57 as Megan Gascoigne has come through there as well. I think she's running about 4th place as they come over the line
here we
for
go.
the first. Oh, there's a spin.
That's for the Gen Cam if we get another angle of that.
Yeah, that looks like the first thing we're going to have to run away to sort. Our honorary Kevin runs over to go and fetch the driver
out, I'm going to take a stab that is Alec Dachitsky in the 49 that's ended up in that one. The numbers revealed to us, and they go over the line. The cart is cleared, and the lights will go green again. Now, in situations like that, I'm surprised it's taken us this long to say this. However, we have VAR available to us, and I know there is a camera looking at that sort of point, so both you'll have the account for the marshal, who was stood right there, and the cameras to watch at. So his lot will take an approach of, if you've ruined someone's race, I will ruin yours. So expect to see a penalty notification coming through at some point. But as they come through the top end of the circuit, it is the 59 of Harvey Ball who leads the way from Eastern Visco Cliente, and I think that is Megan Gascoigne is up into 4th place. Side by side, that is the 58 of Ronnie Deacon and Ted Hayward that are at the top section there. And Deacon has just managed to keep Hayward at bay. So over the line for the first racing lap. After that brief yellow, it is Borg, Bisco, Cliente, Fradley, Gascoigne, Deacon, Hayward, Gualteri there in 7th. Szymanski, Glossop and Lachitsky is running in P10. But expect to hear something from the officials later on. We keep half an eye on the race control chat as the 58 and the 54. There's the fight over 5th place at the moment. Harvey Ball's already starting to build a bit of a gap first to second. And it looks like Easton in the 60 is also building a gap second to third. About 1.5 seconds separates both of them. They go through the fastest section of the circuit. Maybe that yellow visor is just helping him see, especially when it gets to night. That will probably help him out compared to the mirrored stuff and like the blue iridium stuff. That's what I run on my helmets.
Blue visors are the worst for dark tracks.
Yeah, at night as well under lights is going to be really horrible. And with it being winter, we will be running the finals under the lights.
I really thought 54 was going to make a move there. He had a good look.
I've seen Ted and his brother, who didn't quite make it through. His brother's about 2 years younger than him, but races just as hard. He has been overtaking quite well, so I don't anticipate that he'll be waiting very long to make the move. You can already see he's on the rear bumper, borderline pushing Deacon just in front of them. Like I say, it's a fight over 5th place. As they go up onto the top section once again, he's maybe thinking about a move towards, I'd probably say, the first 3 hairpins. If you're really brave, you can make a move up the inside of the ramp. When Mia was playing with Chrissy yesterday, doing a little bit of training, she was just sending it down the inside of the ramp and making those moves exceptionally cleanly. You can see a good little pack being headed by Gualteri actually
54,
behind.
it's going to be, I think it's going to be here at the end of the main straight.
Yeah, just see him get on the rear bump, just get towards the rear bumper as they go down in towards the first hairpin. You see a 3-cart train just behind. As a look over the shoulder from Deacon in the 58. Hayward's not quite close enough this time. Maybe try and shave off this corner to get a run down the straight.
See, for me, he's got to do something different because he's been literally right behind the rear bumper all the way for 1 lap. And if you're there, okay, great, you're close, but you need to do something different. You need to find a part of the track that you can gain an advantage and then make that move. Yeah. It's all about making the move. It's with all the grid positions, which is why the practice quality is so important. But Harvey, with his beautiful lap time, is able to get a fantastic start and sail off into the distance, and now has a 2.5 lead over Eastern Visco Cliente, with Lucas Fradley in 3rd, which is another second behind, and Megan Gascoigne. That's a great start for Megan. She can hold 4th place. Who knows, maybe you can put some pressure on 3rd. That would be a fantastic start to her heats. And then we got Ronnie, and then we got Ted. Then we talked about, we've got Mia in 7th, we've got Fabian Szymanski in 8th, we've got George Glossop in 9th, we've got Alex at the back in 10th. At the moment, we've got just over 5 minutes to run in the first of the heats.
Yeah, looking at the lap times here, Harvey Ball's only the 2nd fastest driver on circuit at the moment. The fastest 2 are actually the 2 that have been fighting over 5th place. Both Ronnie and Ted are making some inroads into Megan Gascoigne there as we're watching the fight over 2nd place as Fradley has caught up to Eastern Visco Cliente. Remember, Fradley started on the front row and Eastern just managed to get down the inside of them at the first hairpin. So Lucas is going to be trying to get back on terms with just trying to get back on terms as we all consult the race control chat as all of our devices go off. but the 57 and the 60 is the fight over second place, and potentially now this could actually benefit Harvey Balls. If these two start fighting, we've seen it many times before, that the leader can just start to edge away and open up a gap. That is what we saw in both of the finals this time last year in Cadets and Juniors, where the guys in second and third started, second, third, fourth and fifth started fighting, allowed the leader to just stretch off into the distance, and stretch into the distance they are. 3.5 seconds there.
48 Megan is holding on well, but she's got Ronnie and Ted closing in on the back of her as well. The only driver that's safe here is Harvey Ball, who has absolutely checked out in the lead. Easton has now got Lucas right behind him, and we were all spread out, but now we have a real battle for second place here. The gap is around about 2.5 tenths of a second, which is nothing. And then the went a little wide there from Easton, a little wide. He looks behind because he knows he made a little mistake there, and that's allowed driver 57 Lucas to maybe have a run. Absolutely, look at that bump. The bump, he's going for it. We had a look, but no, not this time.
Just a small look, but you can also see that Gascoigne behind. Oh, she's actually been overtaken. That's Ronnie Deacon's gone down the inside of Megan Gascoigne. She's lost one position. I was about to say that those three have closed up massively. However, that move has already been done. You just saw it at the back, just saw it out the corner of our eye. And is this now the opportunity that Ronnie Deacon needs to get back on terms with the guys in second and third? That gap had visibly been closing over the last couple of laps between third and fourth. However, that little move and that little fight has given the opportunity for the 60 and the 57 just to move away a little bit. 3 tenths is the gap, which in these cadet carts you can see is a matter of inches between the two of them. Up on the top section of the circuit, the 60 and the 57 still nose to tail. I think Lucas here is just going to bide his time and try and make sure that if he is going to make a move, he's going to do it cleanly. What he doesn't want to do is go for a move that's maybe 50-50 and he ends up having to argue his case with a penalty.
60 Easton was full on defensive driving there.
Yeah, he's a little bit closer.
Before he went on the up ramp, literally looked over. What a defensive line to get onto that up ramp. He's more looking behind than looking in front, and this really should give Lucas some kind of opportunity, because he will just get slower as he keeps driving defensively, and maybe give Lucas that chance to have a go. If it's going to be anywhere, it's probably going to be at the end of the main straight, the fastest part of the circuit. Megan's not giving up, mind. She got overtaken by Ronnie, but no, she's absolutely still in the mix.
Here comes Hayward. Hayward's thinking about
Hayward's on the inside.
That was a little look. It was a little look. He didn't quite have the overlap, and he decided
Megan's
discretion was the better part of
the
valor.
door, though. Slammed the door shut.
It looked like Hayward may have kept his nose in. However, I think he saw the corner coming and decided he was better off backing out and live to fight another day. But even though those three are fighting, they are still a couple of tenths of a lap quicker than the two that we are following for second and third. Again, they are very, very close, but I don't think Lucas quite has an answer for Easton in the 60s. Harvey Ball is still stretching his advantage. He's over 4 seconds. We'll see what it is over the line this time. Looks like Deacon now, thanks to that little challenge from Hayward, has got a bit of breathing room against Megan Gascoigne. He's moved up into 5th place. I believe this may end up being the last lap this time round, as the drivers now fire onto the top section. Just under a minute. It's about 1:03 for a lap of this circuit. So by the time they get back, in theory, Harvey Ball should see the checker flag this time around as the timer expires. Up on the top end of the circuit, though, 4.2 is the gap between Ball and Bisco Cliente. In the 60, 57, Lucas Fraggi still up behind him, doesn't quite have an answer, as Megan Gascoigne, Ted Hayward still looking at the rear end.
Keep your eyes on Ted, I think.
There we go.
Ted really, really wants to make a move here. He was literally all over the back of Megan Gascoigne on that last lap, and you just know that Megan is probably being held up a little bit by Ronnie at the moment, who's probably also driving a bit defensively. This is the opportunity. Here we go, down at the end of the main straight. Draws alongside on the outside, tucks in, pulls alongside, but not quite close enough. But the idea was there.
As he come over the line, there's Harvey Ball to see the checker flag. First heat of the day goes the way of Harvey Ball. Over the line comes Easton Bisco Cliente, and that looked like a 4.5 second gap based on what we've got here. And Lucas Fraggi, Ronnie Deacon, Megan Gascoigne moved up into P5. Ted Hayward tried everything, ended up in P6. Mia Gualteri held off George Glossop over the course of that. Fabian Szymanski in P9.
And we have
Alex Lechitsky there.
15-second penalty for kart 47, George Glossop.
So we said that it would happen.
For contact.
So we said we would get something, and that just proves that the race directors are not messing around today. Advantage by contact calls the driver to, I think in racing terms, they sometimes call that almost a take out instead of just advantage by contact. But yeah, that was...
We're working on it in the background to maybe get it, and we can have a little look. Are we
It'll be after the heats we get a look at the jump pad.
Okay, we will go back and look at that instant.
Yeah, it did look a little bit messy at the start. I just personally caught the end of it, but it did look quite messy at the start. Just shows that you can make that these races can make or break your day, and just shows how exciting and interesting these standing starts can be. But the race directors are not messing around. They're taking that sort of thing and they're dealing with it very quickly and very effectively.
There saw a little bit of racing room on the restart as well. We saw the driver in second angle his kart to get a better run, but second didn't give racing room to third place on that first lap.
Yeah, it just gets a little bit messy. I think these drivers potentially trying to win it at turn 1, and almost as if like magic, really, the cadets come off circuit and the juniors start going onto the grid. As you can see, the kart's being angled over to the side just to make sure that we are rotating the fleet through. So ideally, like we said before, nobody will drive the same kart twice. When we get to the final, that may end up changing, depending on what they've drawn over the course of the day. And these karts, we have had quite a lot of time spent with them. We've got 44 at our disposal today, and the way to make sure that they are as close as they can be, they've been fleet tested, but not to just run all 44 together. They effectively have 2 sets of karts, so for the adults at least. So the adults, you've got effectively an A set, a B set. One set will do all the grids for one group. Set 2 will do all the grids for the other, in theory, especially when we get towards tomorrow. But it just means that we can focus on getting the karts as close as possible, because trying to balance 44 to be within 1 or 2 tenths can be quite difficult. You find it a lot nicer to get around about 18 to 19 karts set up correctly within around about, I believe, chatting to Phil Nutt in our head of technical today, it was about 2.5 tenths, I heard, was in theory the gap. But I have seen the CLOs being very diligent with people bringing issues with karts together, say complaining about karts. If you have an issue with karts, the CLOs will hear it, they'll refer it to a mechanic who'll check it over and then pop it back in the fleet if everything is all good. You can spot the juniors coming up on the grid for their first heat, and lining up on the pole position. You can see in the blue helmet there is the lap record holder Jake Anders. We'll consult the racing control chat and pull up the full grid. So it's Jake on pole from Oscar there in second. Edgar Azevedo and Hector Sadalowski are 3 and 4, 25 and 30. Tied with Sherlock, Rudy Cruz, Matthew So and David Sniesko. Megan Rowledge, Ben Hamilton from 10th place. Jack Harris and Ben Longman in P12. And then, just consulting my notes quickly. So 11 Jack Harris and Ben Longman. And then David Kasnovsky in P13. Charlie Roper, Ross McLean, and Jaden Steetham. I'm gonna end up stumbling over that one and calling him Jason Statham at some point when I go through and try and say that really quickly. It's going to happen at some point. I end up butchering names quite a lot. If at any point we do butcher a name, please let one of the team know, and they will come and knock us. They'll come and knock on our door, correct us forcibly, and make sure we get it correct. You can just see the juniors now, the last couple of karts going out onto the grid, and hopefully we'll be able to get off and running very cleanly this time around. So you can see the marshals just clearing. That is Liam Silkston, and that is Katie up at the top end there, just taking a couple of the requests from the drivers, or just checking they're all in the correct place. Very diligent about where these guys are placing their karts to make sure that they're in the correct positions. So the marshals clear. They will go and get the signal again that we are good to go, and hopefully it will be onto the lights. We'll be ready to rock and roll. We will go towards the gantry now. Wait for the command as the camera runs away. The marshals retreat to a safe distance, and we're going to get ready to go racing for the first time for the juniors.
4 lights, 5 lights. Speed unleashed.
It's a good start from Jake Anders on the inside as well. That looked like Azevedo's got down the inside to go into second place. Bit of contact. Oh, he's round. The 25 of Azevedo made a very good start, but now they are dead last as they go into the top, as they go into the third hairpin. It started already. I can't see if he was assisted there or if that was a small mistake on the brakes. I'm sure we'll be able to take a look at that later on. So it's
Jake Anders
that leads.
Fabulous start. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. And look at the gap already, not even around half a lap. And Jake Anders means business. Already we've probably got about a half a second lap. Very unfortunate, but we've got big grids here. 16 cars all getting around tight hairpins. We're going to have some incidents. We're going to load. We're going to test the memory on the Jen pad, basically.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to do
store
in
up
this.
all the incidents that we can check. But charging down to the fastest part of the circuit, it is very much Jake Anders. Look at the lead. There's defensive driving going on from Oscar already. Edgar is right there as well as they come over the line for the end of the first lap. And the thing for me is what a gap on Jake Anders.
Yeah.
Look at that in 1 lap. 2 seconds in 1 lap over Oscar. That is massive. Hector coming through in third. Rudy's up to fourth. Matthews in fifth. David Snesko is in 6th position. Ben Hamilton started 10th. He's up into 7th. Jack Harrison in 8th. Ty is in 9th. Megan Rowledge is in 10th. We've got Jaden 11th and Ben Longman. Then we've got David Konowski. We've got Edgar. We've got Ross. We've got Charlie Roper at the back. That is the leaderboard end of lap 1. What a flying gap. But the battle, what we're going to focus on is the absolute titanic battle that we've got for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see how Azevedo gets through. He's already made up 2 places considering he was span out towards the back, as Oscar Machowick is there in 2nd place, holding off Hector Sadlowski. I'll speak English in a moment here. Rudy Cruz is right up behind him. He's made 2 positions. Matthew So has also made 2 places. Davin Sniesko, I think, has made 3 off the start. It's a very good start for him. And Ben Hamilton has gone from 10th into 7th as well. He's pulled off 3 places so far as they go up onto the top section. It's a very defensive drive from Oscar in the 35 so far, and that is just allowing Anders in the 37 to stretch his advantage. And we say it was 2.7 seconds over the line last time around. We'll have to see what it is when they come back past to put another lap in the book. Under the bridge they go, under the Motorsport UK bridge, through the chicane, look over the shoulder from Oscar. He knows that Hector's still there. Rudy Cruz looks down the inside, potentially, as Matthew So is just starting to fall off a bit as Sniesko tries to make some inroads. Hamilton is there as well. Oh, there's a bit of a bump, bit of a bang, and it looks like Sadlowski's managed to get through as Cruz sticks a nose down the inside there, 3 wide over the line. Sniesko's trying to get in on this one as well. There's a bit of a bump in barging, and through goes Hamilton on the inside of David Sniesko. I beat you to it there as they go up onto the top end of the circuit. I think that's another place gained for Ben Hamilton as they go up on the ramp. He's now behind Matthew So I make that about 6th position as that lead from Jake Anders. We were ignoring that a little bit as they were fighting behind. 4 seconds is the gap at the front, but the rest of the field is so close behind. It looks like Sadlowski now has just started to make a bit of a gap against Oscar, who's having a very, very defensive drive against Rudy Cruz in the 22. I've seen Rudy do quite a lot of racing. I don't think he's going to be sat there for very long. If there is even a small sniff of a gap, he's going to end up going for it.
See, for me, the carts just got really loose there. Just as they went over this part of the circuit, they just got loose. A lot of drivers got nudged. A lot of drivers ended up with just the ability to gain an advantage underneath that section. It's no wonder we ended up with a few positions changed. And Ben Hamilton, here we go. We've got a 5-second penalty for car number 30 for what happened on the first. So Hector Sadlowski is going to get a 5-second penalty. And at the moment, that would put him all the way down into 10th position. So that's how important it is to keep the racing nice and clean, has to be said. So Hector, that's bad news for Hector. There is the opportunity to appeal these things that happen, but he's going to be going down the order.
Cruz goes for it. Cruz just thinks about it down the inside. He probably doesn't know that 35's got the penalty yet. I'd assume they'll get the board this time around. as they go through the top end of the circuit. Matthew So now is trying to go down the inside of Rudy. Oh, contact! Cruz has been spun. Looks like he tried to go 3 wide through the Dunlop Bridge, and that looks like there's a red light. Is that yellow or is that a red? I can see that. This camera looks very bad. It's a yellow. So that looked like Rudy Cruz was spun out of the bottom section of the circuit. The lights are now to red. So red flag, the session has been paused. The session will be held, as that was very messy towards the bottom end of the circuit. The marshals will go and attend just to double check that everyone is okay. They don't normally throw reds very quickly in this sort of event. However, that looked like 3 into 1 didn't go. And you see the marshals now going down to double check that the drivers are okay in that bottom section.
It has to be said,
very messy that ended up.
Has to be said, Jake Anders, a class of 1 in this race. 7.5 seconds. The lead after 5 laps. Absolutely unbelievable. And you've got 2 of those seconds were done on the very first lap. And again, this is up. There's a lot of chat on the live stream about how good Jake Anders is. And he means business. He really wants to become BIKC champion 2024.
Yeah. This is his second attempt at the finals for Jake, and last year he classified P10, and there are the team of race directors that now
box.
They already, yes, it is literally nicknamed the God Box because it is all seeing. So they have the timing screens up there. You can see they've got CCTV up there. They've got a copy of this live stream as well, thankfully for them, without the audio, so they don't have to listen to us. But they will literally be looking at every available angle, and you can just see one of the CLOs, I believe that is, to the side, waiting to communicate the situation with the parents. A team of 4 CLOs helping us out.
I think we need to talk about some of the comments, because Jake is getting a lot of love out there. But some of the comments. Jake is insanely good at this track. He's raced it religiously since he was old enough to race adult karts. And Paul Boodle, I've actually called out one of your start quotes, which is great. He has a symbiote relationship with the kart. He thinks it, and the kart does it.
Yeah, it's a very
that's deep.
Yeah, it is very impressive on a session like this to pull that sort of gap straight away.
Oh, a lot of drivers shaking their head there. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's a bit shine off the numbers.
Like,
that 30.
So that's 35. That's Oscar and Matthew.
Oh, he got
the
the
lights
penalty.
are now going back to yellow.
He knows somehow he's got the penalty.
So those guys were definitely involved in that incident, and the team are going to be looking at it very, very closely. You could see them all pouring over it as race director Darren Pauly looks at it with Bieber and Wolfgang alongside him. As the karts now will all come round onto the dump grid, and the red, it's probably a good time to explain the restart procedure now that we've got a red light in the heat of battle. So we've completed more than 2 laps. So the way this will work is it will be effectively a count back from the last time the karts went over the line. And there's a very good sign there from us because I can see Rudy Cruz is moving again. So he's involved in that incident, but it looks like he's continuing, which is a very good thing to see. So it's a count back to last time over the line, which is the last complete lap for the field. So they'll go through. The order I can see has been popped into the race control chat. So that'll be passed to Liam Silkston, who's out on the grid, and they'll make sure everyone is in the correct order and we'll be able to get everyone on the grid. It should, if my math is correct, be a rolling restart. However, I'm not 100% on that. We may end up doing standing starts. I don't think we will. But it should be a rolling restart. They'll get everyone in the correct order. You can just see Silky's just confirming it as making sure they're just getting the drivers in the correct order.
Can I just say a lovely shout out? So Gabe says, commentators, can you shout out to my mother? She's brilliant, and her name is Sally Burrows. So Sally Burrows, if you're out there, then there's a lot of love going out for you. There's a lot of love in the middle of BIKC while we're on the red lights.
Yeah, I think what they're just confirming is where Sadlovsky will start, since he's had that penalty applied in the results so far. I'm assuming they will probably pop him back where he was on the road, but they're just confirming exactly where he's supposed to be.
From running regionals, we definitely kept them in position on the road, because obviously the penalty would drop them down to where they should be afterwards.
Yeah, so I think they're just double checking that they actually get him in the correct order and get him in the correct place. And with how interesting, let's say, that start was, then there's going to be a lot of moving around and lots of shuffling, getting everyone in the correct positions.
We got it to review later, don't you worry.
Oh yes, we've got a lot to review later.
Currently got 3 clips.
That's getting good. That's better than what you see in Formula One normally.
Yeah.
So we've got lots of stuff to review. As you can see, Cruz is now being popped through as the drivers just forming back up and getting them ready to go. It looks like it's on the grid, so this looks like it could be a standing restart. This could get fun.
Indeed. There's no doubt the standing starts are spicing things up. There's no doubt about that. We have a few incidents now on right off the grid. And the grid, the karts are very close to each other on the grid, aren't they? It's not what you call a spread out grid. It's designed, I think, to give us energy. It's designed to give us action. And yeah, we're certainly getting that. Let's have another, yeah, lots of people kicking off. Yeah, there's lots of people, there's lots of drivers out there that aren't happy. There's a lot of finger pointing. Like, it's your fault. No, it's not. It's your fault.
Yeah, that's the thing with racing. Everyone has a very different opinion to what happens in an incident, and no matter what the decision is made up in God Box, there'll always be people that agree with it.
Look at that.
Hey,
that's great.
Jake playing to the camera as per usual.
He's got all the time in his hands. Look at this. He's got 7.5 seconds in the bag.
Yeah, it's 7.5 second lead. He's going to have to go out and earn that back again now.
I love it. Yeah.
We've got someone in the chat saying, can we shout out Coventry for this year? Obviously, Donna McMullen is one of the guys that have been working with all the Coventry drivers, and it's a great year for them. How many do we have through, do you know?
I make 2, so I think they're both in this heat. They are. So Megan Rowledge is Coventry and Tyja Sherlock, both Coventry. Both their first time in the national finals as well. That's from the juniors. I can sort my list of cadets quickly. We've got two in the cadets as well, but we'll talk about those later on as the drivers are all on the grid. I think we are about to go racing once again here as the drivers just waiting the last little bit of instruction. I can see the clock is unpaused. And here we go, we're racing once again. Anders gets a good start. Hamilton also gets a good start there alongside Matthew So as they head up to the top section of the circuit. Once again, a little bit of bumping at the bottom end, but this time it looks like they've got through the first. Oh no, I spoke a little bit too soon.
David Kozlowski, that is not how it's done. It has to be said.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to go down the inside and just ran out of room. Didn't quite look like he was close enough. However, Ben Hamilton up into 5th place after originally starting 10th. He's had a very good start to this heat at the moment. Just proves you can overtake it indoor karting. Sometimes it does take a little bit of luck to be on your side to help you out through the heat. But Ben Hamilton, 5th place, a little bit of bumping and barging up towards the tighter section of the circuit. Oh, look over the shoulder. Jake Anders now leads Rudy Cruz, who's had a very good restart there, as Matthew So is tucked under the rear bumper of Oscar Machowiak as they go up the top end once again to try and complete another lap here. Just 3 minutes remaining on this first heat for the juniors. It's already been action-packed and it's still not finished just yet.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. So we've got just over 3 minutes left, and Jake Anders is doing pretty much what he did at the start. He's not pulling away quite as fast, but it's still what I would call a comfortable lead at the start, just under 1 second. Oscar in 2nd and Matthew So in 3rd, and Ben Hamilton, probably the driver of this race so far, I would say it's Ben Hamilton, just because of the fact that it's 5 positions that he's made up. And that's what happens when you get a bit of a poor quali. You've got to do the hard work in the racing, and that's what he's doing. Fair dues. The amount of points he's going to gain here over his grid position should see him really move up. Look at this camera work. Look at that. Great stuff. I thought he was going to have a little look down the inside. Why not, Oscar? Why not? You could have put your nose in there. Let's have a look back on underneath the Dunlap. A quick glance behind, but there's nobody really directly behind you there. And 0.6 of a second is now, so the lead is nothing like the 7.5 seconds. We were thinking here Jake Anders might just cruise away on the inside. Oh, he had a look, and then he had to look behind and defend.
Yeah, so Oscar just had a little bit of a bobble coming out of the right-hander before you turn into the ramp. He just saw that was enough for Matthew So to just think about putting his kart side by side, but as he managed to get the kart a straight line quicker, Oscar was able to get the drive, and it meant that Matthew had a choice to either back out or potentially engage in some contact, let's say, to gain the position. But he's now got Ben Hamilton tucked right under his rear bumper, and Hamilton is closing very, very quickly. The 36 versus the 20. I think Matthew So is going to go from being the attacker to being the attacked very quickly. Minute and 30 as we go over the line, as Anders now sets the fastest lap on a 51.313. Blistering time being set by Jake, as he's now a second clear of Rudy Cruz in the 22. As we watch the fight over third place, there is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts in this fight. Goes from Oscar all the way down to David Sniesko in 7th place. They file through the tighter section of the circuit, go down into the first of the ramps. That hairpin really tight and really catches karts out as they just bottom out, tap the brakes before the kart turns in as they fire through the fastest chicane that we have in indoor karting, through the left, through the right. Get up towards the first corner. Oscar goes a little bit defensive against Matthew, so this is going to bring Hamilton back into the fight. Jack Harrison is also in this, trying to hold off David Sniesko. Megan Rowledge and Edgar Azevedo aren't that far away from this as well. So just a tiny overlap on the 35 as we go on to what we believe will be the last lap. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. It's going to be the last time through of this first heat for the juniors. As they go through Mech Bay Corner, you just see how much that they're throwing the cart into the corner just to get the front end turned in. As it looks like Oscar just about has the measure of Matthew So right now. As he goes up through the tight section. That's nicknamed Ferrari Walks. There used to be a really beautiful mural of Michael Schumacher painted over the rear of there.
There's a few comments about Rudy on the live stream about how quick he is, and yeah, no doubt. He's in second place, and he's keeping Jake honest.
Into this.
He's not on his bumper, obviously, but it's not a 7.5 second lead. For a moment, we thought that we'd crowned our BIKC already. Oh, 20 gets it all wrong.
Made a mistake.
Matthew So makes it all wrong. He's lucky that the checker flag is there. Let's say they all go through, and that race actually settled really, really well. After the little kind of nudging and bumping on the first few corners, and then about all that halfway through. Last half of the race really settled well. But there's no doubt about the champ on that one. Jake Anders, 1.6 seconds clear of Rudy Cruz at the end of their first heat, with Oscar in 3rd place, Matthew in 4th, Ben in 5th, Jack Harrison in 6th place, David in 7th, Megan, good race from Megan in 8th. She was in the thick of it, really right in the thick of all the kind of nudging and barging and interesting driving, I would say. Edgar there in 9th, Jaden in 10th, Ben Longman in 11th place, Ross McLean in 12th, Hector Sadlowski in 13th, Ty Davis Sherlock 14th, Charlie Roper in 15th, and David Koznowski in 16th place at the end of that heat. And now we switch, and we will be running the next heat. But Jake Anders, we need, so even now, early stages, if you're going to pick a winner, he's going to be in the mix.
It's important to note, that the finishing positions for this heat will be where you start your next heat too. So any penalty picked up will drop the driver down the order.
So that's a difference from last year. So that makes it a little bit interesting.
So Ben Hamilton's
pressure on performing all the time.
Great drive will give him a better grip position.
Yeah, there's already calls being said that was the drive of the heat from Ben Hamilton, but it just proves that he can overtake. It was helped by a little bit of luck in front and some, let's say, conflagration between some of the drivers at the start line earlier. But Ben Hamilton moves from 10th into 5th, so that's really going to help out his chance of making the main event. And you see the cadets now already on the grid. We are not hanging around here at TeamSport Warrington. The cue is given from Silky, the cameraman. That's going to be a very bad situation, very, very bad place to stand in the next few seconds as he clears very, very quickly. And we turn our eyes to the lights once again as we're ready to go racing here. The second time for the cadets, first time for these drivers. Eyes to the gantry. We wait for the red lights to come on. Suspense is killing all of us here.
Still waiting.
Indeed, just some final checks.
Here we go. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. We watch for the greens. Lights go green, and it's a decent start from pole once again. Leander Hewitt takes the lead. Looks like Max has just managed to keep second place this time. So side by side, the 47. That's Ethan Hall trying to make moves early on. He's already got 1 position, is now into 7th place. So over the line, just to confirm the starting order, Leander leads, Max is 2nd, Oliver 3rd, Rory Hamilton is in 4th position. And it looks like that was a very clean start from these young drivers. But Leander Hewitt is going to look over his shoulder and try and make waves very, very quickly and effectively run away and hide from the guys that are behind him to see if they can try and hang on. Rory Hamilton, he's always finished in 3rd position when we come to the main event. He's running in 4th at the moment. That's not where he's going to want to be. If he can move forward, he's definitely going to want to. He's seen his brother Ben move forward. We want to see if Rory can do the same thing here as they come off the ramp under the footbridge. Once again, it's a beautiful spectator area in this build. It's part of the reason we hope that we have the finals here all the time. You can get right into the action here in the BIKC finals, as it looks like a time penalty's been handed out for a jump start to 48. That is Leander Hewitt. We said it, we called it as a good start. It's been called as a jump start, so it's a little bit too good. The penalty's 2 seconds, and let's see what the gap is over the line this time. I think it's about 1.5, so he's really going to have to go and hide if he wants to try and hold on to this win. That penalty would drop them down into 3rd place, so behind Max Banahovic and Oli Olachowski.
So he won't notice, will he? He needs to know somehow. I don't know if any of his crew there can kind of hurry him up, because he no longer now needs to win. He needs to win by 2 seconds with Max Banahovic is 1.1 seconds behind. Oliver is in 3rd, 1.3. Rory's 4th, 2.6. Jake Matthews with 2.8. Ryan Hamlet is 3 seconds. Ethan Hall is 3.9. Edward Silby, 4.1. Ben Hunt, 4.4. Sophie Curry on a only 4.9 seconds behind. Yeah. And so here we go. It's on the screen, 2 seconds. And so they need to... Yeah, he needs to put his foot down if he knows that exists.
He's not the only one as well. He's not the only one that's been pinged. It's just updated on our screen that 47 Ethan Hall and 52 Sophie Curry have also been assessed jump starts. You see the penalty boards going out now. It's quite difficult to get him the right thing. So in theory, they should know.
They know now
that those penalty boards have been, those penalties have been applied. So you can see the revised order as a result of those penalties. All of them 2 seconds. All of them for jump starts. So the 48 does lead on the track. So you see that gap is about 3/10 officially. So he needs to try and find another 3.5 tenths to try and hold on to the lead as it comes up on our main screen now to confirm those penalties over the shoulder. Max goes
but
into
for
currently.
Oliver can win this without doing any overtaking, and Max can win this without doing any overtaking. They've just got to get the lap times in. But however, up until this point, Leander Hewitt has been easy the fastest driver out there.
Yeah, it's the first time this year now we have a driver trying to outrace the penalty.
Yeah, something we've seen a few times. We saw it even last year in the main event, which decided a championship by about 3.5 tenths, which is about what we've got at the moment. Over the line this time.
And he's done it.
Leander has now outdriven the penalty they've got. So they've got 2.2 seconds over Max Banahovic, who's there in 2nd place. Oli Olachowski is ahead of Rory Hamilton, who's got their hands full as the 59 and the 47 are going side by side, as they're up on the top section of the circuit once again. Rory Hamilton trying to get back on terms and move forward in this field. Jake Matthews, Ryan Hamlet are tucked under the rear bumper. Then it's Ethan Hall, who's also carrying that 2-second penalty. They've got about 1.5 seconds to try and find over Edward Siberry, who's there in 7th place, if they want to try and hold on to that position. But that path are very, very close. Hamilton is in a bit of a train here at the moment as Hall goes defensive into the first hairpin. The 59 of Matthews is trying to go down the inside. He's looking. The 47
Jake Matthews had to lift then. He literally had to lift
to try and avoid getting into the back of Hamilton. As you can see, the guys for 2nd and 3rd are close nose to tail. I'll speak English in a moment here as Leander Hewitt. 1 minute 2.318 is the fastest lap they're setting at the moment. And they are still stretching that advantage. The gap now 2.8 seconds.
And Oliver Olachowski is really high up here. He's got a bit of time, 5 minutes. There's plenty of time yet to grab that 2nd place. But there's no doubt that we're given a slightly wide there. And the gap has grown a little, but there's no doubt that the battle is on for 2nd place. But at the moment, Max has got a little bit of breathing space that he didn't have on the previous lap. But Leander Hewitt is just, as ever, checked out at the front. Penalty or no penalty, it doesn't matter. But further down, they were literally looking like there's no actual definite racing line there, is there? You can literally go on the edge, you can go in the middle. It's just the drivers can literally have a good look down the straight and just decide how they're gonna play their cards when they get to the end of it. But here we go with 4 minutes to go. Look at the cars bouncing as they go underneath. It's still 60 max holding on. And this is the area where Oliver Wachowski is a bit quick. He's a bit quick around this section of the track, and 60 max knows it. He was literally driving around there looking behind him more than he was looking in front. It's round these sections, especially the hairpins on the last lap, that he just had a little bit more pace. It gave him the breathing space when he got down. Round here, there you go, it was just round there that he was able to just get a better job and get away and have a bit of comfort. And he's done the same thing this lap. He's going to have a bit more comfort when he gets down to the fastest point of the circuit, which is usually the traditional overtaking spot. Yeah, it goes a little bit to the middle, moves out to the wide, not really under a great deal of pressure there. But here we go, 3.5 minutes to go to the end of the heat.
Yeah, you can just see the 54 of Edward Sibley trying to make a move, or at least have a look against Ryan Hamlet, as they've now disposed of Ethan Hall by the looks of it on the circuit, but still fight for second and third are very close. The fight for fourth back is even closer, as they're now going through Mech Bay Corner. You can see Banahovic is just having a look over their shoulder just to check where Olahovsky is. And the answer to that question is not quite close enough to go for a move straight away. But Rory Hamilton not quite making the inroads into the guys in front, however, has built a bit of a gap over Ryan Hamlet, who's, oh, I can see yellow lights. Let's see where that is. Oh, it's right at the top section. I said he built a bit of a gap, and that is why, because that is, I think, Jake Matthews, who's just been rescued, put in the right position, and is now going to go back to green flag racing. So we didn't quite see what happened there. I think our camera missed it. As we have a look on the top section. The lights are back to green, but that explains where the gap from Rory Hamilton to Ryan Hamlet has come from now. As Banahovic and Olahovsky all build their gaps once again. 3 tenths between the pair of them. They're now 4 seconds behind Leander Hewitt. To go over the line, Leander 1:23.18 is still his fastest lap. We won't see anything faster this time into the last 2 minutes, so I reckon this is probably 2 laps remaining at this point in this heat, and that means 2 minutes for Olahovsky to try and move up into second place. Or does he decide that discretion is the better part of valor here, bag the points, and try and focus on starting from third place in the next heat?
Okay, here we go. So after that very brief yellows, they're back at it, and Max Oliver once again absolutely joined at the bumper as they drive around the circuit. 50, oh, they head down this time. Oliver, head down. DRS. Yeah, let's say human DRS.
The full human DRS.
We love it. Yeah, it looks, and he takes a wider line round there. Oh, a bit of a snap of oversteer though. Proper tank slapper going through there. And that will slow him down a little bit.
Ooh, too wide behind. That's
Max
the 54 and the 49. That's Hibbery, Hamlet, and Hunt in this as well. The 3 drivers all nose to tail, as it looks like Sibbery made a little bit of contact on the back of Ryan Hamlet. We'll see what they're like when they come over the line. But 1 minute to go. It's going to be tight if they get another lap here. So this could be the last one of this heat. And the last chance for these drivers to try and make some inroads. 5.3 seconds is the gap at the front. Remember, Hewitt has a 2-second time penalty for a jump start. They're 5.3 seconds ahead in this heat. This is another fantastic performance. We saw Anders start to pull a big gap. Hewitt's now doing it as well. And it's a very similar fashion to how Eskild won the Cadet Championship last year. Built a gap, the 2 behind him started fighting, built an even bigger gap, and he was left home free.
It has to be said that Hamilton's had very different races. I mean, yeah, the previous race
defending quite heavily
was attacking, and Rory has had to defend. But here we go. We're almost 3 abreast here.
Yeah, 3 wide into the hairpin. There's that's that 46 of Hunt. Throw it straight through there as the carts come over the line. It is checker flag this time. Leander Hewitt takes the win, but a fantastic move from Ben Hunt. And you can see he's happy with that one as he puts his hands up over the line to end up sealing 6th place there at the expense of Edward Sibbery. But that is Hewitt, Banahovic, Olahovsky, Rory Hamilton, Ryan Hamlet, Ben Hunt, Edward Sibbery, Sophie Curry came back from that penalty in the end thanks to the spin from Jake Matthews. Ethan Hall rounds out your runners and riders in P9. No sooner have we finished with the cadets that we end up going straight back to the juniors. We wait to see on the race control channel to see if we get anything as a result of the spin from Jake Matthews, to see if he did get some assistance. But race control will be all over that if there was anything to be dealt out with.
A lot going on the live stream. There's a great debate over how fast the karts go, and the consensus, I think, on the live stream is that the cadets, just the 8-year-olds, are travelling at 100 miles an hour. Is the if you look at the live stream, that's what's really been decided. I'm not going to disagree with that. You know, if it looks like 100 miles an hour, it is 100 miles an hour.
I can speed up the footage if you want on the review. It looks like 100 miles an hour.
Looks like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, when you sat that far off the floor in these, it can feel like 100 miles an hour. However, they'll top out about 30, 35 in the right hands.
Indeed.
So a few good guesses in there that seem to get that one right.
Just
But,
not 100 miles an hour.
Nah, not quite 100. To be fair, when you get to Club 100, you are getting a little bit closer towards that sort of speed. But you're talking more like 45, more like 55, 60 for the cadets, even pushing 75 maybe in the adults and the juniors. Some very, very fun pieces of kit, let's say. 125 Rotax engines, 2-stroke race brakes, race chassis, and some very sticky tyres to have a play with. It's a good place to go and test your mettle, hence why it's the logical step from the BIKC and the next step on Motorsport UK's karting pathway.
And it generally is, Tom. I was at a Club 100 event 2 weeks ago in, where are we, Sunderland. Call back from TeamSport Newcastle. A little look at them on a Saturday. They were running beautifully. But I called in and watched some Club 100. And it's amazing. It's so many people there I recognise and they recognise me. It literally is a natural stepping stone from what we do in BIKC. And it was really well run from Will and the guys there. The karts are absolutely beautiful. The track was great. And it was super stuff. It's a great series.
So you're walking around their paddock and be like, oh, you're the guy from BIKC.
That's exactly what happened, Tom. That is exactly what happened.
My favourite thing about Club 100 is when you're in the pit lane, you just push a button, change your car, and off you go. And you have to push your own car out as well. That's quite scary.
Yeah, it can be a little. It is a bit of a learning curve and a little bit of a stepping stone. However, it is a good stepping stone between arrive and drive and going down the owner-driver route. It is a very, very good middle ground between the two. And thinking about racing, we've got the next grid for the juniors up on the grid. So as Bobby McGurr, Frederick Navarro is your front row.
It's got a bit of an angle there too.
Yeah, a little bit of an angle from Navarro. He means business immediately. He's probably seen the previous heat.
A bit of an angle.
Just a little angle. He's probably seen the previous heats and seen the fact that the person on the outside has been able to jump. Pretty quickly.
Here we go.
Now we watch the lights. Second time for the juniors. Let's see if we can have a clean start
Let's
this
see
time
if Tom
round.
does a catchphrase.
So as soon as Silky's happy with the grid, he'll give the command to race control, and when race control is happy that everything is ready and we are good to go, it's going to feel a little bit like Formula One. And you're going to see the 5 red lights come on, and as soon as we're ready, so we've got the lights coming on
Tom,
now.
look, we even say
the sequence. 5 red lights are on. Green, green, green. We're racing. Bobby McGurr gets a little bit of a jump down the inside. He jumps in the car to get the car moving a little bit quicker. That looks like Callum Eve has managed to jump into second place. A little bit of a spinner, a little bit of a spin sideways. It looks like Tassos there having a little bit of a tap. Oh, there is one backwards now, as that looks like, is that the 27? There's 4 of them down there. So that's Josh Robinson that's down there. That's Iris Crease is involved in that. The 17 of Jake Dilworth Parrott's involved in that as well.
Joshua Robinson got himself going.
I must admit, number 3 was committed to getting out that barrier.
That's the save.
He was not staying there
absolutely
any longer than he absolutely had to be. As the marshals now have them all pointing in the right direction. It was Tassos involved in that one. The marshals have them all under yellow light conditions. We're going to wait as soon as we are happy. Bobby McGurr gets the field going once again under greens. So it's McGurr, Eve, Navarro that are your top 3 at the moment. I think Jules Larkin lost a position on the start as well, so he's down into P5. As they file through the top section of the circuit, yes, it is Ollie Peters in the 10 that is running in 4th place. They're going to come down the ramp, and the defending champion is going to start his championship defence in the right way as he comes through the chicane. He's got Callum Eve right on his rear bumper, and he's going to be trying everything to try and take that championship away from him. through the hairpins. I don't think we're going to end up seeing a runaway and hide drive like we saw from Jake or from Bobby when he won the title last year. What I will say, it looks like it's happening. The front three are starting to go together. So Ollie Peters just dropping a little bit with Jules Larkin behind him. And it looks like Larkin's got Hackworth right up behind them as they all come over the line. No, it's Sol Hilda that was up under the rear bumper. Hackworth now down in 7th place. As it is Joe Jennings, Alex Scott, Hayden Adams, Charlie Devlin, Zach Hassan is your top 12. Up onto the top end of the circuit. We still wait for race control to see if anything occurs with that incident down at the third hairpin. But the top 3 definitely breaking away. Are you actually the top 2? So it looks like Callum Eve has a bit more breathing room between himself and Navarro than he does have to catch up to Bobby McGurr. As they're going through the top end, you can see the carts being thrown into the first hairpin. The 16, the 8, the 27, your top 3. These cars very close in the fight for 4th place behind Ollie Peters. Jules Larkin, Sol Hilda, Jack Hackworth, Joe Jennings, Alex Scott, Hayden Adams are your top 10 runners and riders. As we're going now up the top end of the circuit as these guys trying to get back on terms. The 12 here of Jules Larkin looks very, very racy against the back of Ollie Peters. As they come up the top set. Like a small mistake there, actually. I think he may have tapped the barrier on the way up the ramp. So looks like Larkin just a little bit further behind now. Peters, but he's caught that straight back up as they're up on the top end of the ramp. Still leads though. McGurr, Eve, Navarro, your top 3. They've got 1.3 seconds over Ollie Peters, who's in 4th place and is defending hard against Jules Larkin and Sol Hilda. Now you can see that gap already starting to open up as they're going through the top end of the circuit. Now McGurr is going to come over the line very shortly. We're going to be able to see what sort of pace the top 3 have. Eve currently has the fastest lap of 51.800. McGurr comes over the line on a 51.7, 51.6, 51.6. So this top 3 running away.
Try to watch here is Frederick Navarro, because he was a little bit in no man's land, but he is very much catching Callum Eve now, and it's now or never for Callum. If he wants to put pressure on Bobby McGurr, who is the reigning champion here, then he's got to do it soon, because in a minute he's going to have mirrors full of Frederick Navarro, if he had any mirrors. Now, 4th downwards, absolutely chock-a-block, bumper to bumper for Ollie, Jules, Sol, Jack and Joe. But out in front, I would say Bobby McGurr here, he's under trouble. He's literally starting to drive defensively. He switched to driving defensively, which is why suddenly Callum Eve is absolutely all over the back of his car. And Frederick Navarro, you've got to join this. This could end up going any direction here. Frederick Navarro, get your foot down, join this battle, get right on the back. We've got a 10-second penalty for driver number 3, Josh Robinson, who was literally running at the back in 16th position with a 10-second penalty. That would be what happened at the start. And now it is definitely a 3-way battle for the lead. Bobby McGurr, he's got to be absolutely smooth as you like here. He's had a better lap there. He's had a better lap. He's managed to put a little bit of distance between himself and Callum Eve. Maybe Callum a little bit, he did look behind it, but he's a little bit distracted. It's exactly what I said by Frederick Navarro, who is now absolutely in the battle for 2nd position. And he's having a look, and he's through and takes that position. That's a great overtaking manoeuvre, Tom.
It looked like a good overtaking manoeuvre. It almost looked like Ollie Peters left the door open for him. I thought I saw a little move from his hand to say almost like, you go. So I think what he could be doing there is knowing that Larkin is a little bit quicker and know he's falling off the back of the guys in front, getting a quicker driver in front of him to try and see if they can drag back up and catch that 4-second gap that they've got to the guys in front of them over the next 4.5 minutes, and then potentially see if they can fight for a few more points here. But that gap is absolutely massive.
That was such a gap.
It was the hand coming off the wheel as he turned into the corner. It was almost like, go on, mate, you go on, you have a crack at them, see if you can maybe get the move done. I don't think they're racing out the same track out of those two. I'd have to double check my notes.
Almost a strange overtaking.
But it almost looked like, so Ollie Peters out of Crawley, and then let's have a look.
And Bobby McGurr is starting to check out at front. It's now just under 0.6 of a second. It doesn't look like 0.6 on the track, I'll be absolutely honest.
No, that's about as big as that gap's been all race.
Indeed.
but might have closed in a little bit from Callum Eve. Maybe got some more energy to go for a final slingshot in the last few laps. We've got 3.5 minutes, which is going to be around about 3 more laps left in this one. There is a real close-up of number 8, Callum Eve, who is once again the third position just drops. He just kind of catches up and then just loses a little bit of ground. That gives Callum Eve a little bit of freedom to then start punching in some laps to get up to the back of Bobby McGurr. But then if Frederick gets back on the tail, it all changes and he drives a bit defensively and slows down. But Frederick Navarro is definitely he's 1.3 now behind the leader Bobby there. So this is, if Callum's going to make a fight of this, really it's in the next couple of laps that he really needs to make that difference. And now the gap is coming down. As I said, was 0.8, now it's 0.4, and it is visibly closer. And let's see if he can get some kind of run. A little check back from Bobby there. Can he get some kind of run? He's a bit too far behind to make any impression at the end of the straight here. Yeah, Bobby doesn't even bother defending. He takes a full racing line, but round here he's quicker. Look at that. It's sure it pulls in there onto the back straight underneath the big Dunlop bridges. It was 0.395, and now it is 1.30.
Tight. The gap staying sort of same between McGurr and Eve, but the gap to Navarro is about 1.4 seconds. And the important part there is Callum Eve knows it. He looked over his shoulder the lap before, and he can no longer see the Dago orange suit of Frederick Navarro behind him. So he knows that he's got a little bit of breathing room here. So he can afford to attack McGurr, maybe be a little bit more risky and hope in even account for the fact that Bobby's going to defend quite hard, but still have a little bit of a cushion over Navarro, who's following behind. That being said, we also look behind to see Jules Larkin is building a gap over Ollie Peters. So the idea was to go together. It clearly hasn't worked right now because the gap is about 5 seconds between Larkin and Navarro, and Peters isn't making any inroads in either.
Look at that.
Minute and a half over the line.
Eve took a much wider line, which is why he was able to pull right up.
through Dunlop 2. That is where he's losing the time. That gap has now halved once again, and it looks like a second penalty for Josh Robinson's been handed out. He's not having a good day here. Another 10-second penalty for what is known as ABC, advantage by contact. And I was sat in on the ops briefing yesterday where James Hislop spoke to the team that are running BIKC, and they said if they do get repeat offenders, penalties are going to get more stern depending on how much someone offends. So if someone does the same sort of thing 2 or 3 times, there's a chance penalties that may have been 5 seconds would have been 10. Now, originally we said penalties for ABC generally would be about 5 seconds, hence why he's now got a 10 seconds. That's his second offence. The penalty is doubled. The next one, if he does pick another one up, as the checker flag flies for Bobby McGurr, Callum Eve and Frederick Navarro. If he picks up another one, it will end up being a black flag and a DQ from that session. So they are not messing around this year in terms of driving standards and making sure that people end up staying within the letter of the regulations. But the checker flag flies 0.2 of a second, split McGurr and Eve. Navarro 1.2 seconds further behind. And Jules Larkin, Ollie Peters, Sol Hilda, Jack Hackworth, Joe Jennings, Alex Scott, Hayden Adams, Zach Hassan in P11, Tassos there in 12, Charlie Devlin, Iris Crease, Jake Dilworth Parrott, and Josh Robinson complete your 16 runners and riders there. Getting interesting now as penalties are starting to fly thick and fast as we now move back into the cadets.
Has to be said that we've got, I think we've got 3 favourites so far in the juniors. Bobby McGurr, Callum Eve, and of course, Jake Anders. On the very early stages of the heats, they are the cream of the crop at the present moment in time. Yeah. It's still early days when in first heat, but however, it looks interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when we put the grids together for the semi-finals, because seeing those guys on the grid together, getting a taste of what it's going to be like in the main event, because you would be pushed to suggest that those guys would be outside contention for the grand final later on.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened in the sense of, I think it was a couple of years ago, we had defending champions qualifying P7 and having a real fight on the hands over the course of the day. I think you'd be pushed to say that those guys won't at least be on the grid come the main event later on today.
Yeah, totally. And here we go. We're just setting up for the next race. We switch to cadets, as Tom said. and we will just take a little bit of time. All these incidents are all being logged, by the way, on the Jen pad. When we do get to the end of the heats, she will take us through.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a recap on my notes as well, so we can see kind of what's happened. So far we've had an incident turn 1 and turn 3/4 to Dunlop in the Cadet Race 1. In Junior Group 1, Heat 1, we've had an incident turn 2. We've had one spin in the Cadets. I don't think that was a penalty for anyone, so I think it was a mistake by the driver. And then in that one, then we saw the 4-kart pile-up at the start of the race, and obviously then the advantage by contact from the same driver afterwards. So
that's pretty impressive. I'll tell you what's also impressive. We've got people watching in from Beijing. Add that to the list, Tom. Whack that off.
Yeah, that's another country ticked off.
I think that's all continents now, right?
That must be, at least at this point.
We are out there. We are out there. Look, that's just checking that the yellow flashing light works, and it does. Look, there you go.
Very important, that one.
Very important, that. Yeah.
So once again, cadets coming now out onto the grid, and as soon as we have them in the correct order, I'm pretty sure this is where we'll see Mansina Wosu take on pole position. There he is.
Christopher Bruce says, I'm watching from Thailand. You just don't think people are just going to say they're watching from all over. We're not going to have somebody pop up and say, I'm on the moon and I'm watching. It could happen.
I'm watching from space. I've hired a rocket. I'm now watching from space. Give it a few years, we might end up. That might actually be a possibility. Watching from a different planet instead of watching from a different country.
Interesting enough, the cleanest race we've had so far was the Cadet Group 2. So
comes back to the point I end up saying, it's very easy to forget that they're some of the youngest drivers that we have in the field, yet they race as good, if not better, than drivers that are potentially even twice their age.
Definitely.
Can I just say, Gabe is asking for travel advice on the live stream. How's Thailand been, mate? Never been. So we provide a multitude of services as a commentary team as part of BIKC. So we also now do travel advice, if I'll be absolutely honest. Anybody ever been to Thailand? I've never been, if I'll be honest.
The only abroad country I've been to is America. Aside from the European ones.
And Wales.
Oh, Wales, yeah. I'm from Wales.
Oh, we were getting that in there. That dig was coming out somewhere.
So I can't wait to see what Thailand's like. So yeah, Gabe, I'm literally hanging on to that as much as you are.
Light to green as Russ is spending too long talking about other things. It looks like Freya Lally's just got the jump on Francesco De Caro. They're side by side for second place. The 52 of Dan Norton is trying to hold off Layla Fitzgerald, George Dickinson as they go over the start-finish line. It is Amansini Wosu who leads the way from De Caro. Lally looks like Reeve is there still in 4th place as they go through the bottom section of the circuit. Nwosu has already, there's no other word for it, he's checked out of this one already. He must have a couple of seconds in his back pocket over Francesco De Caro and Freya Lally already. The DYD driver is going to try and press against the Leeds cadet on his second appearance here at the British Indoor Karting Championship. And De Caro, I believe it was 5th place he was last year. Made it into the main event, had a very good run towards the end, but just missed out on a podium. I think he's definitely going to be hoping to move forward this year. So the 57 and the 54 we're currently watching as De Caro and Lally go into the first corner. Freya is already looking towards the inside, just trying to show her nose to let Francesco know that she's there. And if there is an opportunity to pass, she's going to go for it.
Great opportunity for Freya.
Very good opportunity so far. Running 3rd place, still on the rear bumper of what is an experienced cadet at this sort of level. As it looks like the 47 is there in 4th place, the expense of Jesse Reeve.
And dare I say, Amanze is not checking out. Suddenly looks a little bit slower than what he has been. That gap is now coming down, not going up. The whole checking out
must be a drag reduction from the GoPro.
Did happen on the first lap. Perhaps as this race goes on, Francesco and Freya may come much more into play. But Chase is 4th, Jesse Reeve is in 5th, Josh Milburn is 6th, Riley Busby in 7th, Layla is in 8th, Dan Norton is in 9th, and George Dickinson brings up the rear at the moment as we charge down to the end. We've got 8 minutes to go. Here we go. No, the clock's flicking around a bit. 7.5 minutes. Okay, so here we go for another lap, and yeah, the lead is more stable.
Yeah, I would say
than pulling away.
I would agree with you to a point. It looks like De Caro is just managing to hold onto the coattails and Nwosu. I'd probably say that gap's come down a tiny bit. It's stayed about the same as Lally is still tucked up under the rear bumper of Francesco De Caro. 2 F1 tributes there in terms of the helmets at the front. We spoke about it earlier. We got an Ayrton Senna at the front and a Charles Leclerc in second place. As Lally again just shows a nose down the inside, trying to make sure that Francesco knows she's there. Chase Preston's there in 4th place. He's about a second and a bit off this fight as Jesse Reeves and Josh Milburn are right up under the rear bumper of each other, with Layla Fitzgerald very close behind. Dan Norton has lost a position or 2 off the start of this one. And the good news for this one with the cadets, no jump start, so they've all got away cleanly this time. I think Freya Lally, though, is trying to figure out what the best way of getting past De Caro is. She takes a slightly narrower line going down the pit straight.
She just had a look, didn't she?
Yeah,
she's just had a little
bringing
look.
the cart over enough, so if an opportunity presents itself, she's there to be able to go for it. But a very cool and measured drive here at the moment, and De Caro is just soaking up the pressure as Nwosu runs off at the front. 1.3 seconds is the gap, so it's a couple of tenths to the good as he bangs in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.607. We saw him set one of the quicker times that we've seen. The top 4 here are currently running inside that 1 minute 2 bracket, so it's a 2.6 for Nwosu. De Caro and Lally are both on a 2.7. Preston behind are on a 2.8. And they are around about 8 tenths quicker than the Reeve, Milburn and Fitzgerald fight over 5th place at the moment. Tiny look over the shoulder from De Caro as they come down under the dummy grid. And it looks like De Caro is trying just about everything to get on the back of Nwosu. That gap does look a bit closer this time, but not much. 5 minutes and 40
got
seconds.
Very strange driving position there. He
sat
pushed
very
himself
far up.
Pushing himself almost like a cramp. Like he doesn't look comfortable, is what I would say. He's changing his seating position a little bit there as he went through that section of the track. I don't know, he got caution flag.
Yeah, black and white going out there. That's a warning. So the black and white flag basically says to a driver, you've done something that has caught the eye of the race director. Don't do it again, or you'll probably end up with a penalty. It's sort of a last warning before they start throwing penalties about, just to give a driver the opportunity to correct any action. And before we start having to go down the route of
Let's see if Francesco
penalties.
does that again. And just to say, he came around here just on the down ramp, and there was he's moving his arm. But yeah, look, he pushes himself up in the seat. Look at that, and then down, kind of thing. He's trying to block the view for the driver behind. That's what it is.
It's a different tactic, let's say.
I've never seen a driving style like that
It's new, isn't it?
We've seen some strange driving styles, but that's definitely a new one. Normally, if you're trying to go for something like that, you try and sit as low behind the steering wheel as you can. We joked about it earlier, calling it the human DRS. You're effectively trying to make the frontal area of your cart as small as possible. You seem just coming up in the seat again.
Did that last time, last lap, in the same place.
It's he can't reach the pedals correctly.
He does look very straight-legged, doesn't he? That's what it did go through my mind when a few laps ago. It's I prefer a little more bend in the legs there if I was watching usual team sport driving. But hey, yeah, it's interesting, is what I would say. And in all this, Freya is still every lap after lap, absolutely, completely right there within 0.2 of a second, which in visual terms means absolutely smack bang on the rear bumper. Francesco does that again, lifts up. Must be something in it. Is it honestly like blood? Get blood to the feet kind of thing. Perhaps he's got pins and needles. You never know. It happens. It happens. And look, Freya here, she's got to pick a point here. She has to pick a point and have a go. She's got 3.5 minutes, so she's got a good 3 laps here. And she must be thinking as well, she'd be able to see that a driver is moving around a little bit in the seat, and surely that's got to spur you on. That's got to think, hang on, look at that, absolutely. You couldn't put a card between that, a slice of paper between where they were there. Looking to the inside, I think she's thinking, right, she's got to make a move somewhere.
Because they don't have the momentum like an adult kart does, so it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get the speed up. Obviously, like to get a switchback or something.
And all this time, even though they're dicing it out, like Amanze the gap is pretty stable for the lead when you consider the fact that the second and third are literally like a thin piece of paper between them at various points of the track.
It's just such a unique driving style. They can come down the bridge again.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just as it coming through. As you see a time penalty just pop up on the screen there for Riley Busby. We don't know what that's for just yet. I'm sure the clerks of the course will enlighten us shortly as to why that's been handed out. I'm going to guess it's probably for something around this sort of area with Layla Fitzgerald, Dan Norton. I think that's where he was running earlier. But Nwosu's 1.6 seconds ahead. He does have the fastest lap of the race, but despite the fact that these two are running nose to tail, they're only losing about a tenth and a bit in terms of outright lap time. Chase Preston has dropped off in terms of pace. He's about half a second slower as it comes through on our screen that it's for advantage by contact for car 49.
Kind of sad, George Dickinson, okay, unfortunately, commentator's curse, he's just dropped to 10th position. First BIKC final, though. I just there's a shout out in from Victoria. Thank you, Victoria Hughes. Please mention Paul George, get it right. George Dickinson, his first BIKC, and he's only 9 years old.
Yeah, very impressive to even be here.
Incredible,
at that sort
isn't
of
it?
point.
I think it is incredible.
He's one of the youngest drivers in the field. There's only a couple of 9-year-olds in the field. We've seen them race, or we see most of them race already, as it comes up on the screen. So our timing system is 58. It is Riley Busby that has had the 5-second penalty for advantage by contact. We're into
Final lap.
May be the last lap.
Could be.
Again, they're going to be very tight getting over the line as to whether they may get another one here. But it will be very, very close. So if Riley's going to make a move on Dakaro, it's going to have to be in the next couple of corners. Manosu again opens up the gap to the guys behind of 1.6 seconds. Chase Preston's there in 4th place.
And look at the head position on Chase there as they went round, really leaning over. Perhaps this is really taking its toll physically.
Yeah, you see a proper little train forming up there behind Josh Milburn there in the 60. Sorry, it's Jesse Reeves actually. Milburn's just behind in the 49 with Layla Fitzgerald in 7th. Dan Norton, George Dickinson, Riley Busby now classified as P10. As they come towards the line, this could be the last lap.
Here we go.
Of the race. As they come now, checker flight comes up. It's wave from Antti Nwosu,
Yeah, punches
who
here.
wins their first heat for Group 3 of the cadets. Dakaro in 2nd, Lally in 3rd, Chase Preston. We wait for him to come over the line in 4th. Over the line comes Jesse Reeves. You see that little pack there fighting over 5th place. So it's Reeves, Milburn, Fitzgerald, Dickinson, Norton, and Riley Busby, your runners and riders from that one. So that is the first round of heats completed. Next up, I was just seeing the race control chat. I was just confirming the penalty, finding out where it is, just so the CLOs have all the information to go between the race control and the drivers and the parents, more importantly in this event. There's a team of 4 that are looking after us over the course of the meeting.
That's a good point. I think maybe the landing after the descent could have hurt his back, so he lifted it up to go down the ramp.
Potentially, maybe. I know if I'm coming down that ramp, I sort of catch a little bit of air. So what I tend to do is if I'm coming towards the ramp, just to stay away from the back of the seat, I'll sort of lean forward, try and put a bit more weight on the front. Also, you can sort of argue it, keep the front end on. You maybe keep the front end on the car, just giving you that that idea from a racing driver that you're going to keep a bit more weight on the front end. You see the drivers getting back into the pit lane. They're going to get the carts on charge, and we're going to be able to see what
has to be
we
said
can run next.
the quality of driving on the cadets.
Yeah, on the whole, it's been actually really good so
Seems
far.
cleaner than the juniors.
Especially the cadets. Yeah, I was going to say.
It just calls back to the point that you've got to remember these kids are between the ages of 8 and 13, and they are racing. They're racing in some cases better than the adults and cleaner than the adults. We'll see tomorrow. It's going to be fast, frantic, and I'd arguably say cutthroat. But the cadets so far have put on a very good show. There's only been a few minor issues that have been dealt with relatively quickly, and I'd say relatively fairly by race control so far. Yeah, it's been really good fun so far. It's been some really good racing.
Okay, no, really, really good. So, yeah, is that all the first heats?
Yeah, so Cadet Group 3 was the last of the heats, so we'll effectively restart with So we'll restart back
Okay,
at
well,
Cadet
we're
Group
going
1.
to break with tradition a bit. We're going to go to the Gen Pad.
Bit of analysis.
Jen.
We love this,
Yeah,
Jen,
we've
don't
got
we?
three
I call you Jen.
clips
I
to
call you
look at.
Jen.
So what have you got for us then, Jen?
So we got the,
The Jam Ped.
the
The jam-packed Gen Pad.
well, we've got 3. I don't know if it's jam-packed or not. But we got the restart on the cadets. We have the restart for juniors, and then the incident on Dunlop for juniors as well. So when they want to cut to it, I'll go over it for you guys. Just a moment.
Here we go. This is the...
Right.
Yeah,
so
it's
this
coming.
is the
Here we
start
go.
of the cadets then.
Okay, so I'll play it back at full pace for you guys, just so everyone have a little reminder of it. I didn't realize I was playing it in half speed earlier. I was wondering why they were quite slow. But obviously we saw a little bit of squeezing at the restart there. A bit more bumping as well. You can't quite see what happens with the driver that gets spun out under Dunlop, but you can kind of guess by the driver.
Yeah, so it looked like a
It looked like 58
small
to me.
push.
It looked like 58 started it going into the hairpin. I may be wrong.
It started with some shoulder out. It started with some elbows out.
Yeah,
action. That's what I was
57 with a
looking for.
big
So
move
the
on the
racing
inside.
room more on this situation. Again,
But-
the driver didn't lose position,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't have been a penalty. And coming down into this part of the track as well, you can see
There,
49.
58, I reckon 58 pushes 49.
Yeah.
Yeah, that starts the little
You can see
slide
his, you can
there.
see his head, 49's head go a bit.
Yeah. No, you're correct there. So obviously 49, a little bit of contact. And the driver involved in the incident was 47. And you can see coming around this section here.
So there's
he gets
the
a bit more
start of
speed.
that.
And then he's side by side, but you can see he's not 50-50. Hang on, I can pause it and I can
So-
draw on it so you can see.
Was he ahead at the apex,
There we
though,
go, we've got a
Jen?
little circle.
Just
Definitely
using
not.
my F1 knowledge here.
No, he wouldn't have been. I think
We don't bother with that, do we? We do proper
Yeah.
So the call
proper
from the
rules.
So the call from the circuit was the penalty on 47, which based on what we can see there, I normally judge. So we run by the 50-50 rule, not this race to the apex and force someone off the road that Formula One run to.
That's in the rule book.
So I normally try and judge 50-50 on these. It's probably about where the steering wheel is. It's probably a good guess of where 50-50 is, and I'd say that nose is just in line with the back of the driver's seat,
Yeah.
which is not 50-50.
You can tell 50-50 by how the outcome of the overtake is.
So
So
it
if
normally
he's less
does
than
help
50,
very quickly.
you're just spinning across the front of the driver, which is what happened here. If you're more than 50-50, they just bounce off you because obviously there's nothing to rotate the car around. So let me clear this little circle for you guys. And then obviously this has resulted in this situation. You can't really see it.
Yeah, you can just see it from the back coming in with the driver ends up facing the wrong direction.
Yeah. There we go. Oh,
And then you can see the driver of 47
penalties.
is not he disagrees with the driving of the other driver, but race control seem to disagree with theirs.
Yeah, so that was the first incident. Obviously, a little bit of loading from some of the drivers and racing room, but that's going to happen on the first heat. So obviously now we're seeing some racing happen.
Some very aggressive moves and a little bit of crowding, let's say. That's what we've got next. So what, this was juniors heat 1, was
Yeah,
this?
this is the driver that got spun out in turn 2.
Okay.
So interesting restart. Everyone's coming across to try and keep the position. This is where the driver in second gets wiped out, I think.
That looks to me
Like driver error.
he's
and
done it
then-
himself, and then he was helped around. So we saw something very similar last year, I seem to remember. The karts come in, and there's a very nasty bump on the inside. Just see the back end of the car start to come round, and then he was assisted by 35, who effectively finished the job. You could argue there, if the nose-to-tail contact hadn't been made, the other driver would have just ran wide and continued. But it was the contact. It was contact there that just finished him off.
Yeah.
But even if you look behind the driver in 35, he gets hit from behind slightly. See, his head goes back there.
Yeah.
So you couldn't place blame on the driver on 35 because it was a restart. So it would have been more of a racing incident more than anything.
Yeah, and it looked like it was a case of 25 span and 35 finished him.
Yep.
Two elements there. There's the first that there with the losing it, and then the driver in white there, is it 22? Was putting effort into the drivers in front.
Putting effort in.
I'm just saying, 31 was lucky that 25 used the brakes
that
there.
was very lucky. If he'd just kept rolling back, 31 would have been stuck there as well.
So that was the second incident, and then the last one here. So this is when Oscar was defending, and
Oh, it's the
obviously-
fourth kart at 10.3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this was incredible racing. It was just a lot of like side-by-side action. We just kind of ran out of racing room towards the end, which is what caused the issue. So great move from Rudy there.
Cruz tries it.
Yeah, so we're coming through. Oscar did really well to hold it, gave racing room. And then obviously we see, just like you can't really see it that well.
That looked like a case of 2 into 1 didn't go. Because you can just see, oh no, they're 3 wide into that corner.
Yeah, so I think you can't actually see it very well. Let's zoom in for everyone.
So you've got the kart on the inside. That looks like Matthew. So you've got Matthew So and Rudy Cruz on the outside, and there's a third driver in the middle there that is effectively not allowed space for the driver on the inside.
So he wasn't alongside because he's ending up into a T-bone.
It was a domino effect.
Because he wasn't. The reason why he ends up in that position is because he wasn't alongside.
Yeah, it sets up a domino effect effectively. So you've got two drivers being a side by side, and they're not concerned about the third, but they've ended up skittling. What I believe is that you've ended up skittling the 22 out, and they've lost massively as a result of it.
Exactly.
And that is a very high-speed section of the circuit, so I'm not surprised that stung a little bit.
Yeah, we probably went red on that one due to, obviously, Rudy might have gone into the barrier backwards, and it's just more of just checking to make sure that they're okay, and obviously everything's nice and safe on circuit.
It is a quite high-speed section of the circuit, and to go from about 35 miles an hour to 0 very quickly, it's going to smart a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Been there, done that.
Yeah, it's same again. Been there, done that. I think
got
just
out,
about
walked
anyone.
away.
Yep, pretty much.
Got out, walked away, on to the next one.
Just gone, ow, a little bit of skill issue, and then walked off then.
No, excellent stuff.
But yeah, no, that's all we've seen so far in terms of sort of main overtakes and stuff. The last 2 cadet groups have been clean, and then we had that one spin, but there was no driver fault, no driver influence on that sort of issue there. So.
No, thank you, Jen. Magical as ever on the old Janped.
Janped.
Oh, that's what I called it.
It's got a different name now.
It's great, isn't it?
Oh,
Okay,
no.
we're just having a little bit. There will be a few little delays here, just as we set up the grids, because there's a lot of there's a few appeals that go through.
Got to charge the carts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so looks like
Emily,
we're going back to juniors by the looks of where the kart's based.
Emily and the team working hard there in the pit lane, doing an absolutely fantastic job. I've talked to all the customers, understanding what where the drivers want to appeal, and then taken up to the race directors and so on and so forth, which is really, really good. But yeah, we will very shortly, you can see marshals starting to move on to the circuit, so we will very soon. And of course, the grid positions change. It's the results of the end of the first heat that will decide where the drivers start the second race, which I think is a great improvement, because otherwise, if you do get a bad qualifying session, then you don't have the opportunity to keep moving up through the field as we go through each of the heats. You're literally stuffed with what we've done in the quali in both the heats.
The way I described it last year was you get yourself up there, then you get punished by going right back down to where you started again.
Yep.
Absolutely. So,
but equally as well, if you have a good qualifying and you end up being punished in the first race, you then have a lot of work to do in the second one.
Yeah.
Yep. So it just means that I've always said the key to BIKC is consistency. You cannot afford to have an off day with this competition. You've got to perform in qualifying. Then you go into the locals where you have to perform and finish in P6. Then you go into the regionals, which are a similar format to this, where you've got to finish in the top 3. And then you come into the nationals, where you've got to have a good qualifying, a good heat 1, a good heat 2, a good semi-final, just to even think about getting on the grid for the main event at the end of the day. And then you've got to have a good day there as well. You've got to be consistent and you've got to be on it, which is why this rewards drivers who are extremely consistent. As you can see, drivers now coming onto the grid. And to remind you, the running order of this one, the front row for this one is going to be Jake Anders and Rudy Cruz. Then it's Oscar Machoak and Matthew So. Ben Hamilton will start from 5th with Jack Harrison alongside him. David Sniesko and Megan Rowledge, Edgar Azevedo, Jaden Statham, Ben Longman, Ross McLean, Hector Sadlovsky, Ty Jewish Sherlock, Charlie Roper.
You called him Jason Statham. You did.
That was Jaden Statham. I said Jaden Statham. I got that one right this time.
Jam pad this time, yeah.
You didn't.
You said Jan pad.
I'm going to play
I'll get this one correct.
No, I said it deliberately.
Then it's Charlie Roper. Charlie Roper and David Kazanovsky complete the grid. I got that one wrong then. So 16 runners and riders as we're being wound up here, something chronic in this commentary box. There's a reason we normally keep you on mute.
I definitely think
I'm not
that,
saying anything.
With these grid starts, I think third place gets a better run than second, so it's going to be interesting how Rudy hands this one.
Yeah, so we've seen it was only this. It was one of the cadet heats where I think it was no. There was one of the only in the cadet heat where we saw second place actually get the jump, because you've got to get from the outside of the grid right onto the inside to be able to hold position. As the drivers are all on the grid, we wait for the command from Silky. Looks like he's giving it. He's clearing away from the grid.
Here we go. I'll do this one. I've got a very corporate one because obviously it's come from TeamSport. So here we go. 4 lights, 5 lights. Let's race. Here we go. Jake Anders leads away from pole position. Rudy Cruz. Now, a bit of a slide there. That's going to cost Rudy. That might cost Rudy. Oscar there might see a bit of a chance, but he's hold on and look at this. There's a lot of contact. There's a lot of bumping going through those hairpins. Will they settle down? No, we got a spinner. It's all gone wrong. He's facing backwards.
I could see that coming from about 3 corners away.
They went into the third hairpin 3 wide, which is fine on the way in. However, you can't really run 3 wide on the way out. So it was always going to come to blows, and there was a little bit of contact. What I will say is it looks like Ben Hamilton has been absolutely mugged there. He started 5th. I'd probably say he was back in about 8th, maybe 9th at one point.
Let's see where it ended up. There's definitely one for the Gen pad. Right, here we go. So Jake Anders. Let's have a quick look where it's over. Jordan's a little bit mixed up. No, 32 there. So is leading. Has Rudy Cruz. No, it's not. He's miles away. He's not even shot. That's why it was confusing me. He was so far ahead. He was confusing me about what was going on. He's checked out. But here we go. Maybe was there a bit of pushing, bit of loading from number 30 round there? Let's have a look as they cross the line. And
looks like I can see the marshal on the start line ready with something. Is maybe black and white, maybe ball as the carts come through. So it's Jake Anders, Oscar Machoak in 2nd place, Rudy Cruz, Matthew So, Jack Harrison, Megan Rowledge, Edgar Azevedo, and Ben Hamilton is down in 8th place. So after that really good first heat, he's now given himself a lot of work to do in that second one. David Sniesko, Jason, I nearly got it wrong again. Jaden Statham has come home, is in P10 at the moment, but it's still Jake Anders leads the way 2.5 seconds on the opening lap. That's not even funny. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, look, real swerve defensive there. Real swerve from Oscar. Rudy Cruz really wants that back. He really missed out there. And he wants that position back. There's no doubt about that. In fact, there's a look at it alongside, tucking in is Jack Harrison there. Another check behind. Oh, and even shake at the head there from Jack Harrison as well. It's like you're going to have to do a little bit more to get an overtaking move done at BIKC, I think. But Oscar is now full on defense from number 30, Rudy Cruz. Rudy Cruz really looks significantly quicker, it has to be said, at this particular moment in time, throwing the cart around. It has to be said, much looser than Oscar in front. And yeah, coming down onto the fastest part of the circuit. And this is where there was some real defensive, almost swerving in the braking zone, dare I say it. See there, because a little bit of a swerve, almost like a dummy
just
there.
Brings the cart right to the inside. Just slam the door in the face of Rudy Cruz to make sure that he cannot overtake.
Look at this, long side. He's got to tuck in,
the old
switcheroo.
A little bit of a touch.
If he's not careful now, we're going to get the entire grid racing each other.
Yeah, so it's going to be Jake Anders in 1st and everyone in 2nd place, as Oscar's really soaking up the pressure here. So it's Oscar, so it's Machoak, Cruz, Harrison, So, Rowledge, Azevedo in this fight that we can see.
Difference now is Harrison's joined it. It is
Harrison,
no doubt.
So Rowledge are in this. Azevedo, Hamilton, maybe even Snesko behind as well. Just looking for the purple overalls. Yep, he's in this fight as well. So you've got 2nd through to 9th that are running nose to tail. So 8 karts in this fight over 2nd place. This is what BIKC is all about. We absolutely love it when you've got everyone nose to tail. But what it has meant is in the space of 3 laps, Jake Anders is now 5.5 seconds clear of everyone else here.
Slight
as Rudy
contact.
Cruz has Jack Harrison around his outside.
Frustration getting in here.
Yeah, he's focused a lot on Oscar Machowiak. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't end up making a rash overtake and ended up picking up a time penalty, because they are being absolutely ruthless with them today. We've already seen 15-second penalties handed out for advantage by contact, which is a massive penalty in the scale of this. If you ended up, even if Jake managed to pick up a 15-second penalty, that would be enough to drop him to dead last, just to give you an idea of how severe something like that is. At the moment, though, he's nearly 7 seconds clear of the fight for 2nd place that we're watching now versus Machowiak, Cruz, Harrison, So, Rowledge, Azevedo, Hamilton, Snesko are all nose to tail.
And we can't see a thing. But while we do this, right, there's a few shout-outs. Gary Henson says big shout-out to Ross McLean.
That's a lap record. Jake Anders, a 50.985. That is the first time I've seen a 50-second lap around this circuit. We called that it might happen. However, that is an outright lap record he's just set there.
That's 3/10 faster.
And he's about 1.5 seconds quicker than the next available driver. As about 4.5.
All I can say, Gary, I did my best. I tried to give a shout out for Ross McLean for Campus Lang in his first year in karting, but we got interrupted by a new lap record by Jake Anders, which is absolutely fantastic. And there's a little bit of work going on with our audio people behind the scenes, because I probably need to say it. We are.
There we go. Just in
We've
time
got
to
it
see
back.
Rudy
We
Cruz
did
on the rear
lose.
bumper of Oscar Machowiak.
We were
That's the downside of
commentating
having
blind
that's
there for
the
the past
downside
3
of
laps.
having a commentary box that isn't trackside. But now
Did anybody
we
notice?
have Oscar Machowiak, who's still defending from Rudy Cruz. Jack Harrison's in this as well. Matthew So is a little bit further behind. Jake Anders is 10 seconds, nearly 9.1 ahead of the rest of the field. He's about 1.5 seconds quicker than anyone else out there. That's a special lap time there from Jake Anders. I can't believe he's managed to pull that out of the bag. 50.985. Oh, there's contact there at the top that looked like Rowledge and Snesko by the look of it. So I think Hamilton has managed to clear Rowledge at the top. And there's Jake Anders going into the 2nd hairpin. The other guys are just coming out under the footbridge. That's ridiculous. Can someone go out and slow this kid down, please? It's going to make the racing a little bit too boring. Round the outside, though, Jack Harrison's trying it on Rudy Cruz. Got the inside of the 2nd hairpin, a bit of a touch between the pair of them. Cruz ends up in losing the position. Jack Harrison is now in the clutches of Matthew So. So upper position goes Jack Harrison against Rudy Cruz. Matthew So, Edgar Azevedo, Ben Hamilton confirmed his 7th place at the expense of Rowledge. That's how Snesko was able to try and go around the outside. Hector Sadlowski, after their penalty in the first heat, is now running in 10th position. So they're starting to make some inroads into the field as well, and closing in on this massive fight. There's no other word to describe it, for 2nd place. And I think if they can get into this fight, maybe bring Ty and David Kaznovsky into this as well, and we could end up with something like 13 karts fighting over 2nd place.
And Tom, I just want to say that lap that's gone in, so the previous lap records by Hector Sadlowski in juniors, in junior category, 51.875. This lap record, 50.985. Yeah, almost a second.
That is the fastest time we've ever seen in the British Indoor Karting Championship. It is now the outright lap record here at TeamSport Warrington, and Jake Anders nearly 12 seconds clear with 2 minutes 30 to go on this heat.
Was his lap set on speed 4, the original 51?
No, it was speed 3.
Speed 3,
That was
okay.
speed 3.
Good point though, Jen.
That was speed 3, and when I've seen the talk online of everyone saying, "Oh, why have we made the change? Why have we done it?" Partly it's so that the boost functionality is there, because speed 4 it doesn't really affect it, but also speed 3 is, as we have already seen,
Almost as fast as last year.
It is as fast, if not quicker, than what we saw last year. The juniors are already about 8 tenths quicker than what they managed last year, as we're currently watching the 36 of Harrison trying to get on terms.
Oh, he's
with,
on the inside.
Oh, there's Rudy Cruz back
Look
on the
at
inside
that.
of Harrison. We saw contact between the pair of them beforehand. That looked like that may have been a bit of a
I
receipt.
don't know.
Here come Azevedo. Azevedo side by side there on the inside. So that looks like Harrison's lost not one position, that's 2 positions. And it looks like Ben Hamilton's going to try and get in there as well. That looks like these guys are giving us some content to review later on.
I thought he was alongside there, I tell you what.
Oh,
look at that! Oh, that's
on
a
the
big
inside.
crash!
That looked like a small mistake from the 20. The lights go red as we got this track blockage, as there is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 carts involved in this one.
And
as
I
all the
think
marshals go
we
up.
just need to check here that everybody is absolutely okay, because that was that looked a little bit brutal, especially on driver 20 there, Edgar.
Yeah,
who made the move, really pushed it. But these drivers are going for gaps. There's a lot to review there. The previous incident, I personally thought he was alongside there, but that incident we've just seen definitely needs to be reviewed in the race directors.
Yeah, you might even have an opinion of it now.
So watching it back, it was messy. You can just see the 20 ends up going. Yeah, the 20 ends up going up, tries to cut the inside, and just tags the barrier on the inside. And because everyone is so close, they just had absolutely nowhere to go. And that is what can happen when you have. That's why we have.
He was so focused on the inside that he almost turned in the bit where he clattered into the barrier. His front right hit the barrier, and that's the bit that just brought him suddenly to a stop. And then everybody obviously piled in at the back.
Yeah, the good thing is if the drivers weren't okay, we wouldn't be sat looking at the incident.
Yeah,
so the fact that we are sat looking at it says the drivers are all okay. Now the marshals have the unenviable job of trying to sort out this mess and not only make sure that all the drivers are okay, but the carts are good to take the restart as well, because an incident like that, you'd like to think that these things are built to take a hit. However, they still need to double check that they are all good, and they won't release the carts unless they are happy with them. So now they cleared those carts out of the way, they should be able to move the 3 that are stuck to the inside, and then hopefully it won't be that long before we go racing. And it looks like race control just pinged up to us a 5-second time penalty for car 20 causing a collision, which is Azevedo, as we see, he's gone down. That ended up.
That's adding insult
incident.
to injury. That is.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be sat in. But
fair dues, he went for it. The gap.
Yeah, he went for the move.
Was there.
He was entitled. He was alongside. He was in theory entitled to the space. However.
He hit the barrier.
Yeah,
which pushed it around, which caused everybody to hit him, basically.
But yeah, it was a little bit interesting. You just see the question over kart 20 there. I can see the lights on the dash have gone out. So just going to double check that to make sure the thing is okay. The lights come back on. They're going to get it reset, get it back to race speed. And then as soon as we're happy that everything is good, then it looks like with a lap on the clock, that is effectively a red and checker. We're getting the call from race control.
That is a win for Jake Anders.
So checker flags, red and checker flag in the end of that one. So the drivers will go around and return back to the pit lane. And there is a question there over kart 20. There's a few people watching it, so it may end up that kart will go back to our technical team for some a little TLC before we see it later on. And they've had a lot of work up recently just to try and make sure that everything is correct. We've got a great technical team here. Two of our on-site mechanics and 2 of the team coming from the wider realms. I know they've had some very, very long nights to make sure these karts are as good as they can be and make sure they look as quick as they go. But the red and checker flags as the karts are coming back into the pit lane. We'll get ready to go for the next heat. I'm assuming that part of the reason is so we can get that one on the flyover recovered and get that back to pit lane. Good news though is as far as we can see, we wouldn't have been looking at the results if we wouldn't have been looking at the incidents if the drivers weren't okay. So good news that everyone was able to drive off.
Eddie, and I think we've done the analysis on that because we could see that he just turned in and he hit the inside of the barrier. That kind of made him quite unstable, and then the drivers piled up. But great to see him out the car. He's obviously absolutely fine. I think an impact like that is obviously damage the kart in some manner. That will go back.
Yeah, with everything so close at the moment, if something isn't right, then it will be checked by the mechanics and made sure it is right before it ends up going back in the fleet. So it's the same as if people put in issues with karts. The CLOs are there to listen to any issues anyone may have.
But what we will look at is the previous incident that is we're working on, because Edgar was he was going for that gap because he'd been overtaken by Rudy going out of the third hairpin on the big track, as we call it, the fast track, fast part of the circuit. So that made Edgar really go for that move. So we can go back. We will not necessarily now, but we will trace back and we will pull the footage up for the previous incident. And like I said, just instinctively, might not be right. Instinctively, I thought the gap was there, but
Those barriers grab you, though. I've done that before.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a doozy if you go in up there and just clip the inside, as you just see the marshals there trying to find out how to get the kart recovered. The driver is out of it at the moment. You can see one of the team there waiting with a helmet to potentially try and recover it if it will drive. Driver now being walked back off the circuit, so that can't maybe...
Track's got to be safe
it's been pushed
he's allowed to...
it's been pushed down the ramp with the... with a driver sat in it just to make sure it is in a safe standing. But we're going to clear the driver and then get the kart moved as well while we get the cadet sat on the grid. That is the good thing about doing standing starts. We can have a group on the grid ready to go. So as soon as the circuit is clear, we can turn our attention to the lights.
Yeah. Nick says, I think he broke kart 20. I think he broke kart 20 as well.
I think that may have broke kart 20 as well.
I don't know why, but kart 20 has always been a bogey kart to me.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's strange. In certain fleets, you always find certain numbers, regardless of where you go, always ends up either being perceived as a rocket or ended up perceiving as being something quite slow. I always seem to remember back in the petrol days that regardless of what track I ever went to, regardless if it was a TeamSport track or not, kart 4, I never got on with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Kind to say, Brad Jones has said speed 3 is faster because it's more controllable around here. And you know what? I think I might agree with that, because when we ran speed 4 last year, it caught a lot of drivers out initially because they were used to practicing on speed 3. I remember we had that practice run, even the lights or the middles, I can't remember last year, and then the group 2 was just absolute. We were on the yellows for the first 5 minutes or so until we generated some tyre temperature.
We're also lucky the incident was under speed 3, not speed 4.
Indeed.
Yep.
Here we go. We are back on for cadets. Here we go. Here we go. Lights are gone. Let's get it on. Let's see if
That's worked out a little bit nice. Their third place 49 has managed to get up the inside. And that looks like Lucas Fragile.
52, a great move.
Of a push by on the inside.
Ooh,
oh, these guys mean business. I tell you what, he should have got out of that one. And we've obviously a lot of changes to the order here. That is a lot of, look at that.
Full on for opposite long drift there from
it's drift karting.
Gualtieri there.
It's drift karting, right.
That was very well controlled from Gualtieri. She ended up keeping the thing fully lit and keeping the thing on opposite lock while they were trying to go 3 wide over the start-finish line.
That was like synchronized. That was like your ice skating. You know what I mean? It was all kind of, it was aggressive. It was beautiful to watch almost. It was fantastic. But well done, Harvey Ball, who's made a fantastic start, and he's in the lead, as one would expect after the first heat. So we're off now, and he's starting to check out, it has to be said. Easton had to do some real defense. I thought he'd lost out on his second place, but he was very, very sharp on the next hairpin and managed to make sure he got that back. And then going around those hairpins, there was 3 abreast, and drivers just literally heading one way with the steering wheel turned in the opposite direction. So here we go, round onto the back straight underneath the Dunlops. It's Harvey Ball there. That's completely checking out, has to be said. Easton is very much keeping him honest at the moment, but I think Harvey Ball very much focused on just keeping the drivers on the track. He had a little look back there, so he knows he is there. He hasn't checked out. He has to stay focused. There's a lot of instructions going on from spectators really near the track there. Fantastic stuff. Lots of energy. Focus. That was focus on the driver in front. brilliant stuff.
There's all sorts of hand signals that we get as drivers. There's the
Yeah.
big X, which is like defend, and then like we have the go 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 go. Like
It's always fun trying to see the different languages that drivers and let's say parents or spotters or teammates can end up coming out for them. Some of the hand signals you see going out there, it could be like effectively doing the big fish, little fish cardboard box dance.
I always say like
and it
Fortnite
still
dances.
works.
They're literally just the most random things. You don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, but the idea is so you can communicate with your driver while also trying to throw off the competition as well. But looking back at the standings at the moment, it is Harvey Ball who leads 1:03.3. There's two drivers over the line who've done exactly the same time, a 1 minute 2.791, and they both hold the fastest lap. That's Lucas Fradley and Ronnie Deacon, two drivers that we saw fighting it out in the first heat after losing a little bit of time to Harvey Ball and Easton Bisco Clienti. But this time, they're all nose to tail. 1.6 seconds separate the top three. Second back is Megan Gascoigne. She had a bit of a rough start at the start of this one with Ted. Now she's got Ted Hayward back under her rear bumper once again. Hayward was looking racy in that first heat. I've got to think he might try it again. You just see the bobbing up and down from Deacon in the 47. He's trying to extract every single tenth he can out of that kart to try and get back on terms with the guys in front of him.
Okay, great stuff. And we've still got a long way to go here. Still got 6.5 minutes to go. And oh, looking alongside here, 46, there's a gap there, there's a gap. And no, he can't take it. And a little bit of a slide there from, here we go, 47, Robin Deacon, brilliant. So 60, Ted Hayward there in the battle in 6th place. That was Mia actually making a little bit of a slide there. But no, Harvey Ball with favourites focusing on drivers further down the field from the top three, because further back it is absolutely bumper to bumper. 57 and 59 Megan right in there. 47 Ronnie in 4th and 5th, with Ted Hayward in 6th position. But it's very tight at the front with Harvey Ball leading, Easton in 2nd. And he hasn't really checked that gap, still only half a second with 6 minutes to go. Lucas hanging in there, hanging on to the back there. Great racing.
Yeah, so Fradley, Bisco Clienti not falling away from Harvey Ball this time. And 1.398 seconds separates your top four at the moment. Ronnie Deakin still on the rear bumper of Lucas Fradley. And you've got to think that these guys are going to start fighting very, very soon. The four of them starting to build a gap. About 2 seconds over Megan Gascoigne, who's got Ted Hayward for company still, with Mia Gualtieri, the 46 we saw trying to be quite racy earlier on. In fact, Gualtieri is now up into 7th position at the expense of Ted Hayward. It looks like Hayward's gone missing, so I'm unsure if he's had an incident that we've just not seen. You can see the background. The mechanics have already poured over carts, all over the carts, to try and make sure they are as good as they can be. But we'll have to see if we can find out off race control what happened to Ted Hayward, as he's disappeared, and Gualtieri now up into 6th place with Fabian
And now we have a
Szymanski from the back.
4-car chain for the lead here. Harvey Ball definitely not checked out. In fact, he's got to be very careful, because Easton is right behind. It is now a definite 4-car battle for the win of this heat. And let's see, that's coming down to the fast part of the course. We have a little slight glance of a look from Easton down the inside. For the cadet karts, it's not really. Oh, was there a bit of a nudge
really
there from Ronnie?
with these things.
That was a little bit. Did he make contact there with the back of Lucas there, just going into because it wouldn't take much just to destable the back of the kart there. But 57 Harvey Ball, who we thought might just check out here, is now turning into a bit of a defensive drive for him. As he goes around the section of circuit, bit of bumping there, looks behind him, going on to the up ramp where we saw all the drama with kart 20 in the last race, into that hairpin. Smooth as you like. He just managed to pull a little, slightly increases the gap round there. It just gives him a little bit of breathing space. Going down, gets through this section well, but just edges slightly ahead round here. Gives him a little bit of comfort when he gets down to the fastest part of the course. But I think in the cadet karts, I think we're much more likely to see overtake when he was around the twisty bits, rather than at the end of the main straight, with the fact they don't necessarily even have to take the absolute wide line going in there. The middle of the track is easily enough. It's a shortest distance to get round the corner without losing any momentum. And it's great racing. It's very, very it's tense racing, I would say. Nobody's been bold enough to make a move yet.
It's black and white.
But here we go, caution flag going out for somebody. That's
looks like my guess is that's going to be the 48. So that's probably
yeah,
going
I
to be
thought that was
Glossop
48.
or Lechitsky would be my best guess. With these, it's all about conserving momentum. So the moment you lose momentum in front is the point that you're going to start seeing the overtakes. And it is a lot of just trying to keep your foot in it for as long as you can, minimise sliding, take the path of least resistance. And it's going to be quite difficult for... it would be quite difficult to lose out on time. However, the 53 is looking a little bit racy over the next little bit. The 49 as well is starting to push. These carts are running absolutely nose to tail here. And you think these guys try this maybe in the juniors, then they get a little bit closer. We saw a big train in the juniors, 4 carts at the moment for the lead, between the 49, the 47, the 52, and the 57. Through the top end, a little bit of a look over the shoulder of Harvey Ball, just to check where his nearest rival is.
It's worth going for it because there are valuable points here. Valuable points. You could take a few points off Harvey Ball, then it really might mix up the grid positions when we get to the semi-finals. So it's definitely worth an attempt. It's not, we see it a lot where people like settle for second or settle for third and so on and so forth. But if you want to become champion, I think Harvey Ball is one of the absolute favourites here for it. That getting one over him in one of the heats, taking a few points away, might really help when we get to the latter stages of the competition. But here we go on to once again, the fastest part of the circuit. And yeah, only need a middle. It's so strange, isn't it, to see you drive down the middle of the circuit as opposed to right smack bang on the racing line. But
it looks weird.
Such is the grip.
It looks weird, but it works.
It does, yeah.
So it does end up.
Oh, here we go. Surely we've side by side.
That's
They're not gonna back out there. Yes.
That's gonna be a racing room. I think.
Look at that. We'll have to, but maybe worth looking at that. Possibly, because was he alongside? Was he not alongside? But I tell you what, fair dues for having a go there, because he'd set that up from about 2 corners before, and really, really good stuff. Really, really good. We're virtually the last lap. This could be the final lap of the race. There might be one more. Let's have a little look. But and that has enabled the top 2 just to stretch away. So it is once again Harvey and Easton that are battling it out once again for the win of the heat, charging down. I think there probably will be one more lap here. I think. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so quick update from race control. 48 got a warning for loading. They've now been handed a 3-second time penalty for consistent loading. So that's George Glossop who's been pinged for that. We also saw the warning flag go out for 49. That was Lucas Fraggley, who's also been handed a black and white for loading. What we mean by loading is sitting on the rear bumper of the car and pushing. As the checker flag comes out for Harvey Ball, he takes one of the closest wins of the day so far. So Harvey Ball, Easton Bisco Clienti comes along in second place. Lucas Fraggley holding that warning and the fastest lap of the race on a 102.501. Ronnie Deacon in 4th place. Megan Gascoigne, Mia Gualteri in 6th. Fabian Szymanski in 6th place. As I say that, a 5-second time penalty pops up on our screen for Lucas Fraggley for advantage by contact is going to be my guess. If he's had the black and white for loading, that's going to be for their part in the incident down at turn 3.
Can I just have a big shout out for the F&B team here at TeamSport, because Jen has just had a lovely bowl of pasta being brought in. We now actually will be introducing pasta onto our menus.
Yes,
it's
available here over this weekend.
It is. It will be available at Warrington.
The carbonara.
The carbonara is quite nice.
It's in High Wycombe. It's going to go into Bournemouth when it opens in a few months.
There's an arrabbiata as well that is really nice. I'm yet to have that one yet.
We got new pizzas as well that's going out in all the tracks also. And a great team led brilliantly by Sam McNally, who does a great job.
I don't even know why that's so funny.
Sam McNally, ex-customer liaison. Yeah.
Ex-CLO. Normally Sam McNally would be the sort of person, who's standing in front of the pit lane, talking to all the drivers. Instead,
Indeed. It's such a shame he's not here. I can't believe it's taken me till 2:10 almost to mention Sam McNally. The F&B team led brilliantly by Morgan Stanton, and Sam is also in the F&B team. And he looks after a lot of the F&B in the tracks.
Callum Eve is setting his car right up to go for the move
Look
down
at
the inside.
that is not
They might even move that. They might move
we're
that.
going to put that right.
Get moved. That'll get moved.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, there you go. That'll get moved, but he's like, right, I want to go for this move, and I want to do it immediately.
Brilliant.
That's
one
Marshall's
of the-
moved it. Well, Marshall's told him to move it once, and he set it back in broadly the same plate. There
That's
we go.
literally one of my highlights so far of BIKC.
There we go.
The cheek of it.
He's fuming.
He might as well have parked his car directly in front of the pole position.
Yes, there is space with it. So there is space within the box to be able to angle it a small amount, but not like that.
Goodness
not
me.
like that. You can see though, Bobby. If you look, Bobby is set right to the inside of his grid box. He's as far over to the right-hand side as he can, most likely so he can hold that at the inside at the apex and just defend for his life for the first couple of corners, and just hope that he's able to get away and run away.
Callum might be in trouble here as well because he lost out. Frederick lost out on the last heap to third place, and now Frederick's back in his position.
Yeah, I think that's probably why Callum had tried to set his kart to be right on the inside, to literally aim it at the apex of turn 1 from his grid slot, just to try and cover the potential advantage you get from starting on the inside of the grid here. That being said, the inside of the grid gives you the inside for turn 1 and turn 3. The outside gives you the inside for turn 2, which really is the first real braking zone on the lap once you start. Right, grid marshal at the back, Silky clears. Looks like we are all good to go. So we turn our eyes to the lights and we get ready for another BIKC heat. Another one for the juniors. We get Will Bobby McGurk.
Turn our eyes to the lights. Let's stand by for some fights. Come on.
Lights go green. We're racing here for BIKC once again, and Bobby McGurk Navarro does get up into second place. He Spencer Callum Eve. That was why he was angling his kart, and he's now got Ollie Peters all over the back of him. Jules Larkin looks like they've lost one position already, and I
Contact
think
there.
There's going to be more racing room, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing room. Expect to see some black and whites getting thrown out here shortly. I think that's
Jules
Joe
Larkin with a bit of nudging.
Joe Jennings has made a position there, maybe. If they head up on the top section, though, it is defending champion Bobby McGurk in second place. This time, though, he's going to be challenged by Frederick Navarro, who we saw in the first heat, was very quick at the start and then started to fall off towards the second. It looks like Zaka Sands also made a couple of positions up there as well. As they go through the top section, I think Iris Crease maybe has lost one at Spain, thanks to a bit of a slide there. That looked, I think that was Alex Scott in 9th, but just locked the rear wheels up going into that hairpin. It's one of the only braking zones on the lap, so it's very easy to do, as Navarro is setting right after McGurk straight away. And that is, it is Jules Larkin that's behind Callum Eve. Ollie Peters is just behind them. As they go over the lines, break the beam for the first time, look over the shoulder from Callum Eve. Bobby McGurk is already defending from Frederick Navarro. Larkin, Peters, Hackworth, Hilda, Jennings, Scott and Hassan are your top 10. Bobby McGurk, another look over the shoulder. He knows that Frederick Navarro is very close to him as they tap the brakes at the top of the ramp just to get the kart settled and head into the tightest section on the circuit. Flick the kart right, flick it left, throw it down the ramp, tap the brakes just to get the kart turned in. Look at the train that's fallen there behind. I think that is Sol Hilda in 7th, who's maybe the cork in the bottle here. So we're watching the 8 of Navarro and McGurk going into the first
Navarro
corner.
looks much racier here.
Navarro's racy here.
Much racier than what he did in his first heat. And Bobby McGurk was able to stretch away in the first heat. Nothing like that going on here. And Navarro looks like he's really up for it and is definitely the faster of the two drivers at the front of this heat at the moment. With Callum Eve, who drove brilliantly in the first heat. I was second in the first heat. Look at it, literally, he can place his kart just about, and contact there.
Bit of a bump
made
there.
Contact. I think he kind of had to make contact there because he was just so much faster going through that section of the circuit, but he's got to translate that speed into an overtaking manoeuvre. Can he? This is the bit. I think this might he might have a go at the end of the main straight here because he's just setting things up. And let's see. Oh, he's slightly too far behind. Slightly too far. But let's see if he makes a bit of a dual drive. If there's any defensive driving, Bobby does not go defensive. Wider line going in from Navarro. And it's definitely
looking over.
It's just the twisty bits. He's so much quicker when you get to the in the section coming up now. He is so much faster. And this is going to be a defensive drive from Bobby McGurr. There's no doubt about that. Looking wider line going in there. And round this section, he's just literally picking his point not to run into the back of Bobby McGurr.
Up onto the ram, you can just see Bobby's literally looking over his shoulder at every single opportunity. If this was a car race, you could say he's driving in his mirrors rather than looking at the circuits in front of him. So just 2/10 as Navarro does hold the fastest lap, only just over Bobby McGurr. They are now just a little bit slower than Callum Eve and Jules Larkin, who are nose to tail for third and fourth. McGurr again goes defensive. Navarro on the outside will be able to cut back, go around the outside of the next hairpin. He tries it. This is, though, where he's going to have to try and set him up if he's going to go down the inside and maybe get the move. And McGurr is just holding him on the apex. So he's maybe just lifting out the throttle, maybe just getting on the brakes a little bit more than he needs to try and potentially back Navarro up. That could be why you see him going in towards the rear bumper, especially that corner there. You see McGurr isn't using much of the circuit on the way out. He's driving
He's
the
given up.
slowest race
He's given up
that
going
he
fast.
absolutely can.
Yeah. There are comments on the live stream about how good he is at defensive driving. You can just see from the whole body language, he's absolutely given up going fast. He's literally just focusing on making sure his kart is precisely in the right position to make sure he stays in the lead. Yeah.
He's just looking over his shoulder. He's like, okay, he's there. Right, I'm just going to hold you at arm's length. There isn't a damn thing you can do about it.
First time I've seen him go down the middle of the track there. Stays on the inside round this section of the track here and gets a beautiful exit coming out of that corner. Little glance behind. And off he goes for another lap. Yeah, loving it.
Now we've got Callum and Jules involved in this battle now.
Four-way fight. I think this is exactly what Bobby wants. So he's going to want Navarro to start looking over his shoulder and be like, oh, no, there's a kart there. I might have to start defending as well. And hope that Navarro will start defending. Eve and Larkin will start fighting. Or, even better, Ollie Peters and Joe Jennings end up coming into this one as well. As a black and white gets thrown out to 16, that is Zach Hassan who picks up a warning for loading. So that's sitting on the rear bumper and pushing through the corners. They're normally okay with it if you're doing it down the straight and sitting on the rear bumper, but when you turn into a corner, you must give at least some room so you're not making contact. Bobby's even further to the inside this time. Callum Eve and Jules Larkin are right in this fight again. I think we might have a classic on our hands here for the second heat of the juniors. The last time we'll see these guys before the semi-finals later on. And McGurr once again over the line, over halfway through in this race now. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Navarro still holds the fastest lap. These guys are about a second a lap slower than they were at the start of this race. McGurr is just trying to hold them up. He's just holding on. I think, was that Navarro trying to say, right, let's go? He can see Eve is coming, so he's trying to tell Navarro to go. I'm not going to attack you. But McGurr is like, no, I'm going to let these guys come at you, and whatever happens, happens. I'm just going to sit here in the lead, and you can defend if you want to.
It's like precision karting. It's how I would kind of call it. It's like that is the most defensive I've seen him on that part of the course. Not down the middle anymore. Now over the inside grid positions. Just knows exactly what he's doing though. It's going to be and for 8 Navarro, like he was all over the back and now he's not because he can't drive that extreme racing line to try and go through, because if he does, he's going to get nailed by Callum Eve.
Yeah, have a look. He's at the back of this pack now. Ollie Peters has joined the party. So there's now 5 karts fighting over the lead. And this is just playing into Bobby McGurr's hand. All he's got to do is hold them on the inside. If he holds the kart on the inside, there is nothing that everyone else will be able to do unless they take the option of trying to move him offline. So Bobby coming through the top end of the circuit, through the left, through the right, looks over his shoulder, sees Navarro is there, and then just holds him again at arm's length. And there is not a thing that Frederick Navarro can do about it as he comes through the top end of the circuit. As Russ gets mental because he's just seen a food delivery coming in, but we've got some good racing to watch here. Bobby McGurr is holding...
Are they torturing us? They've come in and put food down in front of us and we can't eat it because we have to commentate. But thank you. Thank you to Simon out there. We will find time to consume some of that.
So
Sorry.
Coming through the top end of the circuit, Bobby again just looks over his shoulder, a little bit of a touch from the back of Frederick Navarro. Up onto the top end again, he's just holding it on the inside. As I'm literally getting beat and thrown in my face here. The most annoying part is this new menu is actually really nice as well. So makes our job even that bit harder. So,
So here we go. I think it's
over
going
his
to be
shoulder.
one lap after this, I think. So if Navarro, who's now pulled a little bit of a gap away from Callum Eve, look at the defensive, look at this.
He is literally doing everything, and Navarro's just slid wide there. So I think now Bobby's going down the route of trying to force a mistake. Callum Eve has just tried to send it in defence of Jules Larkin. Let's see how close Joe Jennings is to this. He's about 2 seconds away from this.
That was a really
gap.
strange line from Callum Eve going around those corners. Like, he was defensive, then he realised he was offline. It's now or never. Oh, I thought he was going to try and go around the inside there, but he didn't quite make it. He knows it's now, and he knows he's got a chance because he doesn't have anybody right behind him. It's now or never for Navarro. He's got this lap to make it happen. Is he going to make... I think, he's, if anywhere, he's going to be on the fastest part of the course, because here, McGurr is just placing his kart, precision karting, as I called it. Another little glance behind, almost like, oh, are you there? Kind of, but here we go at the fastest part of the course. It's going to be now round the next 2 hairpins. He knows he takes it very wide. McGurr goes really, really tight. Is he going to tuck in for the old switcher? He doesn't. He stays right behind. And yeah, McGurr still keeps it.
Even Larkin are going at it now. This is what
very
McGurr...
tight.
This is what McGurr wanted to happen, but it's happened one kart further back as the checker flag flies from McGurr. Navarro ends up coming home in second place after what can only be described as a defensive masterclass.
Can I just say, what a race, Tom?
That
What
was
a race.
fantastic.
Loved every second of that.
Yeah, literally, Bobby just didn't react. Kept his head cool. He checked behind him once, didn't need to do it again. Knew he was there, and just kept driving.
It just comes back to what you were saying earlier. A lot of this is about mindset. You've got to go in with that winner's mindset and that winner's mentality to be able to just put your head down and say, right, I don't want you to overtake. You are not coming past me. There is nothing you can do about it. And that's exactly what Bobby did during the course of that race. He just held Navarro at arm's length, and there was nothing Frederick could do about it.
Yeah,
Would Jake Anders would have had him, though?
I think
we'll find out.
It's going to be
We're going to
close.
find out, absolutely.
On one lap pace, based on what we just saw there, 51.7 was the fastest lap in that race, nearly 8/10.
Sorry, Stephen Cumming, great comment.
Bobby
McGurr, Minister of Defence.
I like that one.
We love it.
I love that one. Minister of Defence, Bobby McGurr.
We love it. Right, okay, fantastic stuff. So that, again, was heat number 2 done.
It's easy to forget in that one that looking a bit further back, those supporting Zach Hassan may have seen him just fall down by the wayside. He picked up a 3-second penalty for loading. He was given a warning for it earlier, continued, and it was mainly from what we could see in the race control chats on the bottom level of the circuit, down towards the Dunlop 2 sort of region. But he pushed it, got his warning, was told to effectively watch out, make sure you're keeping it clean, and wasn't quite close enough, wasn't behaving too much, let's say. But a fantastic drive from Bobby McGurr. So just to recap that result, it was McGurr, Navarro, Callum Eve, Jules Larkin, Ollie Peters, Joe Jennings, Jack Atworth, Sol Hilda, Alex Scott, Hayden Adams, Tassos Gregorinas, Jake Dilworth Parrott, Charlie Devlin, Josh Robinson, Iris Crease, Zach Hassan. As Russ runs away, he's going for the food.
I do not blame him. Just so everyone knows, carbonara, definitely recommend it.
Yeah, the pizzas and the nachos as well. We've had them specially delivered into the commentary box. So,
yeah, not a fan of the nachos, I must admit.
Really?
Yeah, no.
I'm quite impartial to the nachos myself.
Nah, me and mozzarella sticks, those are my things. I love mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella sticks, a little bit of chili sauce.
I call them mozzie sticks.
Mozzie sticks.
Yeah, we're in the track that I'm at from. We had to do like the little labels for the fridge, and I called the calamari sticks fishy sticks.
So currently, was looking at the audio equipment there. We literally have an audio box there that is labelled a mozzie stick. So because one of them found the labels from our freezer. Because currently we're based out of what is usually a storeroom. But it's now the gallery and the commentary box for the British Indoor Karting Championship, as it looks like we've got the cadets up on the grid. As it works out, we've got 2 more cadet races. Then there will be a pause in proceedings before we go into the semi-finals. That'll give enough chance for the team at Trackside to take 5 minutes and be able to recharge, get ready for the last set of races. So all eyes turn to the lights as Grid Marshal Liam Silkston is happy with the formation, and as soon as race control are happy that we can go, we will be under starters orders and again, it starts to feel a little bit like Formula One once again. As we get 5 red lights and then out they will go. We watch towards the gantry to see where we go. Remember, these guys starting from where they finished their first heat. We wait to see. We currently don't have a grid up on our sheet as well, so just waiting for the lights to come on. As soon as they do, we'll get down to the fun part once again. Got some really good racing so far here in BIKC. As I can already see as well, looking in the live chat, we've got some love for the food, but the red lights start to illuminate as soon as they go out. Once again, we're racing in the cadets. Look over to the shoulder. Leander Hewitt leads the way as along the inside, Oli Olahovic goes into second place, but Max Banahovic comes back at him. Rory Hamilton tries to go down the inside to make up on his 4th position start from the last heat. The 49 trying to look a little bit racy, but it looks like they're going to come through in grid order pretty much. 47 got a really good start, but Max was able to just hold him back, and away goes Leander Hewitt. He walked away in the first race. Let's see what they can do in the next one. We've seen Bobby McGurr's had to work quite hard. Jake Anders has walked away in 2 heats. Let's see if Leander Hewitt will do the same things. Looks like Sophie Curry's managed to make a position off the start as they go up onto the top section again. 54 Ryan Hamlet is still there up behind Rory Hamilton. Then Ben Hunt, Edward Siberry. I think it's actually Ethan Hall and Sophie Curry's 8th and 9th. They look like they've switched around with Jake Matthews just behind. Remember, Jake ended up having that spin up on the flyover that put them down with a lot of work to do over the next 9 minutes and 14 seconds. As Leander Hewitt turns into the first corner, has already got a little bit of a gap, as it looks like Ryan Hamlet is trying to be a little bit racy against Rory Hamilton this time round. As Hamilton turns into the 3rd corner, is already losing a little bit to Oli Olahovski. They go over the line, and Leander Hewitt holds a 1.3 second gap as they're now into the second lap. Watching Rory Hamilton trying to get on terms with the guys in front of him, as already Hewitt has a bit of a gap over Max. There's the 59, there's the 52, the 47, the 49, the 54, as they're going up onto the top end of the circuit. And some really good racing here so far. I think now I've been rejoined by Russ. Now he's stuffed his face. Now he's happy again.
Can I just say that the highlight of this race was that pizza? For me personally. Right, Leander Hewitt is leading by an absolute country mile at the present moment in time. But look behind, there was lots of nudging going on around as I was stuffing my face with the most fantastic cheese and chicken pizza with a bit of pepperoni on it as well. Baked to absolute perfection it was, and consumed absolutely lovingly by myself, it has to be said. That's what happened off camera when... but anyway, Leander Hewitt still a little bit, unfortunately, but it might just clip the barrier. 47 just looked behind there, Oliver, as if to say, what was that all about? Kind of thing. I think may have just clobbered the barrier a little bit, was driving around that under section there. But Leander Hewitt, once again, absolutely checking out 1.6 seconds in the lead. Cadet Kart goes a long way in 1.6 seconds with Oliver Olachowski in 3rd, Rory Hamilton in 4th place, Ryan Hamlet in 5th, Ben Hunt is in 6th, Ethan Hall in 7th, Edward Siberry in 8th, Sophie Curry in 9th, Jake Matthews at the back at the moment, and once again, absolutely bumper to bumper. Nobody quite at this stage brave enough to make an absolute clear move to try and move up, but there's lots of drivers that are in position. 52 they go through, and the warning flag being held out there.
Yeah,
but Max,
black and white is for Ryan Hamlet for loading, so sitting on the rear bumper, pushing a little bit too hard on Rory Hamilton, trying to get on terms. That 2/10 gap isn't quite enough for the clerks of the course, just giving him a little bit of a heads up and say, look, we've seen what you're doing, cut it out, or we may have to go down the route of a penalty. And we've seen quite a few times now where black and white has ended up leading to almost a slam dunk penalty now. You can see 3 drivers there tucked up behind Rory Hamilton. So you've got Hamilton, Hamlet and Ben Hunt all nose to tail there, with Junior Hall just a little bit further behind. Down they go. You got Max and Oliver still locked together in battle. It's going to be interesting to see where these two factor in when we get towards the semi-finals and the grand finals. Just this heat and one more to run after this, and then we get down to the business end of proceedings. Around the outside, Oliver tries it. Max is
trying,
just looking over the shoulder. The Honda Cadet racer knows that he's there. A little bit of a bump, and the 47 tries to get on terms with him, was not quite close enough
The problem
to
is
go
just
for
a
it.
bit too obvious there. Like, he looked back, it looked like, you know, everybody knows what I'm going to do here. I'm going to try and switch back in a minute. It was just, I think it needs to be a little bit more unpredictable. It's the more unpredictable moves, I think, that are successful when we get to cadet racing. Something around the upstairs part of the track might very much be in order. Just cuts the driver out in front where they're not really expecting it, I think is the order today. All the cuts look very stable going around those hairpins, but Leander there with a 2.3 second glance behind, so 52 definitely knows Max, definitely knows that he is absolutely right there. Oliver Olachowski there, and yeah, very defensive. Probably too defensive, I'll be absolutely honest, but 47 alongside, get almost right alongside, needs to lift off to get the correct line to get around the second hairpin, and then, yeah, trying to get onto the last hairpin, but still it's going to be pretty even. It's got a penalty coming out.
That's for the 54, so that's for Ryan Hamlet. We said he was given a black and white for loading. He's now been given a 3-second time penalty, and that is listed for contact. So again, into the back of Rory Hamilton. He's been warned. He was warned about it already. It's continued, and the Clarks have taken a dim view of that, and they've handed out a 3-second time penalty for it. Now that is effectively his first strike. If it does continue, it may end up getting a little bit more severe.
Yeah, it's definitely important that the cadets do play blind when they come to overtaking. In the cadet cars, obviously, you kind of top out really quickly. So when they're coming down the straight, the most important thing to do is not give the tap indication that they're there, especially in the corners, and then play blind for the driver, just to give them a false sense of security and then go for the move at the corner.
Yeah, it's quite easy to give a little tap and be like, oh, look, a kart is here, and you know to start defending. If you just come out of absolutely nowhere, then you can sit on the rear bumper without that little tap and just catch the driver in front of you by surprise.
A really clean dive bomb, that's what we like.
Yes, really clean dive bomb, preferably from a different postcode. Usually comes down quite well. As we watch these drivers see whether they have any answer for the drivers in front of them. You see the 54 falling down the order, but that is by lieu of the penalty. You can see they've actually outraced quite a bit of it already. So that penalty will drop Ryan Hamlet down into P7. I've got to say, on the whole, the cadets have actually been relatively clean, especially compared to some of the incidents we've seen in the juniors, and it just is a testament to the fact that these young drivers have learned quite a lot in their time, both racing in these karts in other circuits and around the country as well. So remember, there's quite a lot of travelling involved in some of this. Some of the regionals, they've had to travel 2 to 3 hours.
There is. KV Gaming wants a shout out. Please have a shout out. KV Gaming, here's your shout out. There it is, all done. Tick that box. Right, here we go. 47 once again on the outside. Oh, it nudges him. Look at that. I don't think that'll come to anything.
They
but
tried to go for the move. It just wasn't.
Just couldn't position the kart right, but why not go for it? It's got to be careful watching behind, because 49 Rory Hamilton would have seen that and has closed up considerably. I wouldn't necessarily call that on his rear bumper, and also Rory Hamilton's got problems of his own with Ben Hunt directly behind, who really wants to go through. And there's a bit of contact there. Oh, I thought he was going to have a go for that. That wouldn't have worked.
Yeah,
that would have been messy.
54's already carrying a penalty. It looks like that's actually allowed Ben Hunt to get past Ryan Hamlet. Yes, it has. So in going for the move, Hamlet hasn't just gained a position. He's actually lost one, and a whole heap of time to the back of Rory Hamilton. So that gap's now got to be in the order of about 1.5 seconds. Hamilton looks over his shoulder, sees, oh, there was a kart there a minute ago. There isn't one anymore. Now we can just focus on the guys in front and try and press on a little bit. You can see that Max and Oliver still fighting it out. Max is now going super defensive with 1 minute and 43 left. It should, in theory, be about 2 laps remaining at this sort of pace. They're going to be close on whether they get the other ones. This may end up being the last lap of the heat here for group number 2, as Leander Hewitt is over the line. 4 seconds to the good, fastest lap, 1 minute 2.429. I don't think that's close to what Nwosu was doing earlier on in the first group there. Heats up next, as we're watching Max Manahovic and Oliver Olahovsky going up onto the top section. The two of them locked together for both of the heats, you've got to say. And Ollie's tried absolutely everything so far, and he doesn't have an answer for Max in the 52. But Hamilton is starting to close up. That gap's already come down quite quickly, as he's noticed that
Final lap, I think.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the final one, but Hamilton has closed very quickly, despite now knowing that Ryan Hamlet isn't behind them. They show down in 9th as a result of the 3-place penalty that they do carry. And therefore, Ben Hunt is now 5th on track and 5th on the road. Last chance. Outside, 47 looks for it. If he's going to go for it, it's going to have to be out the 3rd hairpin, but he's not quite close enough. As they come to the line, Akhil Hewitt, 2 heats from 2 for the Warrington pace driver. Over the line goes Max and Ollie, locked together once again. Rory Hamilton goes up 1 to finish in 4th place. Ben Hunt, Ryan Hamlet crosses the line in P6. But we wait to see the drivers behind, see where he ends up. Ethan Hall moves up. Edward Sibery, Sophie Curry also move up. So Hamlet ends that 9th. Just shows how one small move, one small mistake can end up costing you, because that's gone from a 5th place finish to P9. It's basically dropped in down to almost dead last.
That's the end of the heats, I think, Tom.
Now we've got one more. So that was Group 2, Heat 2 cadets. We've got 3 groups, so you've got one more group to come.
Yep, so we're going to go into a break, I think, in a moment's time, because the cadet carts need to charge.
Yeah, so I guess we have a short charge break then.
I see.
We have the last of the cadet heats. And
hence there's nobody in the pit lane.
Yeah, so they've got to get
what I
the
was
carts.
looking at.
Yes, they've got to get the carts in, get the carts charged, give them a little bit of power, and then we'll go for the last of the cadet heats. Then after the heats, we'll have a short break in proceedings to give them the opportunity to go through any issues. And I think... Have you got some notes there, Jen?
Yeah, just to recap on everything for everyone who's been watching at home. So in Cadet Race 1, we had the incident in Tier 1, Tier 3, and 4. So just 2 incidents during that race. Cadet Race 1, we had a incident on... Oh, sorry, Junior Group 1, Heat 1, with an incident in 2. Cadet Group 2, Heat 1, a bit of spin from one of the drivers. It was driver fault. It wasn't any of the driver involved in this. Then we went into Junior Group 2, Heat 1. There was an incident between Aris, Josh, Tasso, and Jake, which ended up getting a 4-kart pile-up in Turn 3. And then the cleanest race of them all was the Cadet Group 3, Heat 1, which then led into Junior Group 1, Heat 2, where we saw the lap record being broken by Jake Anders with a 50.985, and there was 1 incident during that heat. And obviously the heat we've just watched there, the cadet heat beforehand in Group 1, Heat 2, we saw a 3-second penalty with George Glossop.
Yes, we said the cadets have been relatively clean so far. However, they're starting to rack up the penalties at the moment. So
Yep.
I think they're just starting to get towards the end of the event, realising this is the last chance they've got to try and affect their position on the grid for the semis, and they're starting to try and make every lap count.
Yeah, once you see a gap, sand it.
Yep.
You know, obviously if you get a penalty, then it is what it is. So we also have some stuff we can review, I think, during the break. Yeah, Russ, you're mute.
Yep, as always, Russ is muted. The button
There
is
we
done.
go.
Have we got some clips
Let's
up
go
there?
for
So
it.
we've we've got a little bit of a charge break. We can have a bit of fun
Got
and
2 of
review
them
a few
from
bits.
the
So
junior races.
let's have a look. Let's see what we've got here.
All right, so let's play it through full speed just so we can see what it is, and then we'll sort of analyze it.
So we're off the start. Let's see. So you've got the conflagration at the back there.
Oh,
there's the bump on
yellow
the inside for the barrier.
Goodness me.
And then, oh, this was the spin for Azevedo, I think. This is the one where he ended up
Here we
facing the
go.
wrong direction. Oh, no, yeah, it was the one at the start. That, again, that almost looks like a repeat of what happened in cadets earlier.
Let's slow it down.
Let's slow it down. Let's see if we can figure out where it started.
Yeah, so
Because
watch
this
this
one
bit
starts
for
relatively late, by the look of it.
But look at the driver with the yellow helmet. I can't see the number.
It's coming through here. A little mistake from 22, but it's not like the heat we saw prior.
They are 4 wide there into
Look
that
at the
first
yellow
corner.
helmet. Like that's a boom. Look at 37's net go.
Car number 1 with contact.
That proper. It's number 1. I think absolutely. So he loses out.
This is a car park and a half.
But it puts the other driver completely off the racing line.
I think car park's probably the right word for it as well. So the driver that spins is the 39. They're side by side with the 18. So the driver in the silver helmet is the one that ended up backwards.
Interesting
that looks
enough,
like a
they're
rolling
50-50.
Yeah, they're 50-50 there. I think there's a third car in there.
Yeah, I have no idea how. Oh wait, because the pink driver's nice and safe there.
There's another car involved in that.
This is the most confusing crash I've seen in BIKC.
Yeah,
we just go and get a good view because of a few
I would
cuts on the
love
way.
to see that from. The camera for VAR is sat basically on the edge of the the brickwork there.
Yep.
So ironically, the VAR officials will have had a really, really good view of that.
I can't even see the driver.
So he's
because
on the
so-
outside. He's on the outside.
I think it might
by
be
the-
driver in the yellow helmet.
Somehow he ends up on the outside. I think he's tried to drag the cart back to the inside, and yeah. That's an interesting one.
Very
but
confusing.
The VAR officials will have had a really good view of that one from there. And then let's have a look at this. What have you got for us here, Jen?
So this was the really, really insane overtake through Dunlop.
Let's see what we've
let's
got.
have a look.
Down the inside.
See, there's a gap. That gap was there. I might disagree with you guys here, but for my money,
Oh yeah, that the gap is definitely on. So if we
It's
go
like,
back to here,
if you're not going to go for that, you're
So
no longer a racing driver.
So the way I look at it,
which is
if
a
I
big
was an
quote by Michael Schumacher.
So as an official, I would look at where they are at the point they commit to the corner. Now the point they commit to the corner, I would say, is about there.
Yeah, there's
because
a lot
he's
of
just
lock.
adjusted the steering on the way in. He's now got a lot of lock on. I'd probably say by the point you can already see that 30 is fully on the brakes. Benefit of a brake light in this situation.
Yep.
30's on the brakes. He's at least trying to make the corner.
he's got control of the corner, which is the main thing that they look at.
And he's tried to give him room on the outside. Yes, there is side-to-side contact there in the middle.
There's a little bit of a squeezing on the exit, but that's just because I think he clips the barrier a little bit. So you can see how he jumps a lot because he's made contact with the barrier.
I also thought it was 20 that he made the move on, but obviously it wasn't. So 20 must have gone through.
No, it was. So 20 comes through here.
Yeah, so 20 then comes through as the other guy.
So 20 gained the place there, and then did the big move going on the up ramp.
Yeah. So we've got the under the bridge section.
So he's made the move here, and then he tries to go for the move down the inside of the 22, and that's where his good move all sort of fell apart, really.
Yeah, we don't have that clip to show, unfortunately.
We're a little bit quick, were we?
Yeah, no, it wasn't a little bit quick. It was just a bit of a heavy contact, so I
Yeah.
want to obviously avoid showing anything that might obviously,
Yeah, no, that's
be
fine.
dangerous. So yeah, that's what we've got so far that we've reviewed. We've just got one more heat left to go now, and then obviously we're into semi-finals after a break. Trying to think what else we can mention.
Basically, I love the quotes that are going out there because there's a competition to see who can get the most quote the most wrong, which is why I just said that. I said it was a quote by Michael Schumacher. So everyone's quoting people and getting it wrong, obviously deliberately.
So you're just coming up with the most outrageous
I know, which
quotes
I thought I'd
instead
say
of
on
just
air.
attributing them to
I
random
thought I'd say it on
drivers.
air and see if anybody picked up on it. But everyone's going, "No, Senna said that. We know Senna said that. We know
man,
Senna
you just
said
put-
that." I just put it out there. Just put it out and see if anybody grabs.
Where's that mute
You know
button
what I mean?
again? Where's that?
See,
mute
I've
button?
got to be wise to it. I'm doing it now so smoothly. You don't even know what's
I know.
going on.
It's
You don't
only
even know
taken
where
you
I'm
fi-
going
It's
with
only
it.
taken you 5 years for me to figure out the way of getting it around me. To be fair, it's probably a decent time to talk about what these guys are actually competing for and what they're actually going out to win, which is a full season racing in the fastest arriving drive championship in the country, and arguably probably the most competitive as well. It's a full season with Club 100.
Yes, so obviously the Cadet and Juniors will win a prize within Club 100. So you've got the super lightweight class and the lightweight class. This year they've introduced a northern division into Club 100 now. So there is 8 rounds in the south and 5 rounds in the north. You can choose between which one you want to drive in. So the winner gets a full season in that. Then in second place, I'm pretty sure it's 3 paid rounds. And then the third place driver gets a test session in Club 100. I'm
I think
pretty
it's
sure.
a paid round. I think they get 1 round.
Yeah.
So they all get a test. This is regardless of whether they're junior or senior. They all get the test session, which is, if you're looking at doing Club 100 yourself, is a mandatory requirement. But in second place, this year it's 2 round entries into either the 2025 Cadet Northern or Southern Championship, plus 1 of the Academy Days, which is a prerequisite to being able to compete. And in third, you get 1 full entry into the 2025 Championship. So this year, Club 100 joins us for all of the events, instead of just supporting the adult categories like they've done. And like we've been alluding to over the course of the day, Club 100 are actually in action down at Butmore Park, just a couple of hours away from where we're based today.
Many hours away.
Yeah, just a couple of hours. But looking through the results from the day, I've just pulled up on my phone. The Club 100, both Cadet and the Junior Championship, is actually just full of BIKC drivers from last year. So just looking at the last races they ran, the pre-final in Group B was won by Jacob Akhil, who was in juniors last year, I believe, is another one of yours, if I'm not wrong.
Not one of mine, no. I'm not sure which track he's from. But yeah, we've got a lot of drivers that I know that race in the junior class, along with the cadets as well. Obviously, it's great experience for cadet drivers. It's fast pace. It's a lot more different to indoor. And you go around many different circuits like Buckmore, Wilton Mill, which is a track that's pretty difficult to get any track time at. It's fully booked always. You got a PFI, I think, in the
Yeah, so
one?
next year, so at least next year, the juniors and the cadets will be heading to PFI. The Northern Series will be going to PFI, Glanyagors, which is a beautiful circuit in North Wales, basically set on the side of a Welsh hill, to Wilton Mill, to Rowra, and to Warden Law, where you were up a couple of weeks ago, Ross.
Indeed.
And
what a beautiful circuit that was. Southern counts as Warden Law.
Yep. So Southern, based on this, is Bayford Meadows, Rye House, Buckmore Park, and Wilton Mill. Good little mix of circuits there. Rye House is famous being the circuit where some bloke called Lewis Hamilton started karting.
Indeed.
So good place to go stepping up.
Indeed, but it's a great series. And after seeing it, it's actually the first time I've actually seen it. When I saw Will, he was like, what are you doing here? And he was like, yeah, I just want to come and have a look. And it is the next step, because just made a point made earlier, but the number of drivers who have competed in BIKC who were there was incredible, like half the field, I would say.
Yeah, so just looking at what's going on this year, so Cadet Matteo Ehrenfeucht, their former BIKC driver, is leading the Cadet Lightweight Championship. Jude Pudfoot, another driver who's seen in BIKC, is leading the Super Lightweight Cadet Championship. Bobby McGurr is leading the Junior Lightweight Championship, as well as being here. And some bloke called Dante Dillon is once again sat second overall in the Lightweight Sprint Championship.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
No, I think he might have won this at least once, maybe. Was it always? No, it's 3 times, isn't it? On the bounce.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was 3 times on the bounce he won this championship, and now he finished second last year in Club 100, and now he's currently running second in Club 100 with 1 meeting left to go. So we wish good luck to everyone at Buckmore Park, but we hope that by the end of the day that Bobby will have not only sealed a Club 100. The BIKC Championship, maybe, but also have sealed the Club 100 Championship as well.
But will
as
he?
BIKC alumni.
Because I think Jake Anders and Navarro might have something to say about that, if I'll be absolutely honest. That trio, it's going to be absolutely
I can't wait
fantastic.
to see that. I can't wait to see those racing.
Okay.
I'm thinking about racing for the last time in the heats today. The red lights are coming on. We wait for the pause. A very quick send this time, and Amansi Nwosu leads away as Francesco De Caro dives down the inside to hold on to second place. Freya Lally's there in third place. Chase Preston in the 48 defends.
Nudging,
against
54.
against Jesse Reeves. And I think that's Layla Fitzgerald that's moved up into 6th place there as they all file over the start line for the first time. Once again, a good start in the cadets so far. They've all just about made it through as they will go in 2 by 2, now settle into single file as Nwosu. Can they run away once again and build a bit of a gap over De Caro and Lally, or is Francesco De Caro going to have an answer for Amansi Nwosu's frankly amazing pace so far over the course of today?
So far though, but he's definitely not checking out here. Nwosu literally mirrors full of Francesco De Caro. Freya Lally, great starting place in third.
There,
Can we push? Let's have a look. It's going to be interesting at the end of the main straight. It is Amanze who's going to hold it, but for the first time, real pressure. Oh, look at this. Izzy's having a go. Yes, that's a fantastic move.
For the first time today, Amansi Nwosu's been bested on track as Francesco De Caro now goes to the lead of the final heat of the BIKC for the juniors, and alongside there, Layla Fitzgerald is also on the move. One of the Discover Your Drive drivers putting what they've learned into good practice over the line. She comes through in 5th, but it's a new leader in Francesco De Caro. It looks like Nwosu already has their hands full trying to defend from Freya Lally. Got to say, that was a very decisive move. We were talking about it earlier. If you're going to make a move in cadets, it's got to be a decisive move, and it's got to be an unsignposted move. None of this tapping behind to say that you're there. You've just got to find the gap, and you've just got to go for it, and that's exactly what De Caro did.
Dare I say it, Tom, that's the overtaking manoeuvre so far of the event. Absolutely brilliant. Clean cut on the inside. First time we've seen anything, any real note down there. That clean cut in cadet karts, absolutely
Yeah,
magnificent.
here comes Lally. Lally's thinking about it as well. Nwosu might be about to get swallowed
He's
up by the
wise fit,
whole
though.
field here.
Wise
You
fit,
see the
though.
move once, and now he's defending. Round the outside goes Chase Preston. And this is going to be a proper three-way fight here. Don't count out Layla Fitzgerald. She's already moved forward once. Can she do it again as they come over the line? Let's see what the gap is now in the favour of Francesco De Caro. Over the line he goes, 1 minute 3.020. He's 9/10 clear of this fight at the back. Nwosu's 1 minute 3.458. So he's not pulling away too far, but Lally is going to try absolutely everything she can to go for her best finish in a BIKC heat so far. She was third last time. Let's see if she can go for second this time as De Caro is streaking away. Lally's going to see that and see the person she was racing in the last heat, and she's going to want to be back up and fighting with them again. But in the way is Amanti Nwosu with probably one of the best dressed drivers we've got throughout the entire competition, putting the head down, a little bit of human DRS to try and keep the pack behind them. They literally have the whole field here stacked up behind them, as De Caro is the only driver not having to think about defending, not having to think about attacking. They're just settling down and getting into their own rhythm, their own pace. And there's the 59 of Fitzgerald trying to go down the inside of the 48. Again, it's going to take a very decisive move if it's going to happen through this next
But it's already
few
happened
corners.
once, and Nwosu knows it. It was very, very cagey at that section of the circuit. He knows that maybe it hasn't got quite the pace of drivers around him just at that point of the circuit, because he's defending hugely. Like Francesco De Caro is not, I'd say he's moving away. He's not streaking away like a second lap or anything, considering the fact that Amanze Nwosu is having to defend. Freya Lally, this is a big opportunity for you. You really can make this work and go through into second place, because Amanze, no doubt, was vulnerable there. And if you can just look at the human DRS. Look at that, he's down, he's up,
yeah,
he's everywhere. He goes up when he needs more downforce, and then he goes down when he needs like the slipstream. But here we go, is there anything into the corner? No, he's wise to it, but there's no doubt that the other drivers are a bit quicker on this particular part of the track. He struggles around here. And then it all comes to him as he goes around the other end of the building, so to speak.
Hopefully Freya can make a move soon. Obviously spent the last race behind Francesco in first place now, so obviously this is the second race in a row where she's been defended the entire time, so let's see if she can make a move. Ooh,
Yeah, she always looks on the outside of that corner, but she just doesn't quite have the momentum to try and get on terms. I maybe think she'd benefit from just trying to take a bit of a wider line, carry the speed, and maybe try and go for a side-by-side move up towards the top of the ramp, because she does have good momentum off that. She just can't capitalise on it. I think it's because she's trying to cut the corner a little bit too harsh. But all this defending is just allowing the 49 of Francesco De Caro. You can see him now slumped down in the seat to get as low down as he can. That's some proper human DRS going on there. As Nwosu defends for all they are worth from the 60 of Freya Lally, Chase Preston, the 48, Layla Fitzgerald, the 59. The 48 always goes around the outside, and all that's going to do is open the door for Layla Fitzgerald. I don't think Preston realises that they are as close behind as they actually are, because every time they try to go around the outside of Lally, Fitzgerald just starts to look down the inside.
See, Chase Preston was a bit wide there.
Yeah, lap after lap.
Yeah.
Fitzgerald's just getting a little bit closer. I feel that if Preston goes to the outside again to try and overtake Lally in the 60, that Fitzgerald's just going to be able to send it down the inside and make a clean move, and there's not going to be a thing that Preston can do about it.
Okay, here we go. So we have just got 4 minutes to go. Here we go in the last race in the heats. After this, we're going to get on with the semi-finals, before then going through, obviously, to the two big finals, and including the Joker Lap coming up for the juniors, not the cadets, which we will talk about a little bit further. I haven't really mentioned it because it's so far into the event, but we will be talking about the Joker Lap as we get closer to the junior grand final. Okay, here we go. So 3.5 minutes, there's still a few laps here. There's still a lot of work to be done from Amanze Nwosu in order to secure this second place finish. De Caro absolutely checked out in the lead now, 2.2 seconds. As I said, a cadet kart goes a long way in 2.2 seconds. A little bit of contact there from 60 Freya Lally there, just a little bit, not malicious contact, but just a little bit, you're in my way kind of contact, and just trying to get that kart into the correct position in order to form another attack. But Dakaro leading, Nuoso second, Freya Lally third. A bit further down, we've got Chase Preston in fourth. Lila Fitzgerald is in fifth. Jesse Reeve in sixth. Josh Milburn in seventh. Dan Norton in eighth. George Dickinson in ninth. And Riley Busby in 10th. At the present moment in time, we're coming round probably another couple of laps left after this, and nobody's been that bold enough really to go for a move at the end of that long straight. And we go back round to go underneath the Dunlop tunnels, and there's what a gap, 2.2 seconds. All Amanzi has to do now is, all Francesca Dakaro has to do now is just keep it on the island. Was there loading from 60 Freya there? Was there? She's definitely, the pace has definitely taken a step up behind. So the lap previous to this one, all of the drivers had set a personal best. This time, it's a little bit slow, but the pace has started to ramp up a little bit with about 2 minutes left to go here. So looks like the 60 is a little bit closer this time. So if they're going to go for a move, I think it's going to be in the next lap or so, but they are going to run out of time if they don't make it quickly. Looks like Dakaro is there about 4/10 quicker than Amanzi at the moment. However, the guys behind Amanzi at the moment are lapping about as quick as the leader is at the moment. So this order could change, and it could change very, very quickly. A minute and a half on the clock. It's probably going to be this lap and then one more after it. So Dakaro is going to come over the line to jump onto lap 8. Nuosu still with a massive defence at the moment. I can see a black and white getting ready as we wait to see who that is going to go for. That looks to me like it's going to go to the 52. I thought 54 then. It's one or the other. Race control will sort the arguments out for us later on. And as we watch them all come through this top end, 60 again takes that tighter line to try and defend, to try and get on terms with Amanzi Nuosu. But Nuosu defending for his life, proving that they can not only drive away, but they can also drive a very defensive race if required, a skill that they could need come these semi-finals. And just showing that despite being a young driver, they're a very well-rounded driver in terms of their skill set. But Francesco Dakaro is the leader at the moment, heading on to what we think is the last 3 corners of the heats for Saturday 60. Look at the defense. Chopped the inside from the 53. They just saw it cut. They just saw that move coming. A look over the shoulder. They know that Ali's there. The 48 as well, trying to get on this and pick on the pieces if there is a mistake. But to the checker flag, over the line goes Francesco Dakaro. 1 minute 2:6:09 was their fastest lap, and they are 3.4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Nuosu hangs on in second place after, again, we called it earlier for one of the junior races, a defending masterclass. Freya Lally in third place there. Chase Preston in fourth. Lila Fitzgerald in 5th, Jesse Reeve 6th, Josh Milburn in 7th, Dan Norton 8th, George Dickinson 9th, and Riley Busby in 10th. And that is the end of the heats, Russ. That is the end of the heats, and the scene is set, really, isn't it? Scene is set for what's coming next. Yeah, scene is set for the semi-finals, and between now and the semi-finals, we've got a little bit of time to get the karts charged. So the note from the director, we are going to take a short 10-minute break, and then once after that, we'll be back with some more BIKC action.
We're on air. The powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live. We're on air. The powerhouse behind incredible and engaging in-store radio. Getting on air couldn't be simpler. We'll We'll look after all the relevant music licensing and broadcast hand-curated music tailored to your brand. Promote your special offers and upsells with minimal effort. No expensive equipment is needed, and there are no upfront installation charges. To find out more, simply visit sonair.io/go live.
Hi, welcome back to Warrington, where we're about to get started with the semis. It's all going very well, looking forward to it. Don't forget, there's still time to win some karting from TeamSport, which everybody loves. One of 10 karting vouchers that we're going to give away this weekend. All you've got to do is answer the question, what is the most recent TeamSport track to open? Send it to win@bikc.co.uk before 4 o'clock today. To be able to enter. You'll be notified by email. We'll mention it on the stream, all that type of stuff. As always, this year, Club 100 is our major sponsor, our major prize sponsor, and Will is over with Will right behind you.
Here we go. Brilliant, welcome back. So I've been joined with Will from Club 100. So Will, again, officials partner and sponsor of BIKC 2024, 4th year running. I believe, fantastic. So, Will, I just want to quickly run through what is Club 100 and how do people get involved?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for. Should I hold it? Yeah, okay, I'll hold it. Yeah, thank you for inviting us back again. It's, as you say, it's our 4th year of sponsoring the BIKC. And as Club 100 as a business, we are super happy to be doing so. It's actually the first year we've been sponsoring all of the classes. So in previous years, we've just sponsored the senior classes, but now we're sponsoring the cadets and the juniors as well. You know, Club 100, the question you asked is like, what is Club 100? It's we would say it's the next level, you know, next level karting. So when people are ready to go from rental karting from TeamSport, say indoor karting, and maybe your local outdoor rental karting circuit, when you want to take the next jump in terms of performance, in terms of competitiveness, Club 100 is the next step. So without having to buy your own kart, so Club 100 is an arrive and drive series. So
it's very similar to TeamSport in that respect.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a really great level playing field. Like it is just here, you know that it's all down to driver skill, driver talent, and the things as we are all racers in Club 100 as well. So we have ex-British champions, ex-world champions who help to run the business, help to run the events.
Really in good crowd.
You're in good hands.
Company.
You're in good company for sure. And yeah, it's just lovely to see so many young people, cadets, which is 8 to 12, juniors 13 to 18, you know, taking part in this amazing competition which visits outdoor circuits all around the country at a really high performance level as well. So if you were to buy your own kart, you'd be super high performance. We're like halfway jump up to that, so it's a really perfect stepping stone.
It's very good. And Will, obviously, it goes without saying, we've got some phenomenal looking karts behind us at the moment. Can you just talk us through some of the kind of stats around these karts?
Sure.
What can they do?
Sure. So this is our cadet kart here, and our junior, also senior kart over there. This cadet kart is for 8 to 12-year-olds, and both karts are powered by our Rotax Max 125cc two-stroke engine. So as those who are mechanically minded, they will know that two strokes are a lot more powerful than four strokes. Yes, this is our Micro Max engine. It has a bit of a restrictor on there to make it at about 60 miles per hour. Top speed is about 60 miles per hour.
This is a cadet kart.
Cadet kart,
60 miles an hour.
Just about 60 miles per hour. And our junior kart will go up to 65 miles per hour as well on certain circuits.
Yeah.
So our cadet kart is a lot smaller. We have fully adjustable seats and pedals. Our junior kart is bigger, it's heavier, and the drivers who all have to weigh up to a minimum amount as well. So we're really hot on the competition side of things. So in cadets, we have a minimum weight of 40 kilos in one weight category, another weight category of 50. And in the juniors, again, it's a minimum weight of 60 and then another minimum weight of 70. And if you don't weigh up enough, you can put lead ballast on the karts to make sure everyone's in the same sort of playing field.
Fair, equal playing field. Okay.
As best as it possibly can. And one of the big things about Club 100, these aren't just rental karts which get used on a day-to-day basis. After every single weekend, our team of mechanics strip the karts down. They they clean them, they maintain them, they sort out any of the issues which might have crash damage from the weekend. No one pays for crash damage. We look after this. We make sure this is the best maintained kart fleet in the world. And I guarantee that's the case.
With the exception of TeamSport, I'm sure.
Well, there you go. Didn't think about that.
I think the last one, Will, just to kind of look at, we've got a phenomenal looking go-kart on this side as well.
Yes, this one is not ours, but this is a BizKart.
Just talk us through it. I mean, it looks phenomenal.
This is a BizKart Super E-kart. I've been chatting to Rob from Biz. This is an indoor kart. It's fully adjustable pedals and seat and so on. And you can see one of the big differences here, other than it being electric. You might see this big headrest at the back and the what do you call this thing?
The seatbelt.
Seatbelt.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, it's very typical in Europe and in the States, and in the UK we don't really have that sort of stuff. So that's why it looks a bit funny for us. But it's a great kart. It's I highly recommend BizKarts as well as Birrell. As well as Birrell.
Absolutely. And Will, so the winners then of the competition over this weekend, what are they going to win from Club 100? What's the prize on offer?
Well, it's an amazing prize. So in each of the categories, cadets, juniors, and the 3 different weight categories we have for seniors, the winning driver will win a whole season in Club 100. So they won't have to pay for anything. We have these things called Academy Days where you can come and try out Club 100.
Okay.
Pass your evaluation. Everyone has to be evaluated. You have to be quick enough to race.
And Will, what's that value worth? So if I was to come down today, pay for a whole season, what's that worth?
Let's just say about £3,000, right? £3,000.
£3,000. So that's what they can win this weekend.
Yes, that's right. The first place and second place, they will win an Academy Day plus 2 race days as well, which is probably worth about £700 if I'm doing my maths correctly.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head. And third place is 1 race day plus a Academy Day as well. So all 5 classes are sponsored by Club 100 this year.
Phenomenal. So even top 3. I mean, there's some great prizes there. Really are some great prizes if you're on the podium.
Yes.
Will, another question. So for people that aren't lucky enough to be here this weekend or get to the final of the BIKC, how can they get involved in Club 100 if they want to do it themselves?
Well, so I just want to say one more thing as well related to all this is that Club 100, we've expanded into the north of England this year as well. So, for 2025, as you can see on our map over here, we have covered the north of England as well as the south. Typically, we've been in the south and the Midlands. So, yeah, we're going all the way across the country this year, which is great. And if people want to find out more information and if they want to register, and registrations are open now, all they have to do is go to the Club 100 website, which is club100.co.uk, and there's a big bright red register now button. But yeah, find out all the information. I thoroughly recommend people registering as soon as they can because it is popular. Last year we were completely sold out in all of our classes, and we have made more space with the Northern Championship. So it's a 5-round championship in the North this year. So if you're in the North, definitely come and find out and just give us a go for 1 year. You'll love it. I raced in Club 100 for many, many years, and so yeah, I thoroughly recommend it.
Phenomenal. That's really awesome to meet you, Will. So, Will, one last question before we do kind of nip off and head over to Akhil. Question of the day is, on pizza, is it pineapple or is it not?
It's absolutely not. What's wrong with people?
It's absolutely not. There we go. Live from Will. Pizzas do not belong with pineapple.
Meat, just meat.
Taylor, BIKC Nationals. How's it been so far for you?
It's been great, yeah.
And how have the heats gone and the qualities and how have you felt? We had a little chat just now, didn't we? So you can tell me it again.
Yeah, I mean, I was first getting used to the track, like stuff like that for my qualifying. I finished 9th and brought my way up in my first heat to 7th, and in my second heat I brought myself up to 5th.
Wow. So tell me a little bit about your journey. When was the first moment you actually thought, you know what, I want to try karting, there's something in it?
You know what, it was like just a normal fun day out with my dad, June last year, and we just hopped in a kart for a bit of fun with my cousins, and it just went from there.
So you've only been karting for about a year, just over a year, really, a year and a little bit, and you're here already. Like, did you feel like when you went for the first time, did you feel there was something in this? Like, I want to go again. I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how important have your parents been in the journey? Because I spoke to your dad earlier. He was here. You know, you guys were here last night. I think he said he's driving back to Kent later. It's a long day, but obviously he's been very supportive.
Yes, he has. He's been a lot of help, definitely. Very, very supportive and lots more.
And what's the ambition for you? Like, do you want to continue doing this for many years? Do you want to progress? Or is it actually a bit of a hobby and, you know, where are you in that journey? Like, what's the ambition?
mean, this is definitely something I want to carry on with my life with. I definitely want to start a career and everything with it and just grow up with it, I guess. Yeah.
And do you feel, as a female, it might be a little bit harder, or do you feel like, you know what, I want to break that. I want to be I want to be a female in Formula One.
100%, yes.
Yeah, and you get encouragement as well from people.
Yeah.
And talk about Formula One. I know you're a Formula One fan. Who's your favourite driver?
Ayrton Senna.
Fair enough. And your current?
Lewis Hamilton.
Okay. What do you think of the season so far?
I
mean, Max is obviously going to win it probably in the next Grand Prix, but generally.
I think, yeah. Good.
Looking forward to Lewis at Ferrari next year.
Yeah. Gonna be fun.
Well, best of luck, and we'll see you soon. So yeah.
Right, let's do that thing what we do. We're going to try and find some random people to talk to and see how interesting they actually are. This is the closest you're going to get to a grid walk. Although we might do it. Hello, Kieran.
Hello.
How are you?
Tired.
Does pineapple go on pizza?
No.
There you go. Good answer. See you later. Right, this is the bridge. We're going to go up the bridge. Let's see what's up here. Akhil, do you want to go first?
I will, yeah. Obviously, we are in a little break, so it's a little bit quieter. But let's find some people. Let you guys go
I am
first.
behind you.
All right. Who are you supporting here today?
The Manchester lot.
The Manchester lot.
Manchester lot as well, yeah.
Doing well?
They're all right.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, how are you guys? Yeah, good? Yeah. Dressed very well? Yeah? Which team do you like then? Hey guys, how you doing? Who are you supporting here today?
Probably Jake Anders.
Yeah? And which track are you guys from?
From Warrington here.
Oh, cool. So
We got
you're
through
here in
to
your home track?
Yeah, we got through to regionals, but we didn't get through back here.
Okay. Back again next year? Keep going?
Probably, yeah.
Good stuff.
The question is, does pineapple go on pizza?
No.
Absolutely.
Does pineapple go on pizza?
100%.
What? Wow. No.
Yeah, a bit of conflict.
That's strange. Go on, it's all right. After you. Since you've stopped, hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm all right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kent.
Kent?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I run a karting series, EKS.
Tell us about it.
It is a travelling karting championship going national for next year. Go around, we've got 16 rounds next year all around the country.
What's the website?
EliteKartingSeries.co.uk.
There you go, that was a freebie for you. Have a good day. I know. Right, who've we got on that side?
We got the loss. Hi guys, how are you? Who are you here supporting?
The guys at Warrington.
Yeah,
Local
guys,
Roger.
It's just the Warrington balcony right now, isn't it? Everyone else got to eat.
Supporting all the local boys and girls.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Have you enjoyed the day so far?
Yeah, it's been quash, yeah. A lot of good racing and stuff.
Yeah.
Can only expect better things to come.
Yeah, looking forward to the semis and the final?
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah. Be a good race.
Good stuff, good stuff. Should we carry on going?
I'm going to try.
It is pretty chaotic, isn't it, here?
It is pretty.
But we kind of love it, don't we? We do love it.
I love the chaos. Oh, there we go. We're through. You all right? How's everybody doing down
now
here?
You.
All right.
You.
No.
We've got two going on. Where are you from? Tell us where you're from.
Preston.
Preston. Who's racing? What's your name?
Jack Hackworth.
Anyone else around that you're with today?
Well, these guys have come to support me, and my dad's here with me.
Okay, make sure you're the loudest for him later, all right? Good luck.
Which track are you from, mate?
Birmingham.
How's it going today?
It's going all right for my first time.
First ever time?
My first time in 4 years.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you've improved and you're here.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, best of luck, all right? Do well. I think Will's got a few people down at the end.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Where are you from?
Doncaster.
Doncaster. Is that miles away? I don't know where that is.
It's like 2 hours.
Wow. Who are you here for? Who are you supporting?
Joe Jennings. We're here for Joe Jennings. I'm Bobby. I'm here for Bobby McGee as well.
Oh, great. Okay. Sick. Make sure you're really loud and make everybody know, all right? Thank you, guys.
Middleweights, right? Middleweights.
Who have you got, Will?
Oh, you're a bit tall, aren't you?
I'll go on. These want to say hello. Say hello. 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 Does pineapple go on pizza?
Not a chance, mate.
No. There you go. That is your 5 minutes of fame. I'll come back in a bit.
Lex. Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm joined actually now with Chris, who was in BIKC last year in the middleweights, and you came second. Brilliant. And you karting with us this year, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my third time competing in the BIKC, so I'm super excited. There's a lot of returning drivers, some making their third, fourth, even fifth time. So it's going to be harder than ever this year, so I'm going to have to work hard for it.
Awesome. But the question is, are you confident? Have you got it this year to up that second to first?
Well, like I say, Sam only narrowly beat me last year. So yeah, it's going to be difficult with so many drivers who are returning. I'm going to be doing my damn best. I want to win it.
I love that. Positive mental attitude. You've got this. Awesome.
So we have found someone who has just broken the lap record, I'm told, with a 50.9. That is some unreal speed.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't actually know I'd done it myself, but one thing that gave it away was when I came across the line, I actually heard Tom on the commentary scream lap record. Wow. So I was wondering, I thought maybe I'd done it, but I didn't know if it was maybe someone in the mid-pack. Yeah.
For someone who's never got anywhere near the lap record, do you get a feel like halfway through that actually I'm on a good lap here, or do you just not think about that? Is it just...
Well, it's funny enough you say that because I've been Warrington's lap record ever since it opened. Okay. So I've had... Right. No need for that, Chrissy. And... But yeah, I've had the lap record since it opened, and it was 51.6 initially, then it was a 51.1, now it's 50.9.
And how's the day been so far?
Well, pretty good.
Yeah.
Qualified pole, 51.3. Heat 1, got a 7-second gap, and then he got red flagged, so I had to go obviously back to a grid start, so I lost all that. Then in the Heat 2, I did obviously the 50.9 and won by 13.5 seconds.
Wow, okay.
First PT was quite light.
You're from Farnborough?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it been?
So I had a bit of a poor qualified P11. In the first heat, I did a good recovery. I made it up to, I think, P6.
Oh, wow.
So I made my way through the field, and then second heat, I got into P3, got smashed off by a driver who I'm not going to name, and then there was a big pile up at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, that I think I came fourth in the end after that.
Cool.
So it's not the end of the world, but looks to make up some place in the semi.
And who's your favourite Formula 1 driver?
All time or now?
All time and now.
Senna and Piastri.
Right now, mine's always going to be Hamilton and Hamilton.
Hamilton. Fair enough. Cheers, guys.
I also want to plug my YouTube channel,
Go on.
Anders Lad and Dad Go-Karting on YouTube. My lap record will be going on there, so if you want tips around the track, my lap record will be on it. He's editing it.
Go subscribe.
That's me too.
Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Right, let's try and get down the stairs, Akhil. See if we can get down without falling.
Will? Over to
Absolutely, no, brilliant. So look, thanks for coming back to me. So I'm been joined with Lily. Lily is from our Stoke track. So Lily, so this year you're not in the finals, are you? But you were in BIKC to start with, right?
Yeah, I was.
Cool. And how far did you get this year?
I got to the regionals.
Got to the regionals. Okay, that's all right. What happened in the regionals? Did you not quite there? Next year is going to be the one.
I got spun out on my semi-finals, but I'll give it a go next year.
Unlucky, but look, next year, get back on the track, get back on the grid, and I'm sure next year you'll be on the grid here, right? And hopefully take another trophy.
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome, well done.
Right, let's walk this way. Let's go and have a look in the pit lane where there's not really much going on.
That's all right, well done.
Because there's a little bit of a break now before we get into the semis. But really looking forward to this. Should be some fun.
That was pretty chaotic, Lex, wasn't it?
Let's go and see if we've got anyone down here we can talk to. And Silky's always a good laugh to chat to.
I think you've been interviewed already.
Let's have a little look. There we go. Hello, Phil.
I can't believe you've got me on.
You are live on YouTube right now.
Hello, everybody.
Tell the world what you do and your role in BIKC.
I'm an area technical manager. Tends to be for the north, but I have been helping out at the south as well. And at the moment, I'm just overlooking technical side of things of the BIKC.
So we've recently opened High Wycombe. How was that?
That was hard work. Yeah. High Wycombe, lots of corners to be painted and scrubbed up. There was a lot of clearing up, obviously, afterwards. Track loops, pit loops. There was a lot of work entitled in High Wycombe. It took us a while.
So there's a big talk at the minute, isn't there, Akhil, about the ramp. Now,
well,
tell us more.
Me and Phil walked the ramp a few times, and that was hard enough.
Yeah.
The ramp, everyone was talking about the ramp, Lex. Honestly, like on socials, every time people came off track, they were like, "Well, that ramp was pretty, was pretty steep." It literally
When I saw
is.
it for the first time, I thought that's pretty ambitious. That.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get it up on the screen. You can have a look at it. But if you've not seen it, it is pretty down.
Yeah. And we did lots of testing, Phil, didn't we, on cars, making sure it was safe, which obviously it is, but it was. We did lots and lots of testing.
We were a little bit worried about the transition because going over that hump down to the down ramp, but it's so smooth going down there. And we also did a lot of stop starts at the bottom of the ramp just to make sure the karts were able to get up. Absolutely brilliant. Spot on. Yeah, it was good.
And so we've got a bit of breaking news, haven't we, Lex? Because of the talk of the ramp, we are going to do something epic.
It's unprecedented, you could say.
Never been done before. That's what that means, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. So we have decided that ramp is so good, it deserves its very own name. Isn't that right, Lex?
That's right, yeah. And I think you get to decide it. I think it'd be quite funny, really. Get it in the comments right now what we should call the ramp.
Keep it clean.
Or you can go to team-sport.co.uk/the ramp. Keep it clean. Get some suggestions in there. We'll read some out as well for a laugh. It'll be quite funny.
And then what we'll do, we'll take the best suggestions and we'll put them on a social media poll for everyone to vote. And whatever wins, we will name the ramp. Whatever wins.
And if it's really good, we'll get one of those little round blue plaques that you put on the side of, like, heritage buildings.
Yeah.
I'll stick it there.
Hashtag name the ramp.
Name the ramp. We're nearly ready for some racing, but before that, it's a good opportunity to go and do a little bit of a hot lap around Warrington.
My name's Tom. I've got a beautiful Biz Eco Vault GT to play with. I'm going to take you for a lap of TeamSport Warrington. Through this first one, you want to stay nice and wide on the way out here. Bring the car over to the right-hand side. Use that red line as your turning point. Stay tight to the apex, middle of the track on the way out of here before you turn into turn 3. Nice and tight to the barrier, get all the way on the way out through here, through the S's under our trademark Dunlop bridges. Stick towards the curbs, use these as your markers as we go under the BIKC start line into second Dunlop, as we now stick over to the left-hand side before we turn into this tight right-hander. Stay towards the right-hand side of the track as this left-hander is going to come at you very quickly. As you go through the left, through the right, staying towards the middle of the circuit, now to the outside. Here's the new part you're going to have to get used to. As you come up the ramp, right-hander, as the cart crests the top, you're turning in to this double right. It looks like 2 corners, but treat it as 1. Thread the cart through the barriers here, up the middle, and then these 2 come at you very quickly. It's very easy to get caught out, but nice and tight as you go through those will sort you out. Here's one of the places most people can make a lot of time on this ramp. As you just bottom out about here, that's the point you brake and turn in. Nice and wide as you come through. Again, 2 left-handers here, you're going to treat them as 1 corner. You're going to go nice and wide as you go out, and look what awaits you. A nice, fast flowing section as you come down the ramp. Almost straight line this, just getting to your left-hand side. Stay over to your right as you now come through a corner that's been likened to Eau Rouge. It's just flat if you get the cart in the right line. Just thread the needle. That's a bit of a slow lap. Let's try and hook a quick one. As we now go into turn number 1, use the power of the cart to get you through the corner. Brake in towards turn number 2. Nice and tight on the way out. Turn 3 is where I'm going to start using the boost. Get the cart in a straight line. Hit that power as you now thread the cart through the S's, one of the longest flat out sections on the circuit. Stay left as you come through Dunlop 2, then throw the cart into the right-hander, back end stepped out as you now go into the left. Again, try and thread the cart through here little bit of a lift just to get that rotation, and now flat out as you come through the left-hander as you're on the ramp, as the kart crests, turn in, treat this as one corner. Stay up towards the middle of the corner as you come up the ramp. Right-handers, see how quick they come at you. Very easy to lose a load of time. Remember, as the kart bottoms out, turn into the right-hander. Use all the road on the left-hand side. Treat this as one corner as you gain speed coming through the fastest section on the circuit. This is absolutely amazing. Turn at the 6, throw the kart in, use all the curb on your right-hand side, and that completes a lap here at TeamSport Warrington. This thing is absolutely electric. If you haven't got booked on, you need to get yourself down here and try these. And remember, turn 3 is where you go boost, boost, boost under the Dunlop bridges. Get yourself down here and try this circuit out.
And that is what a lap around this track looks like. Have you ever driven this track?
I have indeed, Lex.
You have?
I have indeed.
I've never driven this track. There's a reason for that, to be fair. I should stay away from go-karts. I've got to very quickly say hello to Chester, my dog, who's barking at the screen apparently, because he's one of them dogs. I know you don't care, but I'm telling you now. He just can't be left alone, and he just goes crazy when I'm not there. So, and you've got Elmo as well.
But you haven't left him alone, because obviously Chester hasn't told you he's barking at. So someone must have told you that. So you haven't left him alone.
No, but it's a long story.
Without you.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Just clarify.
Yeah, I'll try and get a picture of it.
Have you got one of them really weird Ring indoor cameras checking on Chester? Is that?
No, that'd be really strange.
Would
no,
indeed.
I hate, you can't have a Ring camera in the living room. Anyway, this is enough of this.
Will, any pets?
I do, yeah. Elmo. I'm sure Elmo will be barking at the TV as well.
Have you got any pets?
Yeah.
I don't have pets. I've got kids.
Close enough.
I'm not saying kids are like pets, obviously. I love my kids.
Say hello to your kids.
But hello to my kids. Hello, Ian and Akhil.
You've recently got a newborn, no?
Yeah, 4 months ago. Think about it.
Oh, congrats.
A new one, yeah.
Anyway, it's time for the semis. Let's hand it back to Tom, Russ, and Jen.
Okay, here we go. We are at semi-final stage. Just going back to Akhil and Will there, people say that we talk rubbish from time to time.
Yeah, talking about dogs. We're professionals at filling time. They must be the apprentices. That's why they host and we commentate.
Absolutely.
We can talk about any obscure racing fact we want.
We'll talk about any obscure racing fact, anything that we can think of, but we always try and keep it down to the theme of motorsport.
I just thought with Lex, like, his dog's quite intelligent. He's obviously worked out how to turn the TV on, if I'll be honest, and tune into the live stream.
Knows how to type in the right things.
He could join you guys. He could join Revolution.
Oh, he's in the chat now.
He's in the chats.
Lex, I'm fine. Don't come home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's weird. Oh man, right. Thinking about filling time, there's various ways that you can fill time in between races, but reading race programs is normally a good way of doing it. And we've got a beautiful one here at the moment. Jen's been perusing the copy that we have available. All the proceeds for this one, it goes towards Mission Motorsport, a fantastic charity that do a lot of good work. And to be fair, we're actually out racing in Anglesey for Race Remembrance this year as well. So would you like to enlighten us on the things that the general public can look forward to in this official program?
Yeah, of course. So on the front page, we have last year's previous winners and also our DYD finalists for last year. We open it up. I'll give you a little bit play-by-play with what happens in the book. We've got a page on Dom Gaynor, CEO of TeamSport, and then Hugh Chambers, the CEO of Motorsport UK. We've got a little bit of information about Club 100 and how the prizes work for this year. Moving on to the next page, we've got the BIKC successes. So we've got Dante, Charlie, Sam, and Alfie. Those are the 4 drivers mentioned in the program this year. Then we have the Meet the Team. So obviously let's start with James Hislop. His favourite band's Coldplay, so might as well shout that out for him. Darren Pauly loves Taylor Swift, right? Makes him really cool.
Fan.
Big T-Swizzle fan, and he has a Pokemon tattoo, so even cooler. And then we've got Ben Savory. He's only known for Justin Bieber lookalike. So those
Russ
are
normally has like an allocation of times he can call Ben Bieber, and I think he's already getting very close to his use of the allocation just in the last, let's say, 24 hours, let alone for the whole season.
It's like a twice a month allocation that he lets me lets
He's been
me
saving
off.
them up for this weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely. So continuing on the program, we've got national final event format, so explains all the scheduling for the weekend, so everyone knows what's going on. We've got the regional final race report, so a little bit of information about Bristol, Liverpool, Reading, Farnborough, Nottingham, just might as well list them all out, Stockton, Gosport, and we have Leicester, and I think that's the last one. No Sheffield. We've got Sheffield. Hang on, one more, I think. No, and we're done. So then we've got the track map of Warrington, then a little bit of information about the track. So obviously what the corners are, how long it is, obviously 20 corners, 10-meter elevation, interesting facts like that. And then we go into the entry list for this event today. So obviously we can see all the drivers that are participating in the BIKC. And then we have a lovely photo spread at the back with all the little podium photos of last year, some kart pictures and the crew that worked the event. And then we've got a bit of a breakdown as well of all the information of BIKC overall and the race respect policy.
Yes, the whole thing is, I believe it's £12. They are available on site. There's a gentleman, Charlie, who's got a fantastic stand with a load of other TeamSport merch. Go and have a chat to him, and he'll be gladly happy to take your money, all in the name of a good cause. And thinking about a good cause, racing is a very good cause. And we've got some karts going onto a grid. And I have a grid in front of you for the first of the semi-finals. And this one, actually, having a quick flick through this list is actually a pretty stacked one. So on pole position will be Leander Hewitt. Francesco De Caro will line up on the front row with them. Freya Lally and Ronnie Deacon will line up on row 2. Megan Gascoigne and Lila Fitzgerald, Ted Hayward and Ethan Hall, Mia Gualteri, George Glossop are your 10 runners and riders. That already has some good names in this. Now, just to remind everyone what we are now looking for. We're trying to split drivers into into the finals to see who's going to be fighting for the prize. We are looking for the top 3 drivers, and in the cadets, the fastest 4th place finisher. They're going to be the 10 drivers that will contest the main event tonight. Later on, we'll be looking for the top 6, I think it's top 6 or 8 juniors to go into the main event for that one. But this really is crunch time. So if you had a bad day, this is sort of win it or bin it now. So you either have to finish in the top 3, or there's a good chance we're going to be sending you home.
Well, I think there's 2 sets of drivers, Tom. But you've got the set of drivers that are focused on winning, and then you think you've got a set of drivers a bit further back that are focused on staying in the competition, I'll be honest, and making it to the final. But here we go, we are up, we are looking at the start-finish lights. So here we go, it's red, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's race. TeamSport semi-final cadets, BIKC is underway. And here we go, is there going to be any immediate drama through the first few corners? It all looks very, they've driven so well so far today. But there's a move on the inside, that's a gap.
Oh,
collision at the back.
Been tapped.
But the gap was there. I tell you what, I think the door was open. And if the door's open, you've got to have a go at taking it. Okay, let's see. So we're still going under, yep, so it's all nice and smooth at the present moment in time. We don't have a leaderboard at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that was at the back. It might have been Lila Fitzgerald and Ted Hayward that came together, but up at the front, that is Akhil. I'm calling him by his brother's name there. That is Leander Hewitt, and then Francesco De Caro, Freya Lally just behind, and Ronnie Deacon still in 4th place. The top 4, I think actually top 5, are as they were out off the start, as Megan Gascoigne is still in 5th place, and then behind is where it all gets a little bit different, as Mia Gualteri now is up into 6th place at the expense of Fitzgerald and Hayward as they come through the first corner here. The top 4 are really breaking away here as Hewitt looks over their shoulder, sees they've got 3 karts behind them, and probably thinks about pressing that accelerator even harder than they already are. So as they come through under the first Dunlop Bridge and over the start-finish line to register the first lap in the book of this slightly longer 12-minute semi-final, it is Hewitt, De Caro, Lally, then Ronnie Deacon, Gascoigne, Gualteri, Hall, Hayward, Fitzgerald and Glossop, your 10 runners and riders at the moment. Already looking over the shoulder. Hewitt's going defensive here. They're not thinking about trying to stretch away. They're just trying to make sure that they stay in the pound seat. Now, looking at these four, we only have 3 seats at the moment available in the main event. We'll look for the fastest 4th place finisher. So really, if Ronnie Deacon cannot make a move on Freya Lally, they may have to start trying to switch focus from going for an overtake to trying to go for fastest lap, which that currently is held by Ted Hayward, who's down in P8. But over the line they come, pass through the chicane they come once again. As we wait for the top 4 to come through once again, we see if, and we've got a decent lead here for the top 4. They are really breaking away there over Megan Gascoigne and Mia Gualteri, who are sat in 5th and 6th place at the moment. But it is still Leander Hewitt that leads from Francesco De Caro, Lally and Deacon. And then you see that pack of about 4 or 5 carts behind. Looks like that's finished up there by Ted Hayward, as we try to see if we've got anything coming through on race control. No, not quite. They're all happy with proceedings so far, as 9 minutes remaining on this semi-final.
It's beautiful driving at the moment from everybody, but I would say the driver who looks more likely to make a move at the moment is driving 4th place, Ronnie Deacon, who is very much all over the back of Freya Lally at the moment. Freya Lally taking a few odd racing line movements, is what I would say, going around the corner onto the up ramp. So I hope that she is staying focused. Wouldn't it be great to see her racing in the grand final? You know, obviously coming through the Discover Your Drive program. But at the moment, we've seen Leander Hewitt check out. He's checked out so many times. No checking out here. This is a proper race for the win. And this is important because this will decide, do we have winners from 3rd and 4th on the grid in the final? Do we? Well, it's very difficult. If most of the winners come from the front row. And so for 54, Francesco De Caro, really, if he wants to win, he's going to make his life a whole lot easier if he can get past Leander Hewitt and get that front row grid, or potential front row grid start. Because obviously there are 3 semi-finals. So even actually winning doesn't actually guarantee you a place on the front row. But here we go. So it's still Leander Hewitt who is leading. Francesco De Caro 2nd. Freya Lally still holding that 3rd place. Let's have a look how close Ronnie is. He's still there. No, maybe dropped back slightly, isn't he? Dropped back slightly, but I would say, if anything, now it's moved more to the front. I think just Freya not being quite on the back of Francesco really means that he can have a go at the leader. And you can't get much closer than that, I think, going underneath the bridge for lap number 5.
It's definitely all to play for in this semi-final now. So obviously, whoever finishes first in this semi-final has the chance of 1st and 3rd on the grid for the grand final. In 2nd place, it is 4th down to 6th, and then it is 7th down to 9th. I can't
so you could finish 2nd and end up 6th on the final.
So at times now it can sort of pay. If you're in 3rd place, you've got an opportunity at moving into 2nd. If you can make that move cleanly, it can quite literally give you effectively 3 free overtakes in the main event. You've seen it flashing up on the screen already, the warning flags being handed out to a few drivers. So both Mia Gualteri and Ethan Hall have attracted the attention of the officials. They haven't given anything just yet. They're in that pack that is just behind, but look who's feeling a bit racy now. De Caro just starting to pull out from behind Hewitt. Hewitt looks over his shoulder. He'll know that Francesco De Caro is there, and this could be exactly what Lally and Deacon need. If these two really start fighting, that could quite easily bring both of them back in. And we've seen a few times already where fights have become a little bit heated, and they've come to grief, and people have been there to pick up the scraps. But at the moment, these young drivers have had a very sensible drive so far, and halfway through this first semi-final, it is still they are still all line astern. So Leander Hewitt, Francesco De Caro, Freya Lally, Ronnie Deacon, top 4 at the moment. Your 4 potential qualifiers. We'll have to take a note of Deacon's time to see where that stacks up against the others. But
the other element here, right, is these are 12-minute races.
Yeah, so slightly longer for them to play
with.
But
these are, these 8-, 9-year-olds taking part. You know what I mean? It's physically difficult. This is one of the most physically demanding indoor kart tracks that we've got in team sport, if not the most physically demanding, if I'll be honest.
I was one of
right
the
up
little
there.
cadets asking me earlier, who's my favourite track and what's my least favourite track? And I was like, well, I've got to say Cardiff's my favourite track. And I said, my least favourite track's probably Warrington because it beats me up.
Yeah, it does that. It does that. So here we go. You just sense that something might give here because Leander Hewitt now very much driving defensively. And they've all kind of joined back into one. So is it going to remain like this for another 5 minutes? Let's see. It's almost like a game of chess, in actual fact. But there's no doubt that the top four have absolutely moved totally away from the rest of the pack. It's such a shame that one of these drivers might potentially not end up racing in the final.
Yes, they're about 6 seconds clear of the next fight, which has Gascoigne, Gualtieri, Fitzgerald, Hayward, Hall and Glossop in. They're all running nose to tail. The reason we're focusing on this fight at the front is it's going to really shape the rest of the night for us. You can just see the train coming out under the footbridge compared to the guys at the front. It's two little trains going on here. Hewitt's leading the one that potentially has a seat in the main event, and Gascoigne is leading the one that is still trying to break into the main event tonight. Over the line they go once again, still all holding position, and it does look like Hewitt maybe has a little bit more breathing room over to Caro, so that gap looks like it's come up to about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. That's probably the biggest it's been all race so far. They've got a further 7 to 8 tenths behind to Freya Lally, who is still being chased very hard by Ronnie Deacon as they come through the top end of the circuit. A little look over the shoulder. They see that massive train of karts coming up the ramp there.
Look, there's a move. Hang on. Has Ronnie got that done?
No. I think Freya's still in third place there.
Yeah, we watched the scene.
They were alongside.
Freya's still she's got a hand in the air. She clearly doesn't like whatever happened up there.
Look a little bit of loading at the back, like Ferrari corner.
Yeah, looked like she definitely was like, what manner of thing was that? As Ronnie now has to try and find
there's loading and
another
pushing.
way through. Ronnie trying it round the outside. They're fully alongside there. It's going to be outside for the next one. She's just going to have to hold it on the apex and hope that Deacon doesn't get the overrun this time. He does get a little bit of a run, but nowhere near enough to get alongside to the point where they have to make the move. 3 minutes remaining.
Definite loading there for Ronnie Deacon. That's what Freya is not happy about.
Yeah, she can feel the taps in the back, and she's putting her hand up as being like, what's going on? Why can I feel this guy tapping me? And hopefully she's going to be able to drive through that and get her head down and try and get back on turn. But you can see that her defending from Deacon now, and that little move has allowed Deacon to get back on terms. He has now got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:02.592. If he ends up in 4th place, that could end up being quite important by the time this ends, because remember, we need the fastest 4th place finisher as De Caro looks towards the outside, as Hewitt now is starting to defend.
Yeah, this isn't done yet. Look at these two.
No, it's
absolute
nowhere near
side
done.
by side.
So these two are really starting to fight now, and Hewitt's defending, just trying to hold De Caro arm's length as they go through under the Dunlop bridges. I make it 2 laps to go. If we're lucky, we'll be tight on getting the second one here as we go under the Dunlop bridges once again, taking a very, very defensive line on the inside. You see Lally's also trying to defend. She just looks over her shoulder. Hewitt looks over the shoulder as they turn into the right-hander here, going up the ramp, holds it up the middle, so De Caro cannot go either inside or outside. The 54 and the 49 fighting very hard here at the moment. And if De Caro has anything left and wants to try and start in the top 3 for the main event, they're running out of time to try and make a move stick. As it looks like it pops up on our screen, a 5-second time penalty for the 58. That is Lila Fitzgerald for advantage by contact. So we said that pack was close. We said they were fighting quite hard behind, and it's ended up in the original leader of that pack being handed a 5-second time penalty. As now we get into the closing stage of the race, I think they should get one more lap in. Caro, a little bit of a tap on the back of Leander Hewitt there, going through the bottom end of the circuit. Oh, we got checker flag coming out here. Hewitt wins the first of the semi-finals. De Caro comes in second. Lally also books her place in tonight's main event. Ronnie Deacon is 4th place at the moment, and that lap time of 1:02.592 could prove very important at the end of proceedings. Sadly, that does mean we miss Ted Hayward, Mia Gualtieri, Megan Gascoigne, Ethan Hall, George Glossop and Lila Fitzgerald. Unfortunately, that is their journey for BIKC 2024 over. And now we turn our attention very quickly to the first of the junior
However,
semi-finals.
it has to be said, it's so good to see Discover Your Drive drivers end up going through and competing in the
I think this is the
BIKC
first time we'll have a DYD driver in
final.
the main event.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, we have had.
We
last
had one
year,
in the final last year, but I don't know if they actually made the main event off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I don't think they
That
made.
is not a stat I have remembered.
I don't know if they made the final 10 last year.
We'll have
In
to check
fact,
that.
I will be able to tell you. I will consult. Talk amongst yourselves. I will consult my my documents of knowledge.
However, it's great to see, and also Ronnie Deacon still not out of this. There is a fastest fourth place driver that will go through and make up that 10th place on the grid for the big race in the cadets, the BIKC National Final. So
Just waiting to see what the grids are now for the juniors and semi
indeed,
one.
I was just going to say, am I hopeful for Ronnie making that, being closed up behind Freya for such a long period of time without the clean air in front to go and put the lap times in? You never know. It does happen. It has happened. But obviously 2 more cadet semi-finals left to come as we move on to the juniors. Okay. Now then, this is where the spice just goes up a level. So basically, in pole position for this race will be Jake Anders. We've got Rudy Cruz, even Rudy Cruz second and Jake Anders in first that looks racy. Then we've got Frederick Navarro in third, we've got Jules Larkin in fourth, Matthew So in fifth on the grid. Ollie Peters in sixth, Sol Hilder in seventh. David Schnesko is in eighth, Alex Scott is in ninth, and Jaden Streatham is in 10th place. Hector Sadlowski is in 11th, Ty Dewis Sherlock is in 12th, Charlie Devlin is in 13th, Jack Hassan is in 14th, David Kozowski is in 15th, and Joshua Robertson is 16th. That is your grid for the first of the semi-finals of the juniors.
I was going to give that a go, but I didn't know if I could pronounce all the names, so I handed it off to Russ.
Put it this way, we keep butchering it as well. So don't worry, it happens, and I've said many times, if you do ever end up butchering someone's name, just tell us. Tell us we've got it wrong and we'll fix it. Having consulted my notes, it is the first time we've had a DYD driver in the main event. The last time we had a DYD driver in the finals last year was Elena Santosh. She ended up sadly going out in the semi-finals. So Freya Lally, the first DYD driver to make it into the final 10 for the cadets. So well done to her.
That's amazing.
And as we think about making it into the final, we've got the second semi-final of the night, the first one for the juniors up on the grid. The 5 red lights will come on, and when they go out, there'll be 12 minutes between the drivers and seats in the main event. The lights go green. Let's see who gets a good start. Anders gets a very good start. Navarro also gets a good start from the inside as well and moves up into second place at the expense of Rudy Cruz. Matthew So is in there. That looks like Jules Larkins has a little bit of a nudge to move up in front of Ollie Peters, but Peters locks in behind as Nesko looks like they're also going side by side under the Dunlop bridges. They all make it through this time, but it is Jake Anders once again leads the way as Rudy Cruz is immediately trying to get back on terms with Frederick Navarro. Navarro is not going to take the defence line down. However, Rudy Cruz is a very fast driver so far. We've seen them overtake quite well so far. Let's see if they've got any answer for Frederick Navarro. Navarro looks over the shoulder, a hand in the air. You can feel the little small bumps up towards the back section of the corner. But as they come down off the ramp, once again, Anders looks over his shoulder. He can't see a kart behind him because he's already got a few kart lengths in his back pocket. Navarro's there in second, Cruz is third. And that is Matthew So and Jules Larkin that's there. As it looks like side by side between Cruz and Navarro into the second hairpin, into the third one. Cruz isn't close enough. Larkin is close enough to go for a move on Matthew So. A little bit of a touch, but backs out of it, looks over his shoulder, sees that they've still got pace. Anders over the line, Navarro second, Cruz third, So fourth. Then it's Larkin, Peters, Sol Hilder is seventh, David Snesko in eighth, Jaden Steetham in ninth, Alex Scott, Jewish Sherlock, Sadalowski, Kaznovsky. Then Charlie Devlin, Zach Hassan and Joshua Roberts round out your runners and riders so far, but we are currently watching the fight for second places once again. Jake Anders seems to have found another gear in these electric carts and he's just flying away from Frederick Navarro, who is in second place, who's trying to deal with a challenge from Rudy Cruz. Matthew So is still trying to get on terms. He's got a little bit of breathing room over Jules Larkin, but isn't quite on terms with Navarro, who already is going defensive against Rudy Cruz, defending very heavily towards the inside of the second hairpin, and all this is going to do is help Anders' case for running away at the start of this semi-final.
See, I think that Jake Anders is not necessarily just charging away with this one. I see it that the battle for second is absolutely ferocious. They are chucking the karts around, loads of contact in the first few corners. Absolutely, that you know, Rudy starting second, poor start. Okay, I think a strategically poor start, because it's a tough starting position on that second place, as we talked about it in the chat. And Navarro was all over it, but now Navarro's made it there. I think Navarro is almost already settled for second and is driving super defensively. And Rudy Cruz is so much faster. Look at that defensive line going into the corner. Right over the inside grid positions is where Navarro is plonking that kart, and that is meaning that we now have an absolute train of karts leading all the way down to 8th and 9th in the race. And this means that Jake Anders, okay, he is super fast anyway. He just has to drive normally. He's just got to keep it going. In fact, the only thing he's got to worry about is fastest lap, I suppose. So he can't, because he needs pole position. He could take it easy here and end up in 3rd place on the grid for the final. So he still needs to go for it, but he's got no pressure on him. All he has to do is just set fastest lap after fastest lap. This is the battle. And here we go. There's a big contact there from Rudy Cruz. And will that unsettle Navarro?
So Navarro looked like they locked up or going into the hairpin there, and that just caught Rudy Cruz out, and they ended up on the rear bumper. So Anders now still is running away that fastest lap. If he stays like that, would end up giving him pole position and starting on the front row. So effectively for these guys, where they finish is the row of the grid that they will start on. 2nd place, you start on row 2. 3rd place, you start on row 3. So like we said earlier, this can make it making one position here could effectively get you another place in the main event and make your night that little bit easier when it comes down to crunch time. Cruz is feeling very racy here. They desperately want to get into 2nd place, and Navarro is just doing everything they need to do to hold them at arm's length. You see them just going defensive at the top of the ramp. Cruz leaves the door open a little bit in that hairpin. There's not really an overtaking point unless Rudy Cruz wants to go down the inside and give him a bit of a push as they go down towards the top end.
See, Cruz is trying everything.
Circuit. He's literally throwing everything at the back of that car, but Navarro is just holding them at arm's length, and there is nothing that Cruz so far can do. Over the next 7 minutes, we'll see if they have a little bit of an answer for it, as the first warning comes through for Rudy Cruz for contact. So this time round, he's going to see a black and white flag. That's the warning. That's his last chance. So effectively, it means now if he continues to get into the back of the 2nd place kart, he could leave himself liable to a penalty. Even a 5-second penalty at this point would see him well outside of a qualifying position. So Cruz now has to be careful. That being said, Matthew So will know that black and white has been handed out and realise that Cruz can't do anything too harsh or too aggressive in case he risks getting a penalty. So that could now bring Matthew So and Jules Larkin back into this fight.
But it's this sheer aggression from Rudy Cruz that has really caught the attention of the race director. No doubt there's been multiple contacts and loading. And what I would also say, Frederick Navarro's got some interesting racing lines out there, and that is a great example of it. He was right on the inside here. It's no wonder that Rudy Cruz is able. He's almost thought that more contact again. I've got a bit of sympathy on that one, just because Navarro was just so far over the track, nowhere near the racing line, that what are you going to do? Even on that corner, he goes very wide into that corner, with Rudy Cruz taking a much tighter line and a better line. And it's almost risky, I call it risky defending from Navarro is what he's doing, but it's successful at the moment. But his racing line, you just got a little glimpse of the leader there. That's so fine, but you just caught his helmet on a completely different part of the circuit.
So, I feel like Navarro is trying to take McGear's title of master defender.
He's trying to finish 2nd here in the absolute slowest time possible, but also in the hope that the more he defends, the more people are going to join the party and make Rudy Cruz's night that little bit more difficult. As you can see, they're going 2 by 2 into here. That's Matthew So still trying to defend from Jules Larkin. The fight that Navarro wants to happen is happening, but it's a kart too far back. He wants it to involve Rudy Cruz, but currently it's not. Matthew So has got his handful of Jules Larkin. It does look, though, that Ollie Peters is just starting to drop off the back of this fight. So Peters, Hilder and Sniesko are all just dropping back a little
Cruz
bit.
needs a planned overtaking manoeuvre because
this isn't
Navarro is defending so wildly that if anything there's a bit planned on what he's doing, then that's what he kind of needs. I think it's got to be the end of the straight because Navarro was so defensive last lap. He was virtually touching the inside of the barrier.
Even if he finishes second, he hasn't got the fastest lap to start third for the grand final.
Indeed, totally. So it's going to be interesting. We've still got a fair few laps to go. Just under 5 minutes to go. Oh, there's a move. There is a move.
Larkin and So. That's Jules Larkin going down the inside of Matthew So. Is that going to allow Ollie Peters to get through as well as we get into the next section of the circuit? Looks like Matthew So has just managed to get it back on to the racing line. So he's only lost one position out of that. But that's one row further back on the main event that he's going to start. As Navarro still just holding Rudy Cruz at arm's length. Thinking about the pace, like you said, these guys are running in the low 52s. Anders at the moment is about a second a lap quicker. So I'm unsure if Navarro has maybe just got a car he's not 100% happy with, or if he is just trying to make sure that Rudy Cruz is backed up into a pack so that they can start fighting and hope he runs away.
All the way around there. He literally pushed him. He's so much faster. He literally thought about going right round the outside then at that particular moment. It's like, but no, he's got so much more pace. He's literally pushing. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah,
he's taking
Cruz
both
hands.
hands.
His hands in frustration.
Both
He's like,
hands.
what am I supposed to do?
Both hands off the wheel.
How am I supposed to get past him? He's so far tried absolutely everything he can think of, but Navarro has had an answer for pretty much everything. He's even in the back of him there on the exit, showing how much quicker he's getting out of the corner, but he's just not quite able to do anything about it. It's clear that Cruz is definitely the quicker of the two right now. But the fact that Navarro is in front, it's the old Murray Walker phrase, catching up is one thing, getting past is quite another. And Navarro's got a perfect demonstration of exactly how that works in practice.
Well, I tell you what, if you add, imagine the final here, right, and adding the Joker lap into this. Imagine these drivers peeling off into the pit lane, okay? It is going to spice things up.
This is exactly where the Joker lap would come into it.
Yeah,
if you were going for it, Rudy Cruz right now would dart into the pit lane, try and get himself out. We reckon it's probably worth about 14 seconds, roughly.
But again,
so
get
that
clear
would
space,
put him out.
Put the laps in, and it's basically an undercut. In Formula One, what we've got, what can happen, only in the final for the juniors, is effectively a Formula One undercut, which can be done.
If Cruz
That's
was to
what
come
he'd be
in
doing.
now,
that's what he would be doing now.
Yeah, so if Cruz was to come in about now, he would end up about 8 seconds behind the last place driver, which is Zach Hassan. That would give him a massive amount of clear air. And then in theory, when Navarro came in, he wouldn't be able to keep the pace up. Cruz could just pound the laps out, and then that could end up causing a bit of an upset in the final. But we don't have to worry about that just yet. Navarro just has to worry about Rudy Cruz trying to get past him on circuit.
Here we go. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Oh, no.
Now that's
not what you want to be doing. Cruz tries to get himself turned around.
Will you see that again?
The lights are yellow. They go back to green as Cruz gets himself going, but that ruins his chance of getting himself into the main event. That almost, for the moment, looked like Navarro was on his line.
But
Cruz
you know
turned
what?
in.
That was planned, though. He
Yeah.
was so far on the outside going on the first corner. He tucked
It was
in,
exactly
got
what
right.
Cruz needed
he
to
went
do.
round the outside, and then that is one for the race directors, obviously. But
I would not want to be stood in God box right above us having to review that.
I would not want to be Jen right now, who's got to review that.
I'm just listening to what you
Well,
guys
it's
are
a
saying.
perfect chance for us to have another look at it.
Yeah, we'll get the
later.
review up, don't worry.
But yeah, that was, I would not want to be the race directors reviewing that one, but it looks like I think we've got one lap left to go, and after such a fantastic drive, that is such a shame for Rudy Cruz.
And Jules Larkin is suddenly in a box seat.
Yeah,
Out of nowhere, he's third place, and he's looking at a place in the grand final.
I think with the fact that he was throwing just about everything at the back of Navarro, it was going to be a do-or-die move, and he went for it. He ended up going for it, as any racing driver should, but it just didn't come off in his favour. And meanwhile, you just get a quick flash of Jake Anders, see where he is compared to everyone
Still
else.
out there.
He's still out there. He's just miles ahead. I hope he doesn't have any sponsor contracts for this, because they're not getting any airtime.
No
He's just
airtime.
too quick.
There he goes. See him? There you don't.
I ended up seeing him before and just said, can you do us a favour? Can you slow down? You're just making my job a little bit too difficult.
You think Navarro was leading?
Yeah, because right now, this looks like the fight for the lead. However, the leader is actually about to come round and take the checker flag. He's that far ahead of everyone else. As over the line, Larkin looks towards the inside. Matthew So is still nowhere nearby. Navarro has had a defensive masterclass, but it is Jake Anders who takes his third win of the night, the first of the semi-finals of the juniors. And over the line, Navarro completes a defensive masterclass to hang on to second place with Jules Larkin, Matthew So, Ollie Peters, Sol Hilda, Davin Snesko, Jaden Statham, I nearly did it then, rounding out the top 8. Then it is Hector Sadlowski, Alex Scott, Taiju Sherlock, David Kaznovsky, Joshua Roberts, Charlie Devlin, Zach Hassan, and after that incident, Rudy Cruz, by the looks of it, ended up coming back into the pit lane at the end of that one.
I tell you what, it's just BIKC racing, isn't it? It never fails to deliver.
It was going to require a do-or-die move to be able to make that stick. And
what a talking point.
Fair play to Rudy. He went for it. It just didn't come off in his
See,
favour.
I think it was planned, but what the move he made was incredibly risky.
It was so decisive, but at that point, the way that Navarro had him basically held at arm's length, it was going to take he had to take some form of risk. But it just shows.
I also think that the nudge there was always going to come, because when he's trying to go around the outside of him round that hairpin, like if in the competition like this, you just know that the nudge is going to be there, and it's going to.
It was risk versus reward. It always is in this sort of sport. And
you got to go for it though.
Yeah, you've got to make a decision of what
Thank
you're going
goodness
to try
he
and
did.
do. But yeah, he had to do some. If he was going to try and go for second, he absolutely had to do something. However, yeah, it just did not come off in his favour, and it is a shame that Cruz will go out in that sort of fashion. However,
because Cruz has been great to watch.
Yeah,
he
really has. To watch. He has been box office
Flamboyant.
in terms of overtaking.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
he's been the Max Verstappen of maybe, I don't know, is that too far? It's like he's been controversial.
That's probably a bit. I'd probably go a little bit far.
Is that a Harvey Ball on the front row of the grid, I see?
That looks like Harvey Ball on the front row.
Yeah,
of the
I've got
grid
a shout I've been asked to give. So happy 92nd birthday to Nanny France, I think, from Harvey, but didn't say it in his interview because he's so excited that he's racing.
Wow, that's amazing.
He's so excited that he's racing. He's so excited that he's racing really, really well. So he's going to be
great.
starting the second of the semi-finals for the cadets on pole position. Alongside him are the two sparring partners that have been there all day. Max Banahovic and Ollie Olachovsky will be in this heat. Then Rory Hamilton will start in P4 with Ben Hunt, Josh Milburn, Fabian Szymanski, Alex Achitsky, George Dickinson and Riley Busby completing the 10 runners and riders. Just a reminder with cadets, we've had it confirmed by Race Control, we're looking for the top 4 cadets to make it a 12-kart final.
Wow.
So
Good news.
A nice little thing, especially means that after his fantastic race that the other drivers will be able to get through as well. So 12 karts for the main event for the cadets. It's the biggest grade we've had for the cadets at a BIKC Grand Final. But the second of the semi-finals is on the grid. And now all eyes turn to the lights once again.
Here we go, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, let's race, here we go.
Very short hold there. As it looks like Danny
and once again, the second place driver
Olachovsky's managed to get past Max Ban. Oh, they come together immediately.
I tell you what,
two drivers who've been sparring all day have come together absolutely immediately.
That has to be a penalty. 59 made a really bad start and made up back into second position by contact. Simple and straightforward as that.
That didn't look fantastic. We're going to have a lot to review before this
main
event.
Get that
Jen's
in.
been really busy sifting through footage, but out in front by an absolute country mile is Harvey Ball at the moment. And in second place, the 59 of Max Banahovic, who's in second place with Rory Hamilton tucked up under his rear bumper. Who's that in fourth place? That's George Dickinson from 9th place on the grid. He's currently running in 4th, thanks to all the mayhem that's just been caused at the back end of the pack. He's gone from 9th to 4th in one lap. Fantastic driving by George to pick his way through all that chaos in front of him. And just shows, even if you had a bad run through the heat, absolutely anything can happen. Because right now, he's currently in the box seat for a place in the main event.
I think it might change because Max might get a penalty here after that.
It's the sort of thing that needs at least requires a cursory look by Race Control.
Yeah.
Just to double check and make sure that everything is all fine. But there it is on the timing screen. George Dickinson moves from 9th to 4th in one lap.
But it was such a poor start from Max, and we'll have to wait and see what happens from Race Control. But I saw it as proper contact to gain those positions back. And now that has to be reviewed. It might mean that George Dickinson might be racing against him on the clock, so to speak. If a penalty is awarded, and might even go up into third place and not even be near the back of the grid for the final, but more kind of mid-pack is what I would say. In the meantime, Harvey Ball is doing a great job out there. He's 2.8 seconds in the lead, and he hasn't got a single worry, it looks like there. Just driving down the middle of the circuit there, absolutely on his own, wondering what is going on behind him, probably, because he probably had a sixth sense there was stuff going on. He probably heard the bangs, I would have thought, as he was going through the hairpins. But here we go, and
There's
yeah, here we go.
Goes out there. It's a 10-second time penalty being handed out to Max Banahovic for his part in that. So
third place.
So currently it's George Dickinson, Riley Bushby. Riley Bushby is also up into the pound seat by way of that penalty for Max, who's currently on track in second place. Now is the question, can he outdrive his penalty at 10 seconds? I would be very, very surprised if he could. However, we've seen stranger things happen here at BIKC, so anything is possible. And with 9 minutes left on the clock, if he was going to try and make that gap, he needs to try and find in the order, I reckon, about 5 seconds to over Busby, who's there in fourth place, to try and even hang on to that place.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing is he's still defending there, kind of thing, which means, for me,
he's defended a bit, but the pack behind him, that pack with Busby, Lachitsky and Orhovsky in it.
My point is,
they're fighting a lot.
He can virtually let the driver behind go and get the laps in, because he needs to make up a time difference here in order to find his way onto the grid for the grand final.
Yeah, I think
his fight with George Dickinson is over. George Dickinson has got this because there's such a time penalty. He just needs to fight the time in order to get back up into fourth place to make it in.
Yeah, so Riley's 8 seconds behind the leader. Max, with that penalty, becomes 12. So I reckon it ends up as about 6 seconds now, because he's got about 5 seconds he needs to try and find over the carts behind him. So if he ends up in this sort of situation, if he finds that Hamilton ends up getting onto the rear bumper of him and ends up being a lot quicker, he may actually be smarter to let him go than try and waste time fighting with him. Because if he just starts fighting, you see the pack we're looking at is the one that's just coming through the chicane, going in towards the first hairpin.
That's who he's racing against.
That's the pack that Max is racing against now. He needs to try and find 10 seconds on that group, and the fact that they are fighting is really good news for him, as he can as they will start fighting, they'll start falling away. We've already seen how quickly gaps can form when groups start fighting. You see 12.6 seconds. He's already pulled about 8/10 of that 5 seconds he needs. So it's definitely not impossible over the next 7 minutes that he could outdrive that penalty, but it'd be a really impressive feat if he could.
We haven't talked much about Rory Hamilton, if I'll be honest. It's another great showing from Rory Hamilton. Now it's obviously running in second. Yes, 3.4 seconds behind Harvey. But however, absolutely, surely will be going through into the national final once again. So absolutely brilliant stuff, running second. And George Dickinson, you said, starting right virtually at the back. He's going to get out, know that he's in the final. That is just pure motorsport. That's just pure motor racing, you know. It's what we saw last week in Formula One with the Alpines. You know what I mean?
Yes, 33 points in one weekend, a podium out of absolutely nowhere.
It happens, I know, and it's great. And we've got 6 minutes to go, so there's still a lot that can happen or change. But at the moment, Harvey Ball is playing it very, very smooth. 3.7 seconds in the lead. Rory Hamilton in second. George Dickinson is in third. Riley Busby is fourth, not on the road, but in reality. Alex in fifth, Oliver in sixth, Ben Hunt. Max has moved up a place, so he's in ninth. So there's a few more places to go, but he's got a long way. He's got a long way to go.
So in the standings, he moves behind Szymanski now. He has pulled a bit of time. I reckon the gap now that he needs to pull is about 3 seconds over the next 5 minutes, which again is very much not impossible. And let's have a look at the lap time. So over the last lap, Banahovic was the fastest driver on the track of a 1:02.4. The guys that he's trying to get away from are 1:03.34. 5 of their sort of best times. And as again, Max now goes through and sets the fastest laps. If he's going to try and outdrive his penalty, he's doing exactly what he needs to do so. I think he may just be about to move.
The message has got through.
Yes, so he definitely knows he has a penalty, and he's got his foot to the floor, and he's trying to set the fastest times he can over the next couple of minutes to see if he can outdrive that penalty.
Yes, at the moment we can see Harvey Ball has currently won the tiebreaker against Leander, so he'll be currently pole for the grand final. Obviously, we haven't got the third semi-final results yet. Francesco had a 1 minute 2.599, so he's currently winning the second place fight. In third place with Freya with a 1 minute 2.699, so Freya's still winning that third place battle as well. And then Ronnie had a 1 minute 2.592, which is currently still winning the battle for fourth.
Okay, so still looking at Max Banahovic as he tries to outdrive this 10-second time penalty that he has.
It's a big penalty.
It is a big penalty. However, if he's able to outdrive it and still find a way into the main event, it's a very big result from Max himself. He's second on the road. Let's see where he ends up over the line this time, as everyone else behind him is starting to really fight. He's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. He's now 7th officially over the line. So he is now slap bang in the middle of that group that are fighting over fifth place. What is 5th place on the road, but at the moment is 4th place on in the main event. As Max is coming through, he's got about a second to a second and a half to pull. Last time over the line, he did a 1:02.8. The guys that he's racing against did a 1 minute 3.3. So it's going to be very close. He may just scrape in to the main event, but it really depends on what happens behind him. Looking at the back of the pack, it looks like you've got, I think that is Busby that is just breaking away in 4th place. Now, if they can get the hammer down, they could be a real thorn in the sign.
Look at Max, he needs another just couple of seconds.
It is literally about a second, maybe 1.5 that he needs to make his way into the main event. Feels like the finals last year with middleweights, where we were talking about gaps and penalties and people trying to outdrive them. Yeah. Right, as they come over the line, Dickinson, I think, is going to jump him. The question is now, he's still 6th. So looking at the gaps there, the gap he needs to pull is another 3/10. So Busby's 11.9 behind the leader. Max, with the penalty added, is 12.1.
3/10
so
a second. He's got a couple of laps. He's going to do this.
It's possible that he'll end up 4th. If he can find another 1.1, he'll end up in front of Dickinson in 3rd. So he'll only end up dropping the 1 position to Rory Hamilton. So he's really got the foot down, and it means that gap is only about 2 and a bit seconds to Harvey Ball. So the way they're going at the moment, he could end up actually catching Harvey Ball. If he does this, I'll be massively impressed.
One of the best drives we've seen in the whole of BIKC. That's such a penalty to be able to overcome it. Let's see if
it's hard enough to overcome a 3-second penalty. That we've seen done. We've seen a 5-second penalty just about be overcome. Now, if he can manage to overcome a 10 and still manage to get his name into the main event, I will be extremely surprised. However, looking at the times, looking how everything's coming through, I think he might just about do it. As he comes over the line, he's outdriven it. Max Banahovic has currently outdriven his 10-second penalty and is still within the main event. He's currently classified P4. If he can pull another 10th on George Dickinson, it will classify him in 3rd. I don't know about you. I'm shocked that he's been able to overcome that sort of penalty. You don't see that happen very often. So he's got his right foot down. You can see he's pushing. He's hunched up behind the cart, trying to make himself as small as he can, regardless of the way in which he got that penalty. The fact that he's been able to outdrive it so far is absolutely fantastic.
But will he be happy? Because even I tell you, he might get 3rd. There's a real chance. He only needs a couple of tenths to get 3rd, and that would. But he'll put in mid-pack for starting 2nd. It'd still be a great result though, with it just from that to come back and make it into the final. Absolutely brilliant. Let's see, will he hold 3rd?
I think he will. I think he'll have enough to be classified 3rd now. I think he'll only lose the place to Hamilton. So the question is, there we go. Dickinson goes over the line, 12.6 behind, 11.7. So the gap at the front is only 1.7 seconds between Harvey Ball and Max Banahovic on track. It becomes 11 with the penalty. You've got to think, if this race was a couple of minutes longer, a bit like the final, if they were in this sort of position, Max might end up causing Harvey a bit of a problem if he carries on like this.
One of the greatest recovery drives we've seen in BIKC. Absolutely stunning.
That's a very impressive drive. I'm very, very surprised he's overcome what in karting terms is a massive penalty. When you see it, 10 seconds for something like that in a normal session would have dropped would have dropped him from first to dead last. But to be able to come back through, get your foot down, and even keep your head in the game.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of drivers before just get a penalty and keep the head in the game. But a driver whose head's been in the game all day is Harvey Ball, who wins the semi-final. Max Benahovic comes over the line in second place. Rory Hamilton will inherit that second place due to the penalty. And then over the line in fourth place on the road and fourth place in the standings, the 47, George Dickinson. That was a fantastic recovery drive from Max. He ended up pulling, what was that, about, 10 seconds in the end?
But because of those fast laps, though, he's got a great chance of getting the highest position of the third place drivers, I would have thought. I reckon he'll be lining up 7th on the grid. And even though 7th on the grid is mid-pack, it's
compared to what it could have been,
outstanding, the fact he's even in it.
Yeah, compared to what it could have been, he's done very, very well there. As now we only have 2 more semi-finals, and then we can get down to the business end of proceedings. However, as that does mean that we have to bid adieu to Riley Busby, to Alice Chitsky, Oliver Olachowski, Ben Hunt, Josh Milburn, and Fabian Szymanski from the cadet category.
Can I just have a shout out, though, to Riley Busby, says Julie Mann, because you've got to remember, right, a lot of drivers here, first championship. You know,
yeah, a lot of these young drivers, I think it was, 24 of the 30
Yeah.
are on their first ever attempt at a BIKC final, and some of the racing we've seen today from these youngsters, it just goes to show how well they're doing, how well they're learning.
We talk a lot about you need one of these almost under your belt just for the experience, because a lot of drivers tell me that when they come back on year 2 and year 3 and their strategy is so different from what they did in year 1, so to speak, and they've got a little bit more speed and they've got a little bit more confidence in racing wheel to wheel, and it's then that we see drivers move up that level and become contenders.
Yeah, the other thing it sort of gives drivers an appreciation of, which does make it a little bit different, is having to deal with us lot. There isn't a lot of series at this sort of level that have this level of live stream coverage, or people going up to you sticking a microphone in your face. You have to sort of learn how to deal with the media, which is especially dealing with this media when they've got to deal with either, if you've got to deal with me or you putting a microphone under the nose. Jen's probably a little bit nicer and asks them proper questions, but we like trying to deal with the media and that side of it, it can be really, really intimidating.
I thought I escaped the media earlier for myself. I came back and they were all talking to you guys. So.
That's
what I was talking about.
She walked in and said, right, we've got 5 minutes, I'm going to walk out. Like, they're talking. Walks out, comes back in and sees the camera, almost runs back out the door again. So even for us, who's now, for some of us, this is what, our 5th year. This is, Jen, this is what, your 3rd now doing this?
Yeah, 3rd BIKC.
So even for us, dealing with the media and how dealing with the cameras can be a little bit intimidating. So for the young drivers who have to deal with that, deal with the fact that their friends and family are probably watching them at home or are here supporting them, and then on top dealing with someone sticking a camera in your face saying, how was your race there, mate? It can be really intimidating. It's a skill, if drivers want to go on further, that you do have to learn. Quite a lot of motorsport at a top level, it's not just about the driving, it's about mindset, it's also about marketing yourself as well, and dealing with the media correctly is a tough skill to learn. So at this sort of age to start learning that is an extra string in their bow, let's say.
Yeah, it's definitely being able to talk about what they've asked you, but stringing out the sentence a lot longer. You don't want to be like, yeah, it's good racing.
Yeah, unless your name is like Kimi Wright, unless you're Finnish, you can get away with it. It's like, so Carl looked really good. Seemed to go really well. You're anticipating a good result today? Yes.
It's like George Russell's very robotic when he does interviews. So.
Yeah. But at that point, you start sort of building your own brand. We've also already seen some of the drivers playing to the cameras already today, and it's stuff like that just being comfortable with having a camera put in front of you. You see even with family around, when you're just with like family taking pictures, you can see people are like, no, I don't want a picture of me. Don't have me on camera. But at this sort of level, at an event, to both keep your head in the game and perform and deal with that can be quite difficult.
Yeah. Comes from winning or doing well in such a big championship. 5,300 drivers, biggest motorsport competition in the world. That's what it comes with. Simple as that. Here we go. We're on for the next semi-final, which will be the last semi-final of the juniors.
I must admit, I didn't write the results down of the first one, so I haven't got a clue what the results are.
So the one that we all know is Jake Anders P1,
Yeah.
And now we're finding out who starts alongside him.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And then Navarro in second. Navarro is going to probably start fourth based off the lap time, so we're finding out who's going to start third.
Yeah, unless the same thing happens again
Unless,
when they're not
yes,
defending.
unless we end up with Bobby having to defend for his life again. So thinking about that, let's have a look at who's starting where. So it's Bobby McGurr, Callum Eve on the front row, Oscar Machovac, Jack Harrison, Ben Hamilton, Joe Jennings, Jack Hackworth, Megan Rowledge, Edgar Azevedo. Then it is Hayden Adams, then it's Tassos, then Ross McLean, Ben Longman, Jake Dilworth Parrott, Iris Crease will start 15th, and Charlie Roper complete your 16 runners and riders. And as quickly as we read them through there, the grid marshal, Mr. Silky, is going to double check that everyone is in the correct position. He'll get to the back of the grid, he'll give the thumbs up to race control, and as soon as they are happy, it will be all eyes to the lights. The visors will go down, the game faces will come on, and the 5 red lights will start to illuminate for the last time in the semi-finals. The juniors are racing. So off the line, Bobby McGurr goes, and that looks like a very good start from Oscar in third place. He moves up at the expense of Callum Eve. Ben Hamilton's come from absolutely nowhere and is now in third. Callum Eve has had a terrible start, and he's now down in 4th place. Oh, we got one round. That looks like the 8. That's Jack Hackworth's gone round. That looks like Megan Rowledge caught in that as well. They both get going. Yellow lights come on. The greens will come on pretty quickly after that, and we'll go back racing once again. But that was disaster from Jack Hackworth in the 8. It looked like the 8 and 7 maybe got together, and that's what's put them down and out, and that will most likely mean that they've got a proper race on their hands now to try and get themselves into the main event. Disastrous way to start this 12-minute semi-final.
Again, it's a tough grid start that second. You've got to be so shrewd and you've got to be sharp on it. And it's the whole, if I was there, I'd be very slightly pointing my cart to the inside, because you need to make a good start and good strategy around that first corner. Defensive driving going on there from 27. Oscar Makarek is basically driving very, very defensive because he's got... oh, look at that!
That's Ben Hamilton down the inside. Ben Hamilton's wasting no time.
Hamilton goes through.
Hamilton's wasting absolutely no time. He's gone from what was that 5th on the grid. He's now up into 2nd place and setting his sights on Bobby McGurr. And for the first time all day, Bobby McGurr has a bit of a gap while everyone else is fighting behind. Hand goes up. Oops, sorry, mate. Says Ben Hamilton as Callum Eve now tries to get back on terms with Oscar Machowiak as they go up onto the top end of the circuit. Jack Harrison has gone with them in that pack. They've got a little bit of space over Edgar Azevedo, Joe Jennings and Hayden Adams, who now occupy the top 8 places. And the rest of the field, a couple of tenths off getting into that fight. As
massive respect for Ben Hamilton, though. No doubt about that.
Very quickly get up there. We've seen
it's not over yet. He's got 10 minutes.
Drivers get up there very quickly.
One of the best recovery drives, definitely.
He's got 10 minutes. He can get back on right on the tail of Bobby McGurr, and we might be in for a real race here. Because why not? You know, we've got to keep an eye on that gap. 1.998 seconds. If that starts coming down, we're going to start getting a bit excited, Tom, I think, because we'll be in for a cracking race. Let's see how it goes. I mean, also, he's just edged away. So I think he's got the freedom just to put the lap times in without worried, at least for a lap or two, and see what happens.
So just
before he starts any defensive driving.
Screen looks like that incident at the start was actually deemed to be the fault of Tassos Grigoridas. He's been handed a 5-second time penalty for the contact at the start that has dumped Rowledge and Hackworth down towards the back end of the field. So the incident's been seen, the incident has been penalised accordingly, as we now watch Oscar Machowiak up on the top end of the circuit trying to get back on terms with Ben Hamilton, who got his way back through. What is the gap this time around as the penalty board is ready? It's 2.3 seconds. Bobby McGurr has got the bit between his teeth. Yeah, so Bobby McGurr has the bit between his teeth, the 51.509 he's running at the moment. That's dangerously close to what Anders did in the first one. I think it's only about a tenth or so off, so this could actually be a good fight for pole between the two of them. But he is 2.35 seconds clear of Ben Hamilton at the moment after 3 laps. It looks like
we're after the top 8.
Yeah, so top 8 drivers. Hayden Adams currently the last driver in the box paying position to have 16 karts in the main event at the end of all the semi-finals. We're getting very, very close now to the business part of today. We've only got this and one
Ben
more
Hamilton,
semi-final to run.
That gap is increasing because Ben Hamilton suddenly does have a whole mirrors full. His mirrors are full of Oscar in third place, and now there's no doubt he is starting to drive defensively as a penalty.
There's a penalty going out there. That is a 5-second time penalty for kart number 3. That's Ben Longman for advantage by contact. So that will drop him down. It doesn't state where, but the penalty board has been handed out, and Ben Longman has been penalised, and they will drop out of what I believe was 9th position. So they currently weren't occupying a seat in the main event, and that really has just put their day. Put the dampeners on their day. I will say one driver who's moved up very, very quickly from towards the back of the grid, Iris Crease. She was 15th at the start. She's now up into P10, both by virtue of some overtakes, some incidents in front, and the penalties for drivers ahead. If continues falling like this, she could end up getting herself on the last row of the grid at this rate.
Yeah, Ben Hamilton with a lot of oversteer going around the hairpin there. Literally an armful of opposite lock, as you guys, you can see, like it just on the limit stuff. But it's a little bit messy. He's working that wheel a lot, is Ben Hampson, if I'll be honest. But anyway, he's in second. He's 2.9 seconds. I don't think he's going to trouble Bobby McGurr. We were hoping that he might and create a bit of a great race. But no, 2.7. But he's still, but look how slow he's been on this lap. His gap was 0.7 of a second. There's no way that gap is 0.7. Absolutely what I would call almost bumper to bumper. Here we go. What is going on behind the wheel of Ben Hamilton there? He was sliding around an awful lot. Look, you see, he was literally soaring at the wheel there. Like, I'm almost starting to think, has he got a puncture or something like that? Is there something wrong? Because suddenly he slowed up, and his steering wheel movements are quite slightly erratic.
He lost 3 tenths on that last lap compared to his fastest. He was running 51.8. That last lap was a 52.1. By comparison, Machowiak put in a personal best, 51.7. Meanwhile, Bobby McGurr, 51.6, is still running away at the front. 3.5 seconds is the gap. I think he's looked what Anders did earlier and said, if you can do it, mate, I'll have another crack at it as well. So Hamilton now trying to defend with another driver who's adopted the full European driving style, hands on the top of the steering wheel, and the move that we call the full Chris Ball as he's going down into the bottom section of the circuit, and try and stay in control of this number 2 Biz car. He is very aggressive on the turning, just gets the car thrown into the corner.
I don't think he can get the front end. He's
trying really
turning
hard to get the front end in.
It looks like the tyres are overheated a little bit from all the scrubbing that he's done.
Well, if the tyres are overheating, he's just set his personal best of the race, a 51.831. So I think it may just have been a little bit of a mistake on that last cut on that last lap that allowed Austin Machowiak to get back in within striking distance. Meanwhile, Callum Eve, Jack Harrison, Edgar Azevedo, Joe Jennings, Hayden Adams are all still relatively close together. Ross McLean and Iris Crease still 9th and 10th. Megan Rowledge in 11th, starting to recover back through after that incident earlier on at the start. And still up at the front, McGurr, 3.7 seconds last time over the line. We'll see what they do this time. But Hamilton Machowiak still building a bit of a gap over Eve and Harrison. They're a couple of tenths to the good this time round. McGurr goes back over the line. He's lapping very, very consistently here. He's within about a tenth of his outright fastest and opens the gap up to 4 seconds between him and Ben Hamilton over the start-finish line. Hamilton now definitely is starting to pull back away from Oscar Machowiak, who in turn is falling back into the clutches of Callum Eve a little bit. You start seeing a couple of kart lengths open up between the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers up on the top level of the circuit. 4 minutes left to go before we'll know what the grid is for the junior main event. Then we've just got the one semi-final before we get to the business end of proceedings, and we start handing out the championship titles in the British Indoor Karting Championship. Hamilton still in the box seat here, really, with Bobby McGurr still massively ahead at this point. This is really how we saw Bobby win his championship last year, and this year I think if it carries on like this, he's in for a proper fight when we put the grids together. Another half second he moves further as Hamilton again improves on this lap, 51.9 versus Oscar Machowiak's 52.0. If he did have an issue in that kart, he's definitely found a way to drive around it.
Also, it has to be said that Ben Hamilton, he'd be over the moon after this. What a result from where he started.
Yeah,
to
qualified
end up.
P10 at the start of the day, and now he's running second.
What I would say is, what can he do from the second row of the grid? Like, after what we've seen, he's been one of the most raciest drivers. Like, he's had to do the moves to get there. If he can make it, if he ends up winning, okay, then it'd be blinding, wouldn't it? To have to do all those comeback overtakes and all those comeback drives. Either if he stays there, and it certainly looks like he will, he'll be in the second row.
He's in
of the grid.
a good spot as well,
Yeah.
because third place seems to get a good launch as well, so he's very much easily going to get up into second place.
Yeah, so he is in the pound seat at the moment. This would be, if he did end up starting where he finished in the final, providing it all stays like this, that would be his best result at the BIKC. He was here last year, he finished 6th. And yeah, even Joe Jennings is having a good one at the moment. If he stays where he is, he didn't make the main event last year. He finished 17th officially. He was the fastest driver to not make it. But at this rate, he will just squeeze into the main event in 7th place start P14. So that will be a best result for him. Same for Hayden Adams as well. He missed out on the main event last year, and it would mean the opportunity for him to start as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. A few drivers going for their personal best results as that fight for 3rd place has really closed up now. So Machowiak, Eve, Harrison and Azevedo are all very, very close as they come over the line. 2 minutes remaining. This is probably going to be about 2 laps is my guess, with 4.8 seconds between McGurr and Hamilton. So McGurr 51.509 is, as far as I'm aware, will put him in 2nd place. It will put him on the front row with Anders. But it will mean that Jake will have the pound seat, so Bobby will have a lot of work to do on the start, unless he can find a couple of tenths.
I have to be said with the final, the next race that we do in the juniors is going to have the Joker lap. There's already talk about the Joker lap on the live stream. Yes, every driver does have to do a Joker lap, but it'll mean if you're boxed up behind somebody, you can do the undercut. That's effectively what it is.
Yeah, we were talking
You don't
about
have to make the move on track. You could do it and win the race. It's
so a situation like this, where you can see Callum Eves currently tucked under the rear bumper of Oscar Machowiak. He is faster of the two. That is the point where you'd be thinking, you know what, I might actually gain here from diving in the pit, getting my Joker out the way, and being able to get in some clean air. But as we were talking previously, Jen saying with stuff like this, with different events like this, you normally want to try and pit as late as you can.
Yeah, so the main thing, especially if you're starting top 3 or 4, if you come in early to the pit lane and you jump back out on track, you risk filtering in with all the slower drivers and gaining on them if they want to pit later. That's the main issue that can happen. Obviously, there's no blue flag, so you're not lapping them. So you've got to make the move on track, and you ultimately will lose time over the course of the race.
Indeed, but we estimate you're going to lose about 12 seconds. So if you did it earlier on and all these drivers still going, you'd be about
Bit of a
mid-pack.
touch there from Jack Harrison as we think these drivers are coming to the start-finish line to see the checker flag as McGurr comes over the line. Ben Hamilton in 2nd. Machowiak comes in 3rd place. Eve, Harrison, Azevedo, Jennings and Hayden Adams come across the line. And then sadly that will mean that we lose Ross McLean, Iris Crease, Megan Rowledge, Ben Longman, Jack Hackworth, Tassos Gregorias, Jake Dilworth-Perrott and Charlie Roper from
I've had a shout.
Proceedings.
Wifout has said, and posted for a while, Wifout, just point out, and we're getting each other into trouble, I'll be honest, but can we have an introduction to the Joker lap for those that missed the main conversation about it? Yeah, so in the junior grand final and in all the grand finals that are coming up tomorrow, at any point in the course of the race, they have to do what's called a Joker lap. And that means they have to come into the pit lane and drive down the pit lane. When they come into the pit lane, the kart automatically triggers what we call speed 1, which is obviously very, very slow because it's in the pit lane. They need to come to a halt in the pit lane, which is managed by the pit lane staff, and then get released, making sure they don't cross the white line out onto the circuit. So what that means is that every driver needs to do it, obviously. And what it means is that you can effectively be stuck behind somebody, but go, I know what I'll do. I'll do my Joker lap, come out into clean air, and then put the laps in.
Yeah.
Jen?
There was a question earlier, actually, about how do the drivers on track know that there's going to be a car releasing from the pit lane. There's a white flag that's going to be waved for the drivers coming down the ramp.
And it's huge.
To indicate it's
massive.
massive.
They'll see it around the world. It's that big.
Yeah.
It's the biggest flag.
So yeah, that will get waved. It'll indicate the drivers on track that there is someone leaving the pit lane, so they know not to use the full width of the circuit. Obviously, contact made from that driver with the indication, that will be looking at a penalty for them, but it is the priority of the driver on track for them to keep track position. So no one can cut the line and cut in front. So obviously, leaving the pit lane, make sure it's nice and clean. You don't have priority until you've left that pit lane completely. And then the drivers on track then will have to make sure they don't squeeze in the drivers into the barrier on release of the pit lane.
Yeah, so white flag used in the world of motorsport to signal slow-moving vehicle on circuits. In a similar, it's
almost like the opposite of a blue flag. In saying you've got something quick behind you, it means you've got something slow in front. Traditionally, it's used for like service vehicles and stuff like that, or course cars heading out. But it's good implementation of it, and should hopefully make the exit the pit lane that little bit safer. Plus, using the full blend line as well means that if you're using all that part of the circuit, you should just be able to get up to speed in these very fast accelerating electric karts, and it should not pose too much of an issue, providing the drivers all race accordingly. Thinking about racing, 5 red lights come on for the last time in the cadet semi-finals. Short hold, and Amanzi Nwosu leads the field away in the 48 of Lucas Fragile. Gets the jump into, oh, there's already one backwards up there. Looked like Sophie Curry was backwards at the start. You could just see the Hamilton helmet driving away. She's very upset with that one, and hopefully now she's able to recover, get the bit between her teeth, and start driving to try and find, oh, there's a bit more contact there going under the start line as well. These drivers definitely starting to fight really hard. We said the cadets have been the cleanest of the event so far.
Because once again, the second place, Easton off the grid, ended up having to really fight hard to hold on to it and didn't make it. I think is running third. But Amanzi with a great start, and yeah, is in the box seat at the moment, no doubt about that. But we've got 48 Lucas Fragile, who is running in second. And fair dues, you almost sense that the third place driver knows they've got a chance going into that first corner. So they're so focused on making the absolute best start, and knowing if they just make a great start and keep to the inside, there is a real good chance they're going to pop up in second position when they get to this corner and go through. And 59 there, Easton is going to go down into third place as we go over the line on the timings on the screens. So here we go. But Amanzi Nwosu with an excellent start. 0.8 of a second is the lead at the end of lap number 1. Easton, at least it's still in a grand final position, and comfortably, because Chase Preston is also in a grand final position in its very early stage of the race, as we are only really on lap 2. And Ryan Hamler is 5th, Edward Siberry is in 6th position, Jesse Reeve is 7th, Dan Norton is 8th, Jake Matthews is 9th, and Sophie Curry is 10th at the moment. And here we go. So are we seeing Amanzi again? Right? Not in very, very early on, we saw Amanzi just kind of head off into the distance. But no, I think Lewis Fragile is keeping him very honest there. It's not actually breaking away. Gap is probably still around about a second, maybe 1.1, something like that. So let's see how we go. But in the 4th place, we're very race. Chase Preston looking very racing on 3rd. Literally almost running out of tarmac there to try and work out what to do with it. But really on the inside, going really, really well.
Yeah, so we're currently looking at a 1 minute 02.566 as the tiebreaker lap time for pole. Obviously got a little bit of racing to go for, so we're going to start seeing the faster lap times come through. For the second row of the grid slash 4th down to 6th, we're looking for a 1 minute 2.599.
So they've already bested in this one. Fragile's a 102.524.
Yeah, so it'll be starting 4th on the grid. Obviously gives them a good chance then to get to third, get on the podium. And then the 3rd place car, fastest lap there was Max with a 1 minute 2.401, which was the incredible lap time. I'm not sure if that's going to get beaten. Very, very quick lap. And then isn't it a tiebreaker for the last position, isn't it? Yeah, so we're currently on a 1 minute 2.592.
Yeah, so Preston, if he wants to start P10, sorry, he's going to have a little bit of work to do. Otherwise, it looks like he's going to be starting in 11th or 12th in this one. But the field at the moment seems like it's closed up. Nwosu's just holding off Lucas Fragile, who holds the fastest lap of the race at the moment. That 1 minute 2.524 go over the line. We'll see if they beat that one, as it doesn't look like they've got any answers. Yeah, it does. Fragile's just set the fastest lap again, 1 minute 2.397. That's one of, if not the fastest lap we've seen all day from the cadets. It's a very quick pace being set here by Lucas Fragile in 2nd place. 4/10 of the gap between them and Amanzi Nwosu. We've seen Nwosu have to defend already. Is this going to be the first time we see someone actually get past him on track? So through the top end of the circuit, we go once again. The 49, the 48, the 59, the 54. These 4 drivers are the ones who currently occupy the box seats and are pulling away massively from the carts behind. It looks like Hamlet's got their hands full of Edward Siberry and Jesse Reeves. They're all fighting very close together towards the back end of the top 5. And then it's Jesse Reeves, Dan Norton, Jake Matthews and Sophie Curry, your runners and riders. Curry's managed to get within 7/10 of Jake Matthews, which, considering she was backwards at the start, is a good feat so far. She's definitely got the bit between her teeth. It was a personal best last time over the line for her. So it's be interesting to see what she can do in terms of times and positions over the remaining 7 minutes. But it is 2 by 2, the front 4 carts go. And I think it is 2 by 2 behind as well, looking at the sector times. But Manzi Nwosu's just holding Lucas Fragile there at a 4/10 gap at the moment. 7 minutes to go, halfway through, getting towards halfway through this semi-final. The last time we'll see the cadets before we get down to crowning the British Indoor Championship champion. Remember, these guys are all fighting for a full season in Club 100. It's definitely a prize worth fighting for. A fantastic series. It's great that they are partnering us, and it's a prize that I know a lot of these young kids definitely want to win. As you see, the 54s getting their head down, trying to make themselves as small as possible to get every single little tenth when the gaps are so close.
I thought Preston was going to have a look then. I thought he was literally going to go for it.
They're thinking about it. I think if they get a little bit closer, if they can get right on the rear bumper, I think they'll get it.
Slight contact there from Preston as well, but you got to, you know, there's nothing in that, if I'd be absolutely honest. Put his hand in the air as you went past the marshal there. No, he did it, but it's very understandable contact almost, because he's so close to the cart in front. It's a great race. It's proper, full-on, intense. The most important thing is that nobody makes a mistake. Just one little mistake from any of the drivers in the top 4, barring probably the driver in 4th, Chase Preston, and yeah. It's gonna go wrong for them, but I tell you what, the lead has come down, and now 0.4. That looks a lot less than 0.4.
Yeah, it's probably down to 0.3, 0.2.
We have a new pole sitter, by the way, for the grand final.
Nwosu's made it.
Yeah, he's made it. So we're going to currently have Nwosu on the starting pole, and then you have Harvey Ball second and Leander third.
But
he's got to hold on.
That was going to be the case.
He's got to hold on to us. Yeah, he's got 5 minutes.
Driven very, very well so far. 4/10 for Fragile. Fragile does look like the quicker of the two, but the question is, can they do anything with that additional pace? Gap is still near as makes no difference, 4/10, and they got 1.2 over Eastern Bisco Clienti and Chase Preston in 3rd and 4th. You could almost see that these two are just going to start trying to work together, maybe build a bit of a gap, and then over the last 2 minutes slug it out for who's going to start on the front row of the grid, because either of these two, based off the lap times I can see on my screen, whoever wins this race effectively out of these two will be starting on pole position for the main event tonight. And remember, it's the next race up after this, so there will probably be a short little breather while the carts charge and we get all the grids set and any protests are protested, any gem pads are analysed. But Nwosu currently trying to hold on to what we think will be pole position for the main event. So this is a great way of qualifying, racing to qualify. Whoever thought of this was definitely came up with a good idea.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Look at the different line there from 54, Chase Preston. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. Go on, get in there.
It's a drag race between the two of them, but the 59 just gets
so brave.
He does have the fastest lap, though, to get him the tiebreaker for 4th, so he'll still be in the
That was bravery. That was a brave racing move to send it. And it's a shame that didn't come off. Surely that won't get penalised because it was just great. You've got to have a go, and that was brave.
I almost think that when they got side by side, looking at how big of a pace difference between the 59 and the 54 was, I think Chase went for it, realised it was a bit of a 50-50 move. He's like, you know what, I'll just lift off the accelerator a touch, just enough so that they get back in front, but not enough to actually lose anything.
I thought he'd done it.
I'll try and do it properly.
I thought he'd done it, Tom, if I'm absolutely honest. The gap was there, and he was so far in there that yeah, I thought that was done. But let's see if he can do it again, because that, if anything, that should give him hope, and it should put, you know what, usually Easton might put Easton off his game a little bit, because that was, he was lucky, I think, to get away with that. And yeah, different line there from Easton, much more of a tighter line, I think, going around that section of the circuit. He doesn't. He's thinking, I don't want any more of that. Chase Preston there behind, so he might, but it's still time. Got 3 minutes, 3 laps.
It's still bumper to bumper, so Preston hasn't lost any time in making that move. And based on the fact that he's got about 5 seconds behind, he can almost afford to really start fighting, because it doesn't look like with the pace the front two have got that they're going to get on terms with them over the next 3 minutes. So these two really going to slug it out over 3rd and 4th. So they have a bit of time in their back pockets. They're just going down the ramp. The others are just in the hairpin up on the top section of flyover, so they could really start having a good battle and not worry too much about losing position to the guys behind. Fragilely there, right on the rear bumper of Amansi Nwosu, as Preston behind is on the bumper. He looks to the outside, the 59 just holds it down the inside, as these two fighting over third and fourth in this semi-final, but it doesn't look like they're close enough to do anything about it, as the leaders once again keep a little bit of a gap in between them. Over the line they go, since Nwosu, Fragilely, then it's Bisco, Gianti and Preston. That's how close they are at the moment. These are the 4 drivers that we are going to be taking forward into the main event, the 12 karts final for the BIKC National Final in Cadets. And we are getting very, very close to the business end of tonight. And we only have, I reckon, this lap, maybe one more. They're going to be pushing it to get another lap in with the time left on the clock. I reckon when they come over the line, it's going to be about 20-ish, 25 seconds. This may just about end up being the last lap here. I think they'll just squeeze one more into it based on the pace of these cadets.
I think so. There's a lot of shout-outs for Sophie Curry, who's done brilliantly in 10th. But no, I'm afraid that we can't show it. That only happens in the practice session, so we can't pick drivers out because we have to stay focused, of course, on the actual sharp end of the BIKC. And here it is. It's first and second and third and fourth. And once again, 54th back on it. Chase has really got that aggression back now. He's tried something a little bit different there. Didn't quite come off. But yeah, he's thinking. He's thinking about it. There's a proper brain working away there. And let's see, but we've got, this is the last lap. This is going to be the last lap.
Yeah, definitely now. Last lap here between the top two, and this is probably the closest Fragi's been all night so far to the back of Amansi Nwosu. You can just see the light from the front of that cadet car just shining off the back of that Ayrton Senna tribute helmet that Nwosu is representing. And yeah, shout-outs for Sophie Curry at the back. She has done a fantastic job just to get onto the back of Jake Matthews and that pack. So really good recovery drive, and fair play to her for keeping ahead after that very tough start that she had to that semi-final. But we watch the leaders here as this is the story for the last race of the night, the last of the semi-finals, the penultimate race for these cadets in the BIKC 2024, through the second to last corner, through the third hairpin, and the final run to the line. It is Amansi Nwosu who will come through to win the third of the semi-finals and take pole position for the main event. Lucas Fragilely follows him over the line with the fastest lap of the night so far.
Great driving, all four of them.
Very good drive between the two of them. Our other qualifiers, Ethan Bisco, Clienti, Chase Preston, also will go through to the main event. And then sadly, it does mean that we bid farewell to Ryan Hamlet, Edward Sibry, Jesse Reeves, Dan Norton, Jake Matthews, and after recovering after that spin at the start, Sophie Curry in P10.
Okay, fantastic stuff. And I do believe that is the semi-finals done.
Yeah, we're done and dusted for the semi-finals. So yeah, it's been a little bit interesting over the course of this. We've had loads of great racing so far, and I think at this point we're going to hand back over trackside to Lex. So over to you.
Thanks very much, Tom. Yeah, this is getting good now. This is getting fun. I'm quite looking forward to this. It's going to be awesome. Just want to talk very quickly about the karts, and you might have noticed a nice little touch that we've got on them. Obviously, the poppy. Will, means a lot to you.
It does indeed. It does indeed. I mean, look, the poppy's great. You know, it really is a symbol of remembrance over this Remembrance Weekend, and we have got poppies for sale as well. So if you are coming down and you do want to donate and wear a poppy, then feel free. They're in the bar. Yeah, which is phenomenal. And again, tomorrow we will be having the minute silence as well at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, for sure. And as you can see, the karts are lined up, ready to rock and roll. These guys have just came off. Look at them. This is going to be some fun. We're going to try and get a chat with them. Not these ones. They're going to be knackered. They just want to go and chill for a minute because it's a big one for them next. But to tell us more about these beautiful biz karts is our very own Adam Beale.
My name's Adam, I'm TeamSport's Technical Manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric kart range of Biz karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. You've got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. We're going to be riding in speed 3 for the juniors today. For the seniors tomorrow, we're going to be up to speed 4. Junior karts are going to be running at speed 4. It really makes it sort of tunable to your audience. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. The future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
Right, so before we get started, I think we've got some things on the Gen Pad.
We are. We're going back to Russ and Tom, I believe.
I love the Gen Pad. Let's have a little bit more of that.
Okay, right. Yeah, we have cut straight back here because we've got some really good stuff to go through, haven't we, Jen? So I'm going to hand straight over to you. Here we go.
No worries. So again, like I said, I can always play it back through full speed so everyone gets to sort of see what's going on. This was the incident with 59, the penalty on the restart. There we go. So we will wind it back real quick and break it down a little bit. So off the start, we see again 59 sort of squeezing 45 a little bit into the wall. You can see
but 59 loses out on the first corner from second, which is the theme.
Yeah. But obviously, there's a little bit of a racing room incident here. You see the driver bounce off slightly as well. I think, to be honest, he could have held. And the common thing I'm seeing in these race starts as well, if the racing room was given, the speed would have been kept up, and you probably could have hooked it around the outside to the inside barrier behind first place if they would have kept second. If that was obviously the case in this situation, but it wasn't. And then we keep going along, and we see 45, or 54, I mean.
See, the gap is there at this point, but it closes and closes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously bounces off the barrier.
That was just very messy.
Yeah.
I was just very messy. So the gap has been the door has been open there, so the driver of 59 has gone for it. I'll be honest, I probably would have as well.
Well, thanks to 58 back there, he spun the driver back around, so he was getting back on with it.
Yeah, he got him going again. It's not almost. Should we sign them up as a marshal? Get them down as a cadet marshal.
It'd be great if they were from the same track,
Just help them round. But that's an alternative version of team tactics. But yeah, I fully see why Max went for that move. However,
totally see why he went.
The door was wide open.
The door was wide open.
The racing line for that corner will always bring the car across, and he wasn't halfway alongside, so therefore wasn't entitled to the space.
Totally get that.
So by the letter of that, it's a slam dunk penalty. There's no other way you can call it. However, he then went and drove like the other Max and ended up pulling enough of a gap to effectively negate his penalty.
So basically a real life Max Verstappen.
Yeah, so Max drove like the other Max.
The cadet Max Verstappen, not the real life. He's already exists, but yeah, the non-Formula 1 Max Verstappen.
But yeah, I still can't believe he managed to overcome a 10-second penalty.
That is impressive in a cadet car.
10 seconds.
In a cadet car is very impressive.
So what else have we got here?
So we got the junior one now between Frederick Rivara and Rudy Cruz.
This was the do or die move.
The one that I missed.
Yeah.
So I'll play it through full again, and then we'll break it down a little bit.
Yeah, this was. He had to do something at that point.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I want to see that in slow motion.
Yeah, I want to see that again.
All right, let's play it in quarter speed. Okay, so obviously Frederick was defending a lot during this race.
Yeah. See, this is planned. He's going straight to the outside. This is a planned manoeuvre.
Yeah, he's gone for it. He's fully gone for it there.
He knows he's doing.
And at that point there, he's not quite fully ahead and has just turned in as if the other guy wasn't there. He's just not giving him the space.
Yeah. So let's take it back a little
That's
bit
exactly
more.
what he's just turned in, as if the driver on his side doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
Exactly. He turns in extremely early for the corner as well.
Yeah. It's the usual turning point, the usual line for that corner.
It's
You
not here.
probably
He literally looks like
probably same line with that white markers.
He looks like he's going to drive into the barrier if he wasn't there. He almost like he needed him to get him around the corner.
Yeah, and obviously because he kept
the trajectory of that car,
pinned.
I'd actually agree with you there.
Yeah.
He's going to hit the wall.
The throttle was pinned the whole time too, so he actually could have held this move if he just lifted off the throttle, because he keeps it pinned the whole time.
He's left
There's
himself
original
no
contact
option.
happen, and he just drives himself around.
If he's relying on understeer there to get around, he's relying on a lot of understeer.
I think maybe it was a sort of move where he's turned in and he sort of hoped that Navarro's sort of seen him coming and been like, I don't want to hit him, and he's going to back out of it. But Navarro's kept his head in it and has just made a turn for the corner, because the other part of that is, even though that's a hairpin, that straight is a little bit like the run down to Yas Marina, the hairpin at the bottom where the straight isn't actually straight.
Yeah.
You come out of the corner and the barrier comes back out, basically to try and stop people hanging it down the inside and T-boning you.
Yeah.
It's sort of designed to try and force you to slow down there. So he's been held to the inside, he's been side by side, and then as that's come out, Navarro's had a choice of either turn for the corner or hit a wall, and he's chose to turn for the corner.
Honestly, it's one of the most interesting attempts of an around the outside overtake I've seen.
I think if he'd been a little bit further over, he may have gotten away with it. But looking at that race, there was like a lap or so to go. He had to do something if he was going to try and move ahead.
Can you take it back? Again, we have something on the live stream, reckons that he tapped him early, forcing him to turn in early.
I hear you.
I don't think so. I think it means before
so as they
the
get
corner,
yeah,
as they're
let's have a
approaching the
look.
corner. Let's have another look from...
I was going to say, if that's the
from
case,
that.
then whoever's watching on live stream's got better eyes than I do. That's a very good spot if that's the case.
We don't know
All
yet.
right, we're just waiting for
But
that
we'll
video.
find
So
out.
we're looking here.
So they're not side by side just yet. Here we go. So there's racing room. You can see there's a gap between the barriers of the carts here.
So that's the point where the barrier starts to come out.
No, now he
And
turns.
he's turned
No,
in
no,
there,
no.
and then the
No,
contact.
no, no.
Yeah, I can see the point. I can see the idea of he does start to turn those slightly before the contact happens.
Yeah.
That's the point. What
That's
they're
just-
saying is driver in red hit him, forcing him
Yeah.
to go in, which is not. He was turning the wheel.
That's just
into
that is just
37.
horrible, though. Cruz
But
had
good for
such a
going for
good
it.
day, and then that
Good
was
for-
how it ended.
Such an entertaining driver to watch. if I'll be
Yeah,
absolutely
I
honest.
hope we see. I do hope we see him back. I
Yeah,
hope we see
really,
him back
really
again. Because I think this was his first shot at the finals. Let's have a look, Mr. Cruz. Yeah, drive from Docklands. He's only 14, so even in the junior category, he's got a couple of years left. It's the first time here at the BIKC finals. So I hope we see him again.
Yeah.
That was a very good race.
He's
that.
got a memorable driving style as well. He's very
Yeah,
aggressive,
yeah.
but
For
like
the-
a nice aggressive.
He's aggressive and for the majority of the day, he's been on the correct line of aggressive. He's
Yeah.
been put. It's almost. I almost liken it to Max Verstappen. He's driving to the limit of the regulations.
Oh yeah.
That's probably the best way I'd put it. Driving to the limit of the regulations.
Nice. There should be Max
Also,
should be-
look, Fluffy Edit says the guy in white did anything. He'd already gone past the 50% rule.
This comes
No.
back. This comes back to the. This is the same argument as the Norris Verstappen.
We don't run
Austin
those rules.
moments.
Yeah.
We do proper
of
racing
the
rules.
yeah.
But
it's
is he ahead of
point
the apex? The apex is nowhere
The thing is,
to
to
be
clarify
seen.
as well, even though we're analysing it, we aren't penalising it. We don't have all the
we're
camera
just
angles,
we're
only
just-
one
indeed.
angle.
We are just people that are looking at racing and talking about it with our own opinions.
And loving
Exactly.
racing.
This is
I love
what
the
we're
fact he
doing,
went
though.
for it. I love the fact that why not? You know what I mean?
He gave it a crack. Like I say, he had to do something because he was sitting behind Navarro from the whole thing. He was getting pressure from behind. He had to do something. It just ended up that was how it ended, and it was just unfortunate for him
Yeah.
that was how it ended. But I love the fact that he's gone for it, and I really do hope to see him back next year. It's been great. It has been great to watch him.
We've got someone asking how to join the BIKC.
How to join the BIKC? Well, first of all, what you need to do is get yourself down to your local team sport track. There are many of them. There are many of them around the country, with new ones popping up all the time. And go down, have a chat to your team, try some karting, and then get yourself one of our elite memberships. Now, that gives you a load of benefits, but it also gives you the Motorsport UK K1 licence that is required to get involved in the British Indoor Karting Championship. And I don't think we've actually explained how these drivers have actually gotten here yet. We've alluded to it, but over the course of 2 months, they've been going down to their home circuit, and they've been trying to drive as fast as physically possible. You've got to race on 3 dates, and we take the average of your 3 fastest visits. So you can race 9 times in 1 day. Your fastest lap from that day counts. Average that together, that becomes your qualifying time. Top 24 drivers in the adult categories move forward. Top 20 cadets also move forward into the local finals, where you do a practice, qualifying, and then a 15-minute race. Top 6 of them then move forward into the regional finals. The top 3 from those regional finals in all the classes end up here with us, talking about them live on the internet for the world to see. And thinking about talking, you can just see the juniors being coached through the newest elements of the BIKC for 2024.
That's what they're talking about.
Which is Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop's Joker Laps. And he'll be explaining the details of the Joker Lap and how that is going to work, hence this brief pause. So to talk us through the Joker Lap, we do have the official briefing document from the BIKC to detail exactly how it's going to work. And the driver's just going on a quick walk to show them what it's going to look like on circuit. But you can see the white blend line on the circuit. The drivers must enter the pit lane, raise their hand, keep their cart within the white line, enter the pit lane, and roughly where those drivers are stood, there is a line on the circuit. They must come to a complete stop. There will be a judge of fact there who will tell them that they have stopped, and they can then proceed through the pit lane at a walking pace. The walking pace is dictated by the automatic pit speed limiter on the kart. As they come through the pit lane on a walking pace, it's going to feel like the longest 14 seconds of their life. Having driven these karts on speed 1, which is the pit speed limiter, it is so slow. But you come through, and as you come towards the exit of the pit lane, it passes one of our detection loops, the pit limiter comes off, and you're back to racing speed. There is then a blend line on the outside, which again, you are not allowed to touch. It's not like F1 where you can put a wheel over it. You are not allowed to touch it. As you leave the pit lane, a white flag will be displayed just before the entrance to the chicane to tell everyone that you are leaving the pit lane and that they need to leave enough room for the kart that is joining, and then you will complete the rest of your race. Having spoken to the team, I don't believe there is a window in which they have to take it. All you have to do is make sure you take it once during the event. If you do it incorrectly, there are sets of penalties that will be applied. The important thing, and one of the big questions that drivers will have, when the lights go yellow, the pit lane closes. You are not allowed to enter the pit lane under yellow. Now, that is a very important distinction.
But if you're in it...
If you are in the pit lane when the lights go yellow, you have just looked out the freest pit stop in your life.
Yeah.
If the lights are yellow, you are not allowed to enter the pit lane. If you're already in the pit lane, you may complete your stop.
Yeah. It's like in Formula 1 doing it under the virtual safety car or something like that.
Yeah, same sort of thing. The only time here is there won't be a team of orange people to ruin a strategy over it. But yeah, it just means now that the drivers have... I'm a Lando fan. I'm a big Lando fan, and I was very upset that day. But what it means now is the drivers not only have to think about racing on one of the toughest tracks for 20 minutes, the fact that they are now racing for 20 minutes, which is longer than they've done all day, and is even longer than the qualifying session we've done today, they have to remember that this is potentially, and it's a big claim for some, that this could be the biggest race of their careers so far.
Yeah, totally.
They're fighting for a massive prize, and they've now got to think about the strategy.
Yeah, but you get a 14-second break in the pit lane. It's chilling.
That's a very good. That's a very good point. But
I'll take that as a rest. I'll stretch my arms, might even get out and have a little bit of a walk with the cartwheels on the pit rolls.
They can have a bit of pizza.
Yeah.
I'd recommend that.
Exactly. It's a pizza stop.
It's a pizza stop, not a pit stop.
Yeah,
that's a different idea for a drive-through. They come through, pick up a slice of pizza off the side, and drive off.
Oh, he really would.
I think there's a grid event challenge in there somewhere.
That's
I think
Gridlock, guys.
I think we've just come up with the next challenge for Gridlock. You've got to come in, take a slice of pizza, make sure you check the allergy information first, and then you go. That's fantastic.
Check if there's any pineapple on it, obviously.
If you end up picking, you'll have an option. You'll have a pineappled option, a non-pineappled option. If you pick a pineappled pizza option, it is an immediate black flag and go home.
Now, we've already had a question about the red flag because, what happens if we have to red light the race?
So, the official line is if the lights go red, it means...
This is for commentators' nightmare.
Yes, it's our nightmare, and it means a lot more work for the clerk of the course. So what they'll end up doing is they will run the race on aggregate. Simply because if the lights go red, it's unfair to those who have already stopped. So in the situation where we saw earlier on, let's say if a driver has a 7-second lead when the lights go red, they will maintain that 7-second lead into the next part of the race. So they will effectively have a 7-second bonus. Their positions will stay the same, so they can still pit, they can still complete their joke lap if they haven't done it already, and the gaps will still remain the same. That's after all the testing and all the work that the race directors have done, is probably the fairest way of doing it. It does mean they've got a lot more work to do, and it means what we see on circuit may not necessarily be the results, which is going to make our lives harder. The good news is we don't have to do the maths, which means it will probably go correctly because I'm really bad at maths.
Yes.
Will it automatically update on the screen?
I believe they've got the ability to go through in the same way they have penalties to add a bonus on, which is the way they'll probably end, which is the best way I can see of doing it. So during the break, while they deal with the red flag, our timekeeper will have a lot of work to do in noting all those things down and making sure that we get it done. To be fair, timekeeping is a job, having run a regional or two in my time, timekeeping is a good job. However, it's a really good, fun job when it goes well. It's a really bad job to have when it goes wrong. So right now, I don't envy Callum from Stockton, who's currently doing all of our timekeeping today.
Yeah, I was timekeeper at 2 of the regional finals this year, and it was definitely very interesting.
Yeah, not a job I would like in BIKC. There's a lot of, you sit there tapping away at the laptop, and there's a lot of pressure.
It felt like a very stressful members event.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. But we got the best job.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. We just have to talk about it and enjoy it.
See, look how stressed they all are on the screen. All the people in orange, stressed out, running around, looking busy.
So that looks to me like all the marshals are being instructed to return to their positions. So I don't think we're going to be too far off getting them going. The self-proclaimed pit lane manager, Harvey, is currently unplugging all the carts with Aidan. Looks like he's trying to give him some assistance. The other part of this, with it being the main event, for each of the main events, we have a little bit more fun with this one because it's a big thing, and you can see the carts are now going onto the grid without the drivers.
Yeah.
We're going to give the opportunity for some of our media crew down there to live their dreams of being a real-life Martin Brundle, and they're going to go down and stick microphones under the nose of racing drivers and ask them what they think before the race starts.
And cadets are first, just to remind everybody, the cadet carts are going out onto the circuit.
The other difference here as well is they will then have effectively a formation lap, a green flag lap to get a bit of heat in the tyres, a bit of heat in the cart, a bit of heat in themselves, and they'll be able to go out and put on the best show. What this means, though, is the pressure levels that are going on ahead. We've talked about mindset all day. This is now building up to potentially the biggest 20 minutes of these young drivers' lives.
Can I also say, talk about hot lap, it's only for juniors. Got to be clear, the cadets do not have hot lap, called it a hot lap. It's not a hot lap, it's a joker lap.
They're all hot laps.
They're all hot laps. So, joker lap.
We're talking about the joker lap. The cadets will not do the joker lap. But for these young drivers, we won't do it. It's only for the juniors, hence why we only saw the juniors there. But I think what we're going to do now, the last of the carts that are going out onto the grid, we're going to hand over to our man Lex, who's going to be down there with the BIKC grid walker.
So I guess this is going to be my best Martin Brundle possible, and it's not going to be anything like Martin Brundle. But we're going to try, aren't we, Akhil?
We are going to try, Lex. We are going to try.
So this is kind of a new thing we're going to do.
It's exciting, though.
It's exciting. It builds her up a bit, and it's an opportunity for us to have a little quick chat with them just as they're getting into the cart. Proper tense. So they're going to walk out. They're going to walk onto this grid and basically just get in the carts. That's what they're going to do. So we're just going to wait for them to come out. What do you reckon the feeling right now? Right now, as you're walking out on here?
I think Russ just said it, isn't it? It's the biggest 20 minutes of their young lives. They must be excited. They must be nervous. I actually do think all this adds to it because they're actually going to walk to their carts. It's very F1 style. I mean, they're doing a lot more than I've done at their age, so absolute fair play and credit to them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome. Make sure you get in the comments who you're supporting for this one. Make sure they're there, because I'm sure they're going to watch it back and they'll be probably rerunning those comments, so get them in there. Show the support. Let's go over here. Let's have a little chat with these guys while we're waiting, if we can. You ready for this? Hello, Cecil.
Hello, Lex.
How are you?
Swell, how are you?
Very well. This is the general manager of Warrington and also my cousin, and he's just called Cecil. There is no other word.
What, he doesn't have a surname?
No, we're definitely not mentioning surnames. How's it been?
It's not been bad. Quite enjoying it. Feel like it's running fairly smoothly. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves.
And all the staff are happy?
Very happy. Getting a bit nippy now, but making do.
All right, leave you to it. Nicely done.
Thank you very much.
Who have you got over there?
Well, we go and see. There's a whole crowd of people coming. Let's talk to these. Let's talk to these. So you've just put the carts out, obviously.
Yeah.
They are in the right order, right?
Yes, of course they are. Yeah. We had the grid read out to us as we were dragging the carts out.
And this is something quite new. I mean, you know, as a crew member at TeamSport, how do you think the young drivers are feeling right now?
I'd say they're pretty excited. I would be if I was in their position. Obviously, having the carts out on the grid and then having them walk down to it, that's something they've never done before, you know? It's something special for BIKC Final, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think grid starts is definitely going to change the way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Oh, it's Darren Pauly. Oh, it's a shame. I hope you get well soon. How's things? How have you been?
It's really good, thank you. Yeah.
It's very cold now.
It's very cold. Yeah, I'm not used to the kind of cold from up here. But
are they feeling it? Are they feeling the cold?
I think so. Yeah, you can really tell with the carts when they've been off for a while. But I think the drivers are doing really well to sort of work into it.
And Darren, tell us a little bit about your role today. I think Will was going to ask the same thing. Tell us a little bit about your role.
Around the regionals in the south, I'm running here with James. I'm doing all the lights, so if you're having a really long start on the grid, that's because I'm having a bit of fun with it. Trying to make it a little bit different. And then between me, Ben and James, we're just sort of looking at sectors of the track, making all the right decisions. Yeah.
And how's it been today? Generally gone smoothly?
It's gone smoother than I could have imagined. There's been a few little delays, but they're good delays. They're not the kind of bad delays. You know, we've only had, I think, one red, potentially, or two. And I think the driving standards have been amazing. So, yeah, really good.
And you've been involved in BIKC for a number of years. How do you think the grid start element is going to impact?
I think it's different. It's a lot better. I think it creates a little bit more drama at the start. I think the rolling starts that we do, they're good, but I think grid starts are much better. Kind of, they just make it a little bit more exciting, don't they?
Absolutely.
And Darren, just a quick one for you. Who's your kind of pick then? I mean, you've been watching these guys all the way through. Who's your pick for this race?
There's a chap that's got through. He's done zero practice. His name's George Dickinson. He's flying. I think he finished fourth in one of the semis. But yeah, he's done no practice here and he's got through to the final. So George is doing really well. And I'd be lying if I didn't want Harvey Ball to do really well. He's in second at the moment.
Is he from your track, is he?
Yeah, so Harvey's from Farnborough. And I think Harvey's just driving really well as well.
So there you go. There's your shout-outs for this race. There's Darren's inside knowledge.
Cheers,
Darren.
Darren.
Thank you.
Earlier on, we offered you a chance to win some go-karting. Thank you to TeamSport. So there's one of... we're going to give 5 away today, 5 away tomorrow. The question was, what is the most recent TeamSport track that we've opened? The answer is...
High Wycombe. High Wycombe.
High Wycombe.
High Wycombe.
High Wycombe now.
High Wycombe.
So 5 have been chosen at random. They are, read that one.
We've got Rich Dyer.
Sarah Rawcliffe.
Anna Friss.
Mark Weaver.
And Callum Jones. Well done.
Yes, so we will reach out to you via email, send you your voucher to go kart, and you need to use it before December next year. Not this year, next year.
Super. Lex, there is a few shout-outs as well.
Yes.
We've had a few team members from across the country give us a shout that are live in their bars and in their offices. So the Farnham head office.
Yo.
Yeah. Big up to Farnham head office. We've got Leeds. We've got Manchester's. Who else has come through? Farnborough, sorry.
I think Liverpool have got it on the massive
Liverpool
screen
on the big. Yeah, that's it. All up and down the country. So if you're watching from your bars, drop us on the live feed and we'll give you guys a shout out as well.
That's right. We also asked you before, we were talking about the bridge in High Wycombe. Massive bridge. We asked for some suggestions for some names and we've got some there.
Yeah, they're terrible out the Lex.
They're really bad. The drop was one of them.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that in a bit, because look at these legends coming through right now. Keep the cameras on them. Akhil, get right up there. Let's see what we got.
How you feeling, guys? Excited?
I don't know, mate.
Excited?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are you nervous or are you more excited?
More excited, but a bit nervous.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Looking forward to the grid start as well, something a bit different?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. So obviously with helmets on, it's maybe hard to hear them. I think a lot of them are excited, a little bit nervous, but looking forward to...
Nervous because I'm starting on the outside.
Okay.
So it's a bit more nerve-wracking. Okay. Yeah, because you have to like cut across.
Yeah.
And just hope for the best.
All you can do is give it your best, right? So good luck, guys. Good luck.
Let's see who we've got down the front.
How are you feeling?
A bit nervous.
A bit nervous. Excited though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just remember, this is a massive opportunity. You are one out of only a few after 5,000. So best of luck.
Oh, sorry.
Excited?
Yeah, very excited. Yeah.
And how proud are you as well that you are in a final, a national final?
I'm very proud.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, I think that's pretty much just about it. I'm behind you, by the way. We're all the way over here. This is it. This is the final. Enjoy it. Let's hand back to the guys in the commentary.
Stand next to him.
Okay, then here we go for the first grand final of the BIKC weekend.
Sorry, we got carried away.
Yeah, we got carried away chatting and laughing there. All we've done, there's a secret
Tom,
to what happens
do you wanna...
with commentators when the mics go off. We all just start winding each other up, and it's all stuff that we're obviously not allowed to broadcast. But let's have a look. Do we have the full grid here?
We good. Yeah, do you want to take us through it?
Let's have a look. So, the front row is Amansi Nwosu and Harvey Ball, Leander Hewitt, Lucas Fragile line up on row number 2. Francesco De Caro and Rory Hamilton will start in P5 and P6. Max Manahovic will start on P7. Eastern Bisco Clienti P8. Freya Lally, the first Discover Your Drive girl to get into the main event, will start off P9. Chase Preston, Ronnie Deacon and George Dickinson will complete your runners and riders. Now, remember, most of the races we've done today have been 15 minutes, 12 minutes. This will be the longest race of the night. It's going to be a 20-minute final for these young drivers, and 20 minutes later, we'll be crowning the British Indoor Karting Champion.
Okay, here we go. So we're in final preparation stages. In fact, we're good to go. We're going to zoom into the lights any second now.
Still waiting. There we go.
Here we go. We get a different angle of the lights every time. We even got a cameraman in this time. Look at this, that's the best angle.
5 lights, we go racing for the last time in the cadets. The lights agree, we're racing for the final, and it is Amansi Nwosu who swoops into the lead for the start of this one. Looks like Leander Hewitt and Harvey Ball are fighting it out, but it's advantage to Harvey Ball, who just gets back down the edge. Hewitt's been spun, Hewitt's around. So that's Leander Hewitt from the second row of the grid, has been spun around almost immediately.
After a fantastic event,
that arguably is one of the favourites out of this one, but look at the lead Amansi Nwosu has as a result of that. That's got to be at least 2 or 3 seconds. Now remember, we've seen gaps get closed down. We've seen Harvey Ball put in some fantastic time so far, and Francesco De Caro is a very quick driver themselves. They've now got 20 minutes to try and claw that time back against Amansi Nwosu. And we've also seen drivers come back through the field. In a 20-minute final, there is still time for Leander Hewitt here, but he's going to have to try and drive extremely quickly. And there's more contact there. 58 of Max Manahovic has a little bit of a bump with the 57. They're starting to fall down the order. I think Eastern Bisco Clienti's got past him in the 59. No, that's Ronnie Deacon. Ronnie Deacon's had a really good run so far in this one. And as they go through the top end of the circuit, it is Amansi Nwosu who leads. That's Harvey Ball in second, Francesco De Caro in third. 4th place is Rory Hamilton. Interesting fact about Rory Hamilton, 3 times he's been in the final, 3 times he's finished third. So he's got 1 more place to get back onto the podium where he's finished the last 3 times. And if he can do that in the next 18 minutes, you've got to think he can definitely get up towards the front end of the field
field and maybe even challenge for that title. But 2.1 seconds is the gap between Amansi Nwosu and Harvey Ball. 20 minutes of racing total, 18 minutes remaining. It's going to have to be a big drive from these two to catch up to him at this stage.
Okay, fantastic stuff. So Amansi leads, we know, by 2.1 seconds. That is a dream start, absolute dream start. And we'll have to wait and see what happens to that gap, because in the semi-finals, that gap, it came down and eventually he started defending. Will that happen? Because Harvey Ball, who's been super quick all the way through, is in second position. This is gonna be. I think he could close up here. Francesco De Caro has been super fast. We know that Rory Hamilton is super fast. We'll have to see with all the chaos that happened there. Okay, all the chaos that happened in those first few corners, and 59's alongside. He's not going to hold back here. We've got a big change. I think Hamilton's gone second. Now we've got a spinner. And we have 51 is in a barrier. That is Chase.
That's Lucas Fradgley is falling back down the order.
After such a great event.
That's 2 leaders now down the order.
That's 2 of the quickest drivers that we've seen in this field are out and falling down by the wayside. This final is already proving to be a race of attrition, but it is Amansi Nwosu, Harvey Ball that lead Francesco De Caro in second place. As the lights go back to green, that gap is definitely closing already. So the top 4 are all nose to tail. That looks like, did they close under yellow maybe? I'd hate to suggest it. However, I've seen penalties handed out in finals before now for that sort of stuff. I know the race directors are very, very keen on making sure that sort of stuff is correct.
Here we go. Right, let's just see when they cross the line exactly where the order completely stalled. We know the first 3, Amansi, Harvey and Francesco, are first, second and third, but there was proper chaos going on behind there. So let's just see. And there's going to be some winners and losers here.
We've got 15 minutes left now to see whether
Rory's
going to get through again.
Again, and they go through. So yeah, it is. So it is Amansi leading. Harvey Ball second. Francesco De Caro is third. Rory Hamilton is fourth. And Max goes up into 5th place. So he's gone from 7th to 5th. Easton is currently running in 6th place. Iskan Bistro Clienti is in 6th place. Chase Preston has still held on to 7th position. Ronnie Deacon in 8th. Freya Lally, the Discover Your Drive driver, she's moved up. She's in 9th position. Fantastic. She's doing brilliantly. We've got Leander Hewitt, okay, who had that horrible first lap, is fighting back. One of the favourites for the overall win in 10th position. George Dickinson currently in 11th place, and Lucas Fradgley, after all the chaos that happened on the last lap, currently running down in 12th position. But I tell you what, we have got, and he's warning for contact for Lucas Fradgley as well. But the gap is only 1.2 seconds. So did they close up a little bit under yellows? Because there's no doubt. 1.4 now on that lap. So Amansi has actually pulled away by another 2 tenths. But the main thing is Harvey Ball, who's also driven brilliantly all the way through the event, suddenly can see Amansi much, much closer. And he's surely, Harvey will want a piece of that action. Yeah, Francesco De Caro is there waiting to pick up any pieces. But that looked a little bit closer even between Amansi and Harvey there. Just on the, it might probably something about 1.4 seconds. Rory Hamilton, can he get back on the podium? He just finishes third. Because Rory's in 4th and he always just finishes 3rd, something's got to give, Tom. Something has to give, just because of the fact that he always comes home 3rd. But Amansi is leading at the moment.
He is closing in as well. He's starting to get a little bit closer into this fight. The top 4 are running very, very close in terms of times. Just doing some quick napkin maths here. If Amansi was to end up going on to win this, it would be the best result ever for a driver from Mitcham. Previously, their best result, being ironically in cadets in a couple of years ago, was 2nd place. Same if Harvey Ball finishes where he is, it'd be the best result for Farnborough. But you can always see the competition between the tracks is almost as fierce as the competition between the drivers on circuit. And De Caro is right on the rear bumper of Harvey Ball. 1.5 seconds is the gap, and it's already come down quite a lot.
See, I'd say that gap is quite stable, Tom.
Yeah, it's come down a lot already, but the lap times looking at it,
they're you know, in kind of, they're racing wheel to wheel, and Amansi is there in the lead. The fact that the gap's not increasing dramatically we'll have to see. Literally, as this race gets into its final stages, this might be really interesting.
Yeah, interestingly enough, looking through the lap times, fastest lap of the race, Leander Hewitt down in 10th position after that spin, 13 seconds off. They're currently pulling a couple of tenths a lap. If they can get the foot down and these guys really start fighting, you never know what might happen over the next few minutes. Yep. They may be able to get themselves maybe back into the top 6, top 5 maybe, which after a spin at the start, if they're able to recover back that, will be a very, very impressive drive in itself. But it's still Nwosu that leads. That gap's come up a little bit, 1.7 seconds to Harvey Ball, who really is starting to defend from Francesco De Caro. See, hand in the air. He's like, look, come on, let's just go. Let's work together. Let's try and push on. If we start fighting each other now, Nwosu is just going to run away with this championship title, even though there is 12 minutes left to go. And Rory Hamilton's still trying to get on turn. You see, he's got his head down. He's really trying to press on.
De Caro had a real look on just going underneath the Dunlops. He had a real look on the inside, and Harvey Ball had to really move across and defend it. He's doing a lot of looking at him.
De Caro is a driver we've seen already. If there is a move there, he's going to make it. He's not going to waste any time about it. But what Hamilton really needs behind them is for these two to really, really start fighting. The thing is, all 4 of these drivers up here, they're all top class drivers, and they've already proven how good they are over the course of the day. So we're really trying to see the best. We're really seeing the best of the best right now. And currently, Amansi Nwosu is extending his lead out at the front as the 2 behind do exactly the same lap time over the start finish line. 1:07.56 versus Nwosu, who's currently running a 2:04, and compared to Hamilton, who's running a 2:09. So even though Hamilton is running on his own, he's still falling back from the 2 that are nose to tail right here. If they're going to try and start making inroads into Nwosu, unless they want to start really trying to have to pull lap times out of their back pocket, then they're going to have to start trying to make those moves right now.
It's great stuff. It's great racing, and you got to say it's falling into the hands of Amansi Nwosu at the present moment in time, because there's no doubt that they are. I think all these 3 drivers are on pretty much the same pace, but there's no doubt that Harvey is doing a little bit of defending from Francesco De Caro. He's looking behind him as he goes onto the main straight, and the lines are pretty consistent, but there's no doubt he's keeping things tight, because no way can he make a mistake and lose that second place position. And I think he's more focused on second and being second. What's not to like being second in BIKC? We've got a warning flag going out there.
Yeah,
further down.
Black and white's going out for 51 and 59. So Lucas Fradley's already had his 59. That is Ronnie Deacon now gets one as well. And it is by the looks of it. Yeah, it's a warning for loading. So as they come through the bottom end of the circuit, they're just getting on the rear bumper and just starting to push. You find that being on the rear bumper and pushing in these cadets is quite common down the straights. In the corners, though, that's not really fair game, as it can quite easily unsettle a kart and push someone wide. But De Caro looking towards the outside just pulls the kart offline compared to what Harvey Ball has been doing. Again, shows the cut, goes the kart to the outside, tries to go for the cut back, maybe on the inside, trying to set him up into the 3rd hairpin. He's on the rear bumper, but he doesn't quite have the drive to do anything about it. Over the line they go once again.
But that's better. That's what he needs to do.
He's getting closer. I think what he needs to do is try and focus on getting the best run he can off the ramp to try and maybe get that move coming out of the first hairpin. He goes a little bit wider on the way in, cut back towards the outside, get fully alongside, and then maybe go for the cut back into the 3rd hairpin at the end to complete the move. But I don't think this move is going to be too far away. But if De Caro wants to use the pace advantage that he has at the moment over Harvey Ball to try and make inroads on Amansi Nwosu, he's going to have to. He's running out of time to be able to do it. He's just looked over his shoulder. He now knows that Rory Hamilton is nowhere near, so he's got a good opportunity to start fighting with Harvey Ball and not lose a position or get challenged by Rory Hamilton, who's currently in 4th place. However, what it means is the more these two fight, and the longer this battle goes on, the further away Amansi Nwosu is able to run, and it just means that championship title is getting that little bit closer to the driver from Mitcham.
See, he's changed his strategy there. Whereas on the previous lap he was using parts of the track that Harvey just wasn't using, there he just stuck pretty much right behind him. I preferred it when he was using different parts of the track. You can get a run, you know, if you're using your momentum and if you use a different part of the track. If you just closed up behind, then all you're going to do is achieve exactly the same than what the driver in front is doing, unless there's contact, and we won't appreciate that. Rory Hamilton there is literally in fourth and doesn't now. He's in like what I would call like a safe fourth. He's not looking like he's doing anything to really get on the tail of Francesco De Caro, but is solidly ahead of Max, who has done a brilliant job from 7th position to move up 2 places, as has Freya in 9th. Let's not forget she's made up a whole bunch of places there. Ronnie Deacon doing well in 8th. Chase Preston in 7th at the moment. It's a fantastic race, and they've all been racing for 12 minutes. Isn't time fly when you're in a BIKC final? We've only got 8 minutes to go. Okay, still a fairly long way in BIKC racing terms. We're not in the closing stages yet, and the gap goes up to 2.8 seconds. So I think now it is all in the hands of Amanze. He's just got to really keep it on the track. He's got to keep it on the island, and he looks like he will be a BIKC champion. And wouldn't it be amazing, if I'll be honest? You know, 30 years after the death of the legend Ayrton Senna, that we're on the BIKC, and we have a driver that has got such a wonderful tribute helmet and tribute gloves, and to take that win. And he's looking so good for it at the moment, with 2.855 second lead at the moment over Harvey Ball. Here we go. Is there any change coming down to the fastest part of the circuit? He goes wide there, but really doesn't really draw alongside. Now, what's the strategy here? Though, stays pretty much behind him right on his rear bumper. And for me, it's I think you've got to be trying to gain a little bit of speed somewhere else. You've got to try something different, I think. We've got lots of time, 6.5 minutes. He's been really quick through this part of the track, but it is super hard to overtake through this section of the circuit, if not nigh on impossible in BIKC. We very rarely, maybe sometimes into the final hairpin before they go around this section they're on now, but it is difficult stuff. And here we go, they keep on it. Oh, I mean, perhaps he's just pushing for a mistake, but I'm not sure that mistake is going to come from Harvey Ball.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to press on now, maybe keep building that gap, but he's looking for a chink in Harvey Ball's armour, and as soon as he finds it, he's going to make sure that that's the point where he attacks. But currently, Harvey Ball is just doing enough to hold De Caro at arm's length. And I think if De Caro is going to do something, he is, we've said it a few times, he's starting to run out of laps. Meanwhile, Hamilton's got his hands full of Max Banahovic in the fight.
Oh, you might have him,
place. It looks like Banahovic's gone round the outside. There's contact between the pair of them, and he's still round the inside this time. Hamilton turns in, and Banahovic, Max versus Hamilton are side by side going through under the Dunlop bridges. Are they going to leave each other enough space? We've seen side by side action come to grief down here. They're still too wide through the bottom section. Hamilton just manages to hold him off. Fantastic racing between these two young drivers, but it really looked like Banahovic had Hamilton done. Just proves that even once the fight is on, that doesn't mean that the fight is completely over unless...
That was 4 corners.
Yeah, that was 4 or 5 corners side by side. And we've seen massive contact through that section of the circuit. It just proves with the correct amount of respect between 2 fast and 2 good drivers, you can go side by side just about anywhere, and almost anywhere becomes an overtaking position. Sadly, De Caro wishes every single corner was an overtaking opportunity for him, as he's still just staring at the back of kart 53 with Harvey Ball at the wheel. He still hasn't been able to find a way around. I'd argue he's potentially just a tiny bit further away than he was previously.
Just wonder where that pace for Max came from, because I was just talking about Rory having a 2-second advantage over Max, and that just evaporated.
Yeah, looking at this, Max has set Max currently holds the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.220. If it's not the fastest, that's pretty close to the fastest lap.
It is the fastest lap of the event so far.
Yeah, good time to start pulling it out, pulling out the fastest lap of the race, especially towards the back end of it when you're fighting over 4th position with a driver who is very, very experienced in these BIKC finals. But it is Amanzi Nwosu still, who now holds a gap of 3.3 seconds at the lead of this field with 4 minutes remaining. I think it's going to be hard pressed for Harvey Ball to get back on terms with them, as we see the fastest laps for all the drivers pop up on the screen. You see Nwosu's running around 1 minute 2.3. He's been sitting about that sort of pace for the majority of the event tonight, and he's been extremely consistent. I think that's what's really helped him over the course of the day. And whenever he's got towards the front, he's just banged in the laps, lap after lap, being consistent, keeping it. keeping it in a straight line. And for a driver who's on his first appearance at the BIKC finals, to be beating drivers who've done this sort of thing before is extremely impressive, especially to be doing it in the way that they are.
Okay, now I officially say we are in the closing stages of the first final. And it's Amanzi Naroso with a 3.6. That makes it like a country mile. He's just got to keep it on track. But the battle has raged all the way through this race for second position. And it continues to, with Harvey Ball and Francesco De Caro still separated by around 0.2 of a second. And Rory Hamilton still holding on to that fourth place for absolute dear life, with Max running in fifth at the moment. Easton Bisco Clienti is in sixth place. Chase Preston is seventh. We've got eighth, Ronnie Deacon, ninth, Freya Lally, a brilliant ninth actually. That's made up a few spaces. We've got Leander Hewitt after the disaster of lap one, running in 10th. George Dickinson in 11th, and Lucas Fraggi running at the back in 12th at the moment. So, we think, well, 2 laps, I think. 2 laps left.
Yeah, we are definitely getting towards the closing stages. So I think it's this one, maybe one more that we pushed for time to get a third one in here with 2.5 minutes left on the clock at the pace these drivers have been going. So if De Caro has an answer for Harvey Ball in front of him, then yeah, he's going to have to try and figure out what that answer is, and he's going to have to get to use it very, very quickly. You can see Ball's trying to urge the cart that little bit further forward as they go through the top end of the circuit into the hairpins. These two drivers are absolutely neck and neck. There is absolutely nothing to separate them in terms of lap time. There's nothing to separate them in terms of pace on circuit. So as they go through the chicane, De Caro currently now, he's had a very distinctive driving style over the course of today. He's been lifting himself up, tucking himself down. Now all he's got is his eyes locked on the back end of kart 53, and he's trying to figure out a way to get around that kart. As they're going into the top end of the circuit, looks like Banahovic is having another crack at Hamilton in the fight over fourth position, as the leaders go over the line with second and third now 3.6 seconds behind the leader. I think if this is, this has got to be it. This has got to be the crescendo towards the British Indoor Karting Championship. I think we're literally around about 1,000 metres from crowning a first-time champion and giving Mitcham their first championship in the British Indoor Karting Championship. Amansi Nwosu is up on the top level of the circuit, and well, looks like we're getting ready to call this one home. A confirmation there from James Hislop. This is the final lap of the championship for the cadets. Amansi Nwosu is up on the top end of the circuit. He's going to be going through the first couple of corners. He's put in an absolutely fantastic performance throughout the course of the day. He's been one of the fastest drivers, and on a day where he's been wearing the colours of the legend Ayrton Senna, he spent the whole thing driving like a legend himself. He comes through under the Dunlop bridges. The checker flag waves. Amansi Nwosu is the BIKC champion. Harvey Ball comes home in second place. Francesco De Caro gets his first podium at his second attempt in the British Indoor Karting Championship. Rory Hamilton denies Max Banahovic fourth place and comes over the line in fourth. Max comes home in fifth. Easton Bisco Clienti in sixth. Chase Preston, Ronnie Deacon, Freya Lally comes home in ninth. Leander Hewitt recovers to 10th, and right on the rear bumper of Freya Lally herself, George Dickinson and Lucas Fraggi, the final runner. What a fantastic drive from Amansi Nwosu. First championship at his first attempt, the first one for Mitcham. Great driving out there.
That was an absolutely, first of all, it's a stunning race, but it is a stunning world champion, BIKC champion. Amansi Nwosu has done it, has won, has bejoined so many drivers in the past to become a BIKC champion. He is the cadet champion of 2024, and Harvey Ball, what a great drive, it has to be said. Held on all the way for the runners-up spot, and Francesco De Caro will join the other two drivers on the podium.
Now, that was a fantastic race, but I think the best thing that we can do, we want to find out exactly what how those drivers feel after that one. So we're going to head down into the pit lane to Akhil, who's going to get the reaction for us.
What a race. Just waiting for the 3 to park up. Big round of applause for our 3 podium winners. Get yourself off. Francesco, 3rd place in the BIKC National Cadet Final. How do you feel?
It's okay, I guess.
I mean, you must be proud. You must be proud. Do you want to put your hand? You must be proud. I mean, out of hundreds and thousands of people, you have finished 3rd, which is, it's amazing.
I think I could have got a better result, but I'm happy with 3rd.
What was the best part of the race for you?
Well, the final. Yeah. Making loads of positions at the start, I guess.
Yeah. And was the grid start exciting?
It's okay, but if you're on the outside, you're gonna get overtaken.
And are you gonna come back next year and try and win?
Yeah, I'm gonna come back next year, and I'm gonna be much stronger. So I'm gonna go for 1st next year, but I'm happy with 3rd so far.
Well, we're very proud of you as well. Well done. Harvey. Sorry. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Very happy. That's quite a lot of outdoor karting for free.
Yeah. That's a great way of looking at it. It's a great prize, obviously, provided by Club 100.
Yeah, I'm really excited because it's something I've been wanting to do for ages. And just to get it as a prize is pretty good.
And what was your favourite part of the race?
The whole thing. I was excited throughout the whole thing. The start, I was a bit nervous. The start was very hard. I had to get across to the right, defend, and then had to carry around the outside and make sure I got the inside for the next corner. And then I just had to defend the whole thing, basically.
And you must be very proud of yourself because you have done so well.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Last year, I came 12th. This year, I came 2nd. It's a lot of difference.
What an improvement. Very well done. Enjoy. Well done.
One more thing to say. One more thing. I want to wish a happy birthday to my nan who's turning 92.
Oh, happy birthday to your nan. Hope she has a lovely day from all of us here in Warrington. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Amanzi. What a race. It was quite easy for you, wasn't it?
I mean, kind of. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect the gap to open up this much. I think that Harvey and Leander must have been fighting behind me. I think also helped that I got on the pace quickly as well. Yes, didn't expect to be here.
Is it almost harder when you're leading? Because you sort of don't know, as you said, you don't really know what's going on behind you. You just have to keep focused. You know that it's in your control, but anything could happen. One mistake and it could, is it harder a little bit sometimes?
Yeah, especially because, it's first year for karting, first nationals, and, leading at the front, and, it's a lot of pressure to soak up.
And what got you into karting? You say it's your first nationals. What got you into karting? When was the first moment when you thought, you know what, I want to try karting?
Probably when I was about 8 and found some video on YouTube, people. I think somebody at Sheffield karting. I mean, I wanted to try it for my birthday, but I was way too short. So I had to wait till I was 10. And yeah.
Fair enough. And is there any F1 driver that inspires you or you admire that you want to be like?
Probably Senna.
Quite a good choice. Well, you've done very well. You should be very proud of yourself and go and enjoy your day with your family. Well done again.
Right, we're going to head down to the track again, I think. Yeah, we're going to make our way down to the front because we've got the juniors next, which is going to be pretty amazing. Will, can you just take over a sec? Well, I just need to deal with something here. Will, it's over to you.
Absolutely. Follow me, then let's go down and see the juniors. They should be, I think, just gridding up now, so we might miss them. Watch your head going through this. Oops. So again, one awesome race down. 3 more championships crowned. And 3 more about to get on the podium. So let's go and see who's on the grid.
Just about caught up with you, Will. So they're all lined up.
I don't think we're going to have enough time, I don't think, to do any interviews.
Probably not. They all look very focused.
They all look very focused. How are you doing? Cat 1, how you doing?
Alright.
Excited?
Yeah, I think I can gain a little bit of places, especially with the Joe collapse. I feel like I can definitely make something with that.
Love that. The Joker lap's going to be in play. Well done. But keep an eye out for you.
Excited? Nervous?
Yeah, it's just not an optimal position being this far back, but you never know what could happen in karting.
Exactly. Best of luck.
I'm going to jump straight down to cart number 20, who's currently on the podium. Cart 20, you excited, nervous?
Very nervous, but excited. Hopefully I don't mess up this Joker lap thing.
That's all right. You're gonna make sure you kind of strategically use it and maintain the position?
Well, the plan is to, obviously, as anyone would do, is run away with the race. That's obviously the plan.
Smashing. Love that. That's awesome. Well done. Good luck. So I think that's it from us. Trackside, I think we're going to go back to the studio, back to Russ and Tom.
Okay, here we go. What an outstanding cadet final. And here we go, we are already on the grid for the juniors. And yeah, you can just feel the tension here. You can cut it with a knife. It's gonna be epic.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. There's been a lot of drivers that have been mixed in different groups. That we've wanted to see what it's like when they all come together. And just as if we didn't need any more tension, these drivers now are going to have a formation lap before they get out on the grid. So Silky's just giving them the instruction. What it's going to do is give us the opportunity to run through the full grid. So with this one, we have on pole position the driver who today has broken the outright lap record here at TeamSport Warrington. It is going to be Jake Anders. Alongside him is the defending champion Bobby McGurr. Behind him is Ben Hamilton and Frederick Navarro, Oscar Machoak and Jules Larkin. Callum Eve, who we spoke to, said he's not in an optimal position, but he's going to try and be racy from where he started in P7. Matthew So, Jack Harrison, Ollie Peters, Edgar Azevedo, Sol Hinder, David Sniesko, Joe Jennings, Hayden Adams and Jaden Statham are your runners and riders. The 16 drivers who are going to try and deny Bobby McGurr a second championship, or are we going to see another Jake Anders run away and hide race over the course of this one? And remember, we've got the Joker lap to play with as well, so it'll be the first time we get to see this in anger.
I don't think anyone's running and hiding in this one. They're too tight.
I don't know. I think Bobby's obviously he's very, very fast. The track, he's done it before. He won it last year. Kind of showed his skill there as well. Obviously, Jake's local
Jake
to
Anders.
Yeah, he's local to Warrington, and he had a lap record today. You can't ask for anything more than that. So obviously, it's going to be battle between the two of those. Definitely, obviously seeing how the Joker plays out too.
They're the two favourites.
Yeah.
They've been pretty faultless all the way through, haven't they, the pair of them?
Exactly.
Something has to give. Only one of them is going to be BIKC champion 2024.
Let's not forget we've got Hamilton in third.
Navarro's in there, yeah.
And Navarro's in fourth as well, and they've all been challenging for the lead. Obviously, Callum's dropped back a little bit, even though he was high up in the groups. It's just unfortunate that the semi-final didn't go his way. Obviously, you can see them gridding up now, ready to go out. Warmed up their tyres, not that it does much on an indoor
place
circuit.
already pointing in. I think you've got to out there.
Yeah, I think
They're
he's
definitely
pointing
moving
it in. It's to get it to the inside as quickly as you can.
Yeah, this is basically going to be, it sounds really daft, however. You can't win the race and so on, but you can most definitely lose it, is the old saying. However, every single race we've seen today has been a race between second and third to turn one. It's a case of whoever gets there first. And Ben Hamilton is a very, very racy driver. We've already seen him move from 10th in qualifying up to 5th at the end of his first heat. He ended 4th at the end of his second heat. He finished the semi-final in second place. He spent the whole day moving forward. So I expect that as soon as the lights go out, he is going to try and get the jump on the defending champion and give them a lot of work to do. The drivers now are going to be watching the lights for the last time today and for the last time in the juniors. The drivers are all going to be watching the lights, and when the lights go out, we will be racing for the last time here. And let's have a look. So, lights come on. Here's the sequence. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Green, 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 and Jake Anders gets away from the line. Ben Hamilton tries to go down the inside. Bobby McGurr looks like he's trying to hold him right on the inside. And that is Ben Hamilton into second place. McGurr is down in third. Navarro is now in fourth place. And that looks like Callum Eve is already making moves. I think Jules Larkin has fallen down the order a little bit. He's out wide, the one in the red suit, the black helmet. He's tumbling down the order in the early laps here. He's lost a position there by the looks of it to Matthew So, maybe Jack Harrison as well. But it is Jake Anders who leads with Ben Hamilton and Bobby McGurr. We go straight in for the first Joker laps as carts come straight into the pit lane. This is where we start to see the strategy play out. So drivers maybe that are down towards the back end of the pack trying to pit in and get into some clear air and see if they can try and run away and hide. This is going to be the point where we'll see them start coming out. So they come down the back end. They should, in theory, at this point, come out into clear air. So as they come towards the starting grid, is Anders over the line. It's Ben Hamilton, Bobby McGurr. As you see the 25, that is Jack Harrison, who's been into the pit lane and made his Joker lap. It looks like he's the only one that's come through this time. So all Harrison now has to do is get his head down and try and run away and put in the quick laps as quickly as he can. So Anders leads, Hamilton second, McGurr third, Navarro, Machoak, Eve, Azevedo, So, Larkin and Peters are your top 10. Let's see if anyone goes in for the Joker this time around. From the top guys, it isn't. And we've Jen's already said, reckons going towards the end as we've got a second driver into the pit lane trying to ID them. There's three drivers in there by the looks of it there. So as they trundle down the pit lane, the camera will get on those. We'll try and get some numbers so we can try and keep track of who has been into the pit lane. So Anders still leads. We reckon potentially going late here is going to be the better sort of strategy, but you've got to remember, if you can try and time it with the yellow flag, that'll work out well. So that's 30 for one of Azevedo. That is the 18 of... Where is the 18? That's Sol Hilda from 12th place has come in. So Azevedo's come in from 7th. And over the line they go once again. So it's Anders, Hamilton, McGurr is still your top three. McGurr is trying to make this move on track instead of trying to make it in the pit lane. Is this going to be the point where Bobby gets right under the rear bumper of Ben Hamilton and dives in the pit lane? No, it's not just yet. As they head up on the top section, we've already had quite a few drivers come through the pits. I make it 3 at this point. There's another one in. That's Jules Larkin, who's come into the pit lane for his Joker. That's car 39 from 8th place that's popped in through the pit lane. Ben Hamilton now still holding on from Bobby McGurr. Jake Anders only about 8/10 clear at this point, as over the last 3 laps he hasn't quite pulled away in the same way that he has over the course of the day. It's just going to be an opportunity for us to see Jake Anders racing for it. There's Larkin coming through. Let's see where they come out in terms of the drivers who've already pitted. We'll know that when they come over the line.
See, the key here is Bobby McGurr. If he makes his Joker lap, it will set off, I think, the Joker laps at the front of the pack, because you wouldn't want a driver that fast somewhere else on the circuit where you don't know where they are or how fast they are going.
Yeah, so
it might trigger all the top drivers to go in and do that, and we will effectively might see some
That's a 5-second penalty there for Jules Larkin. There's 5 seconds. We'll find out what that is. Cross the white line going into the pit lane. So that just shows how badly it can be, how badly a pit stops can go if you get it wrong.
Indeed, but here we go. Jake Anders leads by just over 1 second. Bobby McGurr is in third at the moment. Jen.
Yeah, so the Joker lap is definitely going to be a big advantage to a lot of drivers later into the race. Obviously, crossing that white line is a big no-no, obviously on entry and exit. We haven't seen the white flag being waved just yet, I think, because obviously it's a clear track out there. And the leading drivers will be blue flag most likely through the back running drivers. If they won't be blue flag because they're not lapping, are they? So yeah, they've got to definitely come into the pit lane then if we start catching the back of the drivers who have already jokered. So that's going to come into strategy as well.
It's the point we were making about Jokers and coming out into some clear air. We reckon it's probably worth about, what we say, about 12 or 14 seconds. Looking through the results here, if McGurr was to come into the pit lane now, he would come out into a good little spot of clear air just behind Hayden Adams. So it probably put him around about 15, 16 seconds off the back of Jake Anders. That would give him a good little bit of clear air in front of the guy, with the guys in front of him. He was the lead driver who's been through the Joker as car 1. David Sniesko comes into the pit lane. It looks like, from me, the lead driver that is Joker is the 31 of Edgar Azevedo. He's 18 seconds off. So if McGurr or the leaders were to come in now, they still would have a little bit of clear air. What the theory of going long is you don't want to end up fighting for loads of time with loads of different slower drivers potentially. And you see the guys that are maybe towards where like Calameve, Matthew So, if they were to pit now, they would end up right at the front of that fight with Azevedo, Harrison, who's now come back out just behind Azevedo and Sniesko. They would end up in that fight. So for them, you really want to go long. The leaders now, if they were to come in, they would come out just in front of that battle for 11th or 12th.
I think Bobby McGirt is so fast. What we're missing here, okay, is the fact that Ben Hamilton is now 1.6 seconds behind Jake Anders. In the old school racing, Jake Anders has got, if it wasn't Joe Collapse in here, we'd be talking about Jake Anders is going to run away with this. However, Bobby McGirt is no doubt has got the pace to win. He's 2.2 seconds behind Jake Anders, and Jake Anders has basically got a human shield in the form of Ben Hamilton that is stopping Bobby from getting on the back.
He's gone for it now. McGirr's gone for it now. So I reckon when he comes in, he comes to a stop. He's been cleared through there. I think he's going to come out just behind Hayden Adams. I think he's done this at the right time. He was effectively being held up by Ben Hamilton there from what we could see in the lap times we could see. This is going to be where the undercut plays in, because if he can come in and match the pace of Jake Anders, this could be what wins him his championship. We said the Joe Claps are going to fight into this. It's made it really exciting already. We're just over a third of the way through here. There's another car in the pit lane. We'll try and ID them. But here's the defending champion. Let's see where he comes out. So he's going to leave the pit lane now. That's the 30 also in of Hayden Adams. That was the car he was going to end up around about. As he now leaves the pit lane, and that is McGirt back out. Where is he finished up? As we look through our time screen, he has come out in P9 from what I can see here, and he's got quite a bit of clear air. And here comes Ben Hamilton. You said it would trigger it. So Ben Hamilton's come straight in 1 lap later from Bobby McGirt. This is now the most important lap of Bobby McGirt's life. He's got clear track in front of him. He's going to have to make use of this and put in one of the fastest laps he's ever done around TeamSport Warrington if he wants to hold off Ben Hamilton. So we need to watch Hamilton coming out of the pit lane in the 37. There he is, trundling down the pit lane, going down to speed 1. That is the slowest lap of your life. You can see him trying to urge the cart forward. There's Joe Jennings just gone through now. Where is Bobby McGirt? He's coming out through the chicane. They're going to be side by side. He's going to the first corner. Hamilton's managed to defend him. He's held him off. He's managed to hold him off. If Hamilton had stayed out for 1 more lap, that would have changed everything. But now Ben Hamilton is the leading driver who has pitted. We said these Joe Collapse were going to be fun. However, this has just added another level to it.
This now brings in Frederick Navarro, because obviously Ben is going to defend now for position, and Freddie Navarro was 4th on track. So if he comes in late, he could jump both of them in the pits.
So Navarro, if he can stay out now, he's got Oscar Machoak just in front of. He's now got Oscar Machoak in front of him, so he's actually lost a position there while we've been following this fight between McGirt and Hamilton. But this all now plays into the hands of Jake Anders, because if he was to pit now, he would still come out about 2 seconds in front of him.
What's the point?
There's the 4 of Ollie Peters coming in, so he's going to end up just behind
Jake Anders just needs to go long, because he's got the track, he's got the pace.
There he goes. He's going to come out behind that massive pack there. So that's McGirt's got him. Bobby McGirt's done it on track. We were too busy watching Ollie Peters. Bobby McGirt's done him on track. So now we need to watch the gap between Bobby McGirt, and we need to watch the gap between Jake Anders. I still think Jake has about 3 seconds in his back pocket here to be able to afford to lose over the Joker. So what that means is, in theory, with Bobby being the leading driver, he can afford to just take maybe a little bit longer, make sure he gets it right. As here he is. Anders is in. I reckon he's still going to come out about 2 or 3 seconds in front, but he's going to be right with Joe Jennings by my reckoning. Calameve is just like, come on, this is the slowest thing ever. So there he is. Anders has come out just behind Joe Jennings. There's the gap. So Bobby McGirt can now see Jake Anders. So drivers that we think we've got left to stop, we've got Oscar Machoak and Frederick Navarro and Matthew So are the 3 that we think still owe us a pit stop here. Joe Jennings as well, sorry. So there's 4 drivers at least in the front group that owe us a pit stop here. So we need to really watch.
But the real gap is now 3.5 seconds.
Yeah,
between Jake Anders and Bobby McGirt.
So the gap stayed roughly the same there. Navarro, by my maths, will come out just behind Azevedo here. So Azevedo's really gained out of this one. He's about 2.5 seconds behind Ben Hamilton. We think a pit stop's going to owe us about 14 in that order. So Navarro's going to have to try and get the bit between his teeth if he wants to get towards the podium here. And in is Joe Jennings in the 11. He's 5.6 seconds behind the leader. So now I think it is just 3 drivers that owe us a pit stop with 10 minutes remaining. We were saying when we thought everyone would go late, but in reality what's happened is just about everyone has gone within the first half. There's only 3 drivers left now who owe us a pit stop. Oscar
But a lot of
Michalak, who
drivers
leads,
triggered it. That's the thing. A lot of drivers went early, triggered.
Yeah, I think McGurr going in sort of scared Hamilton.
More of a panic than anything else, you know. So
I think it scared Hamilton.
And it was good strategy because
as you can see, the
very
drivers
nearly
now
took it.
So the board's being held out there. We can't see it on the stream, and some of the people on the bridge can't see it. That's a board that literally says the number 10. That tells drivers they are 10 minutes into this heat. They'll see another board later in about 5 minutes, ironically, with the number 5 written on it to tell them there's 5 minutes remaining, just to give them an idea so they can actually plan their strategy. As in is the number 36, who have we got here? 36, Oscar. That is Oscar Michalak. That's the leader. This will be interesting. So there goes Bobby, there goes Ben, there goes Edgar. So he's come out net 4th at the moment there. Net 4th at the moment. So currently we've still got Frederick Navarro and we've got Matthew So that owe us pit stops here. But Jake Anders is currently still taking a lot of time out of the leaders.
So from how I see these things go, I think if Navarro stays out right until the end of the race, he could jump all the drivers.
It's going to be really tight here because he's got, 8 seconds to Bobby McGurr, 9.5 to Ben Hamilton. I think at this rate, Navarro is about net 4th when all the pit stops play out. It's going to be really close and tight with Azevedo on the exit. But I think he's about net 4th as we get through this.
However, Anders and McGurr is down to 3 seconds. That's half a second.
Yeah, because McGurr on the last time over the line set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 51.313. Anders' best time is a 51.346. But Anders is only running around the 51.7 sort of bracket at the moment as Navarro cuts the beam over the line with Matthew So right on his rear bumper. So the leaders on track are nose to tail, and Anders is taking seconds out of them at the moment.
2.7 the gap is down to.
There you go, Matthew
Jake
So
and
just come
Bobby.
into the pit lane. So that's Matthew So from 2nd place going to come into the pit lane now. This will give us a rough idea of where we might see Navarro because he's pretty much in the same part of the circuit. So wherever So comes out, it's got to anticipate that that's about where we're going to find Frederick Navarro. I think it's going to be around about Edgar Azevedo, Oscar Michalak as we get like the 6th or 7th bracket at the moment. So let's see, we're looking at the pit exit. There goes the 35. Oh, that looks so much slower than everything else. Like, you forget how slow walking speed actually is. But there's the 35. There goes Hamilton through there. There goes Azevedo. And Michalak is going to come through as well. So he's going to come out behind Callum Eve. So that's an idea right now. If Navarro was to pit now, that's about where we could expect him to come out. He's right in the middle of a fight with Michalak, Eve, Harrison, Snesko, that sort of bracket, so about 8th or 9th. Anders, though, is 2.8 seconds behind Frederick Navarro, and Navarro still owes us a pit stop here.
Yeah, but
Anders is flying.
2.3 now between Jake Anders and Bobby McGurr. Bobby McGurr is absolutely flying.
Fastest lap again last time by. If McGurr is going to hand over this title, he's going to go down fighting.
I tell you what, it's all down to the start, isn't it? If Bobby McGurr had made a slightly better start and held on to that 2nd position, this would have been such a different race. But it's still not over because the gap is coming down, and with just 6.5 minutes, that's about 6 laps to go, he can still get on the tail. He can still get right on the rear bumper of Jake Anders in the final of the Juniors BIKC 2024. Here we go. It's all about the lap times now. So Frederick Navarro, and it's all about, does Navarro hold up Anders?
Well, the gap now is down to 1.9.
Exactly, 1.9 seconds. If Navarro stays out any longer, he will slow down Jake Anders, giving Bobby McGurr maybe a helping hand.
So there's Jake Anders at the moment. You can just about see Frederick Navarro in the 15s in front of him. Bobby McGurr, you'll just be able to see coming down the ramp now. So those 2 drivers in the bright blue helmets, very distinctive looking helmets for the 2 of them, are the 2 fighting for the championship. You can see how much they've caught up against Frederick Navarro here. So Navarro owes us a pit stop, but so far has put in a fantastic fight. It just doesn't look like he's quite got the ultimate pace at this point. He's around about a second off what he's been running
really
over the course of the session. So his PB's round about 51.5 at the moment. He's currently running 52.3s. Meanwhile, if he ends up, he could end up really affecting this, like you say.
If he stays out for one more lap.
If he stays out and Anders ends up on the back of him, Anders then has to try and fight him on circuit. So this could end up giving Bobby McGurr more of a chance to get in. Because every single lap, Bobby's just been pounding in laps that are quicker and quicker than Jake's. Jake is a very quick driver. We've seen him race quickly today. What we haven't seen him do is fight on circuit.
See, now he's going to start holding him up, because that gap is now a visual gap. That's almost like they are genuinely racing for the lead, which they are not because of the Joker lap. But now there's no doubt that Jake Anders being held up. This is the opportunity. Bobby McGurr is so unlucky off the start line, but he's got a chance. He's got a lifeline here. And if
5 minutes remaining.
If Navarro stays out for another lap,
defending.
If Navarro stays out for another lap, then this is, because now look at Jake Anders. He's just all over the road. He's all over the road. No, he stays out. He stays out.
Defending like mad.
This is going to mean.
This could be the championship unraveling for Jake Anders. Anders is going to have to try and clear Frederick Navarro as fast as he physically can. Look how quick McGurr's caught up to him. It's only taken a handful of corners, and Jake Anders is now fighting for his life to try and win the British Indoor Karting Championship. We've seen how quick he is. Now we get to see how good he is at overtaking. Bobby McGurr now is right on his rear bumper. Anders is going to look over his shoulder. He's going to see where he is and realise he's a lot closer than he thought he was. These guys are now fighting for the championship. They're side by side. The 20 and the 32. Navarro's in.
He's going wide.
Navarro owes us a pit stop. McGurr tries to cut back on the inside. Anders looks over his shoulder. He knows that he's there. There's 4 minutes remaining. Remember, the lead driver in orange still owes us a pit stop. The two that are fighting for the title are the 20 and the 32. It's Jake Anders, the driver who finished 10th last year, the fastest driver over a single lap, as Navarro comes into the pit lane and gets out of the way, versus the defending champion, Bobby McGurr, trying to take his second BIKC title on the bounce. Anders, the 14-year-old, again would keep up the record of a 14-year-old winning the BIKC every single time, but now he's going to look over his shoulder and see the experienced head of Bobby McGurr and realise he's got a race on his hands now.
This is the battle, Tom, we wanted to see all the way through, and we have got it for the next probably 2.5 laps.
Anders is defending like mad. Anders defending like mad. Looks to the inside. He holds the car as tight to the inside as he can. He's really slow through the second hairpin as a result. I'm going to look at the lap times they come through here. So I reckon they're going to be in the low 53s this time round. They're going to be so far off the pace they've been running. 3 laps to go here in the BIKC for the juniors. 2:10 separates the two championship protagonists. McGurr is trying to hold on to his title. Anders is trying to do everything to snatch it off him. The 20 looks over his shoulder. Yeah, these two low 53s, they're about 1.5 seconds off what they have been running over the course of this event. Anders, a very experienced head around this event, around this circuit. Bobby McGurr is no stranger to having to win a championship and having to fight for it. We've seen him defend all day. Let's see what he's got in terms of attack. 2.5 minutes remaining before we crown the junior BIKC champion for 2024. And McGurr is right on his rear bumper. The two are side by side going into the first hairpin. They go wide. Anders runs in wide. He's going to try and do everything he can to make sure that he doesn't end up handing over this title. McGurr holds his hand up. He's like, what is going on there? And they go down towards the bottom section of the circuit.
Okay, here we go. Well, here we go. We are now right in the closing stages for Bobby McGurr. He's had such a crazy race. He started off with a terrible start. He's managed through the Joker laps to bring himself right back into contention. And now he's got about 1.5 laps in order to become the BIKC champion. Once again, he is the defending champion. Jake Anders has driven brilliantly all the way through the morning. It is now absolutely down to the wire. 0.198 seconds. Here we go. Now it's all happening at the end of the straight. That's where it has been. That's where the big defense is going on. He goes really defensive. Bobby McGurr goes wide. He's going to cut in. He's going to try to go around the outside. He's going to cut in. He needs to get a really, really good slingshot.
He's not got enough just there. He looks like he's trying for it, but he's not quite close enough. Warning goes out there. He needs to consult race control to see what that one was for, which one of the two drivers it was for. It may have been for the 20, for that defence down at the first corner would be my guess, but I think we're getting close to the final part of this event now. Anders looks over his shoulder. McGurr is running out of time here if he's going to try and take the title off him. Now through the top end of the circuit, Anders is still doing just about everything he needs to do to hold on to this title, but Bobby McGurr can slowly start to feel the championship slipping out of his fingers. They go through the top end of the circuit, come down the ramp. They may just squeeze one more lap in here through the chicane. They go once again up towards the first corner.
Massive defence.
Massive defence from Anders as they go through the top end of the circuit. Bobby's going to make a move. He's going to have to do it now. He's running out of opportunities. Anders looks to the inside. He knows that Bobby's not got an answer for him as they go through the top end of the circuit. And it looks like they're using the full stop like for the last lap. It's going to be my guess. So Anders now, this is a three-way fight. They've been fighting that hard. We completely forgot he was there.
Look at Ben Hamilton's
there in third. There's half a second separating the top three.
Where's he come from?
Where has Ben Hamilton come from? Up onto the top level of the circuit once again. Anders now.
Through comes Hamilton. Here we go. He's in third place. And he can make a stab to try and go one better than what he did last year and go through into second position. We got Jake Anders. It is the final lap of the BIKC 2024, and it's all going to be down to the fastest section of the track. He goes really defensive, does Jake Anders.
Ben Hamilton's looking. He's looking at Bobby McGurr, but Jake Anders is just about done enough through here, through the last corner. He looks over his shoulder. Bobby McGurr has put up a fantastic fight here, but coming through the last corner, he took the lap record. This time, he takes the championship. Jake Anders wins the British Indoor Karting Championship. It was a valiant effort from Bobby McGurr to come home in second place. The champion goes down fighting with the second fastest lap of the event so far, a 51.241. He gets to the end, and Ben Hamilton continues the run of a Hamilton finishing third in the British Indoor Karting Championship. What a fantastic race between those young drivers. Two very worthy champions so far. Jake Anders, absolutely fantastic drive all day.
Fantastic stuff. Jen, what
got another Hamilton third, so what can we say?
Yeah, so Rory's finished third 3 times in the BIKC. Now it's Ben's turn to finish third.
And another 14-year-old driver to win it.
Yeah, it continues the run of 14-year-old driver. Look at the face on Jake Anders. Look at what it means to him. And I think the only thing we can do now, I want to know what those drivers think. Down to Akhil in the pit lane.
Wow, what a final. Son, what a final.
Am I? Hello, you can hear me. There you go.
What a final. I don't think anyone can hear me.
I can hear you. Oh.
Wow. We're just going to give the drivers a couple of minutes. I think that was absolutely exhausting for the drivers. I mean, Jake led. He defended. What a race. Bobby gave it his all. And Ben, from absolutely nowhere, just came at the end. Ben, when you're ready, come on up. Let's have a quick chat.
I'll take my lid off.
Yeah. What a race. I mean, that was... I mean, you guys firstly have provided us some absolutely brilliant entertainment. Thank you so much for providing that entertainment. The whole venue was gripped. We were watching every corner, every straight, because you three have delivered. Now, Ben, talk to me about that race.
So, well, I started third. I managed to get past Bobby on the start, which was sort of what happens when you're in second. But I knew he was going to get past at some point. So when I saw he went into the pit lane the lap before, I was like, oh, I need to push, try and get as quick as lap as I can to try and end up in front of him. And I came out the pit lane, saw he was going around there, and I was like just in front. And then, but honestly, Bobby in that race was just on fire. Like,
he pushed him.
Yeah, he was on another level. Like, he caught up to Jake so quickly, and he pulled away from me like instantly. I had no chance of keeping up with him.
He may have pulled away from you, but then at the end of the race, you were quite close.
It was quite funny because at the end of the race, I was watching Jake and I was watching Bobby getting close, and I was like, oh, maybe I can sneak in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just like, something's going to happen on these last few laps. And I was really, really close at the end, but not quite. But I was quite worried about fourth, actually, because I saw fourth place was behind, and I was like, oh, he might get past me. Yeah.
Well, Ben, that was an absolutely amazing final. Yeah. You have played your part. You should be very proud. I know your family are going to be very proud. Well done, and we'll hopefully see you back next year.
Thank you. I will be.
Bobby, I'm not sure you could have given that any more than you did, because you gave 100%, my friend.
Yeah, it was good, you know. It's not what I wanted, but we'll come back next year middleweights and see what we can do.
Yeah. Well, what was the race like for you? Was it you know, you sort of... You were behind, you caught up, the Joker lap and all that kind of got into it. And then that last, 6, 7, 8 laps? That was unreal, man.
It was bloody intense, but Jake held his own, and yeah, fair play.
Yeah. You won last year, second this year. Overall, you must be very proud of yourself.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. Will we see you back next year? Gonna go again? Well done. And thank you for delivering such an awesome race. Well done, mate. Jake. Tired?
Tired, emotional, a bit of both.
Yeah. We'll talk about the race and everything, but just talk to me about that last 6 to 8 laps, because that was intense. I mean, you had the whole venue was in pin drop because they were absolutely loving it.
Dreadful. I could clearly see every lap Bobby was getting closer and closer, and I knew at some point he was going to get me, and then I had Frederick defending me, and I knew it wasn't for position, and I was screaming in my helmet. I was like, no, not like this.
And that whole Joker lap, how did that impact? It's the first time we've done it. It did impact you, because as you said, Frederick was in front of you. You were sort of waiting for him to go in. How did that impact you?
Well, first of all, it impacted in the fact that Bobby got past Benji, and I knew from the start, if Bobby got past, he'd be on me at some point, but I was really hoping he wouldn't. But because of the Joker lap, Benji didn't have the pace to stay ahead in the clear air, and Bobby did. So, in the end of the day, Bobby had the pace, but it's a race, so it's not about pace. It's more just about who can get to the line first.
And the journey, it started many, many months ago. It's ended here. You must be proud of yourself.
Well, I am. Yeah, of course I am. I think I've Grand Slam BIKC. I've topped every session I've done.
Yeah. Wow.
So.
And a word for Bobby and Benji, because 3 of you, honestly, you needed all 3 of you to push each other to deliver this epic race.
Well, I've raced with Benji for years now, and I've raced with Bobby for about a year. And obviously, they're both no slouches when it comes to racing. I know Benji, on his day, could win this. Bobby, on his day, could win this. And it was the most important part of the day was qualifying and getting the faster lap in the semi-final. Because around Warrington, it's quite hard to overtake. So if you can get on pole for the final, that's a big advantage.
Well, you defended very well, my friend. Congratulations, well done. And have a lovely evening with your friends and family, because you deserve it.
I will. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done to all 3. I'm going to hand back to Tom, Russ and Jen before the podium presentations.
Well, Russ has deserted us because he's got some presenting to do. We give the most flamboyant man in TeamSport the most flamboyant job. But yeah, just to echo the thoughts of the drivers there, that was fantastic. And we were just discussing in that little interview, there was a little bit of trepidation going into that race with Joker laps in for the first time. Both me and you agree that that was probably one of the best races we've seen. I don't know about you, that's the most animated I've ever been commentating on a race.
Oh, definitely. I think Joker laps / pit stops, they add so much to racing in general. I understand why everyone was so skeptical, that's it.
Yeah.
There we go. Everyone was skeptical of the Joker lap to begin with. Obviously, reading the red flag rule, it is a bit unnerving knowing that could happen. But I think what we've done is tried our best to correct that situation, but you shouldn't assume a red flag's going to happen in an event anyway, because that's not what we're aiming for. I think having a nice, clean race overall has allowed us to have a really, really good final there with the Joker laps.
Been some fantastic racing over the last day or so, and I think it's now we reward the drivers who have finished in the top 3. So down to Russ, over for the podium.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few jobs left to do here. We've got to crown some BIKC champions. Ladies and gentlemen, how well has everybody driven? Everybody driven. Huge round of applause for absolutely all the driving. We've seen 2 fantastic championship races. However, before we get to that point, we have sponsors and we have important people from TeamSport to say a few words. So first of all, I'm going to hand you over to the COO of TeamSport, to Mr. Simon Wooldridge.
Hey, thank you, Russ. So firstly, a massive thank you and well done to the drivers. The talent on display today was just brilliant. The passion was amazing. There was a lot of fun, there were tears, but it was brilliant. And that last race then, I think it had us all on the edge of our seats. It was fantastic. And I think for all the drivers as well, just to remember that to get here is a mega achievement. This is, and to quote, I think Motorsport UK, this is the largest motorsport championship in the world. So 5,500 drivers took part to get to these finals, which is absolutely fantastic. So well done. I think the other thing is it's great to see so many young female drivers here. Every year we get more and more female participation, which is really important. And that's also thanks to the Discover Your Drive program. I'd like to thank all the supporters, the parents, the carers, everybody that's involved in bringing the young drivers along today, because it does take a lot of teamwork. And the TeamSport team, I'd like to give it up for them as well. A round of applause for the TeamSport crew. I think they've done a fantastic job. They do every year. They make it look effortless, but it's bloody hard work, so thank you to everyone involved. And of course, thank you to our partners and our sponsors. Motorsport UK support us every year, so thank you very much to them. We've got Biz, we've got Sonair, Revolution Audio, and of course, we've got Club 100 who also helps supply the prizes, so thank you to all of them. And I'm going to hand over now to Will from Club 100 to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Simon. Just want to reiterate a couple of things Simon said. Congratulations to everyone who has made it here to the finals of the BIKC. Just well done from everyone at Club 100. We know that half the grid here today have raced in Club 100 before, so it just goes to show that the level of competition in Club 100 is reflected again at the level of competition in the BIKC, and just congratulations to everyone. For those who haven't done Club 100 haven't done Club 100 yet, please do come and try Club 100 out. It's the highest level of arrive and drive karting you can do before you move on to owner-driver perhaps and the rest of your career. I don't know whether this is still coming out or not, but thank you for having us again. TeamSport has been amazing. You do the BIKC gets better and better every year, more competitive every year. So well done to all of you, and well done to TeamSport. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Okay, we now come to the serious matter. First of all, we are going to start with the cadets, the Get Championship. So first of all, coming home in third place after a brilliant drive, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely raised for Ruth for Francesco De Caro. Joel. Okay, really good. We're just going to wait for a bit of paparazzi, a few photographs. Fantastic. We're just going to take a few videos. This will be on a social media platform near you tomorrow, or even today, or even now. Okay, fantastic. Right, we move on to the runner-up place. The second position, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Harvey Ball! That's better, Joel. Bit more. Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, one more driver left to come on this podium. What a fantastic drive. Absolutely ran away with it. Your BIKC champion for 2024, Amanza Nuaso! Okay, now, yes, this is also the paparazzi bit, so there's a lot of photography. Okay. Now then, we have champagne. Give it a shake. Give it a shake. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Cadets 2024. Now, we are going to do a very quick clean-up operation before we move on to the juniors. So, we go. So, the lights have gone out. Okay, here we go. We're just going to quickly... There you go, lights back on. Here we go, very quickly rearranged. Okay, here we go. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. We are on for the juniors. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask one favor of you? Can I have a huge round of applause for all the staff that have done a fantastic job? Absolutely brilliant. Super stuff all the way through. But we move on to the juniors, and third place, it goes to the one and only Ben Hamilton! Okay, here we go. Runner up. What a race as well. What a race. Second position coming through. It all goes second place. Bobby McGeer. Here we go. Okay, but we have one more driver. What a race. He held on somehow to win. Ladies and gentlemen, lift the roof. Your BIKC champion 2024, Jake Anders! Whoop, whoop. Okay, a bit more paparazzi action. Oh, okay then. Guys, so champagne bottles are armed and loaded. Here we go for the second time. Here we go. Go on. Over tension. Go on! Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Junior BIKC, your champions. Magnificent stuff. Yes, it's sticky. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hand you over to Lex and Will.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I was going to go with the whoop, whoop. Right, there it is. What a day. Have you had fun? Have you enjoyed yourself?
That last race will stay with me for a while because it was epic. It was just enthralling. We couldn't take our eyes off it.
Hey, Akhil, I've got it all to do again tomorrow. 3 more champions. Can't wait.
Oh, I definitely can't wait.
There it is. There's your top 3.
Tune in tomorrow, 9:45, 8:45.
8:45.
For some more BIKC action.
See you later.
Let's go.